I just got my Bugatti Veyron. And the rearview mirror was broken by a little rascal. He even used a nail to draw a Peppa Pig on the windshield. Instead of getting angry, I even praised him as the reincarnation of Van Gogh. Only because the little rascal has committed multiple offenses. In just 2 months, he has scratched dozens of cars. However, just as I was about to leave, I saw a little boy messing around with a nail on my car door. It seemed to be a SpongeBob pattern. The little boy was gradually discovered. I didn't chase after him, but went straight to the property management office and explained the situation. The security guard laughed as soon as he heard it. It must be the work of Chao Xiang. That kid is a repeat offender. He has scratched dozens of cars in the past half year. Upon hearing this, I was even more speechless. Don't his family members take care of him? His family is very wealthy. His dad drives a Mercedes-Benz. He said he wants to cultivate his child's talent for painting. Saying this, the security guard gave me the phone number of the parent, Xiaopu. Although I got the phone number, I felt something was a bit off. As soon as the call was connected, there was a loud voice shouting from the other end. I am a resident of the community. Your son scratched my car. I barely finished my sentence when Xiaopu immediately said it was a small matter. I work in auto repair. I can just repaint it for you, he said. This is not about painting. Your son's behavior is not right. You parents need to take care of it. I patiently explained. What's it to you how my son is? I can afford it. I'll leave your car keys with the property management, and I'll have someone repaint your car. After saying that, the other party hung up, showing impatience. Wow, such indulgence towards children. A typical eccentric parent. Just as I was speechless, a voice sounded with a ding. Detected that the host has encountered an eccentric individual. The eccentric rectification system has been activated. Every time an eccentric person is punished, you can receive generous rewards. Although I am curious about what the reward is, I decided to check the paint effect first. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and the property management notified me to pick up the car keys, and mentioned that the car paint had been repainted. So I started the live broadcast and went with the netizens to witness the paint effect. Soon, I arrived at my beloved car. First, I aimed the camera at the previously scratched area, and upon closer inspection, there were really no traces. The netizens were all expressing their opinions. This painting technique is quite good. Since the car is back, and the weather is nice today, I decided to spontaneously do an outdoor live broadcast of fishing. As a result, just as the car reached the slope of the garage, thick black smoke began to billow from the car's tailpipe. The next second, it just stalled. I tried to restart it, but it just wouldn't start. I checked and found that the battery was in a discharged state. The netizens who saw the scene instantly became unsettled. Oh my, streamer, is your car burning coal? The barrage was full of netizens joking wildly. I angrily pounded the steering wheel. Just as I finally left the house, the car broke down. I had no choice but to call a tow truck to take it to the 4S store for repairs. Suddenly, something dawned on me. Could someone have tampered with my car while it was being painted? Soon, the mechanic at the 4S store looked at the car with a serious expression and asked if it had been repaired elsewhere recently. Yes, it was repainted just 3 days ago. The parts of this car are heavily worn, and they don't match the model. They are all from an old car. Did you replace them with second-hand parts? I suddenly understood. Someone must have tampered with the car when it was being repainted. Xiaopu owns an auto repair shop. He's definitely involved. Then I called Xiaopu. Xiaopu, you've really crossed the line this time. Did you replace my parts while repainting the car? When he answered the phone, I immediately questioned him. His behavior was even worse than being cheated at a market. I warned him not to talk nonsense and threatened to sue him for defamation. But Xiaopu quickly defended himself, claiming he ran an honest business and accused me of falsely accusing him. As I questioned Xiaopu, the mechanic from the 4S store chimed in, saying he wouldn't admit it was normal wear and tear, and that he would probably blame us. Xiaopu seemed to be following a script and continued, "Who knows if you had it repaired at the 4S store? Let me tell you, they are the darkest in the world. It must be them who replaced the parts. In the future, come to me for car repairs, I'll give you a discount. Don't go to the 4S store." I definitely won't believe the nonsense he said. I've only been here for a little over half an hour. The car repair master didn't have time to replace so many parts, and there was no need to. Only weirdos like Xiaopu would see it that way. Now I understand. No wonder he indulges his son in scratching cars at will. They just want to take the opportunity of repainting for others to replace the parts. What a big scheme. The cost of repainting might only be a couple of $100. By replacing old parts with new ones, they could conservatively make a few $1,000. It's really a lucrative business. This father and son are a perfect match. Just as I was angry and about to curse, the system popped up a prompt, indicating that the weirdo index has surged. Chaopu's rating has increased to 4 stars. Activate the rectification task, requiring punishment for the car-scratching hooligans and their parents. Please choose from the following 3 options. The higher the completion difficulty, the more generous the reward. Choose option 1 to make Chaopu compensate tenfold for the car-scratching damage, and receive the title of Truth Seeker. Choose option 2 to make Chaopu compensate 100-fold for the car-scratching damage, and receive the title of Master. Choose option 3 to make Chaopu compensate 1,000-fold for the car-scratching damage, and receive the title of Weirdo Star. Seeing these 3 options, I decisively chose the third option. I must make Chaopu compensate me with an amount of over 500,000. Although this is very difficult, I must rectify these bad practices properly. So I came up with a new plan, and I parked the Bugatti I just bought in a parking space. Seeing this, netizens immediately gasped in shock. As I spoke, I activated the sentry mode, which can automatically record the surrounding situation. Other netizens were discussing, even if the naughty child scratches the car, his parents will go bankrupt compensating for it. Seeing this, I sneered inwardly. This was my plan all along. Let's see if that Chao Ziong has the courage to scratch my Bugatti. If he doesn't come, it's fine. As long as the naughty child dares to scratch it, he will have to compensate at least several 100,000. Then I can accomplish my other tasks. I returned to my room and opened a spare phone to specifically monitor the video signals around the vehicle. These will all be future evidence. That afternoon, an elementary school student carrying a school bag passed by the parking lot. He was immediately drawn to the Bugatti in front of him. He walked around the car several times, and when he saw the logo, he looked puzzled. What kind of car is this? Dad said not to scratch cars, but with logos like tridents, people, plows, and oxen, this car should be scratchable, right? After hesitating for a moment, Chao Ziong took out a nail from his school bag and started drawing on the Bugatti, making a sharp squeaking sound. Not satisfied with scratching several doors, he then targeted the rearview mirror and kicked it several times. Then Chao Ziong ran to the hood, jumped around, leaving several dents, and then broke off the windshield wipers. Swinging the hammer and then taking out a nail, he also scratched the glass. Peppa Pig drew while giggling, until a security guard appeared and shouted, "What are you doing?" Chao Ziong was startled, immediately jumped out of the car, grabbed his backpack, and ran. The security guard came to the Bugatti, took one look, and was scared out of his wits. "Oh my goodness, this nail will cost money, a lot of money. Perhaps the property management will also be held responsible." So, he quickly called me. Hearing the security guard say that my beloved car was scratched, a cold smile appeared on my lips. I didn't expect that the little rascal Chao Ziong would be so impressed. This time, I won't be polite, so I drove straight to the garage. A circle of security guards had already gathered here, standing on the side, looking anxious. They didn't know how to approach me. It was Chao Ziong who drew it. I only chased him away when I arrived. "Do you want me to report it for you?" A security guard asked cautiously. "Of course, we should report it." I coldly dialed the emergency number. I thought it was just a scratch, but I didn't expect the rearview mirror, wipers, and windshield to be damaged. This is a surprise. Originally, it was just going to cost a few 100,000, now Chaopu has to sell his house. 10 minutes later, the police officers arrived at the scene. Seeing a luxury car being vandalized, the officers knew this was serious and quickly called the captain. "Let him come and take a look." While waiting for Captain Su Tao to arrive, the officers conducted an on-site investigation and learned that the child who scratched the car was named Chao Ziong, and his father was named Chaopu. "Mr. Zhang, how much will it cost to repair your car this time?" the police inquired. They need to assess the case based on the value of the damaged items. At this point, I have already sent the photos of the damaged car to Bugatti's sales headquarters, asking them to come and see how much it will cost to repair the car. How did this happen? The car has been ruined like this. He was speechless. The car was just picked up a day ago, with dents in all 4 sides of the car, the engine, and the need to replace 2 rearview mirrors and 2 wipers, as well as scratches on the windshield. Money is secondary. The key is that we cannot repair this car model domestically. It needs to be returned to the factory for handling. The shipping and miscellaneous fees alone will start at 300,000, and the total repair cost should be over $1 million. Okay, prepare to arrange for it to be returned to the factory. When the police finish their investigation, bring it back to the store and make a damage assessment report for me. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Please wait. I will contact our local salesperson right away. Next, the police captain Su Tao arrived at the scene. At first sight of the situation, he knew that it was beyond comprehension. Su Tao also mourned for the parents of this mischievous child. Then Su Tao found Chao Pu's phone number and called, asking, "Are you Chao Pu? Is Chao Ziong your son?" "Yes, who are you?" Chao Pu asked cautiously. "I am Su Tao, the deputy captain of the police station. Your son is now suspected of damaging someone else's vehicle. Please bring your son and come to the station with us to make a statement." "What's the point of reporting a scratched car to the police? It's unnecessary. I'll just spray paint it for him. If that's not enough, I'll give him an extra 200 yuan. "It's not a big deal," Chao Pu said impatiently. "The damage this time is significant. You'd better come with us to the sub-bureau immediately to explain the situation and reach a settlement with the victim. Otherwise, we may take corresponding measures." "Why is the painting not working?" "Then you tell me how much money, and I'll transfer it to him now." Chao Pu obviously hasn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet. "Then you tell him that Su Tao put his phone on speaker. Let me speak on the side. You can pay 1 million in advance, and we'll settle the difference in the subsequent repair costs." "What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of junk car is worth 1 million? It's just a fine for a car. Here's 1,000, go paint it yourself." Chao Pu thinks he has already given enough. I chuckled. "Sorry, my junk car is a Bugatti." Then I heard a thud from the other side. Chao Pu then asked tremulously, "What Bugatti? Not the sports car Bugatti, right?" "Unfortunately, it is that one. So you better come over as soon as possible. If you take too long, it will be considered evading guilt." "Wait a moment, sir, I'm coming right away." After about 10 minutes, Chao Pu quickly walked over. As soon as he saw the badly damaged Bugatti, his legs went weak. The next moment, his eyes became cunning again. "Wait, who said it was my son who damaged it? You can't make baseless accusations." Chao Pu knew that he couldn't avoid compensation this time, so he wanted to shirk responsibility. He also knew this was an old residential area, and there was no surveillance in the corner of the parking lot, so he insisted that it was not his son's doing. "I'm sorry, don't you know that cars nowadays have sentry mode?" Then, I called up the footage shot by the car's sentry mode, which clearly recorded Chao Ziong's entire process from the beginning of scratching the car to finally using the wiper to cover it. Chao Pu's face turned a little dark. "Unable to deny it," he said, "I'll go get my son." In no time, the crying Chao Ziong was brought back, with a red palm print on his face. It seems he had tasted his father's iron palm. "It's all because my child doesn't know any better. Hurry and compensate, uncle." It wasn't until Chao Pu twisted his son's arm from behind that Chao Ziong cried even harder. "Sorry, uncle." The little rascal cried and said, "I'll go rub his head." Stop him from crying. Seeing this situation, Chao Pu was secretly pleased. It seemed that his strategy of pretending to be injured had worked. Maybe he wouldn't have to compensate. "So, Xiao Zhang, does this mean you forgive my son?" "I can forgive, just compensate. It's not much, just 1 million. With just one sentence, I made Chao Pu perform the magic of changing his face. His smile turned into a scowl. "Children don't know any better. Can't you be a little more accommodating? You're so wealthy, why bother with a child?" Chao Pu started to use moral coercion. "First, my wealth is also legally earned. It doesn't mean others can just casually damage my car. Second, I don't argue with children. Children don't know any better, but parents do, so I'll talk to you again. First, bring out 1 million, I'll go repair the car. If you can't, then we'll handle it through official channels. 100,000 is too much. How about I give you 10,000 and we settle this privately?" I smiled and said, "Then let's wait for the court summons." I didn't want to waste time with the other party, so I called my lawyer, Liang Xiying, directly to come to the scene and collect evidence as soon as possible. In about 10 minutes, Liang Xiying arrived at the scene. I showed him around and explained what had happened. This incident of scratching the car is different from the last time. Although the last car wasn't valuable, we can't let Chao Pu off the hook for switching his own car parts. I want Chao Pu to compensate me for my full loss, and I want him to go to jail. Then I had him prepare for legal proceedings while I went to gather evidence. Back in the neighborhood, I called each of the owners whose parts had been switched, and informed them of the situation. The affected car owners were instantly furious upon hearing this. I said, "How can it be that after repairing my car 7 times in the past few days, I even went to Chao Pu's for repairs? It was fine after being fixed. He didn't sell me my own parts again, did he?" However, other owners, after my reminder, went to check their vehicles and indeed found that parts had been switched. In the end, I contacted a total of 10 owners, and 9 of them had parts switched, making it a total of 10 people. Seeing the evidence provided by these 10 neighborhood owners, Shuto realized that the compensation was insufficient. He didn't expect Chao Pu to be so despicable. He immediately promised to thoroughly investigate, but it was not suitable to publicize it, in case the culprit fled. we definitely won't say anything. For the sake of venting our anger, we are willing to wait a few days. Having completed the setup, I returned to the neighborhood. That night, someone kept banging on the door outside. Looking through the peephole, it turns out it's Chao Puo with his son, and I see the other side is holding a cane. They're here to cause trouble at my doorstep. I pointed the phone I use for live streaming at the door, then opened it, letting thousands of netizens witness the other party's ridiculous behavior. Chao Puo immediately put on a sorrowful expression and said, "I'm sorry, it's my child's fault. Let me apologize to you." As he mentioned the naughty child, Chao Ziyan bowed to me with a mournful face. "No need for formalities, let's handle this matter objectively." "Brother, don't be so extreme. Leave room for people to maneuver," Chao Puo said angrily. I sneered and said, "What you said is right, but some people are not humane. Brother, I've begged you like this. What more do you want? I'll make my son kneel to you." Chao Puo softened when he realized the threat didn't work. Chao Ziyan immediately knelt down on the spot. I quickly stepped back from the doorway and said, "I can't accept this grand gesture. It's not a special occasion, and I don't have any New Year's money for you. Don't be fooled by the pitiful look of this naughty child now." When he kicked my car, he showed no mercy. "Now this father and son duo are probably just acting. I'll pay 150,000 in half a month. How about we reconcile? You don't need to come back, or hand the car over to me. I'll fix it for you," Chao Puo suggested his plan. I burst out laughing on the spot. "You think you can settle over 1 million in losses with 150,000? And if you fix the car, it will depreciate by at least half. Unless you increase the price and buy it from me, I'm ready to close the door." Chao Puo gritted his teeth, raised the cane, and said, "If I don't beat my son to vent my anger, you better not interfere." Then Chao Puo started to beat his own son, making Chao Ziyan cry loudly in reprimand. This scene shocked the netizens in the live broadcast room. A tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs, but for the sake of a little money, he even laid a heavy hand on his own son. While beating, Chao Puo said, "If you don't forgive me, I will keep hitting him. If he dies from the beating, it's your responsibility." This is really out of line. After all these years, I've never seen anyone use their own son to threaten others. I quickly said, "Don't threaten me. You are the one hitting the child. I advise you to stop. The child is innocent. Unless you agree to a settlement of 150,000, I won't stop," Chao Puo threatened. Seeing his son trying to run, he came back and beat him again. From the skin revealed by his clothes, there were no marks. This was just a performance. I sneered in my heart. They used a cane to play the victim. Chao Ziyan was all bark and no bite. The Chao father and son were still playing tricks at this point. At this point, Chao Puo couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "Everyone come and see. This person is too cold-blooded. He has no sympathy at all when he sees a child being beaten. Your moral blackmail is useless. I have a live broadcast here." At this time, the police rushed in and immediately snatched the cane from Chao Puo's hand. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting the child?" the police angrily asked. Chao Puo defended himself, saying that he was only hitting his son and it had nothing to do with others. "How is it unrelated? Hitting your own child is also domestic violence. You are breaking the law, do you know?" the police said as they were about to handcuff Chao Puo. Chao Puo panicked and quickly said, "I was just acting. I don't want to let this disgusting man off the hook if he didn't hurt me." Immediately pulled up the live broadcast replay for the police to see. Look how hard he hit. Even if it didn't leave marks, it still caused emotional trauma to the child. This kind of domestic violence man must be severely punished. The police naturally handled it impartially. With the video evidence, they immediately arrested Chao Puo on the spot. The next day, the assessment report for my car came out, totaling 1.05 million. After Liang Xiying completed the chain of evidence, she applied for a trial and got the approval the same day, scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. The courtroom was packed that day, and the trial began. The plaintiff's lawyer Liang Xiying first made a statement about the case. The Bugatti damaged by Chao Ziyan needs to be repaired at the factory. The official assessment is 1.05 million. After Liang Xiying finished speaking, it was the turn of the defendant's lawyer to speak. The defendant's lawyer, a middle-aged man in his 30s, came forward and presented a set of fallacies. The plaintiff's previous car was scratched, and they still insisted on parking the expensive Bugatti sports car in the parking space, which raised suspicions of intent. Chao Ziyan is just over 10 years old and is not yet legally responsible, so the plaintiff needs to bear the main responsibility for this loss. The audience below couldn't help but chuckle when they heard this. This defendant's lawyer is really funny. He can come up with all sorts of twisted logic. I'm afraid he was hired by monkeys. Then it was Liang Xiying's turn to refute him. The defendant's lawyer, do not confuse the facts. The plaintiff parked their car in their own parking space. Reasonable and legal, there is no difference. Instead, it is the defendant who did not fulfill his son's responsibility. Chao Ziong has already scratched dozens of cars in the parking lot in just 7 months. This is evidence provided by the property security. The presiding judge received the evidence provided by Liang Xiying and criticized the defendant's lawyer. Please be serious in your speech. Your argument makes me doubt your professional level. The defendant's lawyer blushed and changed his approach, starting to use moral blackmail, talking about how difficult their family is, and how Mr. Zhang did not forgive Chao Ziong when he was beaten. He is a cold-blooded person. In fact, most people know what happened, but this time there are also many self-righteous people in the audience. They feel that I did something wrong and did not care about the children at all, and started to slander me. After hearing this, there was also a lot of discussion, and people were speechless. Why are there self-righteous people every year, and especially so many this year? Although I am not afraid of these people, I cannot let these self-righteous people ruin my reputation. It's time to let everyone know what kind of person Xiao Pu is. So I signaled to Liang Xiying, she nodded, and decided to drop a bombshell. Also, the cause of the matter was that Mr. Zhang's car was scratched and later had parts replaced. Similar incidents have happened to 10 other homeowners. This is definitely not a coincidence. We have reason to suspect that the defendant Xiao Pu instructed his son Chao Ziong to scratch the car, and while pretending to drive it for a paint touch-up, they switched the owner's parts. Liang Xiying then presented a joint receipt signed by 10 homeowners. Xiao Pu's face changed drastically, and he gestured frantically to his lawyer. He quickly told him to find a way to divert attention. Even the defendant's mother in the audience looked uneasy. She was just defending him, but now she's in a very awkward position. Xiao Pu was already in a panic. He told his lawyer to try to minimize the compensation for him. So the defense lawyer for the defendant shifted the focus of the defense from not paying to not having the money to pay. The defendant's lawyer said, "Our client, Xiao Pu, currently does not have enough assets to pay compensation. He can only pay a small amount, up to 50,000. He previously said he could pay 150,000, now it's down to 50,000. Is Xiao Pu planning to become a defaulter?" Liang Xiying said, according to the information, Xiao Pu owns a property in this neighborhood, a Mercedes-Benz, and an auto repair shop. It is impossible for him to be unable to afford the compensation. We have now entered the stage of free debate. The defendant's lawyer said, the market value of the defendant's Mercedes-Benz is around 200,000, and the auto repair shop does not make a profit due to poor management. He only has one property left, with over 400,000 in loans, and his wife and child need to live there. It cannot be auctioned off, otherwise, they will be homeless. Therefore, he implores the judge to consider the compensation matter with discretion. I really laughed out of anger. According to their claims, Xiao Pu was a pauper. How is that possible? There must be something fishy going on here. However, according to the defendant's lawyer, even if the properties in the residential area can be frozen, not much money can be obtained after selling them. So, Xiao Pu was clearly unwilling to pay. Just as the trial became tense, the chief criminal investigator Su Tao suddenly arrived at the courtroom and applied to testify as a witness. He has important evidence to provide. I smiled slightly. It seems that my phone call to Su Tao before the trial worked. This captain indeed came to help. The judge allowed Su Tao to testify, so Su Tao stood at the witness stand and began to explain Xiao Pu's situation. Xiao Pu's current assets are not all his. 8 months ago, he used his lover's identification to purchase a property. Although the house is under the woman's name, according to the law, this property constitutes asset transfer and should be used to offset the plaintiff's losses. As soon as Su Tao said this, the scene erupted into an uproar. Xiao Pu's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his back went cold. He didn't expect that his hidden secret would be discovered. Originally, Xiao Pu's wife was supporting her husband below, but when she heard that Xiao Pu bought a house for his lover behind her back, she immediately stood up and cursed loudly, causing chaos at the scene. The defendant's lawyer was completely speechless this time. Originally, he didn't want to pay, but now that the property has been transferred, Xiao Pu has no choice but to compensate. If he refuses, the court will force an auction. It seems that the losses from the scratched car ultimately turned into a gamble. The judge then announced the trial result. After the police investigation, all the evidence presented by the plaintiff was confirmed to be true, and the defendant must compensate Mr. Zhang for all his losses. As for the domestic violence case of Xiao Pu, it will be concluded by the police and then sentenced by the prosecutor's office. At the end of the trial, Xiao Pu suddenly felt weak in the legs and couldn't stand up. At this moment, accompanied by a grand sound effect, Ding Zhang, a 4-star weirdo, completed the task of 1,000-fold compensation, and obtained the title of Weirdo Star. The The system rewards 2 million in cash and presents a detection card. After this case concluded, I returned home and ordered a portion of extremely spicy chicken wings to reward myself. But I didn't expect it to be stolen by the naughty kid next door. The neighbor's naughty kid stole my takeout. As a result, it was so spicy that it felt like my head turned into a pig's head. The child's parents didn't discipline the naughty behavior of the child, but instead made me compensate for his mental distress. However, in the previous episode, after punishing and escaping from capture, to treat myself, I ordered an extremely spicy chicken wing. I didn't expect that when I went to get it, the takeout was nowhere to be found. I turned to look at the corridor, wondering if someone had taken it by mistake. Then I opened the homeowners group and asked who took my takeout that was hanging at the door. As soon as I asked, 5 homeowners successively sent similar messages, saying that their takeout was also missing. These 5 homeowners also had their takeout stolen, and they all live in the same unit. If one incident can be considered a coincidence, then with a total of 6 incidents, it's definitely not a coincidence. Someone is deliberately stealing takeout. Just when I was feeling unlucky, I heard the sound of someone banging on the door. I picked up my phone and went to open the door. I found a father and son standing at the door, looking remarkably alike. The father of the child, with an angry expression, holding a plastic bag, raised it and indignantly asked, "Is this the abnormal spicy chicken wings you ordered?" I took a look at the label outside and saw my name written on it, so it should be the one I lost. How did my takeaway, which I ordered, end up with you? I took a look inside and found that some of the chicken wings had already been eaten, and the little boy's mouth was swollen. I understood what had happened. The boy's father angrily said, "It's because of your spicy chicken wings. My son's mouth is swollen from eating them, and his throat is hoarse. You're practically killing us. My son is injured. What are you going to do about it?" The boy's father asked angrily. "If he's hurt, take him to the hospital immediately. I'm not a doctor. What's the use of coming to me?" The boy's father angrily said, "You caused the injury, you have to compensate." I laughed out of anger. "It's really interesting. Your son stole and ate my takeaway, and I haven't even asked him to compensate. Now you want me to pay?" The netizens who were watching the live broadcast were also shocked by the boy's father's ridiculous remarks. It's truly unbelievable. There are all kinds of people making the victim pay for the stolen takeaway. At this point, the boy's father said, "I won't waste time talking to you. First, compensate me with 6,000 yuan. I need to take my son to the hospital. If it's not enough, you can make up the rest later." I sneered and said, "I didn't let your son eat this takeout. The delivery guy left it at my door for just a few minutes, and then your son stole it. I didn't hold him accountable, yet you want me to compensate. Do I look like the victim here? If you don't compensate, I will call the police," said the boy's father as he picked up the phone. I was not afraid at all. Instead, I urged him to call the police quickly. "Your son is a repeat offender, stealing a lot of takeout. He needs to be properly educated by the police." As soon as I finished speaking, the father's face changed slightly. Thankfully, he put down the phone and said angrily, "You just wait. This isn't over." Then he led the child away. Netizens were all indignant. There are all sorts of people in this world. This father and son are quite peculiar. If Chapu and his son are considered innocent, then this father and son have some issues with their thinking. At this moment, the system sounded again, found a peculiar case. Peculiarity index is 4 stars, must be rectified. Option A, settle the matter peacefully, voluntarily compensate the other party's medical expenses, and receive the title of peacemaker. Option B, must stand firm, make the other party compensate for your takeout expenses. Will refund 49 yuan. Option C, courageously expose the illegal behavior of this father and son, hold the parents accountable by the law, and receive a magical shopping voucher as a reward. Of course, option C should be chosen. Not only can we rectify the peculiar situation, but there's also a reward. This shopping voucher looks like a great deal. According to the system's prompt, it seems that this father also has some illegal behavior. I immediately asked in the homeowners group who had lost something recently. Soon, many people responded, saying someone lost a hoverboard, someone lost a bicycle, and a young lady was the unluckiest, she lost her laptop while resting in the community. It seems that nothing came of it in the end. The security situation in the community is quite bad, even losing takeout is a minor issue compared to these lost items. Altogether, the value adds up to tens of thousands. Could it be that all of this is related to the father and son? In order to investigate their mischief, I used the detection card I obtained earlier. The detection card can uncover all of a person's information, so I discovered that the lost items in the community were all the work of this father and son. Just as I was thinking about how to deal with this father and son, I unexpectedly received a court summons. Upon opening the summons, as expected, the plaintiff was none other than the father of the unruly child, A.O. Dashin. He sued on the grounds of poisoning and harming the child, and demanded an economic compensation of up to 50,000 yuan. This lawsuit is on the fast track. The trial is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Since a lawsuit is involved, we definitely need to find a lawyer, so I immediately called Liang Xiying. Liang Xiying arrived at my house 5 minutes later. I explained the situation to her and even revealed the inside information I had gathered. After that, I called Captain Su Tao to report that someone in our community is suspected of theft. The next afternoon, relevant personnel arrived one after another. At the same time, Lao Dashin and his group also arrived. As soon as he came in, he glared fiercely at me. As the judge struck the gavel, the trial officially began. First was the plaintiff's lawyer, a male lawyer in his 30s, who began to explain the case. My representative, Lao Dashin, and his only son, Lao Longlong, accidentally consumed the defendant's intentionally placed spicy chicken wings yesterday, resulting in varying degrees of injury to their mouths and throats. Medical expenses for treatment have already cost over 3,000, and there will be high subsequent costs. This injury has placed a huge burden and psychological trauma on Lao Longlong and his family. Therefore, we request the defendant to compensate a total of 50,000 yuan for medical expenses, mental damages, and other expenses. After the plaintiff's lawyer finished speaking, the audience below all sneered at him. Lao Dashin is shameless. His son stole and ate someone else's food, caused trouble, and now wants to claim compensation. It's truly outrageous. Next, it's the defendant's lawyer Liang Xiying's turn to make a statement. Hello, Judge. I, on behalf of the defendant, have a different opinion. First, Mr. Zhang ordered takeout for himself, clearly specifying in the notes that he wanted it extremely spicy. There was no subjective intention to harm others, and besides, chili is a food, not a poison. Therefore, the charge brought against him is incorrect. Secondly, Lao Longlong is already 10 years old and in the 5th grade. Yet, he intentionally stole and consumed the takeout without seeing the note, indicating a lack of awareness of the danger. Also, it is due to improper parental education, so the injury to Lao Longlong was his own fault. Therefore, the defendant should bear the responsibility. Additionally, we also request the plaintiff to compensate for the amount of this takeout, a total of 49 yuan. Thank you for hearing Liang Xiying say this. Lao Dashan stood up angrily and cursed. The presiding judge became unhappy and warned the plaintiff to be quiet, otherwise you will be punished. The reason he was so excited is because Liang Xiying hit the nail on the head. There was no need for a trial in this case. It was all forced by him. Now let's move on to the courtroom debate. The plaintiff, Lao Dashan, tearfully presented the video of his son being injured. But when the audience saw these videos, not only did they not sympathize, they really wanted to laugh at the mischievous child who likes to steal, making it impossible for people to sympathize. At this point, I gestured to Liang Xiying that it was time to drop a bombshell. Liang Xiying then took out a document and said in court, according to the investigation, several residents in this community lost various items such as bicycles, computers, wallets, etc. over the course of a year, with a total amount exceeding 30,000 yuan. As soon as Liang Xiying finished speaking, the plaintiff's lawyer objected, asking the defendant not to mention irrelevant content. Liang Xiying said, "Of course it's relevant. Please let me finish. I have a list here, which records the amount of property lost by the relevant residents, along with some receipts. The items sold by Lao Dashan on the second-hand platform are almost identical to these lost items. So, is this a coincidence or inevitable?" As soon as Liang Xiying finished speaking, Lao Dashan's face changed drastically, and he stood up and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. I never stole and sold those things in the first place." Liang Xiying coldly said, "Did I say you stole and sold them? Are you trying to confess? This is defamation. I protest to the presiding judge. Don't let him speak again." Lao Dashan is completely flustered and wants to prevent Liang Xiying from speaking. But this further confirms that Liang Xiying's guess was correct. Lao Dashan sold all the missing items. The presiding judge is very interested in this new evidence, and after reviewing it, he feels it is necessary to investigate. This will affect the entire direction of the case. The presiding judge then announced a 2-hour recess and asked the police to investigate. 2 hours later, the court reconvened, and this time the judge entered with a serious expression. After 2 hours of torment, Lao Dashan had lost his previous arrogance and quickly begged, "Judge, I don't want to continue, I want to withdraw my lawsuit." However, it was not up to him to withdraw now, as he had received authoritative investigation proof from the police. In fact, Su Tao had already received a report from Zhang Feng, conducted an early investigation, and was now officially providing all the evidence to the court. The judge asked, now that the facts are clear, the plaintiff, after the police investigation, it was determined that most of the items you were selling on the Salted Fish app were items lost by residents of this community, with even identical product serial numbers. How do you explain this? Coincidence? It's all a coincidence. My son found them outside. Lao Dashin shifted the blame to his son, knowing that this way he wouldn't be sentenced. However, the law does not easily absolve one of guilt. If minors are involved in theft without their parents' knowledge, they will only be required to return the stolen property or compensate, in addition to parental criticism and education. But if it is done knowingly, it's a different story. Even if, as Lao Dashin claimed, his son found the items, they should have been turned in to find the rightful owners. But he didn't do that. Instead, he sold the items at a low price, which constituted aiding and abetting theft. As this involved a criminal case, the police would conduct further investigations and hand it over to the prosecutor's office. It was now almost certain that Lao Dashin would go to jail, and their civil dispute could be settled. I declare that in the case where the plaintiff Lao Dashin sued Zhang Feng, the results are as follows. His son, Lao Longlong, committed theft against public order and morals, resulting in being injured by eating stolen food. Zhang Feng had reminders when ordering food, showing no subjective intent, and fulfilled his obligations. Therefore, this court finds Zhang Feng not liable, and the plaintiff must compensate the defendant 49 yuan for the food delivery cost and related expenses. In addition, the case of Lao Dashin illegally profiting from selling stolen goods will be handled by the police and sentenced separately. After the judge finished speaking, Lao Dashin looked ashen-faced and slumped in his chair. It seemed that every eccentric who had sued Zhang Feng ended up with the same expression. Reporters frantically pressed the shutter button to capture this expression, which would later be contrasted with Zhang Feng's confident image for tomorrow's front-page headline. This truly exemplified the power of the title eccentric star. Clap, 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 clap. The audience spontaneously stood up and applauded, as Zhang Feng had once again dealt with an eccentric, purified the social atmosphere, and set an example for similar cases, earning immeasurable merit. Anchor Nyobai, I admire you, the promised rocket has been sent. The wealthy viewer 9527 kept his word and sent 10 rockets directly to Zhang Feng's livestream. The rocket animation soared into the sky, igniting the barrage area, with everyone praising Zhang Feng. Not only did he reclaim the money for the food delivery, but he also sent the eccentric Lao Dashin to prison, which was truly satisfying. As Zhang Feng stepped down from the defendant's seat, a group of reporters surrounded him, eager to interview the hottest topic. Hello, Zhang Feng, I'm a reporter from a video platform. This is your first time sitting in the defendant's seat, what are your thoughts? Faced with the question, Zhang Feng replied with just 4 words, the chair is too hard. Laughter erupted from the crowd, as Zhang Feng was indeed humorous. It was likely that someone would suggest replacing the hard chairs with more comfortable ones in the fast-track court tomorrow. What do you think of this case? Another reporter asked. My opinion is, I didn't see anything. Zhang Feng chuckled and continued, it's really eye-opening. There are so many potential eccentrics around us, but the outcome is good. The eccentrics have received the punishment they deserve. You have won this time. Not only will the other party compensate you for your takeaway losses, but they will also face imprisonment. Do you have anything to say to the audience in front of the screen? After the reporter asked this question, Zhang Feng spoke to the camera, one must abide by the law. If you want to eat takeaway, order it yourself. If you are really hungry and have no food, I can treat you, but I will never condone the act of stealing takeaways. Well said. The surrounding crowd applauded together. Listening to Zhang Feng's speech was truly uplifting, dispelling the frustration of encountering weird situations. A female reporter asked, you have encountered 3 weird cases in a row. Netizens say you are jinxed. Are you considering changing your residence? Zhang Feng replied, I will not easily change my residence unless all the weirdos in this area are gone. I will continue to confront the weirdos. With this statement, Zhang Feng expressed his determination to continue fighting against the weirdos. In the barrage of the live broadcast room, thousands of netizens were typing at the same time, welcoming Zhang Feng to move to their neighborhood because they have encountered too many weirdos in their lives. Alright, I have to go now. Let's talk about the next case later. Zhang Feng smiled as he walked through the crowd, accepting the admiring gazes of others. When he arrived outside the court, Zhang Feng received a reward from the system. System, successfully rectified 4-star weirdos, reward of 500,000 renminbi and 1 product ordering card. Product ordering card, can be used to order a product online from anywhere in the world, mission guaranteed. Can I order a delivery from Dongfang Express to a certain country's old witch? Zhang Feng asked with interest. System, no, you can only order civilian goods worth less than 2 million. That's so boring. Zhang Feng was somewhat disappointed. If he could order from Dongfeng Express, it would be cool. When he returned home, everything returned to normal, and Liang Xiying's legal fees were paid off with the characteristics of the weirdo star, making the case a success. After Zhang Feng's series of rectifications, the atmosphere in the neighborhood became clear, with no more mischievous children scratching cars or stealing things. Zhang Feng continued to livestream and chat with netizens, living a very comfortable life. A few days later, Liang Xiying suddenly called Zhang Feng, the first time outside of work. "What's up, big lawyer?" Zhang Feng had just gotten out of bed and lazily asked. "I'm calling to inform you that the case of Lao Dashan has been sentenced." He was sentenced to 1 year and 6 months in prison and fined for inciting children to steal, Liang Xiying said. Great! Zhang Feng's spirits lifted upon hearing this news, which made his day. Normally, the cold and distant Liang lawyer would have hung up after finishing the conversation, but the call was still connected, with no sound. "Hello? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up," Zhang Feng said. Liang Xiying said, "I was wondering if you could quickly find me to file a lawsuit." Zhang Feng immediately joked, "What? Are you hoping I encounter a weirdo so you can make money? I've seen people selling houses and cars, but never someone actively selling lawsuits. I don't want to, but my credit card is about to expire, and I'm short of a few thousand yuan," Liang Xiying said. "So you're thinking about my legal fees? Don't you have other clients?" Zhang Feng asked impatiently. "No, you are currently my only client. No one else is looking for me," Liang Xiying said honestly. "Are you kidding me? You've been in the news for 3 consecutive periods. You should be popular in the industry. How come no one is hiring you for lawsuits?" Liang Xiying explained, "Many people come to me for lawsuits, but after a few words, they become rude and go to someone else." Zhang Feng understood that Liang Xiying's cold and straightforward personality might have offended potential clients with just a few words. Other female teachers can make a man spend 180,000 yuan in 3 sentences, but Liang Xiying, this female lawyer, was cursed by her client 18 times in 3 sentences, which is a bit pitiful when you think about it. Since that's the case, Zhang Feng didn't mind her unpleasant words anymore, promising to find her first when encountering a weirdo. "Thank you, goodbye." Liang Xiying hung up the phone directly, even her thanks were so cold and perfunctory. Zhang Feng thought to himself that since the woman didn't bring any business, it was also her loss. The following days passed uneventfully. Zhang Feng played in his room from day to dusk, killing it in the game with his online friends and receiving numerous gifts. "Awesome, the streamer's 8-win streak this time is so cool, I beg for a spot, please carry me, master." The online friends started bidding, asking the streamer to help them rank up. "Tired of shooting, let's play some CSGO," Zhang Feng said. "Let's go, shooting is the most fun for men." The viewers were excited to play any game with Zhang Feng, eagerly logging in. Now many people could gather to play games together. Zhang Feng's fan group arranged for a dozen people to play together, adding more fun to the game. "Go to point B. There are 2 people at point A, focus fire on them." Zhang Feng was using the microphone to command his brothers in battle when suddenly the outside song Drunken Butterfly threw him off. "I can't fly out, in this flowery world. It turns out I am a drunken butterfly." The intense gun battle game suddenly lost its atmosphere, everyone's thoughts drifting away like the butterfly, flying far away. "Streamer, your background music is quite unique," the viewers mocked. With the background music of Drunken Butterfly, Zhang Feng shouting into the microphone sounded like a country-style singer rapping. The livestream couldn't go on. Zhang Feng took off his headphones and looked out the window, seeing a group of aunties dancing square dance on the street outside the community under the fiery sunset clouds. Why are the aunties suddenly dancing? Zhang Feng was puzzled, as there had been no precedent before. Usually, the aunties in the community would go to nearby parks to dance because the poor sound insulation in the old community would disturb the residents if they played music here. He thought the aunties would leave on their own, but after a while, they danced even more joyfully. The most dazzling ethnic style, horse riding pole dance, fine wine and coffee, these tunes automatically added BGM to Zhang Feng's livestream. If he were a comedy streamer, there would be some humor, but Zhang Feng was a gaming streamer, and he couldn't interact with the audience with this background music. He couldn't just mute himself and become a silent streamer, and it greatly affected his mood for the livestream. "I can't stand it, I'll go ask the aunties to move to another place," Zhang Feng said, putting on his jacket to go out. "Are you going out to confront them? We want to see that too." The viewers' eyes lit up one by one, sensing some trouble brewing. "We should respect the elderly and love the young, this time I'll go advise them politely," Zhang Feng said, but he still turned on his phone to livestream as he went out, changing the game tag in his livestream room to outdoor activities. So many viewers followed Zhang Feng's perspective and went outside the community. The place where the aunties were dancing was by the street outside the community, where there was a green belt and a brick path for pedestrians, which had become the stage for the aunties. They had a lively Bluetooth speaker playing the song Pink Memories, and the aunties were swaying their bulky bodies to the rhythm. If it were a group of young ladies in short skirts and black stockings dancing, it would be eye-catching, but these aunties twisting around here was just unsightly. "Auntie, could you please lower the volume of the music, the noise is too loud and affecting my live stream?" Zhang Feng walked over and politely spoke to one of the aunties. However, the auntie gave him a disdainful look, completely ignoring him, and continued dancing. "Auntie, can you keep it down a bit and find another place to dance?" Zhang Feng spoke to another auntie. "Get lost, you young people are so ignorant, can't you see that you're disturbing our dance?" The auntie with big curly hair said bluntly to Zhang Feng. At the same time, she waved her arms like a mutated snapping turtle, telling Zhang Feng to stay away from her. Zhang Feng said, "But you're also disturbing my live broadcast, I can hear it clearly even at my home over 100 meters away, please keep it down. Why don't you just move somewhere else?" The auntie with wavy hair said impatiently. The bulky auntie next to her chimed in, "Exactly, nowadays young people all have 2 or 3 houses, don't tell me you only have this one, how useless." The aunties actually looked down on Zhang Feng. The viewers in the live chat room burst into laughter. "Wait, am I hearing this right? Did she just say Zhang Feng is useless? He owns a Bugatti and a luxurious penthouse, he just can't move in right now." Exactly, Zhang Feng's annual income is probably more than what I'll make in a lifetime. These aunties are so out of touch, they don't even recognize the internet sensation Zhang Feng. The aunties didn't watch the live broadcast, so of course they didn't know Zhang Feng. They continued to do their own thing, twisting their plump bodies while making fun of Zhang Feng. "Auntie, I just asked you to keep it down or find another place to dance, why are you talking about something else?" Zhang Feng said displeased. "If you want to move, you move, we were dancing just fine." "Exactly, can't you wear earplugs? I've seen neighbors wearing them, they can sleep even during daytime construction noise upstairs." The aunties kept chattering, leaving Zhang Feng to solve the problem on his own. Zhang Feng took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and said, "I told you I'm live streaming, wearing earplugs won't help, I need my viewers to hear me, but all they can hear now is your music, how can I work like this? Young man, just bear with it, we'll only dance for a while." At this moment, another auntie stepped in to mediate. Zhang Feng thought, if they were only going to dance for a while, it wouldn't be a big deal, but he had to set some rules. They could dance for an hour, but only today, not in the future. In that case, he could be more generous and not stoop to their level. Just for a day? You're depriving us elderly of our leisure activities, you don't respect the old and love the young. The auntie with wavy hair criticized Zhang Feng. Upon hearing this, the viewers burst into laughter again. Zhang Feng squinted his eyes, respecting the old and loving the young is indeed a traditional Chinese virtue, but it applies to kind and gentle elderly people and obedient children, not to these elderly women who rely on their age and morality to influence others' daily routines. At this point, other residents of the community also came out. Some households had elderly people who needed to sleep when it got dark, but the noise here made it impossible for them to rest, causing them to become neurotic. Some families had children doing homework, but the noise was too loud for the kids to concentrate. It could be said that these 11 aunties, single-handedly, disrupted the daily routines of the entire community. So, more neighbors gathered around Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's neighbors began to criticize the aunties together. "Why did you suddenly come to our community to dance? Isn't there a free park 2 kilometers away? You mentioned 2 kilometers, why don't you rent a car and go there?" The auntie with wavy hair retorted arrogantly. "Why should I drive you there? It seems like you're not from our community, go back to your own and dance there." Some neighbors recognized the auntie with wavy hair as a resident of a nearby community. This group of aunties didn't dance in their own community but walked over to this side to dance in the square, which was indeed inappropriate. The middle-aged neighbor said, "The law allows dancing, but you are disturbing the peace. Go back to your community to dance, and we won't bother you." This angered Zhang Feng, who thought, if it's okay to worry about his grandson's studies, then it's okay to affect others too, right? Netizens were outraged. Is this the case of the dead poor Taoist not dying Taoist? The auntie is purely selfish and should be criticized, filmed, posted on social media, and written about in lengthy articles. It's not that old people are turning bad, it's that bad people are getting old. Not only were netizens upset, but the male neighbor was also provoked. He walked up and turned off the auntie's music, finally bringing peace. In those silent seconds, Zhang Feng felt unexpectedly relaxed. He realized that quietness could also be a form of enjoyment. The aunties were immediately unhappy and confronted the male neighbor. "What's wrong with you? Are you bullying us elderly? Let me tell you, I have 2 sons and a bunch of nephews and nieces. If you mess with me, I'll have someone take care of you." These 11 aunties were so furious that the male neighbor couldn't handle it and had to step back. Suddenly, the system issued a prompt, detected a weirdness rating of 2 stars, to be observed. Only 2 stars? Zhang Feng was puzzled. With the aunties being so unreasonable, in his opinion, it should have been a 4-star situation. Since the system didn't prompt him to act, he decided to wait and let the situation unfold. Seeing this, Zhang Feng called the police at 110 to deal with the aunties. It was a routine case that could have been handled by 2 officers, but Zhang Feng's reputation within the local police force was well known. Zhang Feng's involvement made it a hot topic online, so the patrol captain, Su Tao, personally led the team to the scene. Upon arrival, Su Tao saw residents arguing with the aunties, the loud music blaring, and he understood the situation. Turn off the music. With Su Tao's authoritative presence in his police uniform, the aunties' arrogance subsided, and they turned off the music. Su Tao asked for an explanation, and both sides started explaining their perspectives. The aunties claimed they were being bullied and lamented the decline of morality. The residents argued that the aunties' dancing disturbed the peace and affected their rest. Su Tao, with years of police experience, quickly understood the situation. He separated the arguing parties and began to educate the aunties. Your dancing should not disturb the peace. Put away the music and stop dancing. The auntie with the permed hair immediately objected. How can this be? Exercise is our freedom. The country encourages people to stay fit. Are you trying to obstruct the national fitness policy? The aunties kept coming up with excuses and twisted arguments. Su Tao warned them, don't give me that. I warn you, you are disturbing the peace. Please go to the park or other places to dance, or I have the authority to penalize you. What, can the police just drive us away? The noise pollution prevention law is still in the drafting stage, so you have no right to fine us. Exactly, if you dare to enforce the law arbitrarily, I will complain to the inspectorate about your rough enforcement. Su Tao suddenly felt overwhelmed. Dealing with elderly people who know a bit about the law and are being difficult was a challenge. They wouldn't care about saving face and causing a scene, making it difficult to handle. While he could make arrests, if things escalated, the entire police station would be in chaos, and he would surely face reprimands from his superiors. However, he was on the scene and had to enforce the law impartially. With so many eyes watching him, he couldn't neglect his duty. Leave here quickly, otherwise you are provoking trouble. Su Tao waved his hand, and 2 colleagues came up to drive the old lady away. But as soon as they touched the feisty old lady, she immediately rolled her eyes, trembled all over, and frightened the police into not daring to move. The police are hitting people, bullying the elderly. Other old ladies joined in the commotion. Su Tao, a veteran police officer of more than 10 years, could see at a glance that they were all pretending. There were already people around him opening their phones to record, and if this were to be posted online, it might become a heavily edited short video accusing them of using excessive force, potentially sparking widespread condemnation. Seeing the situation, Su Tao realized that if things escalated further, he might be suspended. He had no choice but to say, alright, as long as you follow the rules, we won't arrest you. With that, he had the old lady released and could only lead his team to withdraw. Before leaving, Su Tao gave Zhang Feng a meaningful look. He couldn't intervene with these troublesome old ladies, so he had to rely on Zhang Feng, the eccentric star. Zhang Feng understood the message and subtly returned a glance, indicating received. Su Tao had helped Zhang Feng a lot before, so now that he was facing difficulties, he needed Zhang Feng to step in. At the same time, Zhang Feng received a notification from the system. System detected an increase in the eccentricity index to 4 stars. Continue to rectify the disturbance caused by the eccentric old ladies. Please choose from the following options. Option A, let it be, buy earplugs for yourself, ignore what you hear, and you will be awarded the title of patient with deaf ears. Option B, move to a different place, and you will find peace. You will be awarded the title of clever as a fox. Option C, firmly say no to the disruptive old ladies, counterattack and sanction them, make them regret deeply, warn other troublemakers in society, and prevent them from disturbing the peace with loud music. Upon successful completion of the task, you will be rewarded with a mysterious name brand watch. I choose C. Zhang Feng made the choice without hesitation. On one hand, it was a system task, and on the other hand, it was Captain Su's request. Zhang Feng had no reason to refuse. After some thought, Zhang Feng devised a plan to deal with the square dancing old ladies, relying on the product ordering card the system had rewarded him last time. Zhang Feng opened the Jingxi app shopping mall, checked the audio equipment category, sorted by price from high to low, and the first item on the page was a flagship product from a high-end hi-fi audio store, the German Physik professional audio system made in Germany. This audio system was extraordinary, with a top-quality solid wood cabinet, 8 low-frequency units, 16 mid-low frequency units, and a high-frequency unit, forming a massive sound system. What was even more astonishing was its price, a whopping $250,000, and it was not even available for sale. The store also stated, "Display items are not for sale," indicating that no one could buy it. "Sorry, but for the sake of rectifying the situation, I have to inconvenience you. Come to me." Zhang Feng used the product shopping cart on this top-tier audio system, and the system immediately notified him, "Product purchased, currently being delivered, estimated delivery time 15 minutes, please select the delivery address." So fast? Zhang Feng was also surprised. If it weren't for the system's intervention, he would have suspected that the store was nearby in their community. Zhang Feng chose the delivery location to be on the same street. While he was selecting the audio system, the old lady lying on the ground had already gotten up and started dancing with the other old ladies as if nothing had happened. This time, they danced even more excitedly, as if they had won a victory, even dancing to the song So High. After all, even with the police present, they couldn't stop them from dancing, which was indeed worth celebrating. This wave of divine operations really left the neighbors in the surrounding community stunned. The police couldn't do anything about these group of middle-aged women. Is there no one who can control them? The residents in the community shook their heads one by one. They had already lost hope in this world, ready to buy earplugs and take a negative attitude towards this matter. At this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly posted a message in the homeowners group. "Hello everyone, I am Zhang Feng. Are you also disturbed by the noise? Are you also deeply disgusted by the square dancing that disturbs the peace? I guarantee with the reputation of a broadcaster, as long as you take your elderly and children out of the community for 1 hour, and pay attention to protecting your hearing, I will give you a peaceful living environment." Really? Hunan pulled wisdom teeth. The residents in the community praised and supported in the group. There were also people who didn't understand the internet slang, asking what the connection was between this matter and Hunan, wisdom teeth? Someone explained to them that it was a homophonic pun meaning difficult not to support, and everyone understood. After the 2 previous lawsuits, everyone knew Zhang Feng's ability, and the residents in the community were willing to believe in him. So families with elderly, weak, sick, or disabled members took action and temporarily took their loved ones out of the community. As a result, the dancing middle-aged women on the streets saw hundreds of people leaving the community one after another. Why did so many people leave? Forget about them, it's cleaner without them, let's continue dancing. The group of middle-aged women started dancing as if no one was watching, this time to the song Step Step Step. Zhang Feng, who had been observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but admire the energy of these middle-aged women. They had been dancing for over an hour and showed no signs of stopping, even better than some young people in terms of stamina. It is strongly recommended that the national triathlon team come here to recruit these middle-aged women to win gold medals. Soon, most of the weaker residents in the community had left, and the remaining ones were scattered around, wanting to see how Zhang Feng would handle the situation. At the same time, Zhang Feng received a call from Jingxi Express. "Hello, Mr. Zhang Feng, we are here to deliver your goods." Zhang Feng said, "Okay, I am on the street. Unload the items here and assemble them for me. I want to inspect them on the spot." Jingxi Express was well known for its service quality. They brought a box of goods and assembled them on the street, even connecting the wires to the car power supply to facilitate Zhang Feng's testing. "You should stand back a bit, I am going to turn up the volume here." Zhang Feng kindly reminded them and gave them 2 boxes of Zhenghua cigarettes to smoke. Zhang Feng also knew that these delivery men worked hard from dawn to dusk and it was not easy for them. By delaying their off-duty time, giving them a few packs of cigarettes could be considered as compensation for their loss of work. "Alright, take your time to test it." The delivery men were happy and ran to a distance to smoke, as it was their last delivery of the day and they could go off duty after completing it. Zhang Feng put on noise-canceling headphones to avoid being affected by the loud sound, then he studied the audio manual to understand how to use the remote control. Smart netizens who were watching the live broadcast already knew what Zhang Feng was planning to do. Someone said, "If I were those middle-aged women, I would run away immediately. It's not good to stay here. These middle-aged women are fearless, even the police couldn't handle them. I think they already believe they are invincible and won't run away." Zhang Feng saw the comments from the netizens and smiled. "I am going to start playing music now. To prevent damage to your eardrums, please lower the volume, please understand." With that, Zhang Feng pressed the power button and connected his phone. He used this top-notch audio equipment to play the selected song. What is the name of Daddy's Daddy? Daddy's Daddy is Grandpa. A classic children's song played from this top-notch audio system. The bass effect of this sound system is really amazing. With the volume turned up, Standing next to it makes you feel like every part of your body is vibrating. Zhang Feng is wearing noise-canceling headphones, but can still clearly hear children's songs. This sound system is really powerful, truly deserving of being a top-level audiophile system. The heavy bass effect is like a heavy hammer, making people's heads spin, almost like a sonic weapon. The loud volume immediately drowned out the small, old Bluetooth speaker the aunties were using, and now all they can think of are fathers and grandfathers. One of the aunties even had a slight hallucination, feeling like her deceased grandfather was coming from the sky to take her away. Who turned on the sound system? The aunties were angry, but others could only see their mouths moving without hearing any sound, due to the strong interference of the children's songs. Soon, the aunties noticed the commotion at Zhang Feng's place and all rushed over to investigate. It turned out that a strange large sound system was causing trouble, preventing them from dancing their square dance. "You naughty kid!" Several aunties pointed at Zhang Feng and scolded. However, Zhang Feng just waved his hand while wearing headphones, indicating that he couldn't hear anything. "Quickly turn it off, you are disturbing the peace," shouted the aunt with wavy hair. This time, they could read her lips and the netizens couldn't hold back anymore. When she opened her sound system, it wasn't considered disturbing, but when others did it, it was. This auntie was really good at double standards. "What did you say? I can't hear you." This time, Zhang Feng shrugged innocently, saying their voices were too soft for him to hear. The aunties were a formidable force that not even the police could handle, so they couldn't be controlled by Zhang Feng. They went straight to the source of the trouble, the strange sound system. "What a lousy sound system, made of wood, so low quality, just like the cheap sound systems we had in the production team when we were young," one auntie commented. "Anyway, this sound system didn't meet the aesthetic standards of the elderly. If you don't turn it off, I'll smash it." The aunt with wavy hair couldn't take it anymore and started threatening to smash the sound system. When the netizens saw the auntie wanting to smash the sound system, some who knew a bit about it tried to persuade her, "Host, this is such a good sound system, it shouldn't be smashed, please turn it off." Immediately, some netizens were unhappy and retorted in the comments, "Who is Zhang Feng? How can he be so cowardly? If it's smashed, he can buy a new one anytime." Zhang Feng typed a response to the comments, "Yes, damaging property is a serious waste of resources. I need to remind the aunties." Due to communication difficulties, Zhang Feng wrote on a piece of paper, "This sound system is expensive, please don't smash it," and showed it to the aunties. In fact, this was Zhang Feng's disclaimer, as he had already warned that the sound system was valuable, and if it was damaged, they would have to pay for it. "I'll kick your grandma's leg." The aunt with wavy hair didn't care at all and kicked the sound system, causing part of it to tilt to one side. However, the top-quality sound system was still playing music even while lying on the ground. Now it was playing Pulling Radishes. Hey yo, pulling radishes, hey yo, can't pull them out. Old lady, come quickly, come help us pull the radishes. This lyric made the aunties furious, thinking it was mocking them. The 11 aunties all rushed forward, smashing and kicking the sound system violently, with one even picking up a stone from the ground to hit it. The netizens were stunned, not expecting the aunties to actually smash the sound system in front of them, and with such ferocity. The netizens started joking in the comments. "These aunties are definitely in trouble. This sound system looks very expensive. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't dare to smash it. I hereby dub the aunties as the sound system terminators." No matter how good the sound quality was, it couldn't withstand the onslaught of these 11 people, and eventually stopped playing, turning the top-level sound system into a pile of damaged debris. They finally heard the dance music playing on their Bluetooth speakers. The aunties seemed to have won a battle, each preparing to go back with their heads held high to dance. One auntie who knew how to live frugally even took apart the wooden speaker casing to bring home for firewood. "Anchor, what should we do? Your good speaker was smashed, aren't you upset?" a netizen asked. "Upset? Why should I be upset? They will compensate anyway, I'll just buy another one." Zhang Feng coldly laughed and hung up on Su Tao. Due to multiple previous collaborations on reporting crimes, Zhang Feng had already added Su Tao's work phone number, so now it was most appropriate to contact him about this matter. "Captain Su, I'm reporting a crime. Someone intentionally damaged my personal property, and the amount is very large," Zhang Feng said. "How much?" Su Tao calmly asked, as if he had been prepared for this. "Not much, just 250,000, Zhang Feng said. "So little?" Su Tao was puzzled. In the past when Zhang Feng took action, the compensation amount was always in the millions, but this time it was much less. It seemed he was holding back. "In US dollars, Zhang Feng added. Su Tao. After a moment of silence, he said he would come to the scene immediately. Su Tao felt relieved this time. It was indeed the familiar meticulous anchor, and the amount was also appropriate, so he immediately brought a team of officers to the scene. The aunties were dancing when they suddenly saw 3 police cars approaching, but they had already clashed earlier and were not afraid at all. They dared to evict them, so they would just fall to the ground again and see if the police could handle it. However, this time when Su Tao got out of the car, he went straight to Zhang Feng to inquire about the situation. "It's this speaker, I just bought it from Jingxi, and it was smashed." Zhang Feng showed Su Tao his purchase record, which showed a whopping 1,675 million yuan paid according to today's US dollar exchange rate. Su Tao nodded and gestured to take action. The 10 or so officers who arrived included both men and women, and even a forensic doctor from the team, ensuring they could immediately tell whether the aunties were pretending or not. These people surrounded the aunties as soon as they arrived. "What are you going to do? I warn you, I will complain about you," the aunties threatened as they took out their phones. "I am officially notifying you now. You have violated the law by damaging someone else's property, and the amount is huge. I am now taking you back to the station to explain the situation," Su Tao said. "What are you doing? Damaging what property? How much can a broken wooden speaker be worth?" the aunties said indignantly. "That broken wooden speaker you mentioned is worth 1,675 million, Su Tao said coldly. "What? Over $1 million? Are you robbing us? Trying to deceive us?" the aunties argued loudly. However, the police warned them, but they still did not listen, so it could be considered obstructing official duties, and they could take coercive measures. This time the police were well prepared and would not indulge them. Those who resisted fiercely were immediately handcuffed, a way to assert authority. When the curly-haired auntie saw that this time it was serious, she immediately rolled her eyes, trembled, and pretended to be sick. At this moment, the forensic doctor's sister walked up, looked at the auntie's eyelids, and said, "There's nothing wrong, just some phlegm in her throat. I'll dig it out with my hand." A young police officer nearby smirked and asked, "Sister Feng, aren't you a forensic doctor? How come you're treating patients too?" Forensic Dr. Feng said, "I also graduated from medical school. Of course, I can treat patients. My hands can not only touch corpses but also treat patients." Saying that, she opened the auntie's mouth. The auntie immediately opened her eyes and asked in horror, "Have your hands touched corpses?" The forensic doctor said, "Yes, before coming here, I touched them, the ones that ooze oil and flow green water. Don't worry, I washed my hands. Don't touch me, EW." The big wave aunt suddenly pushed away the forensic doctor's hand and got up to dry heave. Now she couldn't pretend to be sick anymore. The forensic Dr. Feng Jia coldly snorted and said arrogantly, "Playing sick in front of me, still so young, take her away." So the big wave aunt was taken away in a car, along with other square dance ants, who also brought their Bluetooth speakers and were collectively taken away. Finally, peace was restored to the neighborhood. Zhang Feng is awesome. Impressive, impressive. The neighbors who were watching the commotion all applauded and praised Zhang Feng's heroic act, which was truly heartwarming. "It's nothing, I'm just eliminating harm for the people." Zhang Feng modestly waved his hand in acknowledgement. At that moment, a woman said to her daughter, "Hurry up and thank the brother." The 6 or 7-year-old girl ran up to Zhang Feng, bowed, and then started singing and dancing. "Listen to me, thank you, because of you, the 4 seasons are warm." "Stop, this song is a bit overwhelming for me, don't sing anymore." Unable to bear such gratitude, Zhang Feng quickly stopped her and bid farewell to the neighbors as he had to go to the police station to make a statement. The neighborhood residents bid farewell to Zhang Feng as if they were sending off a hero, with applause and cheers. Upon seeing this scene, netizens were amazed. Truly the voice of the people, Zhang Feng is welcomed wherever he goes. Indeed, our good anchor is a unique star, a model for loving the people. However, the netizens couldn't watch the live broadcast any longer as live streaming was prohibited in police cars, and it was already late in the day. Zhang Feng bid farewell to the netizens and promised to share the latest information with them. Okay. Zhang Feng fulfilled the netizens' request and then turned off the live broadcast before heading to the police station, which he had visited multiple times before. At the police station, Zhang Feng made a statement, mainly providing the purchase link for the product and explaining the situation at the time. The new audio equipment he had just received less than an hour ago had already turned into a pile of junk, so he would definitely have to compensate at the original price. At a price of $250,000, calculated at the exchange rate of 1:6.7 on that day, it amounted to 1,675 million renminbi, setting a new record for Zhang Feng's compensation amount. When the group of ants arrived at the police station, they immediately started arguing, making the police station as lively as a market. The key point was that they refused to believe that a speaker could be worth over $1 million. "We used to produce similar speakers in the production brigade, and they were only a few hundred yuan at the time. Exactly, those speakers were so ugly. 1,675 million is way too much. Saying this, the big wave aunt took out 200 yuan and slapped it on the table. This is for his speaker, no need to look further. The investigating police officers rubbed their temples, never having encountered such ignorant ants. Could prices from decades ago be compared to today's prices? Another aunt suggested, if it doesn't work out, I'll have my nephew, who is a carpenter, make a wooden speaker for him, using red pine wood, and attach a few of those big horns from the street office, it will sound just as loud. Now everyone truly understood how ignorant these ants were. Since they couldn't reason with them, Zhang Feng had to resort to his old methods. He immediately called Liang Xiying. Liang Xiying was straightforward and asked, "What case is this?" "Someone smashed my speaker at the police station," Zhang Feng said. "Okay, I'll be right there." Liang Xiying hung up and arrived promptly. By then, Zhang Feng had completed his statement and could go home. The 11 ants were also released. Since negotiations failed, Zhang Feng would have to seek justice through legal means. Liang Xiying sat in Zhang Feng's Bugatti Veyron and arrived at the neighborhood, where there were remnants of the speakers. After getting out of the car, Liang Xiying took photos of the scene, which would serve as evidence for the lawsuit. She then took screenshots of Zhang Feng's purchase and recordings from the live broadcast. When Zhang Feng saw that the other party had already been warned that the sound system was expensive, but the other party still destroyed it, he nodded approvingly and said, "You did a smart thing. Without this warning, the compensation amount would have been much lower." Zhang Feng said, "Of course, having read the 300 Tang poems, even if I can't recite poetry, I can still appreciate it. Seeing you in court so often, I've picked up a thing or two as well. Alright, I will prepare the lawsuit as soon as possible, and I will probably file it the day after tomorrow." After Liang Xiying finished speaking, she planned to hail a taxi back. "I'll give you a ride." Zhang Feng had been dealing with her for so long and still didn't know where Liang Xiying lived, so he wanted to see her off. "No need." Liang Xiying declined and called a ride-sharing service to take her away. "Strange woman," Zhang Feng commented before heading home. Now his home was peaceful and quiet, a tranquility he had fought for. The system was indeed great. When encountering strange people, you had to confront them. Being too accommodating would only make them more arrogant. Zhang Feng lay comfortably in bed, and before falling asleep, he posted a status, "Lawsuit prepared, stay tuned." This sparked a buzz in the live streaming community once again. Many netizens spread the news that Zhang Feng was dealing with the troublemakers. The next day, Liang Xiying went to the police station to gather information about the dancing aunties and then formally filed a lawsuit with the court. The fast-track court accepted the case and decided to hold a hearing the next afternoon. The next day, the morning was spent in mediation outside the courtroom. Based on the situation at the police station, Zhang Feng knew there would be no result, so he didn't bother going and sent Liang Xiying to mediate on his behalf. This was his final chance for the aunties. If they were willing to compensate and ensure they wouldn't disturb the peace with their square dancing in the future, he would refrain from suing. As expected, Liang Xiying returned with the report that the aunties were only willing to compensate with 5,000 yuan or have their carpenter relative make a wooden sound system for Zhang Feng. Even now, the aunties didn't acknowledge the value of the sound system. "Did you show them my purchase records?" Zhang Feng asked. Liang Xiying replied, "I did, but they said it was photoshopped." Zhang Feng had to admit that the aunties were ignorant in some aspects, but they were quite knowledgeable in others, although they misused their intelligence. Since that was the case, Zhang Feng decided to ignore them and wait for the afternoon court session. At 2 p.m., the first fast-track courtroom was packed with spectators and media. Today's case was very relatable to daily life, involving the topic of square dancing disturbances. The noise pollution prevention law was still in the drafting stage when this incident occurred, and the enforcement of the law should have a certain push. Therefore, this compensation case arising from square dancing disturbances had attracted widespread attention. The trial began with the plaintiff's lawyer, Liang Xiying, making her statement. She presented that a total of 11 aunties from the neighboring community were dancing outside the plaintiff's community, disturbing the residents' rest. After multiple warnings and failed coordination, they destroyed the plaintiff's high-end sound system worth $250,000, and the plaintiff demanded full compensation. The 11 aunties on the defendant's side had hired a formidable defense lawyer named Li Si, who was well known in the industry. Today, Liang Xiying had met a real opponent. However, before the lawyer could speak, the aunties stood up at the defendant's table and started arguing. "You young men are so unethical, actually harming us elderly folks." Zhang Feng sneered, "When you were dancing in the square, you didn't even break a sweat after an hour. I didn't see you as old. Now that you're defendants, you claim to be old? We are indeed old. Can't you see that?" The aunties tried to divert the topic. Unable to tolerate it, the presiding judge hammered the gavel to quiet them down. Once the scene calmed down, the defense lawyer Li Si began his statement. Dear presiding judge, honorable judges, I am the defense attorney for the defendant. My client, Ms. Chen Zhu, and 11 others were dancing normally on the street, not violating any laws. It was the plaintiff who first provoked by playing loud music, which caused serious harm to Ms. Chen's physical and mental well-being. She experienced angina and was in imminent danger to her life. In order to save herself, she smashed the sound system, which was an act of self-defense. The other 10 women were also acting out of urgency to help, displaying courage and righteousness. Therefore, they should be exempt from punishment. Furthermore, the plaintiff should compensate Ms. Chen for her mental distress. When attorney Li Si made this statement, the courtroom was shocked. What was originally a clear-cut compensation case turned into a situation where Zhang Feng not only lost a sound system but also had to pay compensation. This guy's words could turn black into white. Wow, finally realized the power of a lawyer's tongue, turning wrong into right. Can this lawyer have any shame left? The audience in the courtroom couldn't help but comment. In fact, Li Si was known as a rogue in legal circles, and if he didn't have some skills, he wouldn't have been hired by Chen Zhu to fight this lawsuit. The women began to look pleased, thinking that Chen Zhu had indeed spent money wisely on hiring a lawyer who could turn the tables, allowing them to avoid paying any compensation. Li Si, the lawyer hired by Chen Zhu, also defended the other women. Although his legal fees were high, it seemed like money well spent as they gained the upper hand. Li Si's counterattack didn't stop there. He submitted a medical report showing that Ms. Chen had heart disease, high blood pressure, epilepsy, and other conditions. The doctor advised against being in a high-noise environment as it could easily trigger her conditions and endanger her life. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Feng couldn't help but applaud Li Si. His sharp arguments were trying to manipulate the court proceedings. Chen Zhu, also known as the lady with the wavy hair, had her own medical report, showing that she was prepared for the case. The pressure was now on Liang Xiying's side. Liang Xiying first examined the medical report, which bore the official seal of the city center hospital, giving it legal validity. She needed to counter the argument from another angle. Liang Xiying presented a live video from the day of the incident as evidence. The 11 women had been singing and dancing for over an hour without any signs of discomfort, which contradicted the severity mentioned in the medical report. Liang Xiying said, before the defendant smashed the sound system, our party had already issued a warning, and they showed no signs of illness. Therefore, smashing the sound system was purely an act of personal venting and should not be considered an act of self-defense. Li Si countered, facial expressions cannot be used as evidence of illness. The party involved was already experiencing angina at the time, and exposure to noise would have triggered the illness. Smashing the sound system was a means of self-preservation. Liang Xiying's expression grew serious as she found it difficult to effectively counter the arguments presented by Li Si, feeling led by the nose by the opposing party. She realized she had hit a dead end and needed to step away from the debate on whether Chen Zhu was ill or not, avoiding the language trap set by the other side. Zhang Feng, observing the situation, thought that Liang Xiying was a bit inexperienced and needed the help of an experienced hand. So, he passed a note to Liang Xiying with 2 allegories written on it: treat others as you would like to be treated, and 2 peaches kill 3 men. Liang Xiying's eyes lit up as she suddenly had an idea. She then said, our party, Zhang Feng, playing music on the street was reasonable and legal, without any issues. If Chen Zhu felt unwell, she could have simply left the area, which would have been easier than smashing the sound system. Therefore, her actions were intentional. Here is the translation of the text to English. Here, Liang Xiying used the strategy of returning the favor with the same method, saying that playing music for square dancing is not their responsibility, so they are not responsible either. If they want to refute, then the other party's argument would not hold. This time it was Li Si's turn to frown. He did not expect Liang Xiying to react so quickly, making it difficult for him. So he brought up the previous argument, stating that the situation was urgent, and Chen Zhu was in an emergency situation, so not responsible. Liang Xiying had adjusted her thinking by now and expressed her opinion. First, the medical report is only from the city hospital. There is a possibility of misdiagnosis. It should be verified by a neutral third-party authoritative assessment organization for us to accept. Second, assuming, I said assuming, even if Ms. Chen Zhu has an illness, according to the video, she did not mention any health issues, the other defendants may not know, so there is no act of bravery. They participated in the vandalism and must compensate for the losses, based on the total price of the sound system of 1,675 million yuan. If divided among 11 people, each person would have to pay over 150,000 yuan, not to mention Ms. Chen Zhu's compensation. The other 10 people each need to pay at least 150,000. This time Liang Xiying used the strategy of Zhang Feng's advice to kill 3 with 2 peaches. She noticed that Li Si was vigorously defending Chen Zhu, so Liang Xiying avoided attacking her and targeted the other 10 middle-aged women. What do you mean we have to pay? Lawyer, tell him quickly, we don't want to pay. As soon as they heard that they all had to pay, and such a large amount, the remaining 10 middle-aged women started chattering to Li Si. However, this lawyer was hired by Chen Zhu, and Li Si only needed to ensure her rights. Because the other 10 women were a bit clueless, he found it difficult to defend them effectively, so he decided not to bother with them. As a result, it seemed that the plaintiff did not need Chen Zhu to pay, but the remaining 10 people would have to bear 150,000 each. What can these middle-aged women do? Just dancing, and now they have to pay 150,000. Some of them immediately turned hostile. Some of the women started insulting Zhang Feng on the spot, blaming him for extortion. And some started accusing Chen Zhu. Chen Zhu, you invited us to dance in the square, and you were the first to smash the sound system. Why are you ignoring us now? You took off like nothing happened. Chen Zhu signaled to her sisters not to speak out of turn. But in her heart, she was already cursing them. You idiots, I asked you to get the medical report, but you didn't go. I feel sorry for the few thousand yuan. How can the lawyer defend this? The unity of the middle-aged women began to split due to the issue of compensation, and the strategy of killing 3 with 2 peaches succeeded. The women started blaming each other. One of the women couldn't take it anymore and revealed the truth on the spot. Chen Zhu, don't think I don't know where that medical report came from. Your son works as a doctor at the central hospital, boasting about how high his salary is. This time he must have helped you get a fake certificate. Your health, when you were stealing eggs at the supermarket, you never seemed sick, running faster than a rabbit. Chen Zhu was flustered this time, and began to rebuke the other party. Don't slander me, I have always been sick, I just didn't show it. Li Si sighed inwardly, thinking he was being ruined by this group of teammates. The case was now without suspense. Although Chen Zhu did not admit to falsifying the medical report, the presiding judge saw through it and announced a recess, extending it by an hour to investigate the matter thoroughly. They entrusted the police to investigate and gather evidence. The news quickly came out that the revelation made by the middle-aged women was true. Chen Zhu's son did indeed work at the central hospital, so there was a possibility of falsifying the medical report. It could not be used as evidence, and Chen Zhu needed to go to a specialized institution for assessment. Therefore, the court announced a recess, and Chen Zhu had to undergo a medical examination at an authoritative medical assessment institution. If she did not go, it would be considered as having no medical proof. The verdict would be made after the medical report is available in this case. The audience on the scene was not satisfied, as there was no immediate outcome. However, this is a normal phenomenon, as some lawsuits can be prolonged, and this fast court process is already very quick compared to others that can take several months. Zhang Feng was very optimistic, assuring the audience that they would win next time in court. When leaving the court, Liang Xiying found him and thanked Zhang Feng for his advice, which helped her turn the tables when facing Li Si. Don't mention it. I also want to win my case. Just learn from this experience for the future, he said before leaving Liang Xiying feeling conflicted. The second court session was scheduled for the next day at 1:30 p.m. The defendants, including Chen Zhu, were in panic as the medical examination report had been released. Although her health was subpar, she did not have symptoms of heart disease or high blood pressure. This meant that the previous report provided was either misdiagnosed or fabricated. With this revelation, Chen Zhu and the others had no more excuses and could not avoid compensation. Now, the discussion was focused on the specific amount of compensation. Li Si, as the representative, had no choice but to try to defend Chen Zhu as best as he could. Li Si said, Ms. Chen Zhu only made the first hit. She did not cause the damage to the sound system. However, Liang Xiying did not care about that. She sued all 11 individuals, and as long as they could collectively come up with 167,500 yuan, she was fine. The specific amount each person had to pay would be determined by the court. The presiding judge and others had thoroughly reviewed the specific process of damaging the sound system at the time. The key indicator for determining the compensation amount was that the person who initiated the physical altercation would bear the main responsibility, and the person who caused the damage to the sound system would also share the main responsibility. The rest of the individuals would have a secondary responsibility. In the end, the court made its judgment. As the presiding judge stood up to announce the result, everyone listened intently. In the case of the sound system compensation, the defendants Chen Zhu and Park Hyangran were found to be primarily responsible. Chen Zhu made the first hit, and Park Hyangran used a brick to damage the sound system beyond repair. Each of them will pay 250,000 yuan. The other 9 individuals will pay varying amounts from 130,000 to 20,000 yuan. The compensation must be paid within 7 days of the court's ruling. In addition, there is an additional 150,000 yuan, which was improperly managed by the plaintiff Zhang Feng. He will also bear joint liability for this amount. After this announcement, the middle-aged women went crazy and started shouting loudly. They cursed Zhang Feng, the presiding judge, the onlookers, and anyone else they could see because they could not accept having to pay so much money for dancing. In reality, dancing in the square would not incur any costs. They were out of line when they destroyed the luxury sound system, leading to the compensation. If they had followed moral and legal principles, they would not have ended up in this situation. Therefore, these middle-aged women brought this upon themselves. Accustomed to being unruly, the middle-aged women had picked the wrong fight this time. The most aggressive ones were immediately taken away by the court police, likely to be detained for contempt of court. Chen Zhu and the others were naturally dissatisfied and vowed to appeal. There was no problem with appealing, and Zhang Feng could accompany them in the lawsuit. Since the facts of the case were clear, he was sure to win. As for bearing the 150,000 yuan loss himself, it did not matter to him. After all, he was wealthy, and the sound system was a complimentary gift, costing him nothing. It was quite satisfying to be able to punish others without spending a dime. When Zhang Feng walked down to the stage, a group of reporters surrounded him as usual. Seeing someone he disliked, Zhang Feng immediately shouted, "Keep away from me, you dog." This caused a burst of laughter. However, the reporter was not pleased and loudly questioned, "The middle-aged women are being fined 150,000 to over 200,000 yuan just for dancing. Are you intentionally doing this to bully a vulnerable group?" Zhang Feng said, No, these aunties are not weak at all. They even drove away the police before. They rely on their age and experience, making them the most powerful group in the world. Especially the ringleader, Chen Zhu. She came to our community to dance, just because dancing in her own community would affect her grandson. Such a double-standard person should be punished and not worthy of sympathy. Well said. The audience in front of the screen expressed their agreement through barrage comments. The square dances in many places are too disturbing. There is one near my building, they don't listen even when told, it's so annoying. That's right. Zhang Feng has set an example for us. In the future, if such situations arise, we will also confront the disturbance head-on. Zhang Feng smiled and nodded. The reason he fought this lawsuit was to inspire people's fighting spirit, not to bow down to such twisted behavior. The more we compromise, the more bizarre behaviors will prevail in society. A reporter asked, "Your case is very representative and has gained attention. It will accelerate the introduction of the noise prevention and control law. This case has promoted this process. You may have an important task in promoting the implementation of the law. What are your thoughts?" "My thoughts are, dancing is fine, but it should not disturb others. Please go to parks or other professional venues. Social order requires all of us to uphold it together. Only when everyone follows the rules can our country and society become more beautiful and peaceful." Zhang Feng's words elevated the theme and won thunderous applause. When Zhang Feng left the court, he received a reward from the system. Successfully rectified the 4-star bizarre behavior, rewarded with a Vacheron Constantin Multi 30130/000 or 9754 watch. Then Zhang Feng felt a weight in his pocket and found a beautifully packaged gift box. Oh! The name of the watch in this reward made Zhang Feng's eyes light up. He couldn't wait to open it and saw the iconic barrel-shaped design. Its dial is made of 18K rose gold, with the signature tourbillon element inside. The tourbillon is located at the 6 o'clock position on the dial, inspired by the Maltese cross, and the small seconds hand rotates delicately. Zhang Feng had seen this type of watch in magazines before, but it was too expensive for him to wear. He didn't expect the system to know his preferences and gift him this watch. Without further ado, Zhang Feng thanked the system, opened the box on the spot, and wore the exquisite watch on his wrist. As the saying goes, a watch is a man's second face. With such an exquisite watch, Zhang Feng's noble quality was highlighted. Winning this lawsuit, rectifying the disturbing square dance aunties, and receiving a luxury watch, he should also receive over $1 million in compensation afterwards. Even the lawyer's fees were covered by the system. This bizarre rectification was truly satisfying. As soon as he left the court, Zhang Feng got into his Bugatti Veyron for transportation and casually started a live broadcast to show off his driving skills to his online followers. However, the online viewers immediately noticed the conspicuous watch on Zhang Feng's wrist as he gripped the steering wheel. Wow, when did the host get a watch? What brand is it? Vacheron Constantin 9754. It must cost at least $1 million. The host is so cool. The host is so extravagant. Of course, isn't it obvious? The host's sound system at home alone is worth $1 million, so the watch can't be inferior. Redefining the term inferior, then what about my mechanical watch that cost over $1,000? Is it industrial waste? The online viewers enthusiastically discussed the watch, all filled with envy. Now Zhang Feng exuded an aura of wealth and had completely become the dream image of a rich person in their minds. The host wearing a Vacheron Constantine and driving a Bugatti with one hand looks so cool. A female fan in the live chat room swooned and sent a flirtatious emoji. Female fan, calm down. Different genders are for reproduction, same gender is true love. Zhang Feng is mine alone. A heavyweight netizen has arrived below, and many male netizens are jokingly saying they want to dedicate themselves to Zhang Feng, even willing to go to the proctology department every day. Can you guys stop being so disgusting? Zhang Feng jokingly scolded, immediately correcting his orientation, saying he likes women and male fans shouldn't lust after him. Following that, many male fans sent out crying emoticons in large numbers, filling the screen with barrage comments. In reality, there aren't that many homosexuals, everyone is just playing around. But female fans are not giving up, asking Zhang Feng if he has a girlfriend. No, I'm still single. Zhang Feng's response excited many female fans in the live broadcast room. Zhang Feng is handsome, has abs, and most importantly, money. He can also skillfully counter strange comments, making him the perfect match. Many of them sent their beautiful photos to Zhang Feng through private messages, some revealing too much, some even being blocked and banned by the live streaming platform. However, Zhang Feng doesn't even bother looking at these photos, as post-beauty filtered pictures have no reference value. The person in the photo might look like Lin Jieling, but in reality, it could be someone entirely different. Online beauties are not trustworthy. When looking for a partner, one should definitely find someone in real life. Just as they were talking about finding a partner, Zhang Feng suddenly received a call from his mother. He parked the car on the side and answered the phone. "Hi, Mom," Zhang Feng greeted. "Where are you?" his mother asked. "I'm in Zhengzhou," Zhang Feng replied. "You're always at home playing games. Go out more. You're in your 20s and still can't find a partner," his mother complained. "I just don't want to. Your son just received a couple hundred love messages, thinking of getting married next month," Zhang Feng boasted. His mother said, "Stop bragging. Let me tell you something important. Do you remember your Uncle Lin?" "Yes, what about him?" "He's not coming to visit me, is he? Please don't tell him where I live." Zhang Feng was worried. If someone like Wang Suihua showed up, his old house wouldn't be able to handle it, and he might end up sleeping on the streets. "What are you talking about? Uncle Lin has a niece. She's said to be beautiful, with a good character, and skilled in various arts. I saw her photo, and she looks good. I contacted her for you. Add her on WeChat, meet up soon, and if everything goes well, get engaged first to avoid being immature," his mother said before hanging up, not even giving him a chance to refuse. She then sent a WeChat contact card for Zhang Feng to add. Zhang Feng was a bit confused. He was just a happy single man a moment ago, and now he was being forced into a blind date. From strict control in middle and high school to urging for marriage and grandchildren right after graduation, there was no transition in between. Are all parents like this around the world? But his own mother was not someone to mess with. If she found out he wasn't obedient, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, he had to meet this Miss Lin. Zhang Feng added the girl on WeChat, but there was no response from her side. Not wanting to wait, he decided to head home first. In the neighborhood, neighbors greeted him warmly, making him feel wonderful. Zhang Feng helped them get rid of a troublesome lady, and they all saw him as a hero. Now, Zhang Feng's reputation in the neighborhood was even higher than that of the street office director. After returning home, Zhang Feng found that the friend request on WeChat had been accepted, and the person's username was Little Swallow. He was ready to chat with this girl. "Hello, I was introduced by an acquaintance," Zhang Feng greeted on WeChat. "I'm not doing that anymore," Little Swallow replied. Zhang Feng's head was filled with question marks, wondering what the sentence meant. Did she have a special job before? "My mom asked me to add you, she said to get to know you," Zhang Feng said. "Oh, it's you. Nice to meet you, introduce yourself," Xiao Yanzi said. "Zhang Feng, my name is Zhang Feng, 23 years old this year, undergraduate degree, and my profession is a live streamer." Xiao Yanzi, Zhang Feng? Seems familiar. Are all you live streamers rich? Zhang Feng, not bad, I took out a loan to buy a house before. Xiao Yanzi, you have a house? How about a car? Zhang Feng, I have both a car and a house, and I'm 180 centimeters tall. Xiao Yanzi, sounds good. Let's exchange photos. If we like each other, we can meet. Just to be clear, I'm particular about looks, so if you're not handsome, please don't bother. Zhang Feng found a normal photo from his phone and sent it over, looking energetic. He also received a photo from the other party, clearly over-edited with flawless skin and legs as thin as chopsticks, of no reference value. "You're not bad looking. Let's meet tomorrow," Xiao Yanzi said. "Alright, how about tomorrow night? I'll treat you to dinner," Zhang Feng said. Xiao Yanzi, "Sure, you can choose the place. How about Xian Leiju?" Xian Leiju is a mid-range restaurant in the city. Zhang Feng agreed, but before Xiao Yanzi ended the call, he asked for her real name. "Xiao Yanzi, I'm Lin Yan. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After the chat, Zhang Feng felt the other party was okay. Meeting a beautiful woman for dinner, even if it doesn't work out, is not a loss. During his evening game live stream, he mentioned his blind date plan. "Wow, even live streamers go on blind dates? What does the girl look like? Show us." Didn't expect a single male live streamer to find love one day. Tears. Zhang Feng said, "It's not a done deal yet. We're meeting for dinner tomorrow. If the other party agrees, I can live stream it for you." "Okay, I love watching others go on blind dates. Real life version of If You Are the One. I'm looking forward to it." Zhang Feng's financial status will shock the girl's appearance. As long as she's not foolish, she won't reject a wealthy man like Zhang Feng. He's definitely a top quality man. This led to a wave of flattery in the livestream, which Zhang Feng quickly stopped, urging everyone not to focus on his looks but to appreciate his talent. This self-praise attracted some teasing from netizens. Of course, everyone was just joking around. The night passed quickly, and the next evening, Zhang Feng got ready to meet up. He took a shower in the afternoon, changed into a fresh t-shirt, and set off for the blind date. He listened to the advice of netizens, knowing that many girls nowadays are materialistic. To test if the other party was one, he decided not to drive his Bugatti, as that would hide her true nature. Makes sense. Zhang Feng planned to keep a low profile, so he drove his repaired Accord in casual attire to the restaurant. At Xian Leiju, he contacted Lin Yan, who hadn't arrived yet. He reserved a private room and waited for her. Soon, the door opened, and a fragrant breeze hit him. Zhang Feng stood up to greet Lin Yan. Strictly speaking, Lin Yan, with makeup on, looked quite different from her photo. She was slightly chubby, lacking the long legs in the picture, but overall, she was decent looking, at least not ugly. If a 10-point scale was used for looks, she could score a 7 after dressing up. Zhang Feng wasn't picky about looks, as long as they weren't scary, he could accept them. However, another man with slicked back hair and a powdered face followed her in, leaving Zhang Feng puzzled. "Did you come to the wrong place?" Zhang Feng asked. Lin Yan said, "I didn't make a mistake. He is my male best friend. I felt a bit lonely going on a blind date alone, so I invited my best friend." "You don't mind, right? Male best friend." Zhang Feng's smile faded instantly. Those familiar with the social scene understood the reputation of male best friends. If it weren't for his mother's arranged political task, Zhang Feng would have left immediately. "Please, have a seat." Zhang Feng returned to his seat and politely invited them to sit down. The male best friend noticed the lack of flowers on the table and expressed some dissatisfaction, saying, "When meeting a lady, at least prepare a small gift, like a bouquet of roses. Otherwise, it's too old-fashioned and lacks sincerity, making you unwelcome and insincere." This male best friend started criticizing Zhang Feng right away. Zhang Feng began to feel annoyed. He was treating them to a meal at the expense of Xian Leiju. Wasn't that enough to show his sincerity? Who did this male best friend think he was to criticize him? Zhang Feng's expression turned sour, but he restrained himself from reacting out of respect for his mother. Lin Yan glanced at Zhang Feng and remarked, "You look similar to your photo." "You look quite different," Zhang Feng replied indifferently. Lin Yan said, "I look better, right? I know, I'm not photogenic. Photos make me look worse than I am." The male best friend chimed in, "Indeed, I think you are more attractive than Dilraba and Naza." Lin Yan smiled and tacitly agreed. Zhang Feng was almost speechless, thinking it was rare to encounter someone so shameless. Sensing the odd atmosphere, Zhang Feng remembered his fans' request and asked, "My fans want to see me on a blind date. Can I live stream here? If you don't want to show your faces, we can just record audio. How can that be? Are you okay? How can you live stream such a private matter?" Lin Yan firmly refused, showing some anger. This was a generation gap issue. Zhang Feng spent most of his time live streaming and didn't see blind dates as particularly private. It was just an opportunity for single men and women to get to know each other, nothing more. He was just seeking opinions, but seeing Lin Yan and the male best friend's strong reactions, he decided to drop the idea. It was clear that their values didn't align. The blind date was basically over at this point. Zhang Feng had no intention of dating a woman who introduced her male best friend. Feeling the tension, Zhang Feng handed over the menu and asked her to order, planning to leave once the process was done. The male best friend took the menu and ordered 2 dishes, saying, steamed hairy crab and wild yellow croaker. I know you love these 2 dishes. Nanbao still remembers my taste, Lin Yan said happily. Zhang Feng sat across from them, feeling like an outsider as they seemed intimate despite being on a blind date. At that moment, Lin Yan received a WeChat message and asked Zhang Feng, I have another friend nearby. Do you mind if she joins us? Another male best friend? Zhang Feng asked. No, a woman, consider yourself lucky, Lin Yan said with a wink. How am I lucky? Are you implying she's a gift for me? Zhang Feng said speechlessly. Lin Yan said, what are you thinking? She's also a beauty. Having 2 beautiful women accompany you for dinner, shouldn't you be happy? I'm not happy, Zhang Feng replied. If they were rude first, he wouldn't be polite either. The male best friend complained, how can a man be so stingy? It's just a meal with more people, it won't cost much. Is that so? If it's not much, why don't you treat? Zhang Feng's response immediately changed the male best friend's expression. Lin Yan also felt displeased and said, aren't you a live streamer? You should be making good money. Why worry about a girl bankrupting you? It's not about being bankrupt, Zhang Feng said, but isn't it impolite to bring someone without prior notice? Isn't this a last-minute thing? Next time, let me treat you. The meaning of Lin Yan's words is to ask Zhang Feng to agree to her girlfriend coming over. However, before Zhang Feng could agree, she had already sent a voice message asking her girlfriend to come over. This is to force others to be generous. Zhang Feng smiled and said, I can treat you, but I have a fixed duration for my live broadcasts every day. If you add more people, I will have to make up for the time by starting the live broadcast. If not, then let's not have this meal. Zhang Feng is not someone who can be led by the nose, so he immediately started discussing conditions. The opposite pair of opposite-sex girlfriends whispered to each other for a moment, and then Lin Yan agreed. Okay, I agree to your live broadcast, but you can't show your face, only record your voice. Okay. This time, Zhang Feng started a voice live broadcast, finally calming the restless hearts of his fans waiting for the broadcast to start. As soon as the broadcast started, netizens flooded into the live room. Although they couldn't see anything, they still wanted to know the result of Zhang Feng's blind date. After listening for a while, it seemed like there was another man's voice in the private room. They asked Zhang Feng if he had brought a buddy today. Zhang Feng replied by typing, that's the male friend of the blind date candidate. Damn, a woman with a male friend is not worth it. Don't ask me how I know, I've been cuckolded before by my ex-girlfriend and her male friend teaming up against me. Exactly, dump her quickly. If you can't find a good girl, add me on WeChat. I don't have a male friend, and I will treat you well. As a result, this female fan revealed her true intentions, she was actually eyeing Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng replied, it's a blind date arranged by my mom, I can't leave halfway. Let's just treat it as having a meal with a stranger. At this moment, the door of the private room opened, and another heavily made-up girl entered. She had an average appearance and sat next to Lin Yan. It turned out that she was Lin Yan's other girlfriend. Previously described as a beauty, she turned out to be of average looks. Zhang Feng seriously doubted the aesthetic standards of women and men being on the same level. As soon as this girlfriend entered, she glanced at Zhang Feng, then chatted enthusiastically with Lin Yan and the male friend, completely ignoring Zhang Feng. This was simply not taking Zhang Feng seriously. This meal was destined not to be so enjoyable. Lin Yan and her 2 girlfriends looked at the menu without any hesitation, ordering expensive dishes like lobster, bird's nest, and matsutake mushrooms, pushing the average consumption level per person in the restaurant to 1,000 yuan. After ordering all the dishes, Lin Yan asked insincerely, we ordered so much, you're not angry, are you? This question was very hypocritical and fake. I'm not angry. Zhang Feng replied calmly. So the 3 of them began to enjoy the delicacies that they usually wouldn't dare to eat, chatting about various gossip topics as if Zhang Feng was not there. Hey, have you forgotten the theme of today? Zhang Feng tapped the table with his finger and asked. Only then did Lin Yan remember that she was here for a blind date. She sat up straight, and her 2 girlfriends started asking questions on her behalf. Where did you buy your house? How big is it? What car do you drive? How much is your annual income? Zhang Feng answered each question, but based on his financial situation before becoming successful, he had an old 3-bedroom apartment in an older neighborhood, drove a Honda Accord, and had an annual income of around 1 to 200,000. The 3 of them showed dissatisfaction, thinking that Zhang Feng looked okay, but his income was too low, his car was too average, and his house was too small and not new, not meeting Lin Yan's requirements. Lin Yan was looking for a deputy department level or higher civil servant with development potential, a senior white-collar worker with an annual salary of $1 million, or an entrepreneur with assets of over 10 million. None of the conditions Zhang Feng mentioned met her standards. When the other party expressed dissatisfaction with Zhang Feng, the netizens exploded. Owns a car and a house, with an annual income of tens of thousands, yet she looks down on these conditions. Has Lin Yan become too demanding? I haven't seen Lin Yan's appearance, but if she has the figure of Lin Qiling and the looks of Naza, then those requirements are not unreasonable. Just a 7 out of 10. Still with makeup on, Zhang Feng replied. That's really pushing it. Please tell her to make wishes at the temple. Along with high demands, she should also buy a mirror to reflect on herself. If she doesn't have one, she can go pee in the corner. Netizens couldn't help but comment, Lin Yan is too eccentric. Her own conditions are not up to par, yet she dreams of transforming from a wild chicken to a phoenix by marrying a wealthy and handsome man. Although Lin Yan is not entirely satisfied with Zhang Feng's conditions, being 28 years old and having gone on blind dates for several years, it seems that Zhang Feng is one of the more eligible suitors she has encountered and she is not ready to give up just yet. So, encouraged by her best friend, she decides to test whether Zhang Feng is generous and willing to spend money on her. If he is willing to spend money, then it might be worth considering, as having a disposable income of 1 to 200,000 a year is not bad. So Lin Yan speaks up, saying, I recently fell in love with a Hermes bag, it's a bit expensive, over 20,000. Her male friend on the side chimed in, then why not buy it? Lin Yan replied, that bag has significance, I need my future boyfriend to give it to me. This is a clear indication to Zhang Feng that if he wants to be her boyfriend, he must first buy her a bag, and only then will he qualify to enter her backup list. Zhang Feng is not foolish and can see through her intentions. Buying a bag for a girlfriend may not be a big deal for him financially, but meeting someone for the first time and having the woman immediately ask for a bag is simply taking advantage of him. Zhang Feng pretends not to hear and quietly watches their performance. The female friend on the side, seeing that Zhang Feng is not falling for the trap, proactively says, you are interested in pursuing our Lin Yan, why not show some interest? Zhang Feng responds, what should I show? She is not my girlfriend. The male friend then complains, how can you be like this? If you don't treat Lin Yan well, how can she be your girlfriend? Forget it, I don't need that bag anyway. Lin Yan somewhat displeasedly stopped the conversation, and her impression of Zhang Feng diminished slightly. She looked at her two friends beside her and thought that Zhang Feng seemed generous when it came to treating others, so she decided to test him further by using treating others as a way to gauge his generosity. Lin Yan said, I have a few relatives who haven't had dinner yet, I'll invite them over, introduce them to you, do you mind? Zhang Feng's impression of Lin Yan plummeted even further, thinking to himself that she is indeed an eccentric woman. His feelings were confirmed when the system sent a prompt. Ding! Found a blind date woman with a 4-star eccentricity index, please choose a corrective action. Option A, agree to all her test conditions, buy a bag and treat her, earn the title of walking ATM. Option B, agree to her request to treat, receive a you are a good person experience card. Option C, let the eccentric blind date woman taste the harsh reality of society and pay for her eccentric thoughts. Reward, 1 detection card. I choose C. Zhang Feng decisively made his choice, unable to bear it any longer. This was the perfect opportunity to use the system to correct this eccentric woman. Zhang Feng remained silent, and Lin Yan took it as his consent. She then posted in the group chat with friends and family, at everyone, someone is treating today, come to Xianleju. That's great. I'll be right there. Lin Yan is so generous, can I bring my parents along? Just in time, I was wondering what to eat. It's better to be lucky than good. This treat message caused a stir, with many responses in a short period of time. There were quite a few people interested in attending. Upon seeing so many people coming, Lin Yan felt very prestigious. With so many relatives supporting her, she felt that the blind date man would not dare to disobey her in the future. He would immediately hand over his salary card and become her exclusive ATM machine. Zhang Feng kept smiling as he watched the performance across from him, and the viewers in the live broadcast room immediately started discussing. Is the host allergic to nonsense? How come it seems like she has encountered another 3 weirdos? That's right, previously the weirdos she dealt with were either children or elderly people, but this time she finally encountered a woman. What woman? Please call her a little fairy. Going on a blind date with you is giving you face. Host, don't underestimate her, hurry up and buy a bag and treat her. The barrage area had become a joyful ocean, with everyone waiting to see how the blind date little fairy would act, and the host would make her cry and beg. Soon, about 20 people arrived at the restaurant, all heading towards this private room, and greeted Lin Yan as soon as they entered. Xiaoyan, you can't accommodate so many of us here. A relative spoke up. They were in a small private room with only 4 seats, indeed not enough for over 20 people. Second uncle, you guys go to the adjacent private room and order your own dishes. I'm busy here, so I won't entertain you. Lin Yan stood up warmly. Alright, you're busy, we'll go order our food. With that, the relatives dispersed, totaling 23 people. Since Lin Yan had called 23 relatives at once, the viewers in the live broadcast room were almost shocked. No way, host, did we miss here? Shouldn't it be 2 or 3 relatives? How could it be 23 people? That's right, it's 23 people. Didn't you hear them shouting outside? They split into 3 private rooms. Oh my, this is unbelievable. She brought 23 relatives to dinner. This is a blind date, not a wedding, right? Incredible, including the small private room, a total of 26 people came to eat. Can this be submitted for a Guinness World Record? In any case, the viewers were enlightened, seeing such a peculiar blind date woman for the first time. Some even suspected it was a scripted play, otherwise how could a normal person have such a mindset? I guarantee with my integrity, this is definitely not scripted. Zhang Feng replied to the viewers. Eating alone is boring, let's have some drinks. At this point, Lin Yan didn't care if Zhang Feng agreed or not. She waved to the waiter to order some drinks. She wasn't used to white liquor, and beer was too common, so she wanted some red wine. She asked the waiter if they had a 1982 La Fight. This made the live audience laugh, as the 1982 La Fight was a joke popularized by Hong Kong dramas 20 years ago. These 3 women clearly didn't understand red wine and were just pretending. The 1982 La Fight had long passed its best consumption period, and its taste wouldn't be better than currently produced red wines. Currently, the 1982 La Fight is only found in small quantities in the hands of wine collectors and wouldn't be available in a mid-range restaurant in the country. It was clear these 3 women didn't know what they were talking about. At this point, the system sent another prompt, detected an increase in the blind date partner's weirdness index to 5 stars, rewarding an early free card. Please handle with care. Indeed, Lin Yan was taking advantage and not really on a blind date, but rather trying to exploit the situation. Host, it's time to leave, or else you'll end up being taken advantage of. A viewer reminded. Zhang Feng also saw that it was time to leave, so he got up to prepare to go. As he left, his blind date partner didn't even notice and was still discussing whether to drink Li Peng or Latour red wine. In the end, Lin Yan made a decision. Why choose? Only children make choices. Adults should have it all. Bring a bottle of each red wine you have here. But she couldn't hear her voice anymore. Zhang Feng had already arrived in the corridor of the restaurant. At this time, at the request of his online friends, he started a live video broadcast because the online friends wanted to see if the 23 relatives were real. So Zhang Feng gently pushed open the doors of 3 nearby private rooms and saw that each private room had 7 or 8 people, all of them ordering wildly from the menu, ordering whatever was delicious and expensive. Since it was Lin Yan treating them, they naturally didn't hold back. It had to be said that in terms of taking advantage, this family was surprisingly united, truly showing the saying blood is thicker than water. In one of the private rooms, dishes were already served, and a plate of 8 treasures duck was brought out. Several people each grabbed a duck wing and duck leg, gnawing on them as if they hadn't had a decent meal in ages. My goodness, are these people reincarnated devils? They look so ugly when eating. The online friends were all in a state of disbelief, never having seen such uncivilized guests. Zhang Feng corrected them, saying, "They are not my guests, their behavior has nothing to do with me." Then Zhang Feng went to the cashier to settle the bill. "Hello, I'd like to pay for private room number 1. An online friend said, "Why are you still paying the bill? Just leave." But Zhang Feng shook his head mysteriously, because this matter was definitely not going to end well. If he left directly, the other party would have evidence against him. Zhang Feng's goal was to punish the weirdos while ensuring that he did everything flawlessly. He had promised on WeChat that he would treat Lin Yan to a meal today, and if he left without paying, Lin Yan could use the chat records to sue him for breach of contract. This would be considered dining and dashing, and the negative impact on the live streamer would be significant, far outweighing the loss of a few hundred or thousand yuan. So, it was safest to pay the bill, and Zhang Feng would stand on solid ground. Moreover, he chose to pay the bill because he had a free meal card. Free meal card can offset the amount of the most recent consumption, up to 5,000 yuan, valid for 2 hours. Since the card had an expiration date, he decided to use it to offset the meal cost, without spending a penny. The system knew that it was difficult to deal with 5-star weirdos, so it had given him this prize in advance. "Sir, the total bill for the private room is 1,139 yuan, I'll round it down to 1,100 yuan. Zhang Feng took out his phone as if to scan the code, but in reality, he used the free meal card. When the system confirmed the successful use of the free meal card, the restaurant's account also received 1,100 yuan. Zhang Feng paid the bill before the 3 blind date partners bought the red wine, so all subsequent expenses would have nothing to do with him. After paying, Zhang Feng didn't want to leave immediately. He wanted to see how this group of people would end up, so he started an outdoor livestream with his online friends, watching the night view on the street and having some snacks, as he hadn't touched the food from earlier. Faced with such a weirdo like Lin Yan, he had no appetite at all. After Zhang Feng left, the three people in the private room had just chosen a red wine. Since someone else was paying, they naturally chose the best. Bang! The waiter opened the bottle of red wine and continued to serve the customers, and the three of them continued to eat and drink recklessly. After tasting the red wine, they pretended to know about wine and said it was delicious, far better than any domestic wine. When I was abroad, I used to drink these red wines often, they are indeed good. Lin Yan thought the moon abroad was rounder than in China. Not only was she a weirdo, but she also had a preference for foreign things. However, as they were eating, they noticed that Zhang Feng was missing. Lin Yan was suddenly worried and thought, could this guy have run away? She quickly called to find out. When she got through, she asked where Zhang Feng had gone. Zhang Feng replied, since you all ignored me, I went outside to get some fresh air. Oops, I'm not ignoring you, just testing you. You seem pretty good now. Come back soon, let's drink together. This time it's about the bill. Lin Yan's attitude made a 180-degree turn, sweet and affectionate, completely different from her previous cold and picky demeanor. It's not surprising though, if she angers Zhang Feng and he doesn't come back, she can't afford such an expensive meal. When she ordered the red wine just now, she saw that these wines cost over 1,000 per bottle, far beyond her spending capacity. Let's talk later, I'm chatting with someone outside. Zhang Feng, referred to as someone, is an online friend. He is currently gossiping with his online friends about Lin Yan being a strange girl. Coming back late is fine, but not coming back is not an option. Don't forget you have to treat us to a meal, no skipping out on the bill. Don't worry, I never break my promises, Zhang Feng assured. He indeed kept his word, as he had already treated a customer at the counter earlier, so Lin Yan's subsequent expenses were no longer his concern. Upon hearing the phone call between the two, the online friends chuckled, you're so bad, will the girl order a lot of expensive drinks and dishes? Zhang Feng made a nonchalant expression, well, I can't control that, they are all capable adults, they have to take responsibility for their actions. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng went to the night market with his online friends, unexpectedly enjoying the night view of Zhangzhou. Meanwhile, inside Xian Leiju, Lin Yan's relatives were happily feasting. Lin Yan's relatives were quite bold. A total of 23 people came, divided into 3 private rooms. Each room ordered a bunch of Maodai, Wolianye, cigarettes like Huazi and Huangalu, not treating themselves as outsiders at all. They all thought that since Lin Yan was treating, she must have struck it rich, so they all wanted to enjoy the feast. Half an hour later, Lin Yan's relatives finished their meal one by one, and 2 male relatives in their 40s, picking their teeth and burping, were ready to leave. As they passed by the front desk of the restaurant, they suddenly saw a row of Zhenghua cigarettes on the counter. Thinking about the pack that was opened on the table, they grabbed a pack, thinking that taking a few more packs wouldn't attract attention. So, the two of them calculated and walked to the cashier. Get 2 more packs. No, get 4 packs of soft Zhenghua. Soft Zhenghua is more expensive than the hard pack, so they naturally chose the better one. After confirming their private room number with the server, they were handed the cigarettes. The middle-aged man said, I'm in private room 3, the bill is all together, they will take care of it. After that, he shared 2 packs of Zhenghua with his companion and left the restaurant. As they walked, they commented that today's meal was really enjoyable. Lin Yan had also made progress, praising her in the group chat and saying that they must be invited next time. The relatives who followed saw this scene and naturally followed suit. The younger relative in his 20s who followed behind decided to be bold and directly asked the cashier for a pack of hard Zhenghua. Of course, this was also added to the bill, and he was afraid of being seen, so he quickly stuffed the cigarettes into his clothes and left. Later, a middle-aged female relative saw this and thought, can I do this too? Unable to resist taking advantage, she thought of her husband who loved to drink, so she asked the counter to give her 2 bottles of Feitian Maotai to take home to him. Feitian Maotai was expensive, these 2 bottles would cost 5,000 yuan. The server didn't dare to make the decision and had to consult the host who was treating before giving out such expensive liquor. However, when the server went to the private room to ask, there were a few people still eating and drinking recklessly at the table, saying that the host was in a smaller private room. The server had to go to the smaller private room to ask, as many guests in the larger private rooms wanted to take cigarettes and liquor, asking if it was okay. At that moment, Lin Yan was having a heated discussion with her 2 girlfriends about whether Su Kuan or Qian Jia was more handsome. When the server came to ask about the liquor and cigarettes, it dampened their mood. They want cigarettes and alcohol, so just give it to them. Lin Yan impatiently said, not paying attention to the waiter's suggestion to take it away. Since she wasn't the one paying, she didn't care how much food and drinks were consumed. With the hostess agreeing to it, the waiter brought the alcohol to the guests and noted down the cost of 2 bottles of Moutai on the bill. The woman who took the Moutai discovered that she could also take leftover food for free, so she happily informed other guests who hadn't left yet. She took some food for herself and then returned to take 2 more cigarettes before stopping. Lin Yan's relatives, who were already full and chatting while drinking, couldn't sit still upon hearing that they could take cigarettes and alcohol for free. They abandoned their meals and rushed to the counter to grab the items, causing the bill to skyrocket. The restaurant manager soon noticed something was amiss when he saw the total bill for these few private rooms had exceeded 50,000 yuan. He immediately banned taking out cigarettes and alcohol and insisted on settling the bill with the hostess. This kind of situation was rare for the restaurant, and the manager, a man in his 30s, knew from experience that trouble was brewing. The relatives who failed to take cigarettes and alcohol realized the situation was turning sour and feared having to pay the bill, so they quickly fled. In a blink of an eye, all 23 of Lin's relatives and friends had left, leaving behind a messy private room with 3 empty plates. The manager knocked on the door and entered the room to find Lin Yan drunkenly drinking red wine and boasting about how she had rejected many wealthy suitors in the past. Some women were just as good as men at boasting, and Lin Yan liked to spin her rejections as being in control. "Excuse me, who is the host? Here is the bill, please review it," the male manager politely said. "What bill? We haven't finished eating yet," Lin Yan retorted, annoyed. "Your service is so poor, constantly checking on us as if we can't afford to pay." The manager explained, "I'm sorry, but the other 3 tables have already left, and the bill is quite substantial. I need your confirmation before proceeding. Go find Zhang Feng." Lin Yan was getting drunk, but her friend was still sober and nudged her, whispering, "Your blind date hasn't returned yet. You should call him to come back and settle the bill." Lin Yan suddenly remembered her blind date and quickly made a call. However, the call couldn't connect, and her expression changed. Did she encounter a scoundrel who ran off without paying? Panicked, she continued dialing while her friend looked at the bill and was shocked to see the discounted amount of 51,000 yuan, which partially sobered her up. Her friend exclaimed, "Oh my, why is it so expensive? Did the machine malfunction and add an extra 0? The manager clarified, "No mistake. If you look at the bill, the total for your party and the other 3 tables amounts to over 20,000 just for the meals. Additionally, those guests took cigarettes and alcohol worth another 20,000. The details are all here, and we have surveillance footage for verification." "What?" Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. She realized something was amiss. She had intended to test her blind date's financial capability, but how did they end up spending so much money? It was enough to buy her 2 handbags. She had invited her relatives here, so she couldn't blame anyone else and had to find Zhang Feng. She frantically called him, and just when she was about to cry in frustration, he finally answered. "Where are you? Why haven't you come back to settle the bill?" "Oh, I'm at the night market, just playing some games," Zhang Feng replied casually. Lin Yan's anger was coming from all directions, she was almost in tears, but he was outside playing tricks, making her furious. "Hurry back and pay the bill." "Ha? Strange. What right do you have to yell at me?" Zhang Feng was not going to indulge her at this moment. Lin Yan suddenly realized that they were just on a blind date, not yet boyfriend and girlfriend, so she had no right to shout at others. Considering herself a fairy, Lin Yan had never experienced this kind of anger from a man before. She wanted to retort angrily, but considering the bill, she took a deep breath and her tone became gentle. "Please come back and settle the bill quickly. Actually, I think you are quite nice and I would like to further communicate with you." Being able to afford a meal costing 50,000 yuan was already meeting Lin Yan's criteria for a partner, so it wasn't too insincere. "Oh, so you have taken a liking to me, or are you just trying to trick me into coming back to pay the bill?" Zhang Feng asked. "What are you saying? Of course I have taken a liking to you," Lin Yan said. Zhang Feng sneered, "Oh? So since you have taken a liking to me, let's make another appointment tomorrow. I am busy now, so I will hang up first." "No, although I think you are nice, you still have to come back and pay the bill because I prefer the heroic look of a man when he pays the bill. It's really handsome." Because Zhang Feng was live streaming at the time, Lin Yan's words were transmitted to the audience through the phone. "Damn, this Lin Yan has some skills, can say such provocative words? High skills? Don't be ridiculous. She won't even bother to search Zhang Feng's name on Baidu. How can this girl have high skills?" Netizens were in heated discussion, while Zhang Feng smiled and said, "So that's how it is, I am already handsome because I have already paid the bill for you." Lin Yan said, "No, I still have the bill in my hand." She then said somewhat impatiently, "Zhang Ji, stop kidding around, will you? Come back and pay the bill. It's still early, we can go watch a movie, and afterwards, if I get tired, maybe we can find a hotel to rest for a while. She was afraid that Zhang Feng wouldn't come back to pay, so she resorted to seduction. Forget about the movie, I did pay for that table's meal, you can check if you don't believe me, Zhang Feng said. Lin Yan went to ask the restaurant manager, who said, yes, a gentleman settled the bill for your table very early, it was 1,100 yuan in total. Later, you ordered drinks worth thousands, along with the expenses of 3 private rooms, totaling 51,000. Lin Yan questioned over the phone, did you hear that? Why did you settle the bill before finishing the meal? Forget it, I am already on my way back, I will talk to you later. While chatting on the phone, Zhang Feng had already taken a taxi back. He wanted to see how much this group of relatives had spent. He had a bet with the wealthy 9527 that the bill for this meal would definitely exceed 30,000. If the wealthy man lost, he would give a rocket as a reward, and if Zhang Feng lost, he would draw a mobile phone as a prize. Hearing Zhang Feng's return, Lin Yan's anxious heart finally calmed down. She sat down with her girlfriend and waited together. After a while, the door of the private room opened, and Zhang Feng returned. Great, here is the bill, it's paid, we can go play something else now, Lin Yan said, giving Zhang Feng a seductive look. Since eye contact doesn't cost anything, and the sucker who spent 51,000 on a meal, she was satisfied, not minding further developments tonight. When netizens saw this, the barrage area immediately became lively. Oh my, this girl actually has a price, she used to be indifferent, but after spending 51,000, she immediately became clingy and proactive. If you want her heart, you have to be willing to spend 50,000 yuan. Forget it, I bet 5 cents, she is definitely saying this because she's afraid Zhang Feng won't pay. If he really pays, she will instantly turn into a mobile ATM, and she won't have to spend money on meals outside for the rest of her life. The Tycoon 9527 said, is it really worth 51,000 for this kind of goods? If it's a beautiful woman, like Reba inviting me for a meal, I would also acknowledge 50,000, but this Lin Yan is too ugly, affecting my appetite. Everyone is extremely disgusted with this arrogant Lin Yan. Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't try to please her. After looking at the bill, he gave a thumbs up and said, 666. This stunned Lin Yan. What's going on? How did it become a good thing? Zhang Feng said, you actually brought 23 relatives to dinner, including the 3 of you, a total of 26 people, spending 51,000. It's already a historic event. What do you mean by being sarcastic? Lin Yan's face changed. Zhang Feng sincerely said, I'm not being sarcastic. You invited these people to dinner, spending 51,000. I can only admire and respect that. Lin Yan's face softened, but she quickly realized the problem in her words and said, you were supposed to treat, not me. Zhang Feng said, exactly, it was you who treated. I only treated you to dinner, the others have nothing to do with me. With that said, Lin Yan once again put on a show of changing faces, angrily asking, after all this talk, you still refuse to pay the bill, right? Zhang Feng was tired of arguing with her and directly said, joke, you invited relatives and friends to dinner, why should I pay the bill? Are you out of your mind? Lin Yan cursed, you clearly said you would treat, now after eating, you refuse to pay. You're really despicable. Exactly, you said you would treat during dinner, how can you do this? With your attitude, you still want to date our Xiaolin, dream on. The 2 friends immediately launched a personal attack on Zhang Feng. Seeing the situation escalating, the restaurant manager asked, who will pay the bill? Him. All 3 pointed at Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng said, whoever eats should pay. I already paid the initial 1,000 for this private room, and I've left. The subsequent expenses have nothing to do with me. The manager understood the dispute and had the waiters ready outside in case they tried to leave without paying. Unexpectedly, instead of calling the police, Lin Yan picked up the phone and dialed 110, claiming she was being scammed as the man said he would treat but now refuses to pay. Wow, setting up a scam under the guise of a blind date. The streamer should be the first. I feel like we're fast forwarding to the court time. Netizens were delighted, finding this more entertaining than watching game streams, eagerly waiting for the outcome. Meanwhile, the Tycoon 9527 admitted defeat and sent 5 big rockets to Zhang Feng, turning the live broadcast into a joyful atmosphere. Soon, the police arrived at the scene, thinking it was a typical dine-and-dash incident, but were surprised to see Zhang Feng there. Zhang Feng was already on the city's police system, so any case involving him was sure to be popular and attract media attention. The police didn't dare delay and reported to their captain. Su Tao was also on his way. The police began questioning the caller about what happened. Lin Yan complained, we were on a blind date, he said he would treat, but after dinner, he refuses to pay the bill. Is that so? the police asked Zhang Feng. On the contrary, I have already treated her. Here is the payment proof. Zhang Feng showed his payment records and said, I have already treated her. As for how much her 23 relatives ate later, I don't know, and it's not my concern. I'm just a bystander here. What? You brought 23 relatives to a blind date dinner? The police were all shocked. Even though he was in his 40s and well-informed, it was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre blind date woman. Lin Yan angrily said, it was him who offered to treat, so I invited my relatives. I just wanted my relatives to meet him, but who knew he was not only stingy but also turned his face and didn't even want to pay the bill. It was a blind date between you and me. I have already paid for the meal I treated you to. What else do you want? You invited your relatives, not me, right? Besides, you claim to be inspecting me, but have any of your relatives spoken to me? With that, Zhang Feng left Lin Yan speechless, unable to respond. At this moment, her male friend said, that's because you left early, so they didn't see you. Ha, what a joke. Zhang Feng sneered, as you all said, I came for a blind date. No one even asked when I left halfway. Please tell me, has anyone ever respected me as a blind date partner? Honestly, I can afford 50,000 yuan, but I only treat friends to meals, not strange people who don't understand social norms. You. This time, the male friend was also left speechless by Zhang Feng's retort, as they were not in the right to begin with. The police understood the situation on the side. Lin Yan, the blind date participant, not to mention having a male friend, even brought 20 or so relatives to freeload on food and drinks. Anyone with a bit of common sense would not do such a thing, so they proceeded according to the procedure. This was a civil dispute. Zhang Feng had already paid for the meal during the blind date. After he made the payment, the blind date process was considered over, and he had no obligation to pay for Lin Yan's relatives. Therefore, it was not his concern. Those relatives were all invited by Lin Yan through a WeChat group, so logically, she should be responsible for their expenses. You should be the one to pay for these meals, the police told her. Why should I pay? They are the ones who ate the meal, and I don't have that much money. My credit cards and loans are maxed out. Lin Yan panicked and claimed to be broke. Zhang Feng mocked her, saying, really? Aren't you carrying a designer bag? It must be worth tens of thousands. You can't even come up with 50,000 yuan? The police's gaze shifted to the LV bag in Lin Yan's hand. A woman carrying such a bag should not be short of money. This is a knockoff, bought for 200 yuan, it's worthless. Lin Yan had to admit the truth. Another woman who cared about her image, only in such situations would she reveal her true financial situation. Netizens couldn't help but comment. This woman had previously looked down on Zhang Feng, criticizing his car, small house, and low income, but in the end, she was the one in debt. It's like a toad looking down on a swan. One netizen quipped, this kind of woman, who knows which poor guy will end up with her in the future. It's definitely going to be resolved internally. I think her male friend is not bad, the two of them are birds of a feather, they might end up together in the end. Right, doesn't she have two good female friends? Just borrow money from them. A netizen came up with a good idea, and when Zhang Feng heard it, he thought it made sense and related to the woman, aren't those two friends of yours good friends? Just borrow money from them. As soon as he said that, the two friends, a man and a woman, looked evasive. The female friend pretended to be drunk, touching her forehead and collapsed onto a chair. The male friend suddenly picked up the phone, saying he owed tens of thousands and would repay it immediately. The intention was quite clear, they were clearly unwilling to help pay the bill. These friends usually exchanged pleasantries, but when it came to a critical moment, they were cold and indifferent. It showed that the three of them were just drinking buddies, and when it came to spending money, they were not willing to chip in. At this point, Chief Patrol Officer Su Tao arrived at the scene and, seeing the situation, gave Lin Yan an idea. You can't afford all this meal money by yourself, so let your relatives help pay the bill. Many of them took cigarettes and alcohol afterwards, and that part of the money should be refundable, which can offset some of the meal expenses. The restaurant manager quickly said, we don't need the cigarettes and alcohol back. Nowadays, with such advanced technology for counterfeiting, we can't tell if there has been any substitution, unless a professional appraisal organization has verified it for us. Lin Yan quickly spoke in the group, asking the relatives who had eaten together before to transfer their share of the meal money to her. They can't just eat and drink for free. Lin Yan's voice in the rumors was filled with a sobbing tone, completely devoid of the previous generosity when treating guests. She used to think that Zhang Feng was paying, so she was very generous, but now that it's her turn to foot the bill, she has turned into a weeping Lindayu. When the relatives heard that the planned treat had turned into them having to pay, they immediately refused. Lin Yan, what do you mean? We agreed that you would treat us, why are you making us pay? Do you have no shame? Exactly, if we have to pay, we won't go. Who cares about your meal? 23 people have to bear over 50,000 yuan? Over 2,000 each? With that money, we could go to a 5-star restaurant. Why go to that lousy little place? Let's make it clear, I've been feeling unwell recently, barely ate anything, and didn't even take any cigarettes or alcohol. Count me out. I'll pay 100. A relative actually transferred 100 yuan, which Lin Yan quickly accepted. This was one of the few refunds she received. After receiving the money, she said 100 wasn't enough, only to find a red exclamation mark in the private chat box with the relative. She had been blocked by that relative. Why are you all like this? I kindly treated you to a meal, and now my blind date partner refuses to pay. What can I do? Can't I borrow from you? Aren't we family? Can't you help me just this once? Lin Yan sent a series of voice messages in the WeChat group, but no one responded, which made her angry. This delicate girl had never experienced such frustration before, so her tone became a bit harsh, and she even used foul language. Then she noticed a message in the WeChat group. You have been removed from the Family of Love and Affection group by the group owner. Now Lin Yan couldn't contact her relatives and started crying in the private room. Two close friends came to comfort her. As long as the topic of borrowing money wasn't brought up, they were still good friends. Su Tao realized this situation couldn't continue. Since Lin Yan couldn't pay for the meal, they had to go to the police station to make a record first, then let the restaurant owner and Lin Yan negotiate. If the negotiation failed, they would have to resort to legal means, such as suing Lin Yan to get the money back. If she still couldn't pay, Lin Yan's credit would be affected, and she would be labeled as a defaulter, restricting her travel and high consumption. Lin Yan, along with two others, the restaurant manager, and Zhang Feng, went to the police station to make a record. At the station, Lin Yan said she didn't have the money at the moment but promised to repay it and asked for some time. Finally, the restaurant owner didn't want to escalate the situation, they just wanted their money back. So, they allowed Lin Yan to pay in 12 installments, with no reduction in interest. If she couldn't pay, they would sue her to recover the money through legal means. Zhang Feng had nothing to do with this matter. After making the record, he went home. He didn't care how Lin Yan would repay the money, he just wanted to report to his mother about the strange blind date partner she had found for him. Mom, do you know that Lin Yan? She actually brought 26 people, including relatives and friends, to eat, spent over 50,000 yuan, and now she wants me to pay. Zhang Feng complained to his mother over the phone. See, I told you that woman was no good, not worthy of my son. Luckily, I was wise enough to let you meet her once, otherwise, Lin Bo would have tricked you. His mother turned the situation into her own achievement, leaving Zhang Feng speechless. But after all, she was his mother, so whatever she said was final. Zhang Feng had no choice but to listen. I thought this matter would end like this. Lin Yan was supposed to bear the cost of the meal this time, but by the next day, Zhang Feng also did not receive the system's reward. It seems that just this is not enough to rectify the bizarre behavior. Just as Zhang Feng was thinking about how to continue the task, he suddenly received a court summons. Lin Yan had sued him. In addition to the defendant, it also included the restaurant and her 23 relatives. This time it was actually a collective lawsuit. It's like falling asleep and someone brings a pillow. Just as Zhang Feng was thinking about how to find Lin Yan, she came to him on her own, and the task became clear. Since it's a lawsuit, we need to bring in the beautiful lawyer Liang Xiying. Liang Xiying came to Zhang Feng's house, understood the situation, collected various chat information, including live broadcast replays and other evidence. She was well prepared. You did well, you mentioned treating in the WeChat, later paid the 1,000 yuan bill generated by the private room, fulfilled the promise, so you don't need to take responsibility again. We will win this lawsuit, but we need to be prepared for the court to mediate and ask us for humanitarian compensation. Then I'll rely on you. Zhang Feng said with a smile, I won't pay a penny for that bizarre woman. Liang Xiying nodded and said, alright, I'll go prepare. The court is tomorrow afternoon. Do you want to attend the morning settlement outside the court? It's not my concern, why should I go? You just need to prepare the relevant materials. Zhang Feng said. Then I'll leave. After Liang Xiying got up, she added, oh, one more thing. The 11 aunties involved in the previous case of damaged sound equipment have decided not to appeal. The compensation will be paid soon, so please check it. Oh, how did they suddenly decide not to appeal? Zhang Feng asked with interest. Liang Xiying said, maybe they consulted a lawyer and realized that such lawsuits have almost no chance of winning. Even if they want to win, they need to hire top lawyers and use connections. The cost far exceeds the direct compensation price. I guess that's why they gave up on appealing. Zhang Feng thought that the group of stubborn aunties would cause trouble for a long time, but they ended up giving in directly. They knew when to back off, otherwise, if they continued to appeal, they would only waste lawyer fees and bear the litigation costs, without gaining anything. Oh, they would also face criticism from netizens. After Liang Xiying left, Zhang Feng started a live broadcast on the game. During the live broadcast, the most concerning topic for netizens was his lawsuit with his blind date. This is the first time I've seen someone being sued by a blind date. Is this the real-life version of love you so much we'll see you in court? Zhang Feng, you can't compromise, you have to fight against these blind date scammers to the end. Seeing the comments from netizens, Zhang Feng replied, of course, he was determined not to compromise with any bizarre behavior, he wanted to teach them a lesson. The next day, at 2 p.m. In the first fast court of Zhengzhou City, it was packed with no empty seats, and many news reporters gathered, making it look like a media carnival. Zhang Feng's case always attracted attention because it was related to people's lives, and cracking down on bizarre behavior was particularly satisfying to watch. Moreover, this case was even more bizarre, with a total of 26 people going to freeload on meals and drinks during the blind date. Such a bizarre event was unheard of. With such a dramatic case, the media naturally paid attention to it, and now the entire news headlines were all about blind dates and treating. Countless male netizens came out to vent their grievances. They took women out for meals, spent hundreds or thousands of yuan. The good ones might receive a good person card, while the bad ones would directly criticize the men for not being romantic or being stingy. It was like losing the wife and losing the soldiers. For the men in the blind date circle, this case made them feel a sense of relief. They were cracking down on blind date scammers. So many people were following it like a soap opera, they had to see the outcome. Given this, the case was hyped to a fever pitch. At exactly 2 p.m. Everyone stood up as the presiding judge announced the start of the trial. First, the plaintiff's lawyer narrated the events. The plaintiff's lawyer is an unknown middle-aged female lawyer who explained the course of events. The plaintiff Lin Yan and one of the defendants, Zhang Feng, went on a blind date. Because the defendant promised to treat, she invited a male and a female friend to join. Later, the plaintiff said she wanted to invite some relatives, and the defendant tacitly agreed. Eventually, 23 people showed up after Lin Yan mentioned treating in the family group. These 23 relatives ate and took away a total of around 45,000 yuan, far exceeding the usual dining situation, which the plaintiff considered as intentionally taking advantage. In addition, over 5,000 yuan was for the wine consumed by Lin Yan and the other two, and Lin Yan believed the wine was counterfeit imported from abroad, demanding the restaurant provide relevant proof of purchase, or else compensate 3 times the amount. In conclusion, the plaintiff requested the over 50,000 yuan bill for this meal to be shared by Zhang Feng, who did not explicitly prevent the relatives from attending, the 23 relatives, and the Xianleju restaurant. As soon as the plaintiff's lawyer finished speaking, there was a buzz in the courtroom. Some audience members expressed disapproval, saying that people like Lin Yan were ruining the blind date culture, making blind dates a derogatory term. Quiet, please. The judge knocked the gavel a few times, and the courtroom quieted down, as it was now the turn of the defense lawyer to speak. First, the defense lawyer for the first defendant, Zhang Feng, Liang Xiying, appeared in court. Hello, presiding judge. Hello, jurors. I am the attorney representing the defendant Zhang Feng, and I will now present our viewpoint. Liang Xiying presented WeChat screenshots and printed payment records from the restaurant. She argued that Zhang Feng did agree to treat on the blind date, but after meeting Lin Yan, he felt they were not compatible. Therefore, he settled the bill midway through, spending 1,100 yuan to fulfill the previous promise of treating to a meal. Thus, he should not be liable for any further compensation, and this lawsuit is baseless. The plaintiff's lawyer countered, that's not the case. Zhang Feng did not refuse to have relatives present. It was an implied agreement at the time. Liang Xiying responded, you said it was implied, which means Zhang Feng did not verbally agree. Silence does not imply consent. The plaintiff's lawyer argued, then why didn't he speak up? His silence led our representative to mistakenly believe he had agreed. Don't you understand? Zhang Feng was concerned about Lin Yan's face. You want him to publicly say someone is shameless, bringing male friends to a blind date. If he did, would you be satisfied? You, the plaintiff's lawyer, are also a woman. If you brought so many people to a blind date, how would you be criticized? You must know, right? Despite Liang Xiying's usually cold demeanor, her skill in arguing left the plaintiff's female lawyer speechless. Seeing that the plaintiff's lawyer was inexperienced, the presiding judge allowed the next defendant to speak, and Liang Xiying sat down. Next, one of the 23 relatives stood up to defend all of them. We were invited by Lin Yan to dinner. She said she would treat, so we went, and we have WeChat group screenshots as evidence. This person showed the screenshots from the WeChat group, where it was clear that Lin Yan had indeed mentioned treating, and many people responded that they would go. The relative continued, at that time, over 10 of us expressed interest in going. Lin Yan did not stop us. On the contrary, with her invitation, we went. If she had said there were too many people, we definitely wouldn't have gone. Therefore, we should not bear the full cost of the meal this time. These relatives also found the situation awkward. They proposed that each person contribute 200 yuan for the meal, totaling 4,600 yuan, and those who took cigarettes and alcohol could return them themselves, resolving the matter. This was also part of their previous out-of-court settlement. However, even with this arrangement, there was still over 10,000 yuan remaining, which Lin Yan would have to bear herself. She was unable to come up with any money now and wanted the three defendants to bear all the meal expenses. Since the relationship between relatives had already soured, Lin Yan no longer cared about the consequences. Those relatives who took extra cigarettes and alcohol were quite regretful. The cigarettes and alcohol were so expensive that they usually wouldn't drink them. They were greedy for a little discount, but in the end, they had to foot the bill themselves. Naturally, they cursed Lin Yan in their hearts, thinking that the Lin family was really sinful to have raised such a person. The relatives all had unfriendly expressions. Finally, it was the turn of the representative of Xian Leju restaurant, one of the defendants, to speak. The representative of Xian Leju stated that they were innocent. Firstly, they were a restaurant, and they had to serve the customers who came in. During the consumption process, they charged according to the prices set by the Price Bureau, so there was no issue of overcharging. As for the cigarettes and alcohol that some customers took later, initially, some cigarettes and alcohol were taken without asking, but then a waiter went to ask Lin Yan in the private room if they could provide cigarettes and alcohol to other relatives. At that time, Lin Yan and her two friends were impatient and gave a positive response, so the waiter continued to provide cigarettes and alcohol to other relatives. In this way, Lin Yan acknowledged that the relatives could take the cigarettes and alcohol with them. The restaurant served according to the customers' requests, sold goods, and did nothing wrong. As for the relatives' request to return the taken cigarettes and alcohol, the restaurant refused. This was because the restaurant had a rule that, except for quality issues, they did not accept returns or exchanges. Another reason was that the restaurant did not have experts to verify the authenticity of the returned cigarettes and alcohol, so they suggested that customers sell them to a recycling store to make up for the loss. As soon as the restaurant spoke, it caused severe dissatisfaction among Lin Yan, the plaintiff, and the 23 relatives who were also defendants. First, the plaintiff's lawyer spoke. She said that the restaurant was also at fault because when they asked the relatives if they could bring cigarettes and alcohol, they did not make it clear. Also, they did not have any audio or video evidence to prove that they had asked this question. This was a bit of a red herring. The restaurant could not possibly have cameras and recording devices in the private rooms. If they did, it would definitely ruin their reputation, and no one would want to dine there again. So, this was a weak point for the restaurant. The restaurant's secondary responsibility was unavoidable. Additionally, the plaintiff's lawyer insisted that the premise of inviting relatives and friends to dine was based on Zhang Feng's offer to treat them. However, Zhang Feng played a trick by settling the bill early and leaving, so this premise was no longer valid. Therefore, Zhang Feng should also bear some of the expenses for the relatives' dining and the drinks ordered by Lin Yan later. Although the plaintiff allowed relatives and friends to dine, there was no promise of high spending. A simple table of food and drinks for 2,000 yuan would have been sufficient, but the relatives decided on their own to order the best dishes, drinks, and cigarettes, exceeding the normal level of spending for a gathering of relatives and friends. Therefore, there was an intention to take advantage deliberately, and they should also bear responsibility. In this way, the plaintiff's lawyer dragged the three other defendants into the case again, aiming to make all three parties jointly responsible for all her dining expenses, as Lin Yan did not want to pay a single penny. This led to another round of heated arguments, with Liang Xiying insisting that Zhang Feng was not at fault as he had completed the matchmaking process, settled the bill, and left, so the remaining issues were not related to him. As for the 23 relatives, each was only willing to bear 200 yuan. Those who took the cigarettes and alcohol should bear the cost themselves and negotiate with the restaurant for a refund or compensation. The restaurant also claimed that they were wronged. Despite providing normal service, they were still being accused, which was simply tragic. So, during the free debate stage, the various parties argued fiercely until the presiding judge finally banged the gavel to restore order. This case seemed complicated, but once the main contradictions were identified, it could be resolved easily. The presiding judge announced a 20-minute recess, and when they returned, the verdict would be officially announced. The audience below started to get chaotic, knowing that the presiding judge was going to discuss the verdict. They started betting and guessing who would win and how much. After 20 minutes, the presiding judge returned and announced the verdict. The plaintiff Lin Yan, because of a blind date with the defendant Zhang Feng at Xianleju's private room for dining, where Zhang Feng promised to treat, during which Lin Yan invited two friends, ordered around 1,000 yuan worth of food, and also invited relatives and friends through WeChat group. However, at that time, Zhang Feng did not agree to treat Lin Yan's relatives and friends to dinner, and the plaintiff could not provide relevant evidence of the promise. Later, because Zhang Feng did not fancy Lin Yan, he left early, settled the bill for the 1,000 yuan meal at the counter, fulfilled the promise of treating, and had no further connection with subsequent expenses. After Lin's relatives arrived, Lin Yan agreed to let them dine in the private room, thus taking on the obligation to treat. However, the 23 relatives also exhibited subjective intent for high consumption, with some taking cigarettes and alcohol home, engaging in opportunistic behavior. The restaurant did not appropriately remind the plaintiff and allowed a large number of relatives to leave with expensive cigarettes and alcohol. The judgment is as follows. The plaintiff Lin Yan bears the main responsibility for the blind date dining incident and must pay 14,000 yuan for the meal. The defendant Zhang Feng is not at fault. The 23 relatives of the defendant, besides compensating for the taken cigarettes and alcohol, also need to pay 300 yuan per person for the meal and return it to the restaurant. Additionally, the restaurant bears secondary responsibility. Apart from the money returned by the 23 defendants and Lin Yan's 14,000 yuan meal cost, the remaining losses must be borne by themselves. The trial ended, and there was a lot of discussion below. As expected, Lin Yan was the one who made the decision and bears the main responsibility. The 23 relatives clearly wanted to take advantage and should also bear some of the losses. The restaurant was a bit wronged but was forced to bear losses of thousands of yuan. However, the restaurant also made back the meal fees, indirectly gaining a reputation, so it's not a loss. As for Zhang Feng, he came out as the winner, not only free of blame but also educating the peculiar blind date woman. It's unlikely she will ask blind date partners to treat to a lavish meal in the future. After the judgment, Lin Yan collapsed on the table and cried. She originally wanted to take advantage of the blind date partner but ended up paying for the meal herself. For a woman who has always taken advantage of men, this is more unbearable than being killed. In addition, she has to bear the litigation and lawyer fees for this case, along with the 14,000 yuan meal cost, which will probably take her 1 or 2 years of work to repay. The 23 relatives accepted their misfortune and pooled their money to return it to the restaurant in person. Their eyes were cold, and they probably won't have any emotional ties with Lin Yan in the future. The restaurant owner was somewhat satisfied with the outcome. As the trial ended and Zhang Feng walked out of the courtroom, reporters surrounded him. It seemed like a regular program for the media now. Wherever Zhang Feng was, there was traffic and buzz. Mr. Zhang Feng, what are your thoughts on this blind date experience? Asked a journalist from Southern Weekly. I would like to say a few words to all blind date men and women. Nowadays, men and women are equal, and there is no rule that men must pay for expenses when dining out. When meeting for the first time as strangers, treating is a gesture, and going Dutch is the norm. Only when both parties are willing should the Dutch treat be considered. This is the most suitable payment method for blind dates to avoid encountering peculiar situations like Lin Yan's. I hope all blind date men and women take this case as a lesson, focus on the blind date itself, and not on taking advantage or PUA. Good. The onlookers applauded together, as it really struck a chord with them. Many men present had experienced failed blind dates, spending thousands or even tens of thousands just on treating the blind date partner, only to end up empty-handed and labeled as a good person by the woman, which was a real loss. A female journalist followed up, but I have also encountered peculiar blind date men who made people uncomfortable. Have you ever thought about women in such situations? Zhang Feng replied, peculiar behavior knows no gender. If you encounter a peculiar man, confront him. We are all part of this world, who's afraid of whom? The female journalist complained, but everything was fine before we met, and after meeting, there were all kinds of strange requests. They even wanted to go directly to the hotel. After being rejected, they asked us girls to pay for the meal or coffee, and some even got handsy. After experiencing several failures, I have no confidence in blind dates anymore. Zhang Feng smiled slightly. This is easy. I have a method that is both cost-effective and can deal with encountering strange people. What method? Everyone asked. In the future, choose to meet in the park for blind dates. After all, the location of the blind date doesn't matter. What's important is getting to know each other. Talk for a while. If you feel it's appropriate, then go to a restaurant or a coffee shop for a more private space. If you encounter any strange behavior, just call out, and the passers-by around the park will support you. This method is good. The audience in front of the screen was greatly inspired. This way many blind date problems could be avoided. Everyone praised Zhang Feng for being really clever. This made everyone admire Zhang Feng more and more, and it was estimated that after this trial, there would be fewer disputes over meal expenses caused by blind dates, just like the previous incident of square dancing disturbing the public. Nowadays, in order not to disturb others, the middle-aged ladies all wear Bluetooth earphones while dancing, so as not to bother anyone. Moreover, the noise prevention law has been implemented in advance, so in the future, if someone plays loud music disturbing the peace, the public security authorities have the right to fine them. All of this is thanks to the efforts of the anchor Zhang Feng, who has promoted the progress of social legal system. So after this trial, a wave of blind dates in the park swept through society. Indeed, there were fewer disputes. Even if one brought 100 relatives to a blind date, no one would object anymore. Zhang Feng, the strange behavior exterminator, once again changed the social phenomenon. The mission to punish strange behavior was successfully completed. After leaving the courtroom, Zhang Feng received a system reward. System, successfully dealt with 5-star strange blind date women. Reward, detection glasses +1. Reward, super pocket drone. These rewards were all new things that Zhang Feng had never seen before. Detection glasses can detect unknown people or things, with basic intelligent effects. Disposable items. Pocket drone, a super technological product, used for live signal transmission, with intelligent hovering, backward flying, long endurance, strong signal, and other features. Zhang Feng then received these two magical items as rewards from the system. First was the detection glasses, which looked like a pair of glasses without lenses, but only showed specific functions when selecting a target for use. The other was the pocket drone, about the size of a sparrow. Zhang Feng checked the instructions, connected the drone to his phone via Bluetooth, and when the drone started up, it floated in the air and transmitted a 4K high-definition live signal to his phone. With such a clear picture, and no major noise, it was like freeing his hands, no longer needing to hold a selfie stick for outdoor live broadcasts every day, which was comparable to the greatest invention of the 21st century. These rewards were all very good, at least very practical. No wonder they were rewards for dealing with 5-star strange behavior. Afterwards, his title of Strange Behavior Exterminator automatically settled Liang Xiying's legal fees, and the strange blind date case was settled. After this failed blind date experience, Zhang Feng became somewhat resistant to blind dates and decided not to meet women for the time being. If his parents asked him to go on a blind date again, he would forward the video of this trial to them to watch. The next day, Zhang Feng drove his Bugatti Veyron to the new penthouse to check on the progress of the renovation. Today, he used the new drone, walking ahead with a nonchalant attitude, while the drone captured various angles to show the live audience a different perspective. Anchor, what are you using to broadcast? It looks so clear. It seems to be a drone, but why can't we hear any sound from the drone? The audience was puzzled. Now whether it is DJI or other brands of drones, noise is unavoidable, but this drone by Zhang Feng is super quiet, perfect for live streaming. Anchor, where did you buy this drone? Can you share a link? I want one too, a netizen pleaded. Zhang Feng said, this is a custom-made item, and the manufacturer has a confidentiality agreement, so I can't disclose specific details, you understand. I see, it seems to be a matter of financial ability. If I had the money, I would also have DJI customize one. The netizen misunderstood, thinking that Zhang Feng had a custom-made miniature drone from DJI. Since it was a beautiful misunderstanding, Zhang Feng did not explain further, as he couldn't reveal the actual situation. When he arrived at his large flat, he saw workers from the decoration company working. Because there was previous renovation work, just some furniture and walls needed repainting and arranging, it would be repaired soon, and he could move in about half a month later. This was great, so this time Zhang Feng specially spent thousands of yuan to order advanced smart locks that could recognize faces. If someone unfamiliar tried to enter the door, the video would be sent to the homeowner's phone, preventing those who coveted his house from having any chance. With the house matter settled, Zhang Feng made a call to ask where his Bugatti was. Bugatti's regional director, Guo Destenson, replied that the car had been air freighted to the German headquarters for repairs and would probably take a couple of weeks to be ready. It seemed that his normal life would soon return, living in a spacious flat and driving a Bugatti Divo. That would be the life of a winner. Although life had improved, the oddities in the old neighborhood had been mostly dealt with by Zhang Feng. After playing games at home for a few days, no odd events occurred. It was not surprising, as the neighborhood's aunties were the most active intelligence organization on the street, and news of Zhang Feng dealing with oddities had spread throughout the nearby streets. Even if there were oddities, they dared not approach the neighborhood. After all, once an oddity crossed paths with Zhang Feng, they would lose everything and might even end up in jail for a few years. Oddities might have skewed values, but they were not stupid, so they basically avoided the old neighborhood. This allowed Zhang Feng to quietly spend several days. One day, Zhang Feng was still battling in a game, a match that lasted an hour before he won with a slight advantage. Zhang Feng shouted, "Awesome." But right after, his stomach growled loudly. It was already past 12 o'clock, and he hadn't eaten yet. He was too hungry to wait for delivery, so he rummaged through his home and found a bucket of Kong Shui Fu brand Old Alter pickled cabbage beef noodles, planning to have a simple lunch. After boiling water and soaking the noodles, while waiting for them to soften, Zhang Feng opened his news account on the computer to pass the time with netizens by reading current news. Soon, the noodles were ready, and Zhang Feng was about to start eating. However, at that moment, he saw a news article about food hygiene, specifically about Kong Shui Fu's Old Alter pickled cabbage instant noodles, which was shocking and appalling. It shocked Zhang Feng to the core. According to the food hygiene report, the so-called Old Alter pickled cabbage, made with traditional methods and fermented for a long time, is actually pickled in a pit. Workers walk barefoot, and even throw cigarette butts directly onto the pickled cabbage. Oh my god, no way! Zhang Feng had already picked up the noodles with his chopsticks, ready to eat, but now he saw this scene, and suddenly felt like he was about to eat a pile of disgusting sewage. Ugh! Zhang Feng gagged and quickly moved away from the computer desk. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten it yet, otherwise, he might have had to go to the hospital for stomach pumping. In the live stream chat, netizens were also in an uproar. Crass, I often eat Laotan pickled vegetables. Isn't that just eating the athlete's foot of these workers? Laotan pickled vegetables, when fermented, truly live up to their reputation. I will never eat instant noodles again. Netizens were excited, and it took Zhang Feng a while to calm down the nauseating feeling. He quickly threw the bowl of noodles into the trash can, opened the window for ventilation, and finally got rid of his aversion to Laotan pickled vegetables. This is definitely a major news story. Laotan pickled vegetable instant noodles, because they are cheap, delicious, and popular among the people, have a huge sales volume. This exposure of quality issues is of great concern to many Chinese people. Zhang Feng lost interest in playing games and immediately opened a video website to follow up on this food safety issue with netizens. As the investigation progressed, more details were exposed. The pickled vegetable factory that was exposed actually had double standards. The pickled vegetables exported abroad were produced in the traditional Laotan way and met hygiene standards, while the pickled vegetables supplied domestically were made from pickled vegetables stomped on in dirt pits. There were mosquitoes and insects all around the production pits, with dead rats, cockroaches, and workers who did not practice hygiene, did not wash their hands, wore slippers, and even stepped on the pickled vegetables barefoot. Some workers did not have health certificates, and the health and safety of customers could not be guaranteed. After seeing this, netizens felt strong stomach discomfort. This factory supplies pickled vegetables to various instant noodle manufacturers, hot pot-based manufacturers, and has a large scale. People who like pickled vegetables may have unknowingly consumed their products. The live chat room was filled with vomiting and knife emojis, and these netizens wanted to go to the factory and punish those responsible for producing this garbage pickled vegetables on the spot. This garbage pickled vegetable factory must be shut down, and those responsible must be investigated. Zhang Feng called on netizens to take action, complained to the Food and Drug Supervision Department, and some even called 12315 to complain, to ensure that those responsible for the pickled vegetable factory are legally punished. Enterprises that disregard food safety and public health cannot be allowed to continue to exist. This incident has caused a huge uproar. Not only did Zhang Feng's netizens complain together, but also anyone who had eaten Laotan pickled vegetables joined the complaint army. The authorities also took it seriously, and on the same evening, the police announced the investigation report. Currently, the legal representative of the pickled vegetable food factory and 4 other individuals have been taken into custody by the public security organs. The factory has been closed, and the Food and Drug Supervision Department has taken over. The case is under further investigation. Finally, everyone's emotions were somewhat calmed down, and these greedy individuals got what they deserved. Although the pickled vegetable factory has been sealed, the whereabouts of all the pickled vegetables they produced must be traced. News reporters continue to expose that this pickled vegetable factory mainly supplies several well-known domestic food processing groups, with the largest and most famous being the Kong Shui Fu food group that Zhang Feng almost consumed today. Kong Shui Fu group not only produces instant noodles but also a variety of other food products. Their products consistently top the sales charts in the same category year-round. Their instant noodles featuring Laotan pickled vegetables are their best-selling products. Therefore, they need to investigate and clarify whether they have used pickled vegetables from the factory involved in the incident and how much they have used. However, Kong Shui Fu Group has not responded, as if they have no connection to the incident. In order to verify, netizens have been leaving messages on Kong Shui Fu's Weibo and short video accounts, asking them to explain the situation. When they opened Kang Shui-Fu's homepage, it was filled with such messages. It wasn't until the third day of the pickled vegetable incident that Kang Shui-Fu Group issued a statement. Regarding the pickled vegetable incident, our company is aware and deeply shocked. We have stopped cooperating with the factory. The pickled cabbage used in the old pickled cabbage noodles we produced before was made with high-quality pickled cabbage that meets international standards, not the substandard products reported in the news. Please stay clear-minded, do not be misled by rumors, those are all schemes by competitors, Baisheng and Unilever. When Zhang Feng saw this statement, he saw the arrogance and perfunctoriness of this large food group. Can they really guarantee that they have never used the pickled cabbage from that factory? What about the delivery note exposed by the journalist? So Zhang Feng used his Anchor account to leave a message for Kang Shui-Fu, asking them to provide quality inspection reports and relevant procurement certificates. At least they should present some evidence. When can empty words prove innocence? As a public figure, the anchor should not set the tone. Zhang Feng was puzzled by this response. He did not leave a message just as an anchor. When he was in school, he often ate old pickled cabbage. He was questioning the other party as a consumer. And he got such a reply? Is Kang Shui-Fu being arrogant, or is Zhang Feng unable to act? System, ding. Detected Kang Shui-Fu Food Company's bizarre index of 2 stars, entering the observation list. Only 2 stars? Zhang Feng felt that with their attitude, at least 4 stars were warranted, but 2 stars were not enough to take action. He had to let the bullets fly for a while. Netizens were also dissatisfied with Kang Shui-Fu's perfunctory response, demanding the removal of the currently sold old pickled cabbage until it passed inspection. However, Kang Shui-Fu insisted that their instant noodles met all standards and refused to comply. System, detected Kang Shui-Fu Food Company's bizarre index of 3 stars, entering the observation list. Oh, Zhang Feng was following the developments and received this prompt, feeling pleased. It seemed that Kang Shui-Fu was going further down the path of self-destruction. It would be easier to deal with them if they became more arrogant. Another day passed, and the old pickled cabbage incident continued to escalate. In a certain city in northwest China, a migrant worker was urgently hospitalized due to food poisoning. He had eaten a packet of old pickled cabbage instant noodles, along with ham sausages, peanuts, and other foods the night before. The media extensively reported this incident, directly targeting Kang Shui-Fu instant noodles. Logically, since the victim had also eaten other foods simultaneously, it was possible that the blame was not solely on the old pickled cabbage. However, exposing this news during a sensitive period, Kang Shui-Fu's public relations team should have gone to offer condolences immediately, then investigate the relevant evidence to prove their innocence. However, Kang Shui-Fu did nothing, not even responding. Despite being mentioned multiple times by netizens, a deputy manager from their headquarters recorded a video, coming to mock the netizens. When Zhang Feng opened this video, he was furious. It turned out that the deputy manager named Hu Changyin led the media reporters to visit Kang Shui-Fu's instant noodle production workshop. They saw various staff in white coats, wearing masks and hats, producing instant noodles in a clean and hygienic environment. When they reached the quality inspection department and received a test report from a subordinate, their instant noodles were found to have no problems and met national standards. Then Hu Changyin began to insinuate and criticize, saying that all negative news about Kang Shui-Fu was far-fetched and baseless, and that a certain anchor was deliberately inciting netizens' emotions, falsely accusing and defaming their company, requesting relevant departments to shut them down. Zhang Feng was almost cursing at this point. This was truly intolerable. Furthermore, Hu Changyin said that some people now like to seek attention, deliberately framing Kang Shui-Fu, clearly accusing the hospitalized migrant worker of intentionally targeting them. Not compensating is one thing, but coming out to defame and slander consumers, this company is really outrageous. Even the system couldn't stand it and gave a series of prompts. System, ding. Detected that Kang Shui Food Company's weirdness index has risen to 4 stars, it must be rectified, please choose from the following methods. Option A, become a loyal supporter of Kang Shui, continue to eat Laotan pickled vegetable noodles, and fight against anyone who defames Kang Shui to the end. You will be awarded the title of Kang-style braindead fan and can eat Laotan pickled vegetable noodles for free for life. Option B, it's none of your business, sit back and watch the world. You will be awarded the title of bystander, rewarded with a truckload of watermelons. Option C, confront the unscrupulous food company, expose their ugly behavior, make them apologize, and accept the iron fist of consumers. Successful sanctions will receive 1 million renminbi and plus 1 detection I choose C. Zhang Feng made his choice without hesitation. Even if the system doesn't offer rewards, Zhang Feng will still stand up to Kang Shui. It's one thing if they don't accept criticism, but trying to get websites to ban him is going too far. Do they think that as a large corporation, they can do whatever they want just because of their size? That's too naive. However, there is an old saying that it's better to be polite before using force. If the senior management of Confronting is willing to admit their mistakes, then Zhang Feng won't have to take action. So, under the witness of thousands of netizens, Zhang Feng left a message on Confronting's official website account, listing a few demands. First, all Laotan pickled vegetable noodles involved in the incident should be recalled for testing. Second, investigate the reasons for the food poisoning of the farmers. Third, the deputy manager's inappropriate remarks should be publicly apologized for. Fourth, customers who have eaten Laotan pickled vegetable noodles before should be compensated in some way, even if it's just a few packets of other types of instant noodles, or even just a greeting. What consumers want is an attitude, not necessarily a high compensation. Brothers, do you think my demands are unreasonable? After leaving the message, Zhang Feng asked in the live broadcast room. Not unreasonable, quite reasonable. Not unreasonable +1, if it were me, I would ask for more. Not unreasonable plus 10,086. Netizens thought Zhang Feng was too polite. They would have directly confronted Confronting, who had a bad habit of getting away with things. However, after sending the message, there was no immediate response from the other party. It was already late that day, so after a while of live streaming, Zhang Feng went offline to sleep. The next morning when Zhang Feng woke up and hadn't started the live broadcast yet, he found that the WeChat group was buzzing with hundreds of messages, all reminding him to quickly check Confronting's official statement. Zhang Feng clicked on the link and saw a new video. In the video, the deputy manager Hu Chengyin, who had previously indirectly criticized Zhang Feng, now directly mentioned his name. There's a live streamer named Zhang Feng, who is really ignorant and arrogant, picking fights with ordinary people and thinking he's a star just because he's suing people. Does he even know his own limitations? He's spouting nonsense online to gain popularity by belittling our Confronting. This kind of low-quality internet celebrity is disgusting. I once again call on all netizens to unite and resist unscrupulous live streamers. Demand a ban across all platforms to purify the online environment. The video also included a threat to send a lawyer's letter to Zhang Feng, reserving the right to pursue legal action. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. He had provided constructive suggestions to the Confronting headquarters, but the deputy manager still criticized him. It seems that Hu Chengyin has strong backing, and this time he directly targeted Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was not going to let this slide. He was ready to start a live broadcast and confront Confronting with the support of netizens. However, as soon as he started the live broadcast, he noticed many unfamiliar accounts in the chat, attacking him with coordinated and non-offensive language. For the anchor industry, it is very clear about this kind of rhythm, deliberately causing the anchor to lose control of their words and get their live broadcast room banned. At the same time, various posts have appeared on the internet, all criticizing Zhang Feng, even swearing that he had a groundless dark history of skipping classes, early romance, and failing exams during his middle school years. Soon, his live signal went black, and the backstage feedback stated that the live room was under rectification due to reports received. No need to ask, this is all Kong Shuaifu's combination of moves, finding internet water armies to attack him and report his live room. Zhang Feng felt he was too kind to this bizarre company, all the courtesy was just adding obstacles to himself. For bizarre things, just deal with it directly. Die-hard fans couldn't stand it anymore, so they messaged Zhang Feng asking, "Can you tolerate this?" "Of course not, let's go after him." Zhang Feng decided to take the initiative. He was against the issue, not the person. He wouldn't target the entire Kong Shuaifu product, but would criticize the specific product of Laotan sour cabbage noodles. To criticize Kong Shuaifu's Laotan sour cabbage noodles as substandard, evidence is needed, so Zhang Feng went directly to their first-level food wholesale market in Zhengzhou City and found a sales manager. After entering the office, Zhang Feng told the manager that he wanted to purchase a large quantity of Laotan sour cabbage noodles, with a production date 3 days before, which was before the exposure of the incident. The sales manager replied, "I'm sorry, we only do wholesale business here, we only accept orders of 200,000 or more. For small quantities, please go to the supermarket for supplies." Zhang Feng asked for the company's corporate account and directly transferred 1 million to them. "Is this money enough?" "Enough, more than enough, boss, please have a seat." The sales manager smiled and performed a face-changing technique, starting to use the classic customer service routine of sit, please take a seat, and began calling Zhang Feng the boss. After serving tea, the manager asked pleasingly, "Do you want 100,000 packs of Kong Shuaifu's Laotan sour cabbage noodles? We don't have that much inventory here, but we can arrange for it immediately. How much do you need? We will have that much." "Okay, arrange for it quickly, the production date just needs to be within the shelf life, and the speed should be fast," Zhang Feng said. Alright, we will arrange it immediately. We have about 300,000 in stock here, the remaining 700,000 will be here by tomorrow, the manager assured. Okay, wait for tomorrow to deliver together. I will tell you the delivery address later. Zhang Feng then left the wholesale company to find a warehouse, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to store 1 million packs of instant noodles. This matter couldn't be broadcasted, otherwise, Kang Shuifu, who was targeting him, would preemptively respond, so he quietly rented a large warehouse. When Zhang Feng arrived at the site to inspect the warehouse, he found a large steel-structured warehouse with high ceilings and cleanliness inside. Zhang Feng paid a month's rent in advance to store the instant noodles. After the warehouse was rented, he messaged the wholesale manager to have them deliver the instant noodles the next day. The wholesale manager assured there would be no problem. The next day, a large container truck arrived in the morning, filled with Kang Shuifu's Laotan sour cabbage noodles. They were packed in bucket ones, calculated at 2 yuan for packed and 3 yuan for bucket, totaling nearly 400,000 packs of instant noodles. The entire truck was full. Workers then began unloading and stacking the instant noodles in the warehouse. With the help of forklifts, the instant noodles were stacked neatly, quickly filling up half of the warehouse. After all, it was a big deal. The wholesale manager also came personally to have Zhang Feng inspect and sign off. He also mentioned that the sales of Laotan sour cabbage noodles were cold now. They couldn't sell them at all, but when others heard that he wanted a large quantity, they all rushed to offer supply, so the manager assured that in the future, whatever quantity Zhang Feng needed, they would provide. Okay, I'll contact you if I need more, Zhang Feng nodded. The wholesale manager nodded and left, leaving only Zhang Feng and a large quantity of instant noodles in the warehouse. Zhang Feng looked at the instant noodles, smiled mysteriously, and put on a pair of framed glasses. These were the detection glasses that the system had rewarded him with before. System, please detect how many of these old tan sour cabbage noodles are not up to standard. As soon as Zhang Feng finished speaking, special rays invisible to the human eye appeared on the detection glasses, penetrating the instant noodles in front of him. System, detection complete, approximately 86% of the sour cabbage packets in the instant noodles contain harmful substances above the standard level, not recommended for consumption. Zhang Feng quickly noticed a pattern. The non-compliant instant noodles were mainly concentrated in stacks 7 to 8 high. After inspection, he soon found a clue. A batch of instant noodles with the production number starting with ZC1387 had a high rate of non-compliance, while other batches had fewer issues. Since factories usually use the same batch of raw materials for a product, it proved that the problematic sour cabbage used in these instant noodles came from a specific factory. With this solid evidence, Zhang Feng realized that the assistant manager, Hu Chengyin, must have replaced the problematic sour cabbage but overlooked the fact that many flawed instant noodles were still on the market. Knowing the non-compliant production batches, Zhang Feng had to continue purchasing. He called the wholesale manager and specifically requested the instant noodles with the high non-compliance production batch numbers. Do you need specific production batch numbers? Can I offer you a cheaper alternative? No need, I want those specific batches. If you don't have them, I'll buy from someone else, Zhang Feng replied. No problem, I can get them for you, but it will take me a day, the manager said. Just one day, or I'll find another supplier, Zhang Feng insisted. Okay, I'll get it done. But if it's less, other suppliers may not be as proactive in sourcing it. The manager hinted that additional payment might be required for sourcing the specific batches. I need another 2 million worth of goods, is that enough? Zhang Feng asked, using all the cash in his account. That's enough, more than enough. The wholesale manager was delighted as he could make a significant profit from this deal. He immediately contacted his counterparts to source the specific batches of old tan sour cabbage noodles. It's not easy for regular consumers to select specific batch instant noodles, but for wholesalers, it's effortless. With a quick check on the computer management software, they could easily find the relevant batch numbers. Some of the distributors with those batch numbers were from other provinces. With additional freight charges, the goods were promptly loaded onto trucks and transported day and night to Zhengzhou City. On that day, Zhang Feng did not livestream, and his audience eagerly awaited his next move, urging him to reveal his plans. He kept them waiting, saying he had a big surprise in store. When the 2 million worth of instant noodles arrived, it would be the perfect time to reveal his plan. After a day, the first large trailer carrying the instant noodles arrived. Zhang Feng started the livestream, allowing netizens to witness the unloading of the massive quantity of instant noodles. Seeing the mountain of old tan sour cabbage noodles, the netizens were shocked. Almost 99.9% of them had never seen so many instant noodles before. Wow, how many instant noodles are these? What are you doing, host? A netizen asked in amazement. Zhang Feng replied, nothing much. Didn't Hu Changing claim that Kong Shui Fu old tan sour cabbage noodles were fine? I bought some to test if there are any issues. When netizens heard that Zhang Feng had bought a total of 3 million Kong Shui Fu instant noodles, they thought he was crazy, and some people started to advise him. Anchor, don't be obsessed, the losses from impulse are all your hard-earned money. It's not fun to take things too seriously, you alone can't fight against such a big company. What does it mean to take things too seriously? Zhang Feng didn't like to hear that. If everyone doesn't take things seriously, then there will be more weird things in this world. Just like during this period when he didn't take things seriously, Wang Suoa, Chao Pufu and his son, Lao Dashan and his son, and Square Dance Auntie Chenju continued to be active in the weird frontline. If it's not bullying Zhang Feng, it will bully other normal people. Should good people be held at gunpoint? Should good people be bullied by weird people or weird companies? Absolutely not. I work hard alone, but bring happiness to millions. If I can make the arrogant company Kong Shui Fu realize its mistakes and apologize, even if I lose all this money, so what? That would be a victory for justice. Justice will prevail. Zhang Feng made a strong statement in the live broadcast room, winning applause, and it was very satisfying. Exactly, Zhang Feng works hard alone, bringing happiness to millions of families. Since Zhang Feng confronted those weird people, there have been fewer thefts of takeout food here, the noise from square dancing has decreased, and the quality of life has clearly improved. This is the credit of the anchor. I will always support Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng is the god who stands up for us ordinary people. Netizens began to support Zhang Feng. I'm not a god, I'm just an ordinary person who likes to take things seriously, Zhang Feng modestly said. At this time, the distributor manager also arrived at the scene. When he signed the supply acceptance form with Zhang Feng, he said, "Boss Zhang, this may be our last cooperation." What happened? Zhang Feng asked. I have had my product distribution rights revoked by Kong Shui Fu Company. They won't let me sell their products anymore. The distributor boss sighed. It was because there was a spy in Zhang Feng's live broadcast room, so when Kong Shui Fu Group found out about the incident of him receiving a large amount of instant noodles during the live broadcast, they naturally had to stop it. Don't be upset. Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously and patted the boss on the shoulder. You will be grateful for this result in a few days. Without Kong Shui Fu, there is still Kong Shui Bo. Can't we do without their instant noodles? Tony, Baishan, which one is worse than them? Zhang Feng's words encouraged the boss, who nodded and said, okay, I trust you. I only learned about your deeds in the past few days. I think this is a sign that Kong Shui Fu was afraid. You will definitely win. Go back and wait for the news. Zhang Feng said confidently. After the boss left, Zhang Feng began to use the detection glasses to investigate a new batch of instant noodles. The detection glasses were labeled as disposable items, but they could only detect one thing. As long as it was Kong Shui Fu's old tan pickled cabbage noodles, they could still be used for testing. The detection glasses emitted rays and quickly checked the results. System, the non-conformity rate of pickled cabbage in this batch of old tan pickled cabbage noodles is 82.45%. System, detection glasses energy depleted, no longer effective. This non-conformity rate truly shocked Zhang Feng. He didn't expect the non-conformity rate of a specific batch of instant noodles to be so high. If consumers ate them, they could suffer from diarrhea at best, or end up in the ICU at worst. Food hygiene is no joke. Now that there was evidence, Kong Shui Fu's days were numbered. These detection glasses were worth using. Zhang Feng immediately dialed 12331 and 12315 to report on food hygiene and consumer rights. Zhang Feng reported his real name, stating that the Kong Shui Fu old tan pickled cabbage noodles he purchased had serious quality issues. Of course, this was not the end. Just imposing quality penalties was not enough, it had to involve criminal cases as well. So Zhang Feng personally brought several bags of substandard instant noodles to the Zhangzhou Sub-Bureau and found Captain Su Tao. Captain Su, I want to report Kong Shui Fu Company for suspected crimes of producing and selling toxic and harmful food, maliciously adding substandard pickled vegetables to instant noodle products, endangering human health. Zhang Feng's name was well known now, and Su Tao took it very seriously, so he had the lab technicians in the team send the instant noodles to a specialized testing agency for examination before making any conclusions. So Zhang Feng went back to wait for the results. If the report is true, it would involve a criminal case, and the individuals involved could face up to 5 years in prison. The first to arrive were the food hygiene inspectors, who, upon hearing that Zhang Feng had a large quantity of substandard instant noodles, brought a car full of enforcement officers. Seeing the warehouse filled with instant noodles, they knew this was a serious matter. You can test as you please, these batches of instant noodles all have issues, Zhang Feng pointed out. The staff began taking photos and collecting samples for testing. Next came personnel from the Consumer Complaint Hotline, who also took some instant noodles with them. With 3 groups conducting tests, the results were out in a day. When they saw the test reports, they were shocked. The Food Hygiene Department had never seen such outrageous results before. In specific batches of pickled vegetables, the non-compliance rate was over 90%. These instant noodles pickled vegetables contained excessive levels of nitrite, arsenic, lead, pathogenic bacteria, preservatives, and more, which would seriously harm human health. This was a major food safety incident. Due to the large quantity involved, the matter was immediately reported to the National Food Safety Commission, which took it very seriously. On one hand, they organized a team to go to Kong Shuaifu's headquarters for investigation. On the other hand, they sent people to Zhang Feng's warehouse for further evidence collection, ensuring that everything was done in a fair and transparent manner. The results of the second round of testing were similar to the first, with the non-compliance rate of those specific batches of old tan pickled vegetable noodles pointed out by Zhang Feng being exceptionally high. To everyone's surprise, the pathogen of skin fungus was also found in the pickled vegetables, the same fungus that causes athlete's foot. This was unbelievable and corroborated the previous news about stepping on pickled vegetables. The Food Safety Commission immediately issued penalties, ordering Kong Shuaifu to immediately remove all old tan pickled vegetable noodles from shelves. Only instant noodle products that passed the sampling inspection could continue to be sold. They also dispatched a working group to conduct a comprehensive hygiene inspection of Kong Shuaifu. At the same time, personnel from the Zhengzhou Sub-Bureau and other relevant departments were sent to investigate and collect evidence from Kong Shuaifu's branches in various locations. This old tan pickled vegetable noodles incident escalated and received attention from relevant authorities, all thanks to Zhang Feng's efforts. The next night, Su Tao called Zhang Feng to inform him, "This matter has escalated, and the local police in many places have also intervened. However, because you reported the case first, the higher-ups allow us to take the lead and work together on the case. Alright, I wish Captain Su a speedy resolution of the case. I'll treat you to a meal when you return," Zhang Feng said with a smile. "Let's skip the meal. I'll inform you when there's news." Su Tao hung up the phone. The meal was just a casual remark. Now that they were the reporter and the investigator, if it was known that they were dining together, it could cause trouble if publicized. So, to avoid suspicion, he couldn't have private contact with Su Tao recently. Next, Zhang Feng sat back and watched how Kong Shuaifu would dig its own grave. As a result of this incident, Kong Shuaifu's stock price plummeted, losing tens of billions in market value overnight. The company's top executives appeared frequently in the media, trying to salvage the situation. However, the public did not buy it. In a few batches of old tan sour cabbage instant noodles, the unqualified rate of sour cabbage reached over 90%. No one knew if the instant noodles they had eaten before were from this batch. When they thought about frequently having diarrhea recently, they automatically attributed it to this. So one by one, the affected consumers went online to accuse and criticize, demanding a thorough investigation of Kong Shuaifu Company, this unscrupulous enterprise, with the scolding even surpassing the initial Sanlu milk powder scandal. After all, milk powder is only consumed by infants and young children, while instant noodles are consumed by many adults and children. Faced with the investigation department and the public's iron fist, Kong Shuaifu's leadership finally backed down. General Manager Kong Dafu personally came out to apologize, stating that the products would be taken off the shelves and cooperating with relevant departments for the investigation. However, it was too late. Previously so tough, the Deputy General Manager named Hu Chengyin challenged everything and everyone, even the consumers, never afraid before. How come, now that the knife is at the neck, he knows fear? Zhang Feng in front of the screen was watching the news, commenting with netizens on Kong Shuaifu's struggle, when suddenly he received a call from an unknown number. "Are you Zhang Feng?" the caller asked. "Yes, who is this?" "I am Hu Chengyin, the Deputy General Manager of Kong Shuaifu Group," the caller said. Zhang Feng became interested. "Oh? So you are Deputy Manager Hu, you were not satisfied with criticizing me in the video, now you want to scold me over the phone?" Hu Chengyin said, "Just kidding, it was all a misunderstanding before. Can we meet after the broadcast to discuss business? I, Zhang Feng, never do anything wrong. I can say anything in front of netizens, no need for a private meeting, there's nothing to discuss with you. You have to give me a chance to apologize. You are representing the interests of the consumers, right? We are discussing compensation now." "Oh, are you trying to bribe me?" Zhang Feng asked. "It's not a bribe, it's compensation for my previous inappropriate remarks." Hu Chengyin found a way out for his company, trying to buy off Zhang Feng. As long as he stops causing trouble, he can get paid. That can work. However, the amount is a bit high. Zhang Feng decided to tease him a bit. "How much do you want?" Our Kang Shui Fu is financially strong. We can offer a satisfactory amount for you, Hu Chengyin said. 150 billion US dollars, and I will forgive you on behalf of the consumers, Zhang Feng said an exaggerated amount. The entire market value of Kang Shui Fu was 150 billion US dollars. Zhang Feng seemed to want the whole Kang Shui Fu group. Are you joking? Hu Chengyin was getting frustrated. You started the joke first. Zhang Feng coldly said, your company's poor management allowed toxic and harmful food to enter the market. If customers who ate your instant noodles get sick, who is responsible? I gave you 4 suggestions before, how did you respond? You wanted to ban me, now you are in trouble, trying to buy me off. How dare you ask? I wonder if your face is made of a city wall. Hu Chengyin was left breathless on the phone and hung up directly. Now, netizens praised him for standing up to him. On the other end, Hu Chengyin, who hung up the phone, was so angry that he smashed his phone on the spot. How did your communication with Zhang Feng go? After a while, Hu Chengyin was called to the chairman's office, where an elderly man with graying hair and a serious expression was waiting. This old man is the chairman and founder of Kang Shui Fu, named Kang Shui Fu, and the company is named after him. Hu Chengyin said, he won't even meet me, just a small anchor, who does he think he is? What? When the chairman heard this, he immediately became furious and confronted Hu Chengyin loudly. Just by watching his live stream carefully, you should know that he bought 3 million of our old tan sour cabbage instant noodles in one go, most of which have problems. He reported us, and if we don't deal with him, we will have to pay 10 times, even 100 times the compensation. Do you know how much the stock price has dropped these days? Hu Chengyin didn't expect this. He has always been used to being high and mighty, not accustomed to equal communication with others. This is also because he rose to power through nepotism, lacking real ability. When initially faced with accusations, instead of humbly correcting himself, he added fuel to the fire, leading to the current situation. In my opinion, we should just take care of him directly to prevent future trouble. Hu Chengyin decided to take decisive action to end it once and for all, making a chopping motion with his hand. You fool! Idiot! This infuriated the chairman, who raised his arm and repeatedly slapped Hu Chengyin across the face. Hu Chengyin, holding his cheek, felt wronged. He didn't understand how his well-intentioned suggestion led to a beating. The chairman scolded, he is a public figure, currently complaining about us. If something happens to him now, won't it be obvious to everyone that we were involved? When the police come knocking, will they arrest you or me? Hu Chengyin finally realized his mistake, how his arrogance and foolishness turned a small matter into such a mess. What was originally a minor issue that could have been easily resolved, you've turned it into this mess. The chairman paced in anger, thinking of a solution, while Hu Chengyin was too scared to even breathe. The chairman then said, I will use my connections at higher levels, hopefully it works. You must take care of Zhang Feng for me, make sure he doesn't pursue this further. Agree to whatever conditions he sets, or we will incur even greater losses. But he's asking for 15 billion in compensation, should I agree to that too? Hu Chengyin asked. You fool! The chairman, enraged, slapped him again and kicked him. Hu Chengyin, terrified, scrambled away to avoid another beating. The chairman knew Hu was useless, so he assigned the general manager, Kang Dafu, to handle the matter. Kang Dafu, the general manager of Kang Shui Fu Group, formally requested a meeting with Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's response was simple, make sure you are sincere before coming to see me. Kang Dafu earnestly faced the camera and said, we are very sincere, we hope Mr. Zhang Feng can give us a chance to apologize. With the critical issue resolved, Zhang Feng agreed to the meeting. The meeting between the two parties attracted widespread attention and was scheduled to take place at the 5-star Zhengzhou Grand Hotel in Zhengzhou City, with live broadcasts on multiple platforms. Kang Shui Fu saw this meeting as a must-win opportunity, their only chance for redemption. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, appeared relaxed, wearing shorts and a t-shirt as he arrived at the hotel for the meeting. Go we Zhang Feng, fight for justice for us consumers. Outside the hotel, dozens of his supporters held banners and chanted slogans. Zhang Feng waved to them in acknowledgement, realizing that he was not just fulfilling a task but also representing the interests of consumers. He was determined to make Kang Shui Fu offer the most sincere apology. In the grand hall of the hotel, the flashing lights never ceased as Zhang Feng was escorted to the stage and seated. Across the table were representatives from Kang Shui Fu Group, a total of 6 people, including top executives and white-collar elites. They also connected remotely with the chairman, seeking his approval for decisions they couldn't make, aiming to resolve all conflicts today. The public opinion has already formed. Whether Zhang Feng withdraws the lawsuit or not, it doesn't have much impact. It's just that Zhang Feng has been entrusted with the sacred mission of seeking justice for the people, and Kang Shui Fu can only be truly understood by Zhang Feng before being understood by all consumers. In this negotiation meeting, the host first briefly introduced the situation, and then Kang Dafu, the general manager of Kang Shuifu Group, spoke. Dear guests, friends in front of the screen, and Mr. Zhang Feng, on behalf of Kang Shuifu Group, I greet you all. Kang Dafu's attitude is much better than Hu Qingyin's, at least he is not hypocritical, his tone is sincere. He first admitted the company's previous mistakes and proposed several rectification measures, including but not limited to, all old tan pickled cabbage products are taken offline, and will not be put back online until the rectification is complete. For consumers who have fallen ill from consuming old tan pickled cabbage, they are willing to bear all medical expenses and actively negotiate compensation. As a warning to others, all products under their name will be thoroughly inspected and rectified to prevent such issues from happening again. Kang Shuifu Group sincerely thanks Mr. Zhang Feng for his criticism, which has made great efforts to improve the quality of Kang Shuifu's products. Kang Dafu has set the tone now, he is good at speaking, and his sincere attitude is evident from the start, making people feel comfortable listening. If Hu Chengyin were still here, he would probably have already angered the consumers. To be honest, this attitude is acceptable, but it is far from enough. Kang Dafu asked Zhang Feng to state his demands, and they will try their best to meet them. Zhang Feng is not a devil, after all, even prisons give inmates a chance to reform, so he doesn't want to destroy Kang Shuifu completely. Even if they were destroyed, there might be other food companies who are only interested in profit, making the situation worse. So it's better to keep Kang Shuifu. With this lesson learned, they probably won't dare to lower the product quality again. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng put forward his demands. First, open a channel for users to refund, even for 1 or 2 packages, or offer discounts. Second, publicly apologize in major media outlets and keep it at the top for 7 days. Third, for the 3 million old tan pickled cabbage noodles he purchased, according to the consumer rights provision of 1 fake, 10 penalties, compensate him with 30 million. Fourth, let the previously rude Hu Chengyin personally experience the pain of consumers. As soon as these 4 demands were made, they sparked a huge discussion on the spot. Zhang Feng's 4 demands may seem exaggerated, but upon reflection, they are all reasonable. The first 2 are necessary. As for the 30 million compensation, it is also a legal provision, as most of the purchased old tan pickled cabbage products have issues, so tenfold compensation is understandable. The fourth point is where everyone is puzzled. How can Hu Chengyin experience the pain of consumers? Kang Dafu, not understanding, asked, we can meet the first 3 demands, but how do we fulfill the fourth? Zhang Feng said, it's simple to experience the pain of consumers. Let Hu Chengyin eat old tan pickled cabbage noodles for a month, even if he has experienced it. Upon hearing this request, there was a brief silence in the audience, followed by laughter and applause, as this request was well received. They say to truly understand, one must experience it themselves, so now the senior management of Kang Shuifu will personally eat the old tan pickled cabbage noodles they produce, which is quite reasonable. Is eating for a month too long? Kang Dafu questioned. Zhang Feng replied, yes, a month is too long, we don't have the patience to wait. My proposal is to limit it to 1 day, where he can eat 1 package per meal, but for each meal, he must eat 10 packages of a specific batch of pickled cabbage. This way, by the end of the day, he would have to eat 30 small packages of pickled cabbage for 3 meals, equivalent to what others would eat in a month of old tan pickled cabbage noodles, thus completing the task. The online viewers burst into laughter and overwhelmingly agreed. It's not difficult at all. Wang can eat 18 kilograms of pineapples every day, and he's still lively. Exactly, didn't Hu Chengyin say before that their products are fine? I bet he can eat 100 packs without any issues. Kang Dafu looked at Hu Chengyin beside him and asked, Vice President Hu, are you okay? Before coming, the chairman had sternly warned him that he must agree to all of Zhang Feng's demands, or else if things went wrong, he would be in big trouble. After some thought, Hu Chengyin realized that eating a day's worth of old tan sour cabbage noodles was nothing compared to being fined millions, so he readily agreed. With this agreement, they began to implement the plan. First, Kang Shuifu Group started taking down their products as promised, compensating the victims, issuing public apologies, and other measures. But what netizens were most interested in was watching Hu Chengyin eat the old tan sour cabbage noodles. The next day, he live-streamed the entire meal process at the Zhangzhou Grand Hotel. For breakfast, Hu Chengyin had old tan sour cabbage noodles, along with 10 packs of the problematic batch. In front of the camera, he ate in a Western style, elegantly dressed in a tuxedo, with a napkin tied around his neck, and even had salad as a side dish, making the meal look quite appetizing. The live stream lasted all day, and after finishing his meal, he could sit or lie down in the lobby but was not allowed to stay away from the camera for too long. Hu Chengyin leisurely started using his phone as if no one was around. However, his leisurely time was soon interrupted. Around 9 o'clock, his expression changed slightly, and he seemed restless. Then he left the lobby. There were cameras set up in the lobby corridor, and under the watchful eyes of netizens, he entered the restroom. Could he really have diarrhea? Netizens became curious. If the vice president of Kong Shuifu got diarrhea from eating old tan sour cabbage noodles, it would be interesting to see how they would explain it to consumers. After waiting for 6 to 7 minutes, Hu Chengyin emerged from the restroom looking a bit better. He whispered something to the people around him, and someone ran out, then returned with some unidentified pills for Hu Chengyin to take. Netizens speculated that it was an anti-diarrheal medication. At noon, Hu Chengyin continued to eat old tan sour cabbage noodles, along with 10 packs of cabbage. This was his fixed meal, but Hu Chengyin didn't just eat that. He also had prepared expensive dishes like duck stew and bird's nest porridge to eat with the cabbage, creating a new way of eating. However, his stomach didn't agree with this fancy meal. In the early afternoon, Hu Chengyin's face changed again, and he quickly ran to the restroom. This time, he took more than 10 minutes before coming out, looking quite pale, indicating a severe reaction. He took 2 more pills when he came out, showing that even he couldn't handle it. The audience burst into laughter. Well done! The viewers watching the live stream cheered loudly. When consumers got diarrhea from eating the sour cabbage noodles, no one cared, but now that the executives of Kong Shuifu were eating them, they should suffer the consequences. But even the pills couldn't stop the decline. In the afternoon, Hu Chengyin had to run to the restroom twice more, feeling exhausted. By evening, a doctor was called to administer intravenous fluids. His subordinates consulted Zhang Feng and whispered to him, suggesting that Hu Chengyin was feeling unwell and should temporarily stop, then continue another day. I said it doesn't count. You should ask the viewers watching the live stream. Zhang Feng pointed to the large screen above, where the barrage of comments read disagree and let him continue eating. The staff had no choice but to continue, despite the public's anger. At dinner, although there were high-end dishes like steak and foie gras, Hu Chengyin couldn't eat a single bite. He didn't even touch the noodles, just poured the cabbage packs into the white porridge, gritted his teeth, and swallowed it all. His fate would be determined by this moment. The live broadcast was scheduled to end at 7 p.m. Exactly 12 hours of live streaming. However, around 6 o'clock, Hu Chengyin seemed to be in a hurry, clutching his stomach and running into the restroom, with visible stains on his pants. Oh my, is Hu always cosplaying as Lao Bai? Definitely, after eating toxic pickled vegetables for a week, surviving is already lucky for him. Wow, even their own people can't handle it. I will definitely not eat their instant noodles in the future. I won't eat instant noodles from any brand. There's no need to stop eating just because of a choking incident. As long as the raw materials are qualified and inspected, instant noodles are cleaner and more hygienic than most processed foods. For example, the national brand by Siang instant noodles, I really like to eat. The netizens discussed in a lively manner, mostly gloating. Hu Chengyin miscalculated. He didn't expect the 30 servings of pickled vegetables to be so overpowering, especially since it was from a special batch specified by Zhang Feng, which had issues. He thought he could endure it for a day, but his body couldn't handle it at all. Today, he basically stayed in the restroom. After waiting for 20 minutes and Hu Chengyin didn't come out, the staff became anxious. They broke open the cubicle door only to find Hu Chengyin vomiting and defecating, with blood in the vomit. This was a dangerous situation, and they had to rush him to the hospital, abandoning the live broadcast. Eating until this point during a live stream is definitely the best deterrent. In the future, probably no one will dare to buy their Lao Tan pickled vegetable noodles. The netizens were ecstatic, happier than during the new year. They praised Zhang Feng greatly, acknowledging that his idea to deal with Hu Chengyin not only taught him a lesson but also made Kong Shuifu Group pay a heavy price. Zhang Feng just smiled and waved it off, indicating that it was no big deal. Their live stream wasn't over yet. They were heading to the hospital for a visit. As Zhang Feng rushed to the hospital, the barrage in the live chat erupted with victorious cheers, making the netizens as happy as if it were the new year. With Hu Chengyin hospitalized, they could finally vent their grievances. Once upon a time, consumers were a vulnerable group, often being deceived by food manufacturers and stores. When problems arose, they would deny responsibility, at most compensating with a few products. But Zhang Feng, with his Kong Shuifu Group, emerged victorious, making all consumers feel vindicated. Watching Zhang Feng's livestream was so enjoyable. It was so satisfying that someone even gave him a nickname, calling him the Barbarian God. The Barbarian God was already outside the hospital, but the media reporters were quicker, with several interview vehicles parked outside. However, to protect the patient's privacy, the hospital didn't allow reporters into the ward area. This didn't deter Zhang Feng, he ended the livestream, entered the hospital, found a doctor, and after explaining his intentions, hoped to inquire about Hu Qingyin's condition. The doctor turned out to be a fan of Zhang Feng. After Zhang Feng promised not to reveal his face and to use voice modulation, the doctor disclosed Hu Qingyin's condition. Hu Qingyin has acute gastrointestinal fungal infection. Fungus? Zhang Feng was puzzled. An infection of fungi in the stomach was indeed rare. Isn't it usually bacterial or viral infections? He is infected with red ringworm fungus, beard ringworm fungus, rose ringworm fungus, and various other pathogens. Seeing Zhang Feng a bit confused, the doctor mentioned the commonly known name. We generally refer to these bacteria as athlete's foot fungus. I'm speechless. When this interview was broadcasted live, it shocked netizens for a century. No one had expected that a person's stomach could be infected with athlete's foot fungus. This meant that the news about stepping on pickled vegetables was true, indirectly confirming that Kong Shuifu had used problematic pickled vegetables, and their previous clarifications were lies. Now everyone understands that Kong Shuifu's old pickled cabbage noodles are not just noodles, but a fungal infection combo. Internet users jokingly say, "Want to taste the taste of athlete's foot fungus? Hurry up and buy Kong Shuifu instant noodles, guaranteed to let you experience the authentic taste of fungus." However, some customers who used to eat the old pickled cabbage noodles are now feeling nauseous. Many people, fearing they might have athlete's foot in their stomachs, rushed to the hospital for checkups overnight. Then Zhang Feng's live broadcast room exploded, with the number of viewers skyrocketing to the top of the website, reaching tens of millions of viewers, causing the servers to crash temporarily. When the chairman of Kong Shuifu saw the scene in the live broadcast, he slumped directly in his chair. He knew that his instant noodle business was finished because after this live broadcast, no one dared to eat their instant noodles anymore. Even if they presented more certificates or lowered prices, it was useless as customers no longer trusted them. That night, after Zhang Feng's live broadcast ended, the impact on Kong Shuifu was far from over. People started criticizing online, and those who were particularly harsh were the ones who used to eat the old pickled cabbage instant noodles the most. Some people started applying for medical compensation, as they had been hospitalized frequently for gastrointestinal infections before and now seemed to have found the cause. Whether or not it was truly due to eating instant noodles, Kong Shuifu couldn't shake off the blame this time. Due to their pursuit of convenience and cost-cutting, Kong Shuifu Group neglected product testing, leading to irreparable disastrous consequences. In the following 2 days, although Kong Shuifu paid 30 million to Zhang Feng, withdrew 3 million instant noodles, and processed the problematic instant noodles harmlessly, they couldn't regain the trust of customers and shareholders. Within a few days, Kong Shuifu Group's market value evaporated by nearly half, with a large number of shareholders selling off stocks, hitting the limit down continuously, and severe shrinkage in the assets of several major shareholders. As a result, their group no longer had orders for instant noodles, and retailers nationwide removed their instant noodles from shelves, leading to warehouses filled with returned goods, some of which were dumped outside the factory. This also affected the sales of other non-instant noodle products, reducing orders by about 30% compared to usual. Kong Shuifu had effectively brought about its own collapse. As the situation escalated, the chairman of Kong Shuifu had to face the media personally and announced a major news item. Kong Shuifu would no longer produce any type of instant noodle products and would focus mainly on overseas markets. They had learned their lesson and would strictly control quality to reassure consumers. Consumers were happy to spread the news, celebrating with drums and firecrackers, finally releasing their pent-up frustration. They were very satisfied with the outcome this time. Firstly, the responsible person from the pickled cabbage factory was arrested and was said to be sentenced to 3 to 5 years in prison. Secondly, the arrogant Kong Shuifu Group also suffered heavy losses. With the help of a reverse public relations genius, Hu Changyin, they turned a regular crisis into a life-or-death situation for the company. Now, Kong Shuifu's instant noodle production line was shut down, with massive layoffs and factory closures. Their reputation in the country had been tarnished, forcing them to deceive foreigners overseas for money. People no longer had to worry about eating their products, and consumers were now at ease. Additionally, Kong Shuifu received a fine of 1 million yuan from the Food Safety Department, along with measures such as suspension and rectification, which paled in comparison to the market value losses. Furthermore, 3 senior executives of Kong Shuifu were arrested by Su Tao on charges of dereliction of duty, and they were expected to be sentenced to several months in prison, thanks to Zhang Feng's report. Many people who were hospitalized due to food poisoning from Kong Shuifu's products received compensation, which was also fought for by Zhang Feng on their behalf. Now, Zhang Feng had become a hero in the eyes of consumers, punishing the wicked and promoting the good. They welcomed Zhang Feng to continue fighting against substandard products in the food industry to ensure the food safety of the general public. Zhang Feng said in the live broadcast that he would be doing some eating broadcasts recently. If he eats something unhygienic and gets diarrhea, he will continue to defend consumers' rights. As soon as this statement was made, many big food companies were scared and immediately conducted quality inspections on all their products. For example, Sanhu Ham Sausage and Unilever rectified the hygiene conditions of their production workshops, all employees changed into new work clothes, and they absolutely did not use pork with diseases or pests. For products that failed the inspection, they were resolutely destroyed and not circulated. At this critical moment, no company wants to become the next Kong Shui Fu. As a result, the entire food industry experienced a major earthquake because of a live streamer, and many shady practices and substandard products in the industry were reduced, all thanks to Zhang Feng. With Zhang Feng's reputation soaring, he finally received a reward from the system. Successfully rectifying Kong Shui Fu Food Company, reward of 1 million cash, detection glasses +1. This was very comfortable. After working hard for many days, he finally reaped the rewards. At the same time, Zhang Feng also received 30 million renminbi in compensation from Kong Shui Fu Group. This time, by exposing fake instant noodles, he unexpectedly made a huge profit. It seems that good deeds are truly rewarded, and in the future, he will need to confront more absurdities, as heaven will favor him. However, this incident is not over yet. News came that some consumers who ate other problematic pickled vegetable products also suffered food poisoning but could not benefit from Kong Shui Fu's compensation policy and had to pay for their medical expenses, which was quite unfortunate. After seeing this, Zhang Feng felt that as a live streamer, he needed to do something for society. When he saw the 30 million in his account, he came up with a good idea. He then approached the Green Cross Association and after discussing with their leader, signed a special donation contract. Zhang Feng and the Green Cross Charity Association then held a press conference together. Zhang Feng announced on the spot that he would donate the 30 million renminbi compensation from Kong Shui Fu to the Green Cross Association to establish an exclusive food safety fund to compensate ordinary people hospitalized due to food poisoning. In addition to covering the medical expenses of these people, the fund would also provide financial support for legal assistance to help them sue the relevant food factories, preventing some food factories from deceiving consumers with substandard and harmful products. Even if they were only fined 1 renminbi, the huge negative publicity would be enough to deter those food factories. With this press conference, everyone knew that the spring of food hygiene had arrived. With the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, all food factories would have to think twice before doing anything wrong. Zhang Feng used the 30 million to promote the rectification and progress of the entire food industry. As a result, Zhang Feng's reputation once again rose, and many people who did not watch the live stream came to the broadcast room, followed him, and sent hearts as a tribute to this food safety warrior. This time, not only did he receive praise from the public, but the system also sent another message. System successfully completed the task of rectifying Kong Shui Fu Company, not only subjecting it to punishment but also promoting reform and progress in the entire food industry. Your contribution is invaluable. The system, dedicated to promoting positive energy, will not let the host work in vain. Special reward, a luxurious yacht, which will dock at the port of Shania City in a week and prepay 10 years of rent, allowing you to go out to sea for leisure at any time. Next, Zhang Feng saw a photo of a very luxurious small yacht, the kind that several people could use for fishing at sea with a small deck. This type of yacht costs at least tens of millions, so it seems that his 30 million was not spent in vain, as the system reimbursed him and the returns were only high. Thank you, system, Zhang Feng said gratefully. The system replied, "You're welcome. This system is willing to cooperate with the host to confront all the absurdities in the world." Zhang Feng laughed after hearing this. Indeed, this system was very compatible with him, and they would definitely cooperate happily in the future. The Kong Shui Fu rights protection case ended here, and after a series of highlights, Zhang Feng's life gradually returned to normal. He also started living a leisurely life of daily live streaming. In the following half month, his food safety fund completed over 10 compensation cases, with 5 successful lawsuits that upheld consumer rights. Zhang Feng unintentionally did a great deed. The successful consumers in these rights protection cases, as well as the compensators from the previous Kong Shui Fu incident, both men and women with their families, over 20 people specially came to Zhongzhou to thank Zhang Feng in person. Most of them were ordinary people from all over the country who had been hospitalized due to consuming contaminated food. Originally, they could only accept their misfortune, but now with the funds, they could not only reimburse their medical expenses but also sue the manufacturers to vent their anger, so they were very grateful to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng welcomed them and hosted a banquet at a grand hotel for these guests who had traveled from afar. Later, he personally escorted these people to their hotel accommodations and the next day, saw them off at the train station. This was originally a good deed, but the process of this banquet was captured by someone with ill intentions, edited and photoshopped, and spread on the internet. Shocking! Famous anchor Zhang Feng actually spent the night with 10 women. And these women, some as old as 57, he didn't spare any, truly indiscriminate. With Zhang Feng's popularity, this headline quickly went viral on the internet. Did you know? Eccentric star Zhang Feng has fallen from grace. Really? I'll go check it out. Many netizens clicked on the related video content to see what was going on. The video author explained in detail. In the video, the whistleblower wore a mask and spoke earnestly, saying that during Zhang Feng's student days, he lifted girls' skirts, peeked into the women's restroom, and had 5 girlfriends. In the video, the whistleblower used a harsh tone to continuously reveal Zhang Feng's dark secrets. After Zhang Feng graduated from college and became an anchor, he had a hobby of sleeping with fans. He played with over 30 female fans, and many naive female fans flew thousands of miles to offer themselves to him. Recently, after Zhang Feng exposed the Kong Shui Fu Group, his reputation soared. He hypocritically became a food safety fund, but in reality, he was targeting female victims. Those who needed to apply for the fund had to sleep with Zhang Feng themselves or have their female family members do so. Therefore, this meeting was actually a card-turning event, with 10 women of different ages accompanying him at the hotel, having a night of revelry. According to my informant, when the hotel staff entered to clean up afterward, they found all sorts of things on the floor. It was a real mess. The masked person with the ID whistleblower spoke convincingly, and the personal information matched Zhang Feng's, making it seem particularly authentic. He also showed many pictures, where Zhang Feng was seen entering the hotel with a group of women. There was also a blurry and indecent photo that appeared to show Zhang Feng engaging in group activities with multiple women. This video content shocked the entire internet. As the saying goes, the more famous one is, the more rumors there are. Although some netizens didn't believe it was true, given the low cost of spreading rumors nowadays and the technology of video face swapping and photo editing, the whistleblower had pictures as evidence, leading a considerable number of onlookers and haters to start spreading rumors and attacking Zhang Feng. The idol has fallen. I thought he was some eccentric star, who knew he was a time management master. Even young girls and 57-year-old women could be his mother. Is Zhang Feng still considered human? Beast, should go for physical castration, a waste of food to keep such a person alive. The online world was flooded with public opinion. On the day Zhang Feng just started his live broadcast, he was informed that the live room had received too many complaints, and is currently under rectification and investigation, unable to broadcast. The live room is shut down? What's going on? Zhang Feng thought it was retaliation from some enemy, but when he saw the overwhelming negative news, he became angry. Because all these are groundless accusations, completely slander. What night with 10 women, those were all victims and their relatives who came to visit him. The photos were obviously manipulated using displacement shooting and Photoshop methods. Anyway, that whistleblower is just maliciously spreading rumors. Ding! At this time, the system sent a prompt. System, malicious rumor monger detected, weirdness index 4 stars, please take immediate action. Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed, and he asked, why is there no option this time? System, what option? These rumor mongers have completely lost their conscience. Just make them pay a painful price directly, no need to choose. The system was right. Zhang Feng also felt the same way. He was going to fight back with legal weapons. To sue, he definitely needed to find a lawyer, but Zhang Feng hadn't contacted Liang Xiying yet, and Liang Xiying called him first. I have seen it, those online comments about you. I believe you are innocent. I suggest you sue them. Of course, I will sue. Tell me what evidence I need to prepare. Zhang Feng said. Liang Xiying said, the rumor mongers have violated your personal reputation, constituting defamation, requiring criminal prosecution, but you need to report to the public security organs, obtain the personal information and evidence of the rumor mongers, in order to have evidence for prosecution. Okay, I'll go report to the police first. With Liang Xiying's guidance, Zhang Feng intercepted the account name that initially posted the false information, as well as the location and time where he was photographed. There should be surveillance there, which might quickly locate the person who took the photos. So, accompanied by Liang Xiying, Zhang Feng went to the Zhengzhou City Sub-Bureau and reported the case to Su Tao. He and Su Tao were old acquaintances. The two of them had cooperated tacitly last time to deal with the square dance aunties. Now that Zhang Feng encountered false rumors and slander, he came to him immediately. Su Tao took this matter very seriously. He inquired in detail about the specific situation. This case was definitely eligible for reporting, and he immediately issued a case receipt, asking Zhang Feng to wait for news. He would start investigating the case immediately. After Liang Xiying left, when Zhang Feng returned to the neighborhood, those neighbors who had previously regarded him as a hero were now looking at him with wary eyes. Parents holding their daughters would quickly shield their daughters behind them when they saw Zhang Feng, then they would walk away, as if Zhang Feng was some kind of pervert who would harm their daughters. This was clearly influenced by online rumors. Zhang Feng's blood pressure rose, and when he returned home, he found that the live room had been restored, so he started the live broadcast and told the viewers about the incident. As a result, in the live room, only a few die-hard fans were encouraging him, the rest were just onlookers making a fuss, talking about the night with 10 women, and asking Zhang Feng how it felt to play with old cucumbers. It was chaotic and the barrage was unbearable. When Zhang Feng was riding high, the barrage was full of praise, but now with just a little rumor, everything changed, showing that among the fans who watched his live broadcast, there were few true fans and many mindless followers. Probably among them, there were also many people who had been dealt with by him, arranged by his water army. In response, Zhang Feng directly turned off the barrage function, and he specifically took out the case receipt to show to everyone. I have reported to the police, that whistleblower who slandered me, and those who reposted it more than 500 times, you all need to be careful. Shortly after Zhang Feng said this, someone messaged him on WeChat, saying that the whistleblower's account had been cleared and turned into an empty account. Clearly out of fear, they had deleted the account and run away. Zhang Feng then went to the live broadcast room and personally used his phone to open the other party's account for inspection. Sure enough, the exposure video that had been pinned and viewed tens of millions of times was no longer there. However, this was useless, as various news on the internet had already been reposted countless times. The internet has a memory, and deleting an account doesn't mean nothing happened. Zhang Feng said, "See, if this person is not guilty, why would they delete the video? I've told you, I am innocent, the righteous will clear themselves." Zhang Feng then reopened the barrage function, and this time there were many fewer vulgar words in the barrage. Because everyone is not stupid, only those who are guilty in their hearts would delete the video. The account of this whistleblower had previously vowed that every word he said was true, otherwise his mother would explode. But now, he deleted his account and ran away without even daring to make a response. Zhang Feng sneered, "It's rare to see someone who jokes about their own mother. Probably he doesn't have one." However, some people secretly speculated that the other party had been paid off by Zhang Feng for public relations, and Zhang Feng directly pointed out the other party. This netizen named One Cut Knot, "Do you dare to take responsibility for what you said? If there is evidence of me bribing you, feel free to bring it out and accuse me. If there is, I will quit the internet on the spot. If not, be prepared to receive a letter from my lawyer." One Cut Knot suddenly fell silent, probably feeling guilty and not daring to challenge the host. After all, Zhang Feng had fought against many weirdos before and had a strong presence. Some trashy netizens didn't dare to provoke him because while others might just talk tough, Zhang Feng played for real, and many weirdos had already learned their lesson. Shortly after, Zhang Feng received a call from the supervisor of the live broadcast guild. In the industry where Zhang Feng was, it was common for broadcasters to join a guild. The so-called guild was equivalent to an MCN organization, arranging commercial activities, providing training, etc. And they would take a cut from the broadcaster's income to make a profit. For some new broadcasters, joining a guild was beneficial for a quick start, but the downside was having to endure their blood-sucking and overbearing terms. Zhang Feng had joined the guild during his rookie period, signing a 3-year contract, and now it had only been a little over a year. Generally, big broadcasters wanted to break free from the control of the guild and become independent, as it was more comfortable to be a free person rather than being charged a commission for no reason and having their live content interfered with. For example, the guild often required Zhang Feng to interact with some female broadcasters from the same guild, to chat with them when there was nothing else to do. Watching those female broadcasters with heavily filtered beauty acting coy and selling cuteness was truly nauseating. When Zhang Feng's live broadcast was popular, the guild treated him like a king, all resources were tilted towards him. But now that Zhang Feng was being slandered, they didn't come out to clarify the situation, instead interfering with his live broadcast. "Zhang Feng, what's been going on recently? Why are you being so careless?" the guild supervisor said in a displeased tone. Zhang Feng immediately retorted, "What do you mean? From what you're saying, do you actually believe I did those things?" The supervisor said, "The guild doesn't care whether you did it or not. The current public opinion has severely affected your live broadcast income. Compared to a few days ago, your gift income has decreased by tens of thousands. You need to quickly host a clarification live broadcast, Buy some eye drops, halfway through, drop some eye drops to pretend to cry. Only then can you turn the tide. What? Are you saying that the guild won't help me clarify the situation and instead wants me to use tears to gain sympathy? Zhang Feng's tone also turned sour. It's all for your own good. Crying isn't admitting guilt, it's beneficial for restoring your reputation, the supervisor said. If you want to cry, go cry by yourself. Zhang Feng didn't want to talk to this bossy person and hung up the phone directly. He always believed that a real man sheds tears only when necessary. If wronged, just sue, why cry? A big scar on the head is nothing to cry about. By the evening, the guild's big boss, Jin Jingwu, personally called. Zhang Feng, how did you consider what the supervisor said to you today? Jin Jingwu asked. Not well, I will solve it my way. Crying can solve problems, so there won't be any battles. Zhang Feng replied firmly. This is the best solution developed by our team, please take it seriously. I repeat, I will not record a crying video. Zhang Feng explained firmly. He is in a cooperative relationship with the guild now, not a vassal. You are in breach of contract, don't forget the breach clause in the contract. Jin Jingwu threatened. When Zhang Feng just started, young and inexperienced, he was deceived by the guild into signing a selling contract with a very high penalty clause, up to 20 million. What, are you threatening me? Zhang Feng said coldly. Just record a video, nothing else, or else, I'll give you another day or two to think about it. With that, Jin Jingwu hung up the phone. Record your ghost. Zhang Feng was not in the mood to argue with the guild now, his focus was on the rumor mongers. 2 days later, there was finally news from Su Tao's side, asking Zhang Feng to come to the police station for a discussion. When Zhang Feng arrived, Su Tao told him the results of the investigation. Firstly, there were 2 suspects in this rumor case. The mastermind, He Pengpai, male, 29 years old, a freelancer. The other person is Lang Tianqing, male, 32 years old, a freelance photographer who makes a living by taking paparazzi photos of celebrities, also known as the paparazzi. He was commissioned by the mastermind He Pengpai to track Zhang Feng and take photos of his daily activities. However, Lang Tianqing did not capture the explosive content he wanted, so he could only send some photos of Zhang Feng's daily outdoor live broadcasts to the mastermind He Pengpai. In order to attract attention and seek excitement, He Pengpai came up with the idea of fabricating facts by using Photoshop on the photos. He Pengpai spent 3,000 yuan to have Lang Tianqing help him Photoshop some photos, then based on Zhang Feng's experiences found on Baidu, fabricated the previous rumors videos. After posting them online, it caused a sensation. He Pengpai suddenly became famous and was very proud, insisting that the video content was real. Until Zhang Feng reported the case, he realized the seriousness of the situation, deleted the account, but it was too late. The 2 of them are currently under the control of the sub-bureau, and now they are asking for Zhang Feng's opinion. The relatives of the other party proposed a settlement, but in cases of criminal prosecution, whether to prosecute or not depends entirely on Zhang Feng's own decision. Settle? No way! Zhang Feng directly refused. He was against these weirdos. If he let these 2 go this time, there would be thousands of people being defamed and cyberbullied in the future, with no way to seek justice. This time, he wanted to set an example for all those who have been falsely accused, to bring these 2 colluding rumor mongers to justice. Alright, here is the investigation report of this case, as well as various evidence materials. You can file a lawsuit based on this. Su Tao handed Zhang Feng a file. Thank you, Captain Su. Zhang Feng thanked sincerely. Captain Su sighed, waved his hand, indicating no need to thank him. This is what he, as a public servant, should do, and also expressed deep sympathy for Zhang Feng's ordeal. These days, Zhang Feng was at the center of cyberbullying. His fans who used to send gifts were all gone, causing a significant loss in income, not to mention the immeasurable damage to his reputation. Zhang Feng then handed over the evidence to Liang Xiying to file a lawsuit as soon as possible. Liang Xiying took the file and handed her phone to Zhang Feng, letting him see the latest interview content. After seeing it, Zhang Feng was instantly furious. Because this time, not only was he under public criticism, but the 10 women affected also suffered varying degrees of harm. One female teacher was dismissed by the school for reasons of moral corruption. That 16-year-old girl, unable to bear the gossip of her classmates, stopped going to school, locked herself in her room and cried, showing signs of depression. Other women, more or less, have faced criticism and relationship issues due to the rumor video. Some have faced divorce or breakups, and they have to wear sunglasses and masks when they go out, which has seriously affected their daily lives. The most desperate is a 57-year-old rural woman who, unable to bear the criticism of her fellow villagers and feeling that her children think she has lost face, drank pesticide in a moment of despair. Fortunately, she was taken to the hospital in time and is currently under observation. This is outrageous. Zhang Feng was angry now. He originally thought he would be the only one suing the rumor spreader, but now it seems that the number of victims has increased to 11. This time, Zhang Feng not only has to restore his own reputation but also has to help the 10 innocent women. So he called each of them. At first, these women just cried, but Zhang Feng told them based on his own experience that crying would only make the bad guys laugh at them. They must be brave and fight back, not just for themselves but also for the countless people who are persecuted by rumors. Come to Zhongzhou, the foundation will cover your food and accommodation, and we will fight and win this lawsuit together. Good people should not be bullied. Zhang Feng's words infected every woman. Except for Grandma Wang Qin, who is still in the hospital, the others rushed to Zhongzhou with their family members. They gathered for a meeting, and as the lawyer for the collective lawsuit, Liang Xiying understood each person's situation, spent 2 days organizing the information, and then submitted the lawsuit to the court. Living up to expectations, they were granted a speedy trial due to the solid evidence, and the trial began the next day. When Zhang Feng announced the news of the lawsuit being filed live, public opinion took a 180-degree turn, with everyone saying they knew Zhang Feng was innocent all along. These netizens changed their stance really quickly. In any case, now that the public security authorities have issued a case report, everyone believes that Zhang Feng is innocent. This case made headlines again, and many reporters gathered at the entrance of Zhang Feng's residential area, hoping to interview him. Zhang Feng refused to be interviewed before the trial and said everything would be discussed in court. The next day, following the procedure, the morning was the stage for out-of-court settlement, but Zhang Feng and the other victims had agreed to reject any settlement and wait for the trial directly. During this time, the 2 suspects who spread the rumors had been detained, and their parents and families, through the media, expressed their desire to reconcile with Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng ignored them all and refused to use money to compensate for the psychological trauma caused to the 11 of them. He wanted the rumor spreaders to repent in prison to deter others who spread or are accustomed to spreading rumors. Unexpectedly, just before the trial, the families of the 2 suspects uploaded 2 videos, which quickly became hot topics. The first video was released by the mastermind He Pingpai's parents. They were in tears in front of the camera, showing various awards He Pingpai had received during his primary and secondary school years to demonstrate how excellent their son was. They also mentioned that their son is unmarried, only 29 years old, and has always abided by the law. Zhang Feng, I beg you to spare my son, he is still a child. We are willing to compensate for your losses, as long as we sit down and talk, even if we have to sell our house, we will pay you back. He Pingpai's parents even knelt in front of the camera, crying and pleading. Surprisingly, this really evoked sympathy from many people. Some left comments below the video, mentioning Zhang Feng. After watching the video, Zhang Feng replied with 2 words, noted. Some criticized Zhang Feng for being cold-blooded and lacking compassion. Zhang Feng refuted each point. First, is a 29-year-old giant baby still considered a child? Isn't everyone a parent's precious child? Their child can be forgiven, but should these 11 children of ours be bullied? Second, I am not short of money. What we want is justice. Whatever the law decides, I will accept it. The Holy Mother said again, He Pingpai has parents to support, and he is a first-time offender. He can be forgiven and given a chance to start anew. Zhang Feng immediately retorted, those who have not suffered should not advise others to be kind. It's not you who have been harmed. If one day you are falsely accused, you can forgive the accuser, but I'm sorry, I cannot. Good. Many netizens were also fed up with the online Holy Mothers and cheered for Zhang Feng. Next was a video posted by the wife and child of the paparazzi Lang Tianqing. A middle-aged woman holding a 3 or 4-year-old boy said sadly, we are a family of 5, with elderly and young members. Only my husband earns money to support the family, and he also has to bear the burden of mortgage and car loans. It's too hard. Once my husband goes to jail, our family will be finished. At that time, I don't know what to do. At the end of the video, the mother and son cried together. The wife called for her husband, the child called for his father, crying so heartbreakingly and emotionally that it truly moved many holy mothers to tears. Previously, the guild had Zhang Feng play a crying scene, but unexpectedly encountered a professional actor in crying scenes here. This mother and son are so pitiful. When the man is arrested, it feels like the sky is falling. Can't you people show some compassion for this family? Arresting Lang Tianqing is like destroying their whole family. The Holy Mothers frequently mentioned Zhang Feng, asking him to come out and speak, hoping he could be magnanimous. Zhang Feng immediately replied, if a family is in difficulty, they can apply for government assistance, instead of begging for forgiveness for a suspected criminal. According to your theory, can all criminals with families be forgiven? So playing the victim doesn't hold water. We also have a woman here who was forced to drink pesticide. Who did she offend? The woman's family almost lost a loved one. At that time, did any of you holy mothers step forward to help her? Zhang Feng became angrier as he spoke, even confronting the holy mothers. If you can't bear to see it, then raise funds for them. Each person donates 2,000 yuan, and 100 holy mothers can raise 200,000 yuan, enough for their family to live on for a long time. Hurry up and donate, what use am I? When money was mentioned, many holy mothers disappeared because they had no money in their pockets. Indeed, these were just online holy mothers who were quick to show compassion when it didn't concern them, but when it came to contributing money, they ran faster than anyone else. Some holy mothers who were retorted were not satisfied and replied, "You, as a popular anchor, earn so much money, you should donate first." Zhang Feng said, "I'm sorry, all my earnings are legal. I can donate to others, such as the 10 victims, but I won't donate to those who framed me, nor will I give a penny to the holy mothers." "What's wrong? Are you going to attack me?" This left the holy mothers speechless, and they started saying some irrelevant things, but in the end, no one paid attention to them. The holy mothers in Zhang Feng's hands will never get what they want. Relatives' tears cannot conceal the guilt. This generation of netizens is not easily fooled, and they can distinguish right from wrong. Time quickly came to the afternoon court session. In the third rapid court, every seat was taken. Media reporters almost crowded the scene, and cameras were lined up in a row. Recently, Zhang Feng had been dominating the headlines, even making Wang Feng envious, all because this case was highly representative. This was a typical case of spreading rumors and causing harm, with such a significant impact that it even affected the whole country. Anyone who regularly goes online basically knows the ins and outs of the case. Everyone has their own judgment of who is right and who is wrong. First, the plaintiff and the defendant entered the courtroom. On Zhang Feng's side, there were a total of 9 women, with their family members sitting below, encouraging them. Only Wang Qin, who was hospitalized, watched the trial process through a live broadcast from her hospital bed. After the presiding judge announced the start of the trial, the plaintiff's lawyer, Liang Xiying, explained the course of events. The defendant He Pengpai, in pursuit of excitement and seeking attention, commissioned photographer Lang Tianxing to secretly follow and photograph the daily activities of the plaintiff Zhang Feng. Inadvertently, he captured normal social interactions between Zhang Feng and 10 other victims. Not satisfied, He Pengpai conceived the idea of distorting and fabricating facts, and paid 3,000 yuan to Lang Tianxing to use Photoshop software to alter the photos and fabricate facts to falsely accuse our 11 plaintiffs, with specific accusations detailed in the printed materials. This led to the plaintiffs being subjected to varying degrees of online harassment, severely impacting their daily lives. Wang Qin even couldn't bear the accusations and attempted to prove her innocence by drinking pesticide. The defendant, for his own selfish interests, caused severe physical and psychological trauma to the plaintiffs and should be severely punished. Liang Xiying finished speaking, and there was a slight murmur in the audience. Until now, some people only knew all the details. It was unexpected that a defamation case affecting the whole country was caused by such a trivial matter. The key was the relaxed expressions of the 2 defendants, who seemed to not think it was a big deal. According to them, it was just a joke. Yes, many people like to make jokes now, regardless of whether others like it or not. However, many are legally ignorant and do not realize that excessive joking can cause serious harm to physical and mental well-being, which should also be punishable by law. The defense lawyer then spoke. The male lawyer did not deny the facts but argued that the defendants did not have subjective intent, did not profit from the rumor, actively deleted the video afterward, and showed remorse during the interview after being caught. Now, they are seeking forgiveness from the parties involved and are willing to provide compensation. Liang Xiying stood up to refute the lawyer's argument, stating that this was not a valid excuse, and mental harm cannot be quantified with money. Many plaintiffs could not return to their lives before the incident. The 2 defendants suddenly raised their hands, wanting to speak for themselves. After being allowed to speak, He Pengpai said, "I'm sorry, everyone. I was just joking. I didn't expect such serious consequences. I repent, please forgive me, I will definitely change my ways." With the admission of guilt, the pressure now shifted to the plaintiffs. If they do not forgive, it may lead to criticism from the audience. Zhang Feng stood up to reply on behalf of others, saying, "Your attitude of admitting mistakes is good. The law will give you a chance to reflect on your actions." Zhang Feng then provided an audio recording to the court, an anonymous audio he recently received. With the judge's approval, it was played in court. It was a recording of He Pengpai boasting at a drinking table, saying he would definitely become famous this time. When asked if Zhang Feng would be affected, He Pengpai dismissively said, "His life or death has nothing to do with me." This clearly showed He Pengpai's selfishness. The recording took place at a gathering with friends the day before he was caught. As the saying goes, the leopard cannot change its spots. A person's character generally does not change significantly in a short period, which proves that He Peng Pai knowingly disregarded the serious consequences of spreading rumors. So, how much sincerity is in his repentance this time is self-evident. He Peng Pai's face suddenly turned ugly as the recording exposed his insincere repentance. Lang Tianqing, the defendant, then spoke, claiming he was just a photographer who was paid by clients to take photos. He did not have malicious intent when photoshopping the pictures and did not anticipate they would be used for spreading rumors. He requested leniency based on this lack of subjective malice. This time, Liang Xiying answered him, the law not only includes actus reus, but also mens rea. It's the same act of throwing garbage, but if someone throws it into the trash can, that's about being civilized. However, if it's throwing objects from a height and it hits plants and flowers, it's a criminal offense. You are an adult in your prime, you should have a clear understanding of your actions. If you make a mistake, you should accept the punishment. Throughout the entire debate process, the defense lawyer was trying to absolve the two defendants. The core demand of the defendants was just one thing: begging for forgiveness and then using money to resolve it. Liang Xiying listed the losses of Zhang Feng and the other plaintiffs. Just the income Zhang Feng lost from being cyberbullied in the days before amounted to tens of thousands. The total losses in compensation for the others added up to over 450,000 yuan, which the two defendants would have to bear. As for the length of the sentence, it would depend on how the court decided. Finally, after more than an hour of trial, the presiding judge announced a recess, and 20 minutes later, the sentencing would take place. As the presiding judge left, the parents, wives, and children of the defendants in the stands below began to seek sympathy again, especially the elderly and children, crying and pleading, willing to take the place of their sons in prison. Women are indeed soft-hearted. Seeing the crying of the wives, children, and elderly, their hearts were shaken, quietly looking at Zhang Feng, wondering whether to forgive the defendants. Zhang Feng knew that if they were truly forgiven, they would have fallen into a trap. Letting you go, who will let them go? Zhang Feng pointed to the plaintiffs' seats behind him. Among them, some have drunk pesticides, some have lost their jobs, some have been scolded leading to depression. Now when they go out, they have to wear masks and sunglasses. Who will let them go? You need to know that sometimes verbal attacks are more harmful than real knives. At this point, He Peng Pai's father said, but the incident has already happened, we have also apologized. Even if my son goes to jail, it won't help. It's better to give you money. Zhang Feng interrupted him directly, it may not help, but what we want is for others not to be harmed by rumors. By punishing the two defendants, we set an example. In the future, anyone who wants to spread rumors should think twice about how good the prison food is. Indeed, just for revenge, there was no need to publicize it so much. Zhang Feng's goal was to deter all the rumor mongers in the world and potential rumor mongers. In martial arts novels, there is a saying, the great hero acts for the country and the people. So Zhang Feng, this strange star, is so serious because he is also acting for the people of the world, so they don't have to suffer the same pain again. The defendants' families were relentless, still crying and causing a scene in the courtroom, and were eventually persuaded to leave by the court police, and the scene quieted down. Soon, the presiding judge returned and announced the outcome of the trial. The case of defendants He Peng Pai and Lang Tianqing spreading rumors is now being sentenced. Because he and Lang fabricated facts, causing immeasurable damage to the reputation of Zhang Feng and the other 11 plaintiffs, He Peng Pai is sentenced to 1 year in prison and must compensate the plaintiffs for economic and mental losses, totaling 400,000 yuan. Defendant Lang Tianqing is sentenced to 1 year in prison with a 2-year probation and must compensate the plaintiffs with 41,700 yuan. Finally, the verdict was announced. The mastermind He Peng Pai was sentenced to 1 year in prison, while the photographer Lang Tianqing, although on probation and not going to jail, still had to compensate for the losses. The ladies on the plaintiff's side were very relieved at this outcome, finally letting out a sigh of relief. They never thought they could see the rumor mongers go to jail. In the past, they had always endured in silence. Now, Zhang Feng showed them with practical actions that when faced with rumors, they shouldn't back down. It's the other side that should be afraid. In the plaintiff's seat, the 16-year-old high school girl held her phone and shouted to Aunt Wang Qin on the line, "Auntie, did you see? We won the lawsuit." With tears streaming down her face, the girl's grievances were finally released today. "I saw it. Good, good, good," Aunt Wang Qin said 3 times, then tears of excitement flowed. She didn't care about compensation. As a woman living in a village, she just wanted a good reputation. After this trial, she could openly tell others that she had not done anything shameful, that she was wronged. Zhang Feng insisted on appealing for this effect, so that the victims of this case could walk out of their homes with dignity in the future, without being criticized by others. It also served as a warning to other victims to bravely wield the weapon of the law to defend their reputation. When Zhang Feng stepped down from the stage, reporters swarmed around to interview them. Zhang Feng was used to this kind of scene, but the other female plaintiffs were a bit scared. Zhang Feng opened his arms and said, "Let the ladies leave first, they are tired. If you have any questions, ask me." The media reporters were more interested in Zhang Feng, so they placed their microphones next to him one by one. The remaining female plaintiffs gratefully glanced at Zhang Feng and left the courtroom. Seeing the victims leave, Zhang Feng could speak freely. "Hello, Zhang Feng, are you satisfied with the outcome of this lawsuit?" a female reporter asked. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Satisfied. Thumbs up to the judges in our city of Zhengzhou. The mastermind is in jail and compensated, which is very satisfying. The accomplices have also been educated, so they probably won't dare to invade others' privacy in the future." Then another male reporter asked a question more relevant to people's livelihoods. During the trial, He Pengpai used the term joking. Many people encounter people who make malicious jokes in their daily lives. How do you think this should be handled? Zhang Feng replied, "Joking is fine, it can make life humorous, but the joke must have a limit. The limit is whether the person being joked about or their family and friends feel uncomfortable. For example, this rumor this time has seriously affected me and 10 other victims' lives, which is definitely a very malicious joke, and legal responsibility should be taken." Everyone nodded slightly in agreement after hearing this explanation. At the end of the interview, facing the camera, Zhang Feng said, "I would like to take this opportunity to advise those who like to spread rumors and gossip. Today's He and Lang are a lesson for you. Don't hurt others for various reasons, and also trap yourself. We should live in a bright and beautiful world, not an era full of rumors and criticisms." Good. The reporters and onlookers nearby couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Feng then left the court, and the title of Weirdo Star automatically settled Liang Xiying's legal fees, and he also received a system reward. Successfully combating rumors and weirdos, reward, advanced free voucher +1, detection glasses +1. This time, 2 items were given. The detection glasses were already familiar, and the advanced free voucher was a new and interesting item. Advanced free voucher, an upgraded version of the free voucher, can be used for meal expenses and other bills, valid for 15 days, with a maximum limit of 30 million renminbi. So powerful? Zhang Feng was surprised by the power of this advanced free voucher. As long as it was used within 15 days, it was equivalent to him having an extra 30 million. The system was indeed generous, giving such a valuable gift with just a wave of its hand. After thanking the system, Zhang Feng replied, "Combating weirdos is immeasurable merit. Money is just an external thing. Enough to spend is good. Yes, I will continue to rectify the oddities in the future." Zhang Feng laughed heartily. This system was right up his alley. With rewards of money and items, it was fantastic. His good news didn't stop there. His Bugatti Devo had already been airfreighted to Zhengzhou City Airport, and Zhang Feng personally went live to see his ride. This time it came in a special container for luxury cars, and the shipping cost was naturally not cheap. This was the latest special container for luxury cars, and Zhang Feng had the exclusive password given by Bugatti to open the container, preventing unauthorized tampering. Subsequently, many netizens witnessed the luxury car that had been damaged by mischievous kids being reborn from the ashes. "This car looks so comfortable. Host, take us for a ride." The audience in the live stream couldn't wait. Of course, Zhang Feng had to test the performance, so he drove the car, revving the engine with a press of the accelerator, and in no time, he was at the airport exit. Realizing he was low on fuel, Zhang Feng went to refuel. Inside the gas station, a young-looking male attendant timidly asked, "Hello sir, would you like 92 or 95? The netizens burst into laughter. This male worker looked like a rookie, actually asking what grade of fuel a Bugatti needed. Is he new here? I think he's a member of the Dayun Society. Why is he so funny?" Later, when the gas station manager saw this, he quickly came over and scolded the male worker, "Are you blind? This is a Bugatti, a luxury car, it takes 98. The middle-aged male manager then kept apologizing, "I'm sorry sir, this is a student working part-time during summer vacation, he doesn't know the rules." "It's okay, just fill it up," Zhang Feng said nonchalantly. A casual fill it up showed his extravagance. With the current high fuel prices, netizens came up with jokes, like filling up with 92, being heavily in debt, 95, losing everything, and 98, needing 3 generations to pay off, reflecting people's attitudes towards fuel prices. As expected, filling up with 98 reached a 4-digit fuel cost, which was quite difficult for ordinary families to bear. Some netizens suggested that Zhang Feng should lower the fuel prices, as the common people had suffered from high fuel prices for too long. Zhang Feng smiled and said, Fuel prices are a market behavior, not oddities, because you have a choice. If you think fuel prices are high, you can drive a new energy vehicle, take public transportation, ride a bike, or carpool with friends, all of which are choices you can make freely. Oddities are when you have no choice, that's why I confront them. Let's leave the fuel prices alone. Zhang Feng then drove around enjoying the handling of the car. If it weren't for speed limits on the road, his speed could match that of a high-speed train. Since everyone was interested in the Bugatti, that afternoon, Zhang Feng took the car onto the highway to experience the thrill of speeding, driving for over an hour to the nearby city of Gaoyang. After reaching the toll booth, Zhang Feng turned back, wanting to experience the feeling of driving on the highway today. However, the netizens were not satisfied. What's the point of driving a sports car if you follow speed limits? Isn't that a waste? Host, if you can drive back to Zhengzhou in 40 minutes, I'll give you 10 rocket gifts. A netizen encouraged. He had driven for over an hour on the way there, so driving back in 40 minutes would require an average speed of over 200 miles per hour, which was definitely speeding. Zhang Feng didn't fall for it. Following traffic rules was a duty that a host should fulfill. As a public figure, he couldn't set a bad example. If he drove back as the netizens requested, he might receive a wave of gifts, but being pulled over by traffic police, fined, and penalized would be a small matter. This would definitely make the news. The negative impact of such news on a public figure couldn't be compensated for by 10 rocket gifts, at least a loss of over 100 rocket gifts, or even more. Zhang Feng said, "No, I won't do anything illegal." Netizens used provocative tactics. "Aren't you a daredevil star? Everyone says you're bold, but you don't even dare to drive fast? Yeah, too timid, right?" Zhang Feng gripped the steering wheel and said calmly, "I am a daredevil star, but if I break the law just because you guys goad me, then wouldn't I become a fool? If you want to see speeding videos, wait for me to go abroad, where there are no speed limits on highways. But in China, we must follow traffic rules. TCH, so boring, I'm not watching anymore. The host is too timid, not manly enough." Those troublemaking netizens directly stated that they had unfollowed, saying that such a timid host was not worth watching, and they called on other netizens to boycott as well. Where did these trolls come from? Admin, ban them all. At this point, some fans with a positive outlook were all supporting Zhang Feng, saying that speeding might be fun for a moment, but breaking the law is dangerous. If there's an accident, those troublemaking netizens won't take responsibility. Zhang Feng drove all the way from the highway to his home and ended the live broadcast. It was supposed to be a normal outdoor live broadcast, but in the evening, the head of the live broadcast guild called Zhang Feng. The guild had immediately criticized, "Zhang Feng, what happened during your live broadcast today?" "What did I do?" Zhang Feng asked. The head said, "How could you refuse the audience's request? Do you know you lost 5,000 followers today?" Zhang Feng then understood that it was because he disagreed with the idea of speeding. "What do you mean? Are you asking me to break traffic rules to cater to a small group of fans? What about my loyal fans who have always supported me? Do you even understand the concept of maintaining a stable fan base?" Zhang Feng was not happy and retorted on the spot. The head also got angry and said, "You are so stubborn. You can speed a bit appropriately. This way, you can maintain all kinds of fans and not lose followers." Zhang Feng said, "This is strange. My live broadcast is to show my personal style. Why should I go against my principles? That would be acting, and I'm not an actor." The head took on a stern tone, "Don't be stubborn. No matter how famous you are still a member of the guild now. You must obey the rules, or you know the consequences." "What consequences? Are you going to sue me for breach of contract?" Zhang Feng asked coldly. "Just know this. I will add you to the high-end guild group. In the future, let us know in advance when you go live. An expert will watch your live broadcast and give you a call or message at any time to help you avoid pitfalls during the broadcast. This is a benefit only available to top guild streamers. Cherish it." After the head finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Zhang Feng then found himself added to a group on WeChat, which included the big boss Xin Jingwu, the head, and 3 people with titles of experts, making it seem quite official. Zhang Feng didn't care and immediately set the group to not notify him, then continued with whatever he wanted to do. He came to livestream, interact with netizens, and chat, not to be constrained and have his content interfered with. If that were the case, he wouldn't be a streamer but a puppet. The next day, Zhang Feng had another happy event. His large flat had been renovated and was ready for him to move in. He started another live broadcast to show everyone his new home. Although his new home had been decorated before, it was destroyed by Wang Cuihua. Now it had been restored to its original state, with no difference from before. The new home was still spacious and bright, with the 1:1 Tifa figure in the gaming room replaced by a large figure of Keqing, more in line with the second dimension. The components of the computer had also returned, but some rare game discs were damaged. Zhang Feng wasn't sentimental and replaced them with new games to play. After live streaming from his new home for a day, everyone fell in love with this large flat, which had entertainment, fitness, and leisure areas, truly a dream home for netizens. Such a good house, anchor, invite a group of beautiful women to party, that's how Xiao Liang plays, changing beautiful women to sleep with every night. There was a suggestion from an LSP netizen. Xiao Liang is a famous playboy in the anchor world, and his daily live broadcast content is about hunting for beauties. Of course, he claims to be making friends, but he goes on a date with a different beauty every day, playing until late at night, waking up with the beauty in the morning for the live broadcast. Although much of it is scripted, there is definitely some real action, so LSP netizens love watching Xiao Liang flirt with girls. Now there are netizens suggesting that Zhang Feng learn from Xiao Liang, which is sure to be interesting. I can't learn this, Xiao Liang's level is too high, I'm just a single dog, never been in a relationship, can't imitate. Zhang Feng was joking, but soon received a call from the guild supervisor. He came in and said, "You didn't respond to the messages in the group, didn't I ask you to set special reminders? What's wrong?" Zhang Feng asked unhappily. He had to apologize to the netizens and leave the live broadcast area to take the call. The supervisor said, "How can you refuse the suggestions of netizens? Experts have given you suggestions, you can try some new live broadcast content that suits you best." Zhang Feng replied, "Xiao Liang has created the image of a romantic, and the fans buy into it. Those who watch me live are either gaming fans or like to see me argue with weirdos. If I suddenly go out to pick up girls, isn't that ruining my image? Besides, I don't like playing with women. Great men have said that love without the goal of marriage is just playing around." The supervisor was displeased. "Why are you so stubborn? Even if you don't actually go partying, you can be more tactful with the fans, otherwise you'll lose followers. Do I have to create content against my will just for the sake of fans? I can't do that." Zhang Feng didn't want to continue the conversation and said he was going to hang up. "Don't act on your own, you must be punished." The call ended, and Zhang Feng saw the announcement of his punishment in the guild chat. Guild anchor Zhang Feng, acting recklessly, defying guild orders due to his fame, now publicly criticized and fined 20,000 yuan as a warning. Zhang Feng was furious, feeling that the supervisor and experts were giving him conflicting orders, blaming him for not following orders when he was actually following theirs. He immediately called the guild boss, Jin Jingwu, to ask for an explanation. Jin Jingwu and the supervisor had the same attitude, telling him to follow the guild's arrangements and not act like a big shot. Zhang Feng realized that the supervisor was just following the boss's instructions, and he couldn't stand being in this guild anymore. "Forget it, we don't see eye to eye, let's negotiate to terminate the contract," Zhang Feng said. "Terminate the contract? Fine, pay the penalty, otherwise we'll follow the contract," Jin Jingwu said bluntly. "Are you threatening me again?" Zhang Feng said coldly. Jin Jingwu didn't want things to get too messy, so he pretended to advise, "You're still young, there are things in society you don't understand, listen to us, it's not wrong, follow the experts' instructions in the future, and you'll surely become very popular." Zhang Feng immediately asserted, "I make the decisions for my live broadcast, no one should interfere." Jin Jingwu angrily said, "Young man, don't be too arrogant." "If I'm not arrogant, am I still a young man?" Zhang Feng and the guild boss couldn't see eye to eye, so they hung up directly, ending the conversation. The fallout from the disagreement with the guild boss was severe, as Zhang Feng was immediately kicked out of the guild chat. He didn't care, anyway, he broadcasted according to his own preferences, and no one could interfere. The next day, something happened. He logged into his live streaming account, but it said the password was incorrect. He tried to change the password on the website, but it said the account was frozen and couldn't be modified. Zhang Feng was angry, so he called the website to complain. The customer service told him, "Hello, Mr. Zhang Feng, your account was used by yourself yesterday at 9:17 p.m. to request a password change and then to request a freeze. If you need to unlock it, please log in to your account yourself." "I can't log in now, how do I unfreeze it?" Zhang Feng said. The customer service subtly hinted, "The backend shows that there was a change in the login IP yesterday, in Kyoto. Could it be related to your guild?" Zhang Feng suddenly understood. Kyoto was where the guild was located. This must be because of the conflict with Jin Jingwu. He changed his account password and didn't let himself log in to show his power. Ding! At this time, the system detected a strange prompt. System, found a bully live streaming guild, with a strange index of 2 stars, added to the observation list. Zhang Feng didn't understand. The guild was so domineering, yet it only had 2 stars, which was illogical. System, live streaming guilds are generally like this. It's not surprising anymore. We need to collect evidence of their strangeness to increase their rating. Zhang Feng felt that something was wrong. It seemed that the live streaming guild existed to exploit the streamers. They provided some training materials at the beginning, and the rest was left for newcomers to fend for themselves. Their philosophy was to mass-produce streamers, select a few with good conditions, and focus on training them. People with high looks became beauty streamers, selling their image and looks, while those with low looks but good at talking became comedy streamers. As for those who were ugly and dumb but dreamed of becoming streamers, the guild would sign a contract with them with a very high penalty clause, similar to a slavery contract. They were paid very little to do odd jobs, squeezing out every bit of their remaining value. Zhang Feng knew some inside information about the guild. For the lower-level streamers, the salary was so low that even a dog would find it insufficient. There were also a group of young men and women who harbored dreams of becoming streamers. They signed the slavery contract and, because they couldn't afford the penalty within a few years, they couldn't change jobs, couldn't work elsewhere, and couldn't get ahead. They had to work for the guild at a low price until the contract expired. It was simply exploiting people without blinking an eye. This contract was a collection of tyrannical terms, and Zhang Feng decided to start with the contract. He sought help from Liang Xiying to check if there were any loopholes in the contract to break free from the other party's control, regain his account, and resume streaming. It seems impossible. Liang Xiying frowned and gave Zhang Feng a negative answer. This contract has been reviewed by experts. Once signed, there is almost no possibility of winning a lawsuit. It has many legal loopholes. Zhang Feng asked, so, besides paying the penalty, is there no other way to leave the guild? If they don't give me my account, I can't even stream? That's right, Liang Xiying said, according to the contract, your ID Zhang Feng's account does not belong to you but to the guild. They have the right to do anything, even delete the account. You also cannot create a new account on another platform without the guild's permission, otherwise, it would be a breach of contract. Damn it! Zhang Feng was furious. The live streaming ID was his own name, and he wasn't even allowed to use his own name. What kind of rubbish company was this, thinking they were the overlords? Liang Xiying suggested a solution. If you want to leave the company, the contract is impossible. You can only find another way, such as bringing down their company. If the company ceases to exist, then the contract doesn't need to be fulfilled. Zhang Feng agreed and felt that he needed to take action. System detected the tyrant contract. The live broadcast guild's weirdness index has risen to 3 stars. I didn't expect that by checking the contract, it could still increase the stars. So, if I find a few more bad deeds that the guild has done, maybe I can upgrade to 4 stars and meet the system's rectification standards. Then, find people who share the same plight. There must be evidence of the guild's illegal fraud. However, Zhang Feng has already been kicked out of the guild's main group chat, and for a while, he couldn't contact those lower-level anchors. Perhaps I can find those few anchors I know. Zhang Feng has added a few guild anchors as friends, all of whom he knew from previous PK live broadcasts. Zhang Feng messaged them, wanting to chat with them to see if there is any evidence of the guild's illegal activities. However, as soon as he talked to these anchors, they advised Zhang Feng to admit his mistake and compromise with the guild, saying that there is no benefit in resisting, etc. It was clear that they were staunch supporters of the guild, so there was no point in approaching them. Zhang Feng understood them. According to the contract, if they say anything unfavorable to the company, they would also be punished. Perhaps it wasn't that these people hadn't encountered tyrant clauses, but rather they were afraid to speak up. So, he continued to look for someone who couldn't bear it anymore and had a sense of justice. Looking through his friends list, he suddenly found a female anchor named Xiao Xinxin. He remembered that during their live broadcast together, this anchor seemed very innocent. Zhang Feng had helped increase her popularity during the live broadcast, and she was particularly moved by it. Afterwards, she had added him as a friend and expressed her gratitude. When they chatted, he found out that she was also in Zhengzhou City. She had mentioned treating him to thank him, but Zhang Feng had declined because he felt it wasn't appropriate to meet a female anchor privately. Therefore, he had some impression of her. When he checked her WeChat moments, he found it empty for the past 3 days. Normally, she would share interesting moments from her live broadcasts on her moments to show her fans. If she hadn't posted anything, it probably meant she hadn't been live streaming. As far as he knew, the guild was very strict about the live streaming hours for new anchorpersons. Taking a day off in a month was considered good, so not live streaming for 3 consecutive days meant something serious must have happened. So, Zhang Feng called her. Xiao Xinxin, why haven't you been live streaming for several days? Zhang Feng asked. Oh, it's Zhang Feng, I haven't been feeling well, so I didn't live stream. Xiao Xinxin's tone sounded genuinely unwell, and she coughed a couple of times. Zhang Feng advised her to rest and comforted her. Unexpectedly, a casual remark about drinking more hot water made her burst into tears. "I'm sorry, I just said it without thinking." Zhang Feng quickly apologized. He didn't expect that the phrase "drink more hot water" would upset her so much that she cried on the spot. "No, it's just that I don't even have hot water to drink now." After listening to Xiao Xinxin's grievances, Zhang Feng learned that she had been lying in her rented room for 3 days without anyone to take care of her, which made her feel sad and cry. As fellow anchors in Zhengzhou City, it was surprising to Zhang Feng that she was in such a dire situation. He felt it was necessary to show some concern for his colleague. Zhang Feng asked for her address and decided to visit her. Xiao Xinxin initially said it wasn't necessary, but she felt Zhang Feng's sincerity and her own loneliness, so she agreed. Zhang Feng bought some fruits and other gifts and drove over to see her. When he arrived and knocked on the door, it took more than a minute for Xiao Xinxin to open it. Zhang Feng was taken aback by her pale and weak face. "You're so sick, why didn't you go to the hospital?" Zhang Feng was surprised. Xiao Xinxin gave a bitter smile, then struggled to walk back inside wearing slippers. Zhang Feng closed the door, put down the fruit basket, and went to help her. Xiao Xinxin didn't resist, she just smiled sadly and lay back down on the bed. Seeing how exhausted she was from just walking a short distance, Zhang Feng asked her again why she hadn't gone to the hospital. Xiao Xin said, "It's not serious, just a bit of anemia. The doctor said it's fine to rest at home. But anemia doesn't seem to be the symptom, it wouldn't make her so weak. This seems more like the weakness from an injury." Seeing her avoiding eye contact, it should be just an excuse. But whether it's true or not, he and Xiao Xin weren't close enough to continue asking about the cause. However, what followed was an unexpected change for Xiao Xin. Her phone placed on the bedside table rang, and Zhang Feng subconsciously glanced at it, only to find that the caller was saved as Manager Zhen. There aren't many people with the surname Zhen, so it's highly likely that it's their guild leader, Zhen Jingwu. Zhang Feng handed the phone over and went to sit in the living room, letting her make the call. At first, Xiao Xin spoke softly, and he couldn't hear much, but later it seemed like they had a dispute, and Zhang Feng heard some of their argument. "I've already had an abortion, it won't affect you. I'm not faking it, I really can't move. I'll go live once I'm better, you don't need to rush me. I don't want your dirty money, I just want you to stop bothering me." After the call ended, Xiao Xin burst into tears in the room. Zhang Feng was shocked by the content of the call. It seems Xiao Xin had a miscarriage, and the child was actually Zhen Jingwu's. Upon careful consideration, it's not impossible. In the streaming industry, beautiful female streamers often encounter issues related to unspoken rules. Xiao Xin might have been forced or willingly got involved with Zhen Jingwu. Zhang Feng walked into the bedroom and saw Xiao Xin still crying. He handed her a tissue, she took it, and buried her head in the blanket to cry. Since she didn't ask him to leave, Zhang Feng stayed by her side, mainly to prevent her from doing anything foolish. After a few minutes, when Xiao Xin had cried enough, with red eyes, she uncovered her face from the blanket and said, "You heard everything, am I so foolish to be deceived by him, and now I have to work like a cow and horse just to live stream for the sake of company performance? You should be more assertive, earn back the dignity you lost." Zhang Feng said firmly. Xiao Xin looked at him in a daze, momentarily stunned. Men's way of comforting usually goes straight to the point. "Are you willing to make Zhen Jingwu pay the price? If you are, then we are comrades." Zhang Feng reached out his hand, waiting for her to hold it. But you are one of the top streamers in the guild. Standing up for me like this would be detrimental to you." Xiao Xin was still kind-hearted, even at this moment, she was considering Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled casually, "You don't know yet, my account has been banned. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Xiao Xin was moved by Zhang Feng's sincere gaze. Thinking about the 3 days she spent alone in the rental house, being used by that scumbag, who only transferred 10,000 yuan to her and asked her to deal with it herself, she realized she was just a plaything to Zhen Jingwu. Moreover, when Zhen Jingwu called, it wasn't to inquire about her health but to threaten her not to speak out and to resume streaming quickly, showing no concern whether she was on the verge of collapse. This made Xiao Xin feel that a man could be so despicable. With that in mind, she decided to go all out and shook hands with Zhang Feng. "Do you need me to expose this matter? But I don't have any evidence." Xiao Xin sounded a bit desolate. When she entered the streaming circle, she was still a pure girl and didn't know much. Now, it was a bit late for regrets. "Let's not rush. We will definitely seek justice through legal means. Your first priority is to recover your health, then we can discuss further." Zhang Feng felt that he needed to find someone to take care of Xiao Xingxin. He didn't feel at ease hiring a nanny, so he thought of a strict and responsible woman who could also keep secrets, and that was his trusted lawyer, Liang Xiying. Xiao Liang, I have a task for you, help me take care of a girl for a few days, Zhang Feng called to discuss. I am a lawyer, not a nanny. Liang Xiying's attitude was still cold, it seemed like she was refusing. Can't I pay you? Include it in the next legal fees. Zhang Feng played a little trick here, because he had never paid legal fees himself, the system always covered it. This time, the cost of taking care of Xiao Xingxin would be included, so he wouldn't have to pay extra. This is not about money. Liang Xiying also had her principles. Oh, that poor girl. Zhang Feng deliberately revealed how pitiful Xiao Xingxin was, alone in a foreign place, hurt by a scumbag, bedridden for 3 days with no one to take care of her. Because he knew Liang Xiying was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, otherwise she wouldn't have always helped him seek justice. Unbelievable, are there still scumbags like this? This woman is also foolish, she should have directly accused him of rape. Liang Xiying was infuriated upon hearing this, but after venting, she asked Zhang Feng for the address, indicating she was coming. Zhang Feng provided the address and asked her to bring some chicken super supplements to help Xiao Xingxin recover quickly, so they could plan how to take down Jin Jingwu. Shortly after, Liang Xiying arrived. When they met, Xiao Xingxin actually recognized Liang Xiying and called her sister Liang, as she had seen Liang Xiying at every one of Zhang Feng's court hearings and had been impressed by this legal beauty. Don't move, let me check your temperature. Liang Xiying came in and started taking care of Xiao Xingxin, her techniques seemed very professional. With 2 girls here, Zhang Feng felt it was inconvenient to stay, so he bid farewell and left. Upon returning home, he messaged Liang Xiying, asking if she had been a nurse before. No, her brief reply indicated she was a rare talent at creating awkward silences, most people wouldn't know how to respond. Zhang Feng then sent a message, you take care of her first, and when she's feeling better, start preparing the lawsuit. After hanging up, Zhang Feng received a notification from the system about a star upgrade. System, the eccentricity index of the Jingwu Live Broadcasting Guild has been upgraded to 4 stars, it must be rectified, please choose a method of rectification. Option A, obey the company, be a good little broadcaster, and earn the title of a good servant. Option B, a man's anger, blood splatters 5 steps, find the company's location, confront Jin Jingwu in person, and earn the title of a brute. Option C, make this unscrupulous company go bankrupt, expose Jin Jingwu who manipulates women, make him suffer legal consequences, and receive a mysterious card as a reward, gifted to the company. I choose C. Zhang Feng immediately selected the option, as it suited his personality. Besides the mysterious reward, it was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Previously, he had received rewards like luxury cars and watches, which he could understand, but this time, rewarding a whole company directly piqued Zhang Feng's interest. He was determined to successfully complete the mission of taking down Jin Jingwu's Jingwu Live Broadcasting Guild. Next, he needed to figure out how to bring down the guild. This was when he had to use the detection glasses from the previous mission reward. System, set the target of the detection glasses to the Jingwu Live Broadcasting Guild. Zhang Feng commanded. These detection glasses were indeed magical, as they could investigate the entire company's situation, comparable to a legendary figure in the martial world. Soon, Zhang Feng received feedback from the system. He wasn't interested in the scattered reports and personnel news, but he did notice an important piece of secret information. Jingwu Live Association is currently seeking financing for listing, and has signed a betting agreement with an angel investment company. If the listing is successful, they will receive a capital injection of 5 billion yuan, and if the listing fails, they will have to pay 1 billion yuan. Boss Jin Jingwu is determined to go public, he has put everything on the line, borrowing a lot of money from the bank. With just about 10 more days, as long as the review is completed, they can be listed domestically. The association's listing relies on its many anchor resources, with the most important and biggest name being Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng has recently become very popular in China, his popularity soaring, becoming the spokesperson for criticizing the absurdities of society. It can be said that as long as the Jingwu Live Association holds onto this money-making tree, they will definitely gain the support of shareholders and investors, and subsequently succeed in going public. This is all the information provided by the detection glasses. After reading it, Zhang Feng found it strange. Since he is so important to the Jingwu Association, why would they suspend his account? Just then, his phone rang, it was Jin Jingwu calling. Hello, Zhang Feng, I'm really sorry today. I'm on a business trip and just found out about your account. It was someone under me who acted without authorization. I have already dismissed them, and your account has been restored. You can start live streaming anytime. Jin Jingwu immediately apologized and shifted the blame to the temporary staff. Zhang Feng understood now that the association was playing good cop bad cop. First, they suspended his account to give him a scare, then Jin Jingwu came out to play the good guy. Most people would be manipulated by them and willingly become the association's money-making tool. However, Zhang Feng was not an ordinary person and would not fall for their tricks. He immediately said, "My account, you can suspend or unsuspend as you wish. Who do you think you are? What do you mean?" Jin Jingwu asked in surprise. Zhang Feng sneered, "A good horse does not turn back. I don't want the suspended account anymore. You can keep it for yourselves." This caught Jin Jingwu off guard. He did not expect this outcome. In the past, there were disobedient anchors who, after a little scare, would behave. Why didn't it work with Zhang Feng? The association is currently in the listing stage and cannot afford negative news. Jin Jingwu tried to console him softly. "I understand you're angry. Tell me, how can I make it up to you? I'll do it for you." "Really?" Zhang Feng asked. "Really, as true as my surname," Jin Jingwu assured. "Okay, then dissolve the association, and we'll call it even." Zhang Feng was reasonable. As long as the association that enslaved anchors was gone, he could choose to turn a blind eye. Jin Jingwu angrily said, "Don't joke with me. You started the joke first." Zhang Feng coldly snorted, "We are all people of the Jianghu. Who doesn't know these tricks? Stop pretending to be a big shot. If you want to enslave and interfere with my live streaming, I'm not easy to bully. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. What do you want?" Jin Jingwu asked with contained anger. "I don't want anything. I just want to do what a man of integrity should do. Remember to check the headlines tomorrow." With that, Zhang Feng hung up the phone. He no longer wanted to engage in empty promises with the other party. Since he had already identified the other party's weakness through the detection glasses, he could now take action, and it was a good opportunity to build public opinion. So Zhang Feng started a live broadcast with a secondary account, mentioning his loyal fans in the WeChat group and some official accounts of news media. He was about to make a solemn declaration. The incident of Zhang Feng's live account being suspended has caused a stir today. He announced the live broadcast on his secondary account, and instantly tens of thousands of people flooded into the live stream, all waiting to hear the latest news. Zhang Feng faced the camera and said, "You may be wondering why my account was banned. The real reason is that I was bullied by the Jingwu Live Broadcasting Guild." Zhang Feng then explained the situation. Initially, he had no issues with the guild, but recently they started interfering with his live broadcasts. If he didn't comply, they would fine him and even suspend his account, trying to force him to compromise. "As a Chinese man, can I compromise in the face of bullying?" Zhang Feng shouted in the live broadcast. "No." The online audience responded with barrage of comments. "That's right, so I, Zhang Feng, solemnly declare that I will stand up to this unscrupulous guild. At the same time, I want to say to Jin Jingwu, go to hell. The anchor is awesome. This is a real man." The netizens cheered loudly. They liked Zhang Feng's never-give-up attitude. After Zhang Feng made his statement, his phone kept ringing. He knew it wouldn't be good news, either someone trying to persuade him to apologize quietly or to force him to compromise. Zhang Feng rejected all offers. Later, Zhang Feng's father suddenly called, and he answered. His father said, "Son, you did the right thing. What kind of rubbish company did you sign with? We won't work with them anymore." "Yes, I will announce the termination of the contract with them tomorrow," Zhang Feng said. "Good, that's the spirit. This is how the men in our Zhang family are. You go ahead and negotiate. Don't worry about any penalty fees. I'll use my retirement savings to support you. You must not back down." "Okay, Dad, I understand." Touched by his father's words, Zhang Feng felt grateful. With his family and loyal fans' support, he felt fearless. An hour after his statement was released, the Jingwu Live Broadcasting Guild retaliated with a video. Our Jingwu Live Broadcasting Guild was established to serve the broadcasters and has been diligently nurturing many new talents. However, our contracted anchor Zhang Feng, with his inflated ego, has been disrespectful and rebellious, causing trouble everywhere and seriously damaging the company's image. Due to his serious breach of contract and lack of professional ethics, we are preparing to file a lawsuit. We believe that the law will give us justice. This statement turned the tables, portraying the Jingwu Guild as a good company and labeling the defiant Zhang Feng as a villain. When it was revealed that the penalty fee was 20 million, many netizens worried for Zhang Feng. Although the anchor was not short of money, coming up with such a large sum of cash was nearly impossible. He might have to sell his newly acquired Bugatti to cover the cost. Many felt it was unfair for him to sell such a good car. There was a saying online that since all platforms exploit their broadcasters, it might be better for Zhang Feng to reconcile with the Jingwu Guild to avoid the 20 million loss. However, Zhang Feng casually replied, "It's okay, I have plenty of money." Upon hearing this, the netizens were speechless, amazed at Zhang Feng's financial power. In fact, Zhang Feng's confidence came from the advanced free voucher he had received. The advanced free voucher could cover expenses up to 30 million, including penalty fees. Since the system would cover the penalty fees, Zhang Feng had no worries and could go to war with the entire Jingwu Live Broadcasting Guild. The lawsuit came quickly, and they sued Zhang Feng through the Xinhua City Fast Court, demanding payment of the penalty for breaching the contract and compensation for the damage to the company's reputation, totaling 28 million. The case went to trial 2 days later. Zhang Feng received the summons, threw it in the trash, and had no intention of attending the trial. He didn't care about the verdict as long as it didn't exceed 30 million. Zhang Feng was actually waiting for Xiao Xingxin to get better so they could counterattack. And Zhang Feng had just learned from Liang Xiying that they had a trump card that would make Xin Jingwu unable to escape. However, Xiao Xingxin's body is still relatively weak at the moment and unable to appear in court, so they decided to let the other party be arrogant for a few days. Before the trial, Jingwu Live Streaming Guild took the initiative to seek reconciliation. As long as Zhang Feng publicly admitted his mistake and used his previous account to start the livestream, the guild would withdraw the lawsuit and they would still be good friends. However, Zhang Feng was determined to bring down the other party and refused the reconciliation request. He would rather pay money than compromise. Once this lawsuit was settled and he paid the penalty, his contract with the guild would automatically be terminated, giving him the opportunity to strike back. Sure enough, in the afternoon, at the fast-track court in Xinhua City, the case of Jingwu Live Streaming Guild suing Zhang Feng was heard and ruled in Zhang Feng's absence. Due to the guild's sufficient evidence, the court ordered Zhang Feng to compensate Jingwu Live Streaming Guild for breach of contract and other losses, totaling over 21 million yuan, to be paid within 7 days. Upon hearing this news, the entire live streaming community was shocked. Zhang Feng had to pay 21 million yuan for breach of contract, which was absolutely unbearable. Many live streamers would go bankrupt and become debtors, and they all had thoughts of despair. However, Zhang Feng remained calm and deliberately started a livestream, went to the bank, and live-streamed the transfer of over 21 million yuan to Jingwu Live Streaming Guild. Of course, Zhang Feng used advanced free vouchers to make the payment, and in reality, not a single penny was spent from his account. The system, successful use of advanced free vouchers, penalty paid. He then received feedback from the bank, confirming that the penalty had been paid in full, and he was no longer involved with the Jingwu Guild. Many netizens came to comfort him, but Zhang Feng showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, he confidently announced that he would bring shocking news the next day. Netizens immediately became interested and asked what the news was. Zhang Feng mysteriously smiled and said, "Some things are better left unsaid." Netizens said they could wait until tomorrow, but Xin Jingwu became nervous upon hearing this news. Zhang Feng's series of steady moves made him feel uneasy, as if Zhang Feng had another trick up his sleeve. "May the heavens bless me and keep me safe this week." Xin Jingwu began to pray, believing that once his company went public, Zhang Feng's actions would no longer affect him. The next day, in his new penthouse, Zhang Feng started a live stream, accompanied by 2 ladies sitting beside him. One was the legal beauty Liang Xiying, and next to her was a young woman wearing a mask. Just by looking at her eyes and forehead, one could tell she was a beauty, but her complexion was slightly pale. This beauty was actually the female live streamer known as Xiao Xingxin Online, whose real name was EXIN. This live stream immediately attracted millions of viewers. Zhang Feng introduced the 2 ladies beside him, and just as everyone was wondering why he had others with him during the live stream, he announced a major piece of news. "I am now officially suing Jingwu Live Streaming Guild for using oppressive contracts to exploit and mistreat live streamers, and its owner Xin Jingwu, for causing serious harm to the physical and mental well-being of the live streamer Xiao Xingxin." Now, Xiao Xingxin will explain the situation herself. Zhang Feng handed the camera over to Xiao Xingxin. Xiao Xingxin presented hospital records, various chat logs, and explained how Xin Jingwu had forced her to drink and insulted her, pressured her to abort her pregnancy, and forced her to start live streaming immediately without regard for her well-being. The evidence was very detailed, and a woman would not typically joke about such matters, especially with various pieces of evidence that made it easy for netizens to determine that Xiao Xingxin's statements were mostly true. This news immediately caused a stir, with netizens in the live broadcast room starting to denounce that scumbag boss. "This is not just about PUA and female subordinates, this is workplace harassment." Soon, an undercover member of the guild in the live broadcast room immediately informed Xin Jingwu of this explosive news. "What?" Xin Jingwu jumped up from his chair upon hearing this, his heart pounding in fear. He had been speculating on how Zhang Feng would retaliate, but he never expected this. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of Zhang Feng using the contract against him, because most guilds in the industry operated similarly, and contract issues could be resolved by modifying the contract. As long as they could delay for a few days until the company went public and secured financing, they could easily handle the contract issues with the help of some hired hands. However, he overlooked the hidden danger of Xiao Xingxin. Harassing men and dominating women was the type of event that could resonate with the public and lead to widespread condemnation online. If that happened, he would be in real trouble, and his plans for going public would likely be ruined. Quick, go hire some hired hands, report this live broadcast room. Jin Jingwu was truly panicked and quickly went to the hired hands company to stir up trouble in the barrage area. After receiving payment, the hired hands fabricated some negative information about Xiao Xingxin, claiming that she had a questionable lifestyle and seduced men, among other things. Zhang Feng saw these barrage messages in the live broadcast room, but his response was completely under his control. He told Xiao Xingxin not to worry and said to the camera, "You hired hands in the barrage, have you forgotten what happened before? If you dare to spread rumors, I guarantee you will end up like He Peng Pai, in prison sewing with a sewing machine." Zhang Feng, keep my word. The hired hands immediately broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the owner of this live broadcast room had just won a lawsuit against two rumor mongers, resulting in He Peng Pai going to jail and paying compensation. Zhang Feng was not one to be trifled with. The hired hands company was only interested in making money, not breaking the law. So one by one, the hired hands backed off, returning Jin Jingwu's public relations fees and indicating that they couldn't handle this job. With the hired hands gone, the barrage became much cleaner. Zhang Feng was pleased with the situation, once again confirming that when faced with strange situations, one should not back down but instead give a harsh lesson. Other similar strange situations would then be wary and fearful, otherwise the barrage in this live broadcast room would have been completely disrupted by the hired hands. Now Xiao Xingxin and some of his legal claims had been clarified through the live broadcast. Next, the three of them would go to court together to file a lawsuit against Jin Jingwu and his Jingwu Live Broadcast Guild. Netizens were excited, as this lawsuit would surely help cleanse the social atmosphere. The lawsuit was submitted and accepted the same day, with a court date set for 2 days later. Netizens were looking forward to the trial, and Jin Jingwu was also on the move, preparing for a final gamble. At this moment, in a 3-bedroom house, lawyer Liang Xiying received a call from a media friend informing her that there were suspicious individuals loitering outside her rental property for hours. Liang Xiying hung up the phone and told Zhang Feng, who was playing games on the sofa in the living room, "You guessed right. You, me, and Xiao Xingxin are all being followed outside our house." Zhang Feng smiled. "Of course, if I had a project worth tens of billions and it was about to fall through in 2 days, I would be more anxious than him." Zhang Feng was referring to Jin Jingwu, and those tailing them were naturally arranged by him. At that moment, Xiao Xingxin walked out of the room and gratefully said, "Thank you, Zhang Feng, Xiying. If it weren't for you two, I don't know if I could have made it through." "No need to thank us, because we are comrades in arms with a common goal," Zhang Feng said seriously, sitting up on the sofa. Indeed, the three of them hiding in this residential property was Zhang Feng's idea. He had long figured out Jin Jingwu's intentions, knowing that he was extremely selfish and ruthless, so Zhang Feng had taken precautions against him. Jin Jingwu wanted to find the three of them, either by deceiving or threatening, trying to get them to withdraw the lawsuit, or arranging for the two plaintiffs to be framed with false evidence. In any case, it wouldn't end well. So after Zhang Feng issued a declaration of war, he found this hidden residence. The three individuals involved in the case stayed here for 2 days, waiting for the court session. Jin Jingwu would have no chance once the trial began. Although this seemed like avoiding a direct confrontation, considering there were 2 ladies in the group, Zhang Feng could only temporarily avoid direct conflict. If it were just him, he would definitely choose a more aggressive way to fight back. This experience made Zhang Feng realize that a man should have his own power, otherwise facing a black market businessman like Jin Jingwu would be very passive. Thinking about the reward for this mission being a company, it might be an opportunity to build power. After considering this, Zhang Feng asked her, "How is your health now?" "Much better now, I have the strength to move around, it won't delay my appearance in court," Xiao Xinxin said. "Okay, take care and rest more," Zhang Feng said with a smile. "Zhang Feng, you are really kind." Xiao Xinxin was touched, thinking that his fellow men, Jin Jingwu would bully and harm her, while Zhang Feng, who had only met her once, was so helpful, it brought tears of gratitude to her eyes. "Don't cry, we should see him fail and laugh at him," Liang Xiying said. "Okay," Xiao Xinxin wiped her tears and held back from crying. Seeing the pure and lovely Xiao Xinxin cry, Zhang Feng felt sorry for her. She should have had a beautiful life, but it was ruined by Jin Jingwu, staining her life with a blemish. That despicable man, Zhang Feng felt angry just thinking about him. In 2 days, that scum would pay the price. To avoid exposing their location and IP address, Zhang Feng decided not to livestream for the next 2 days, only checking online public opinion. Under the video of his declaration of battle, tens of thousands of netizens left comments, mostly in support of him. Some anonymous netizens, claiming to be streamers from a certain live broadcast guild, supported Zhang Feng and hoped he could represent them in speaking out against the guild that exploited them. Zhang Feng replied in the comments, "Don't worry, I will definitely fight for everyone's rights and make those unscrupulous guilds disappear." At the same time, well-known streamers who had also suffered from guild exploitation came out in support of Zhang Feng. Their fans learned about the incident, making this rights protection event unprecedentedly hot, continuously topping the trending charts. This also attracted the attention of the legal channel, which would livestream the entire court process, providing strong support for Zhang Feng's fight for rights. On the day of the trial, after lunch, the three of them planned to go to the court. "We will split up." Zhang Feng gave instructions to the two ladies, as he needed to use a tactic to lure the snake out of its hole and see if Xin Jingwu took the bait. Zhang Feng went downstairs and started the livestream. Today, he rented a military Humvee, sturdy and crash-resistant. He showed the surroundings, then focused on the two ladies and said, "Brothers, we are about to go to court, see you soon." After that, he got into the car and fixed the livestream phone on the passenger side, only filming his driving hand. Then he heard the sound of the back door closing, and the two ladies also got into the car. "Let's not livestream, focus on driving," Liang Xiying in the backseat said. "My lawyer has spoken, so I have to stop. Live streaming while driving can be distracting. For safety, I'll turn it off now. You'll see me in about 20 minutes, Zhang Feng said, then turned off the livestream. The two ladies immediately got out of the car and got into another secret vehicle, heading to the court ahead of time. And Zhang Feng put on the racing protective suit, turned on the driving recorder, and called the police captain Su Tao before hitting the road in a Hummer. This posture clearly anticipated that something bad would happen in the future and made ample preparations. When the Hummer was driving on the road to the court, suddenly a dump truck from the opposite direction seemed to be out of control and quickly crashed towards the Hummer. As expected, Zhang Feng's prediction came true. He suddenly turned the steering wheel to the side, directly hitting the barrier on the side, but the rear of the car was still hit. The Hummer spun a few times and then crashed sideways into a roadside tree, shaking violently before coming to a stop. The car was dented and deformed in many places, and the airbags all deployed, leaving uncertainty about the occupant's fate. The dump truck, after hitting several other cars, did not brake at all, but accelerated away, leaving a mess behind. However, several police cars suddenly arrived nearby to chase the dump truck. At the same time, a group of onlookers and police officers ran over to help the people in the Hummer. Suddenly, the deformed door of the Hummer was kicked open, and Zhang Feng jumped out of the car. He was wearing a helmet and a thick crash suit, top-of-the-line equipment for F1 drivers, so this not-so-serious accident had little impact on him. "Zhang Feng, are you okay?" Police Captain Su Tao was also in the crowd, quickly asking with concern. He had received a call from Zhang Feng earlier and had a bad feeling, so he rushed over with his team, but it was still too late. Zhang Feng took off his helmet and smiled. "Nothing serious, just a bit dizzy from the crash. Go to the hospital for a checkup," Su Tao said. "No need, really nothing serious. I still have to go to court. Can you escort me there, Captain Su? Otherwise, I might be targeted for assassination." Zhang Feng was not exaggerating. He had foreseen that Xin Jingwu would resort to desperate measures, so he took precautions. It was easy to understand that if he lost this lawsuit, the listing of Jingwu Company would be in jeopardy. According to the agreement, he would have to compensate the investment institution with 1 billion renminbi. Xin Jingwu did not have that much money, so losing the case would mean a disastrous outcome for him. Losing the case would be worse than death, but if no one sued him and the company successfully went public, he would become a multi-millionaire. Such extreme outcomes could easily drive a person to lose their sanity, especially considering Xin Jingwu's questionable character. However, he did not expect Xin Jingwu to play so ruthlessly and actually send someone to assassinate him. Fortunately, he was prepared, otherwise, he might have ended up in the hospital or worse. System: Xin Jingwu, the legal representative of Jingwu Life Broadcasting Guild, has a weirdness rating of 5 stars and must be rectified. Indeed, someone who could deliberately cause a car accident deserved a 5-star rating for weirdness. This was the strongest and most cunning opponent Zhang Feng had encountered so far, and the outcome was still uncertain. "But I will definitely win." Zhang Feng had an indomitable spirit. He then got into Su Tao's police car and headed to the court. When Zhang Feng was escorted to the court by the police car, everyone was surprised to see him in a racing suit on such a hot day, raising questions. Wasn't Zhang Feng hot wearing such thick clothing? Yes, he was hot, but it was much better than losing his life. Of course, Zhang Feng did not immediately disclose the news of the attack. The matter was still under investigation. Perhaps it was the work of a zealous fan of Jin Jingwu, but in any case, Su Tao would handle the investigation. Zhang Feng waved to the fans at the door like a star walking the red carpet and was soon surrounded by a group of reporters. "Hello, Zhang Feng. Can you tell us how confident you are about this trial?" a reporter asked. "I am 100% confident. The only difference is how many years the defendant will be sentenced and how much compensation will be awarded," Zhang Feng replied. "What key evidence do you have now?" another reporter asked. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You will know soon enough. Let me go in first. You wouldn't want the plaintiff to be unable to enter because of the crowd, would you?" Everyone laughed and then automatically made way for Zhang Feng to enter the courtroom. Inside the courtroom, the two ladies had already arrived, with Liang Xiying at the lawyer's seat and Xiao Xinxin sitting at the plaintiff's seat, alongside Zhang Feng. On the defendant's seat, there was a gloomy-faced Jin Jingwu, clearly not in a good mood. The trial finally began, and after the presiding judge announced the start, the plaintiff's lawyer Liang Xiying spoke first. "Respected presiding judges, I represent the plaintiff Zhang Feng, EXIN, suing Jin Jingwu and his Jingwu Live Broadcasting Guild." Liang Xiying reiterated the complaint, which mainly revolved around the tyrant contract and the mistreatment of EXIN by Jin Jingwu. Zhang Feng had already paid the liquidated damages and left the Jingwu Guild, so this time he openly exposed the previous tyrant contract without any scruples. It was only then that everyone realized that the Jingwu Guild's contract contained various tyrannical clauses. Even the bottom-level miscellaneous small anchors with a monthly salary of 2 to 3,000 yuan had liquidated damages as high as several million or even tens of millions. This was a wide net, using liquidated damages to bind people, so during the contract period, they could only work for the guild. Another criticized point was that the accounts painstakingly operated by the anchors did not belong to themselves, but to the guild. This was equivalent to the anchors being mere tools, with the guild creating the accounts for the anchors to livestream, and if the anchor left in the future, the account could not be used again. If they were unwilling to part with the account and fans, they could only continue to work for the guild, making it a place of enslavement for the anchors. Additionally, the forced intervention in livestream content and style were all sins of the Jingwu Guild. As for the high commission rates, compared to the tyrant clauses mentioned above, they were already insignificant. Liang Xiying analyzed the tyrant contract clause by clause, along with Zhang Feng's previous experiences. Everyone now understood that the Jingwu Live Broadcasting Guild was so tyrannical, a parasitic company that enslaved the anchors, reaping the benefits without contributing anything. For example, arranging male and female anchors to perform offline events and appearances, with the majority of the income taken by the company, leaving only a small amount for the anchors themselves. Due to the opaque financials, it was futile to reconcile with the company, making it all pointless labor. After discussing the contract issues, the defense lawyer for the defendant began to quibble, stating that their contracts were legal and compliant, and if the other party did not want to sign, they could choose not to. Liang Xiying retorted, "But you generally use deceptive and inducement methods to get people to sign contracts, with key content in small print and hidden in places that are not easily visible. This is intentionally inducing the signing of contracts, violating the contract law. We have indicated everything that needs to be indicated. There may be some errors in the layout, and the Jingwu company will definitely learn from this and keep the font consistent in future contracts." The defense lawyer began to downplay the issue, claiming that they did not acknowledge any inducement in the contracts and expressed a sincere attitude towards making changes, which was clearly a response only after being exposed, as they would never have corrected it otherwise. Liang Xiying then addressed the issue of the difficulty of termination. "You use various means to forcibly restrict the termination conditions, basically allowing only you to propose termination. If the other party proposes termination, they have to pay a high liquidated damages. Zhang Feng is the victim. Isn't this a fact? Of course, it's not a fact. Zhang Feng violated the contract, which led to the defendant's breach. In addition, we have many successful cases of negotiating terminations," emphasized the defense lawyer. Liang Xiying said, "I want to correct the defense lawyer's viewpoint. It was the plaintiff Zhang Feng who failed to terminate the contract, which led to the desperate act. If it were easy to terminate the contract, would we have come to court?" The two lawyers were discussing another case, and the presiding judge reminded them not to digress and to focus on the current case. At this moment, Zhang Feng gave Liang Xiying a signal, indicating that she should not dwell on the contract and should instead bring out their trump card. Liang Xiying nodded in response and began to discuss the case of EXIN. EXIN's situation was somewhat tragic. A young and inexperienced girl was drugged by her malicious boss and had a relationship with him while unconscious, which was her first time. Subsequently, EXIN appeared desolate and often seemed absent-minded during live broadcasts. Later, Jin Jingwoo repeatedly called EXIN to go to Xinhua City, claiming to arrange commercial performances and promotions for her, but EXIN refused to go, knowing that it would not end well and would likely involve trading her body for resources. Initially, EXIN wanted to forget about the incident, but over a month later, she discovered that she was pregnant, which left her feeling devastated. When EXIN told Jin Jingwoo about the pregnancy, he impatiently transferred 10,000 yuan to her and instructed her to have an abortion, showing no concern. EXIN, being strong-willed, refused the money and underwent the procedure at the hospital on her own, then returned to her rented room. As a result of being alone in a different city with no money or support, she was bedridden for 3 days, barely eating due to difficulty moving, and was extremely weak. It was only by chance that Zhang Feng discovered her situation and arranged for Liang Xiying to take care of her, which helped EXIN recover. In conclusion, Jin Jingwoo violated the will of a woman and committed rape. EXIN has reported the incident to the police, and they are currently investigating. Additionally, EXIN is suing Jingwoo Company to immediately terminate the oppressive contract, as she had signed it without fully understanding the terms and it should be deemed void. This is completely distorting the facts. The defense lawyer immediately stood up to object, presenting the same old arguments and accusing EXIN of being promiscuous. He even brought in several men to testify that EXIN was involved with them, and mentioned certain physical characteristics of EXIN to enhance the credibility of their testimonies. A hotel waiter also came forward to testify, claiming that on the night in question, EXIN had actively seduced Jin Jingwoo and intentionally lay in his arms while intoxicated, implying that EXIN had consented and Jin Jingwoo was innocent. Regarding the termination of the contract, the defense lawyer stated that out of humanitarianism and sympathy, they were willing to unconditionally terminate the contract with EXIN. However, the real cunning aspect of Jin Jingwoo's actions was to spread rumors about EXIN's personal conduct in order to evade punishment. It must be said that Jin Jingwoo's sophistry and obfuscation were indeed effective. "I didn't have multiple boyfriends, you are spreading rumors." Upon hearing the accusations against her innocence, EXIN stood up in agitation to defend herself. Zhang Feng advised, "Xiao Xin, don't forget what I told you before. Falsehoods will be exposed. Just consider them as struggling in their final moments, and soon they will see the consequences of their actions." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's comforting words, EXIN calmed down and sat back down. Liang Xiying calmly said, "The defense's arguments are all based on hearsay. Our side does not acknowledge them." Moreover, on the way to the court, Zhang Feng was involved in a hit-and-run accident, and the driver is still at large. Could this be a coincidence? Please, plaintiff's lawyer, do not divert the topic. The car accident is irrelevant to this case. The defense lawyer objected loudly. Whether it is relevant or not is not for you to decide, but for the police, Liang Xiying then said to the presiding judge, "Your Honor, I request that the police officers responsible for this case be called to the scene, so that the truth can be revealed. The trial process has been reformed, and for some controversial parts of the case, the police can be requested to provide evidence," so the presiding judge accepted this proposal. The court will adjourn for an hour and a half, during which time the police will arrive at the scene. This hour and a half is torture for Jin Jingwoo, who has spent a lot of money to bribe many people, and now it remains to be seen if it will work. However, what makes him resentful is that the hired killer didn't kill Zhang Feng and his group, and he even spent 300,000 yuan. It seems like it was all for nothing. Now Jin Jingwoo can only pray that the 5-star killer is not caught, otherwise he might be exposed. 5 hours later, the court reconvened, and this time the chief of the police, Su Tao, actually came in person. He brought crucial evidence and submitted it to the judge. The written materials were stamped with the red seal of the police, and they had legal effect. The judge was shocked when he saw it and immediately handed it to the presiding judge. The presiding judge understood as soon as he saw it, and he asked Su Tao to stand at the witness stand and explain the contents of the evidence he brought. Su Tao said, "Presiding Judge, Honorable Judge, on behalf of the Zhengzhou City Sub-Bureau, I will explain the case of EXIN being assaulted after drinking, as well as the incident of Zhang Feng being hit by a car. Regarding the case of EXIN, due to insufficient evidence on the day of the drunkenness, the testimonies of the relevant personnel were not credible. In addition, based on the DNA test of the aborted fetus of EXIN, it was confirmed that Jin Jingwoo was her biological father, and Jin Jingwoo was suspected of rape." After Captain Su Tao finished speaking, there was an uproar at the scene. Now that the evidence is conclusive, regardless of whether EXIN was willing on that day, as long as it goes against the will of the woman, it is a crime, and Jin Jingwoo can no longer escape. Jin Jingwoo's face had already started turning pale, and he realized that he was finished. Even if he reaches a settlement in the end, it would still cause serious damage to his reputation and career, which cannot be compensated for with money. Su Tao continued, regarding the traffic accident case of Zhang Feng being hit by a car, the hit-and-run driver Liu has been captured. After preliminary interrogation, he confessed to being instructed by Jin Jingwoo to hire someone to commit murder. This case still needs further verification, so I request that after the trial, Jin Jingwoo be taken away, and the police will conduct an investigation. Hiring someone to commit murder. The entire audience was in chaos. They had thought it was just a simple case of safeguarding rights, but they didn't expect it to involve such a serious criminal case. Some fans who supported Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a chill. If Jin Jingwoo had succeeded, they wouldn't see their favorite anchor in the plaintiff's seat today. Jin Jingwoo deserves to die. He must be sentenced to death. Quick, execute him by firing squad. The audience below was furious. In real life, they had never seen such a malicious person and were all demanding the harshest punishment for him. Now Jin Jingwoo had incurred the wrath of the crowd, and with the conclusive evidence, there was no longer any possibility of turning the tables. The presiding judge banged the gavel and said that if there was any more commotion, the entire case would be closed to the public. The audience below quieted down. The presiding judge then asked the defendant if he pleaded guilty to the police's charges. At this point, Jin Jingwoo's face was already gray and defeated, and he had lost his spirit. He lay slumped in his seat, not responding to the questions. He understood that his life was over. Just based on this lawsuit and the hiring of a hitman, he was already doomed to prison. And because of his greed, he had signed a gambling agreement. If this listing failed, he would have to compensate the investment company with 1 billion renminbi, but his company was only worth a few million, and he had no money to compensate. He would become a defaulter, with no possibility of turning things around. Jin Jingwoo had always enslaved anchors with high penalties for breach of contract, but he never expected that one day, he would be ruined by a high compensation. Defendant, please answer, does it matter whether I plead guilty or not? Jin Jingwoo said with a deadpan expression. The presiding judge said, it's meaningful. If you cooperate with the trial and investigation, your sentence will be reduced. According to the newly enacted law, if a suspect confesses, it will be much easier for both the police and the court, and the plaintiff will also be more likely to accept it. Therefore, judges try to get suspects to confess in court as much as possible. I confess. After saying this, Jin Jingwoo lowered his head, inserted his index fingers into his hair, and began to sob uncontrollably. Perhaps at this moment, he regretted his actions, but it was too late, and in the future, he can only repent for his mistakes in prison. Since the defendant has confessed, the presiding judge and the jurors communicated and made a ruling in court. Everyone, please rise. The verdict of the case is now being announced. Everyone in the courtroom stood up and looked towards the presiding judge, waiting for the verdict. Plaintiffs Zhang Feng and Escalating versus Jin Jingwoo and the Jingwoo Live Guild. The basic facts of the case have been established. The Jingwoo Live Guild has violated the contract and faces difficulties in termination. The company is ordered to immediately rectify the contract terms and complete it within 15 days. The fact of Jin Jingwoo's infringement on Escalating is established, and the specific punishment will be handled separately by the prosecutor's office. The defendant has agreed to Escalating's request for termination and can negotiate the termination on a mutually agreed date. After the verdict, many netizens thought, is that it? In their view, the ruling was neither here nor there, and Jin Jingwoo was not sentenced. However, there was cheering and enthusiastic applause from the people in the courtroom. In fact, Zhang Feng's side had already won thoroughly. The plaintiff's demands, including the modification of the oppressive contract, Escalating's termination, and the punishment of Jin Jingwoo, had all been fulfilled. Moreover, Jin Jingwoo's reputation was in tatters, and Zhang Feng's mission was considered accomplished. This trial was quite perfect. As for how many years Jin Jingwoo would be sentenced, it would not be determined so quickly due to the confession and sentencing process, but he could not escape his crimes. Rape generally carries a sentence of 3 to 10 years, and hiring someone to commit murder without causing serious consequences also carries a sentence of 3 to 10 years. Therefore, it could be foreseen that Jin Jingwoo would spend at least several years in prison in the future. And due to the gambling agreement, his company was already bankrupt, so in the end, Jin Jingwoo would become a convict burdened with huge debts, with almost no possibility of turning his life around. The plaintiffs had already won. After the trial ended, Jin Jingwoo was taken away by Su Tao, and this case came to a close with the victory of the plaintiffs. Exin immediately shed tears of excitement, finally clearing her name. Reporters swarmed in, eager to interview the two parties involved. Exin, Are you satisfied with the verdict? A group of reporters asked her. Yes, I am. Exin wiped her tears and answered with a mix of sadness and joy. You can terminate the contract now. Will you continue to live stream in the future? A reporter asked. Yes, I will, and I want to tell my story to others, so that others who have been treated unfairly can bravely face unscrupulous guilds and actively fight for their rights. At this point, Exin turned around and solemnly bowed to Zhang Feng. Here, I want to express my sincere gratitude to Zhang Feng for his help. Without him, I might have died wronged. He is my benefactor. Exin choked up as she spoke, causing those around her to sigh. Zhang Feng helped her up and said, Don't say that. I just did what a Chinese man should do. Zhang Feng's words were met with a round of applause from those around him. Indeed, helping the weak and standing up for justice are traditional Chinese virtues, and Zhang Feng did an excellent job. It's just that there are fewer and fewer people with such virtues nowadays, all because some oddballs have ruined the social atmosphere. For example, after the Pingyu case, Chinese people are afraid to help elderly people who fall down if they don't have tens of thousands of yuan at home. This is a typical example of a weirdo that has harmed the entire society. So, Zhang Feng's victory in this case has rectified a bully guild and has had a deterrent effect on other live broadcast guilds, making them afraid to act recklessly. Then the reporter began to interview Zhang Feng and asked for his thoughts. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Feng said to the camera, Everyone saw the trial this time. As long as we are brave enough to fight, justice will eventually prevail over evil. All the broadcasters who have been treated unfairly by the guild, we must unite and fight against the garbage guild. You are not alone in this battle. If you encounter difficulties in safeguarding your rights, I, Zhang Feng, will be your backing. Zhang Feng pointed at the screen, seemingly awakening all the broadcasters in front of the screen. Good. At this moment, other broadcasters watching the live broadcast couldn't help but cheer for Zhang Feng. With Zhang Feng as an example, they also planned to bravely stand up and negotiate with the unscrupulous guild. This case has had a wide impact. After the trial, other larger live broadcast guilds quickly issued statements, saying that they had conducted self-examination, found imperfections in their contracts, would make modifications, and would re-sign contracts with their broadcasters. It is obvious that the guilds are afraid and dare not engage in oppressive contracts anymore. Zhang Feng has single-handedly put an end to the era of guilds enslaving broadcasters, and the live broadcast industry will enter a stage of healthy development. Afterwards, Zhang Feng also received a reward from the system. Successfully rectifying the 5-star weirdo, reward upgraded, obtained 1 mysterious card, gifted to a company, can freely set the company's business projects. That's great! Zhang Feng was excited to see this reward, but it was inconvenient for him to check it outside, so he returned to his new spacious apartment. When there was no one around, he began to check these 2 rewards. He first checked the mysterious card, which looked like a playing card with a question mark pattern, appearing in front of Zhang Feng. He reached out and found that his fingers went straight through the card. It turned out that this mysterious card was just a virtual projection. However, after being touched by Zhang Feng, the mysterious card began to rotate and finally burst into a dazzling golden light, just like opening an orange card in the Hearthstone game, which was exciting. Successful activation of the mysterious card. It has become an advanced invitation card due to the upgraded reward. Advanced invitation card can invite a certain industry expert for 5 free services. Zhang Feng felt that this card was interesting, and since it was a free service, no one would refuse it. Zhang Feng suddenly had an idea as he looked at the instructions, a certain industry expert. Then, it's feasible to find a few massage experts, right? Completely feasible. Currently, the most dedicated and famous massage experts are all in the island country. There are currently more than 70 teachers to choose from, such as Teacher Mikami, Teacher Matsumoto, Teacher Momotaro, Teacher Fukada, etc., who can be parachuted in for service at any time. Ahem. Zhang Feng quickly coughed a few times and made a statement. I was just asking, I don't need the service. I don't know these teachers, and I haven't seen any of their films or TV shows. The system asked, how do you know if they have appeared in films or TV shows? Don't worry about these details. Let's take a look at my new company. Zhang Feng began to check the company that was gifted to him. It was like playing a simulation business game. To claim the company, he needed to enter the company's name and business direction. This required careful consideration. Should he establish an e-commerce company to compete with Tmall, JD.com, and Pinduoduo, or start a game company to save domestic games? He felt that these were all too commonplace. If Zhang Feng wanted to start a company, it should be one that no one has seen before, so that it could become the industry leader with less competitive pressure. Zhang Feng's best skill is undoubtedly dealing with oddities. He decided to start a company specializing in this, and named it Oddity Star, which is simple and easy to understand. After finalizing the name, Zhang Feng found that the name was available, but the business direction was not, as there was no category for companies dealing with oddities in the Industry and Commerce Bureau. So, he changed the business to the service industry, which not only allowed him to deal with oddities but also to take orders from around the world, contributing to purifying the social atmosphere. The company's application was successful, and it received a reward of 5 million in registered capital, a complete set of operational certificates, and 3 years of rent for the company's premises. Zhang Feng also obtained an ICP business license and a network culture business license, allowing him to start his own live streaming website. With all these, Zhang Feng transformed from a network worker to an entrepreneur. The most important thing now is to visit his company. Zhang Feng drove his Bugatti to the CBD office building in the city center, attracting attention from many people. After a small incident, Zhang Feng entered the office building and pressed the button for the 66th floor in the elevator. The company's location arranged by the system is right there. When he arrived at the 66th floor, he was surprised to see a waiter in a suit. The waiter politely reminded Zhang Feng that this was a high-end service area and unauthorized guests were not allowed to enter. Zhang Feng did not feel offended. On the contrary, he was very satisfied with the building's service. He thought that in the future, it could also help him keep out unwanted visitors. "I am the owner, and my company is on the 66th floor, Zhang Feng said, showing the lease contract. "Oh, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. Let me take you there." The waiter quickly apologized and then led Zhang Feng to his company's location, room 6606 in the Tianding No. 1 building. There is a facial recognition device here. The first time he came, the waiter helped Zhang Feng set it up, and it was successful. In the future, when he comes, the access control system will greet him automatically. If unauthorized people come, the door will not open. If they linger for a long time, it will trigger an alarm. It's very intelligent. Zhang Feng thanked the waiter and entered his new company. As soon as he entered, he felt his vision open up. There are many windows here, and because this office building is the tallest in the area, there are no obstructions, and the lighting is excellent. The lobby is over 200 square meters, with many neatly arranged desks, making it convenient for plug-and-play office work. Of course, the company's space is not limited to this. In addition to the bathroom, changing room, pantry, and other supporting facilities, there is also an exclusive general manager's office. As soon as he entered, he saw that the interior was extremely luxurious, like a noble's reception room. The sofas and furniture are all made of Wanwali wood, and the cost of just these high-end wooden furniture is estimated to be tens of thousands. There are also various office and living supplies, and it is also a smart home. When Zhang Feng entered the room, the ambient lights turned on automatically, and the curtains opened, revealing a row of large floor-to-ceiling windows behind them. Not bad. Zhang Feng walked to the window and looked down, taking in the beautiful city scenery. Just based on this view, this is the best viewing point in the entire building. No wonder the rent is also among the highest. However, the rent has already been paid through the system, so now he just needs to enjoy it. Sitting in the boss's chair, Zhang Feng found that he was quite suitable to be a boss. He opened the Apple laptop on the desk, creating an atmosphere of work. The anchor is so amazing, he quietly established a company. How much financial power do you really have? Don't ask, just know that Zhang Feng is a top-tier second-generation rich, and his family has a fortune. When netizens saw this luxurious office, their envy overflowed in the barrage. "I'm not a second-generation rich, I'm a first-generation entrepreneur." With that, he decided to start advocating for himself from today. So, in the live broadcast room, he said, "Brothers, my Keepake Star company was officially established today." A netizen asked, "Is this company just for targeting weirdos? What is the business?" Zhang Feng said, "Good question. Just by looking at the company name, you can tell what it does. Targeting weirdos is just one of the businesses, but for now, I am the only commander. I am sincerely recruiting ambitious people to join. How much is the salary? Are there any benefits?" When netizens hear you talking about the benefits, they won't be tired anymore. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "As long as you dare to ask for it, I dare to give it, but I will also assign you to complete tasks that correspond to the difficulty of the salary. If you can't complete it, then it's not okay." "What? I can get it if I ask? Then can I have a monthly salary of 1 million? Is that okay?" A netizen asked excitedly. Zhang Feng said, "Of course, I can afford someone like you, but with a monthly salary of 1 million, you have to at least help me deal with 10 weirdos of the level of Xinjingwu in a month. If you can make them shut themselves off and doubt their lives, I will immediately transfer the money." "Damn, then I guess it's not possible." The netizen was disappointed. What kind of person is Xinjingwu? They can all see clearly from the live broadcast, that is a ruthless person who will secretly find a killer. Ordinary people would have been played to death by him long ago. A monthly salary of 1 million seems tempting, but in a month, not to mention solving 10 people, even being solved by others 10 times is almost the same. Zhang Feng agreed to the request for 1 million monthly salary, but this time no one applied. It can only be said that talented people are rare now. The only person who can stably compete with Jin Jingwu is probably Zhang Feng himself. Netizens compromised and asked if there were any cleaning or security guard jobs available. They could do that kind of work. A monthly salary of tens of thousands would be fine. They are not picky. Currently not recruiting logistics personnel, only recruiting people with specialized skills, Zhang Feng said. Can my expertise in picking up girls work? I have a big appetite and go to the bathroom a lot, is that okay? This group of netizens can't do anything right, the first in being funny, and soon the bullet screen atmosphere started to go off track. Zhang Feng ignored the nonsense of the netizens and started promoting himself. My eccentric kissing company also includes live broadcasting business. From now on, I will officially switch stations. Welcome to the eccentric kissing live platform to watch me live. My ID is my real name Zhang Feng. The official website link is in our profile notes. Just download the app if you like. See you with the new account. Zhang Feng bid farewell to the camera, then closed his Douya Live account and directly cancelled it. He will not broadcast on this platform anymore. This account was created a few days ago, so there is nothing to regret about abandoning it. As for the main account on this platform, although the password has been returned to him, Zhang Feng does not want to use it anymore. A platform that allows guilds to change passwords and freeze accounts without considering the user's information violates Zhang Feng's taboos. He is very disgusted with this kind of live platform that colludes with guilds. After this guild incident, he realized that as a host, he must take control in his own hands. Since he has established his own company, he will be his own boss. After finishing speaking, Zhang Feng opened the official website of the eccentric kissing company. He wanted to register on the spot and become the platform's first host. The process of applying for this account, Zhang Feng did a live text broadcast on Weibo, Bilibili, etc., and also advertised his own live website. Applying for an account, nickname Zhang Feng, password. After filling out the registration information, clicking apply, Zhang Feng's management backend showed the application. Zhang Feng clicked the mouse, approved his own application, and then became the platform's first host. The backend server is also outsourced, maintained by professionals, convenient and hassle-free, and can start live broadcasts at any time. The live page is not much different from the previous Douya platform. Zhang Feng directly started the live broadcast. However, it is a new account and website. There are no viewers yet, but Zhang Feng does not want to go back to Douya. That kind of capital-built live platform makes him feel disgusted. Ding! There was a notification in the live backend. A viewer had already entered the live room, and his fan count became 1. Sofa, I am the first follower, huh? It turned out to be a die-hard fan who followed him. I am the bench. Then the floor is mine. Soon, the second and third fans came to grab a spot, and in a blink of an eye, hundreds of people entered this new platform's live room. These are all Zhang Feng's loyal fans. No matter where he broadcasts, they will follow to watch. This platform is quite smooth, but there is only one host. It has become his exclusive live app. Netizens joked. New hosts will be added in the future, Zhang Feng said. As Zhang Feng's live viewership soared, the Douya platform also discovered that Zhang Feng had deleted his account and left the platform, so they quickly sent customer service to repair the relationship. A call was made to his phone. Mr. Zhang Feng, I am the customer service manager of Douya platform. I would like to invite you to continue live streaming on Douya platform. We can customize an exclusive contract for you, guaranteeing generous profit sharing and broadcasting freedom. I hope to arrange a meeting with you. No need. Zhang Feng directly rejected the request. You freeze my personal account based on others' words without my consent. I don't feel secure on such a website. The customer service manager quickly said, we are reflecting on this. Please give us a chance to make amends. Zhang Feng coldly snorted, even if I give you a chance, it's useless. A few days ago, I was in a legal battle with Jin Jingwu. Why didn't I see your support? Instead, you restricted my streaming. You are unbelievable. If you say there is no collusion between Douya platform and Jin Jingwu, no one would believe it. When the other party continued to speak, Zhang Feng said that he is now live streaming on his own platform, and in the future, they will be competitors, so they should not bother him. After hanging up the phone, the netizens in the live stream room burst into laughter. Douya's news is too outdated, trying to poach competitors. It's truly a divine operation. Most likely, this news will make it to today's Onion News ranking. After live streaming for a while, Zhang Feng found the server to be very stable. There are already thousands of people in the live stream room, with no lag at all. Zhang Feng is very satisfied. Less than an hour after starting the live stream on the new platform and account, having so many people come to support him already makes him content. The number of website users and fans will gradually increase. In the following days, Zhang Feng began to interact with the audience freely and promoted his new website on various media platforms. As a popular internet celebrity, many journalists actively came to interview him. Zhang Feng welcomed them all and even treated the journalists to meals, asking them to help promote his Keepake Star company. During the interviews, he also started recruiting, seeking talents worldwide. After a few days passed, good news finally arrived. Jin Jingwu, who was detained, has confessed and will soon be prosecuted by the prosecutor's office. According to experienced lawyers, his sentence is estimated to be between 6 to 8 years. As his Jingwu Live Broadcasting Guild was in debt, it has entered bankruptcy liquidation, automatically terminating contracts with the guild's anchors. The anchor community was filled with joy as a harmful tumor to the industry had finally disappeared. Among the beneficiaries was Xiao Xingxin, who was now free. That night, Xiao Xingxin called Zhang Feng, somewhat embarrassed, and asked, "Brother Zhang Feng, can I live stream on your website?" Zhang Feng replied, "Of course, my Keepake Star website has already received applications from over 100 anchors, and I welcome your joining." Since the trial, Xiao Xingxin, who was previously lukewarm, suddenly became popular due to her sympathetic story and her looks and talents. Riding this wave of popularity, she became a well-known female anchor. With Xiao Xingxin's addition, it would undoubtedly bring a new group of users, which Zhang Feng welcomed. Zhang Feng explained, "Our platform currently operates on online contracts, only charging operational fees. The split for anchor donations is approximately 28 open, platform 2, anchor 8. What? Such a low profit-sharing ratio, won't the platform lose money?" Xiao Xingxin asked in surprise. Nowadays, most anchors on signed live streaming platforms have a 55 profit-sharing ratio. If a user donates 100 yuan, the anchor will only receive 50 yuan, before taxes. If they join a live broadcasting guild, a portion of this 50 yuan income will be shared, so the anchor's income is not as high as imagined. After multiple deductions, there isn't much left. If Zhang Feng's platform indeed has a 28 profit-sharing ratio, it will surely attract a group of talented anchors to join, significantly increasing their income. In response to the inquiry, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "I never intended to make money by running a live streaming company. I only want to provide a place for my peers to work freely without constraints." There is one more thing Zhang Feng didn't mention, that is, his platform has the system contract for all recent expenses, and the rent has been prepaid for 3 years, so there are no labor and rent costs. As long as there is some profit, it is enough for the normal operation of the company, and there is no need to exploit fellow broadcasters. Zhang Feng, you are the beacon of our broadcasters. Xiao Xin sincerely praised. She was excited in her heart. She had never seen anyone like Zhang Feng. With integrity and ambition, she was about to become Zhang Feng's little fan. "Don't praise me, I will start floating if you praise me again." Zhang Feng made a joke and let Xiao Xin know that she could join at any time, and he could arrange a welcome interface on the homepage of the website. So the matter was settled, and Xiao Xin officially joined Zhang Feng's live broadcast platform the next day. This also set a good example for other fellow broadcasters, and the platform gradually moved towards prosperity. For the broadcasters, having an upright boss with their own traffic and such a high profit-sharing ratio, apart from being a new site, there are almost no drawbacks, so they are willing to participate. So, a few days later, with natural publicity, the Weirdo Star Live station had already gained some reputation in the industry. Now, in the streets and alleys, even children know that if they want to see the one who confronts the weirdos, Zhang Feng, they just need to download the Weirdo Star app. Just when everything was going well for a few days, Zhang Feng was playing games in the esports room at home, but his phone unexpectedly popped up with a message. "Hello, little brother, I feel like we have a connection, let's add each other in chat." Zhang Feng received a WeChat friend request, and the profile picture was of a tall, beautiful woman with standard internet celebrity photo editing. Without even looking, Zhang Feng had been harassed by female internet friends recently, so he just ignored it. This scene was seen by netizens, and they all urged him to quickly add her, saying it was fate. "I bet a pack of spicy sticks, if I add her, it won't be anything good," Zhang Feng asserted. A netizen named Egg Exchange Period Youth said, "You won't know if you don't try, maybe she is your future wife." Zhang Feng sneered, "Forget it, don't mention the word wife. Last time I went on a blind date to find a wife, I almost got extorted for over 50,000 just for a meal. That was encountering a weirdo, maybe this time it's your fangirl." Egg Exchange Period Youth continued to instigate. Fine, since I spoil my fans, I'll satisfy you all once. But let's make it clear, this is what you want to chat about, you decide. Zhang Feng agreed to the friend request and wanted to see what this woman named Yishuan had to say. Hello, little brother, what's your name? Yishuan quickly sent a message. What should I chat with her about? Zhang Feng asked the netizens. He didn't want to chat with a woman who clearly had ulterior motives. The netizens were excited, as they rarely encountered such an active female friend, and began to teach Zhang Feng what to say in the barrage. You can say your name is Chao Laolu. Egg exchange period youth came up with another idea. I'm Chao Laolu. Zhang Feng thought it would be fun for everyone to chat together, so he typed the response as requested in WeChat. Can I call you Brother Chao? I feel like you're as warm-hearted as a neighbor brother. While Yishuan was typing, she also sent a playful sticking out tongue emoji. Many netizens immediately made comments, saying, she's so smooth-talking, she must be a lecherous man, normal girls aren't so thirsty, and they aren't so proactive. Shinhao9527 said, there are proactive ones, I often encounter them, they refuse to get out of my Ferrari. That's because you're rich, we're just laborers at the construction site, we've never encountered that. Only if we give them 300 to 500 yuan, will the girl take the initiative to come over. Are you sitting on the lap or in the car? Let's talk about it in private. Other netizens, upon hearing this, were no longer sleepy and immediately asked for the indescribable details. Zhang Feng reminded, hey, don't drive the bullet screen, be careful of being banned from the live broadcast room. Some netizens joked, saying that this website is all yours, who would ban you? Zhang Feng said, I also have the Cyberspace Administration of China and the Cyber Police above me. If it's too explicit, the company will be rectified. If Zhang Feng is rectified, they won't be able to watch the live broadcast anymore, so the netizens restrained themselves, and the topic returned to Yishuan. Now it's confirmed that Yishuan is a foot-scratching man. Ask her, when she's doing the waist, does she use anesthesia? Zhang Feng typed on WeChat, my friend said, if you want to touch my waist, don't use anesthesia. Yishuan said, Brother Chao, you just like to joke. I'm really a weak woman. Is that so? Then say something for me to hear. Zhang Feng typed as instructed by the netizens. Brother Chao, are you there? This time you must believe it. The other party quickly sent a voice message, sounding gentle and pleasant, indeed a young girl's voice. Voice changer, definitely a voice changer. Netizens are familiar with this routine, and soon the netizen named Huandong Qishao sent a Weibo link, showing him using a voice changer. In the video, a young man with acne all over his face spoke in a high-pitched voice, saying annoying things in a greasy manner. Damn, I need a pair of eyes that haven't seen this video. Many netizens were disgusted by this Huandong Qishao. When they thought of Yishuan on the other end of WeChat, also a foot-scratching man, they lost their appetite and asked what this woman really wanted to do, sell tea or sell classes? Zhang Feng directly asked her what she was selling, but unexpectedly, Yishuan got angry. What? In brother's heart, am I that kind of female scammer? Forget it, maybe our fate hasn't arrived yet. Then she sent a broken heart emoji, making it look quite real. Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered with this woman anymore and went back to playing games. Unexpectedly, the next day, Yishuan messaged again. Brother Chao, are you there? I resigned, feeling bad, can you comfort me? Zhang Feng was in the middle of a game and casually replied with 2 words, comforting you. Yishuan, Brother Chao, you're so humorous, you really know how to comfort people. I feel better now. It seems that this scammer Yishuan likes to play tricks. Zhang Feng directly said that he recently received over 2 million in cash from a demolition and was planning to buy a car and so on. Yishuan really fell for it this time, her tone became more enthusiastic, she started calling him husband and said she had resigned to go back to her hometown to help her grandfather sell jade. But I'm clumsy, I broke a jade bracelet today, and my grandfather scolded me, 555. In the voice message, Yishuan really sounded like she was crying, but her foxtail had already been exposed. She was a more advanced scammer than a tea seller, selling jade. She then said she wanted to give Zhang Feng a jade guanyin, but if her grandfather found out, she would be scolded. So, she offered him a discount, 1/5 of the price, just 188 yuan. Zhang Feng laughed, if he bought it, he would be a fool. The Huandong Qishou appeared again, saying that looking at the photo of the jade guanyin, even if it's worth 8 yuan, it would probably fade if worn around the neck. Everyone knew it was a scam and encouraged Zhang Feng to tease the scammer. So Zhang Feng said that he could have bought it, but his family sells tea, and his parents are strict, he must sell 1,000 yuan worth of tea before he can have pocket money, so Yishuan must buy his tea first, then he can afford to buy jade. When Yishuan heard this, she sent a series of curses, calling him names and saying he was wasting her time, truly a foot-scratching man. She mistook Zhang Feng for a colleague and spoke very rudely. System detected a bizarre scammer, 1-star weirdness index, to be observed. I didn't expect to encounter any weirdos for several days, and then one showed up. Zhang Feng was thinking about teasing the person opposite him a bit. As long as he upgraded to 4 stars, he could make a move. However, he found a red exclamation mark in the chat box, indicating that he had been blocked by a scammer, which was very regrettable. The netizens laughed and thought it was fun to tease scammers. The young man who was in the egg-changing period also said that he would try it himself another day, to tease scammers. Zhang Feng instructed him to be careful about the way and method of teasing scammers. I know, I'm 23 years old, I've seen everything in the world. The young man in the egg-changing period was very confident, so Zhang Feng didn't say anything more. In the following days, Zhang Feng was busy with the live streaming website. Recently, many people have applied to join the live platform, but Zhang Feng has only approved a few, including Xiaox Xingson. The reason is that the live streaming website with weird stars has a low number of users, and mainly because they are there for him, not for the new streamers who don't bring their own traffic. If other new streamers come and no one watches, it will seriously undermine their confidence. So, Zhang Feng currently only approves those who are well known in the live streaming industry. Another point is that Zhang Feng currently does not recruit employees, not even super administrators. If anyone is added randomly and there is a lack of supervision, if someone does something bad, such as broadcasting inappropriate content in the live room, such as publicizing inappropriate behavior, then his website may be directly banned. This is not an exaggeration, because similar incidents have occurred on live platforms before, and precautions must be taken. Zhang Feng is currently short-handed and everything is done prudently. Just as Zhang Feng was thinking about how to promote the company's reputation, Liang Xiying suddenly called and asked him to quickly check the news. Zhang Feng clicked on the news link and felt uneasy when he saw the news, because it was related to him. The title of the news was "A man fell for a scam and lost 200,000 yuan for his parents' medical treatment, and attempted suicide by jumping off a building but was rescued." This kind of news is not uncommon, but the young man who was seriously injured after jumping off the building in the news was actually one of his fans, the young man in the egg-changing period. He had to inquire about it. So he bought a train ticket and arrived in Meixian County where the other person was on the same day. He found the hospital where the injured netizen was, and knocked on the door of the ward, only to hear a low sobbing from inside. After knocking on the door, a woman in her 50s with some white hair came out. She saw Zhang Feng and said, "We don't accept interviews. My name is Zhang Feng. The person inside should be your son. He should know me," Zhang Feng said. He was there to visit the patient, so he didn't do a live broadcast. After hearing this, the person in the room said, "Mom, let him in." The mother then let Zhang Feng in, and he saw the fan named Egg-Changing Period Youth. In the video before, he was cheerful and sunny, but now he had lost his spirit. His right arm and right leg were in casts, and he looked miserable lying on the hospital bed. Zhang Feng put down the fruit basket and flowers, and sat down to ask him what had happened. The young man in the egg-changing period cried before speaking, and then told his story. His real name was Gu Yanwei, he had just started working, his family was ordinary, and he had never been in a relationship. Just a few days ago, after watching Zhang Feng's live broadcast teasing scammers, he found it fun and actively joined a few scammer WeChat groups. Because he was prepared, he successfully teased a few scammers. However, during this time, he met a netizen with a cartoon avatar, and the two had the same goal, so they teamed up to tease scammers and had a great time. Gu Yanwei and this netizen would chat for 6 or 7 hours a day, and quickly became good friends who could talk about anything. Suddenly, this friend inadvertently revealed that she seemed to be a girl. Later, netizens also admitted that she was the girl, 20 years old this year, and also disliked the affected women online, so she had a straightforward personality. Gu Yanwei had never met a girl who was so compatible with him, and his attitude changed immediately. In the following days, the girl sent him hand-knitted scarves and other items, and Gu Yanwei quickly developed feelings for her and bravely confessed. The girl agreed, and the two became online lovers, calling each other husband and wife, chatting on the phone late into the night. During this time, the girl only sent him selfies, but never video chatted. The next thing that happened is well known to everyone. The girl said that investing in movie projects is very profitable, and she had previously invested 10,000 yuan in Walking Alone on the Moon, which earned her 50,000 yuan after the movie was released. She even showed Gu Yanwei a screenshot of the profits. She also said that Walking Alone on the Moon 2 was about to start filming, with Shin-Tung once again starring, guaranteeing a 100% return at the box office, and it would definitely make money. The girl also joked that marrying her didn't require a dowry, but a set of marital home was necessary. However, Gu Yanwei didn't have the money to buy a house. He thought that after making money from the investment, he would have enough for a down payment and could get a loan to buy a house in the county town, and then he could marry this girlfriend he had never met. But after sending the money, the girlfriend suddenly became cold towards him, and he couldn't contact her by phone or WeChat. Go Yanwei panicked and immediately inquired with the relevant company, only to find out that the movie project didn't even exist, and all the information before was fabricated. He had fallen into a deep scam. He immediately reported it to the police, but the scammer was very clever. Based solely on the chat records, it was considered a personal loan dispute, and the police refused to file a case. However, without the scammer's information, there was no way to prosecute, so the 200,000 yuan was completely lost. Go Yanwei couldn't bear it and jumped off a building. Fortunately, the fire brigade arrived in time and saved him with an air cushion, but he broke a few bones and avoided a more serious tragedy. Why am I so stupid, so stupid? Go Yanwei painfully pounded his head with his hand, but was persuaded by his mother and Zhang Feng. Ding! Detected scam behavior, weirdness index 3 stars, added to observation list. The system prompted, and even without considering the system's task, Zhang Feng wanted to stand up for his fans and not let the scammer be too arrogant. Don't worry, I will try my best to help you recover the debt, Zhang Feng said to Go Yanwei. Really? Go Yanwei's eyes were suddenly filled with hope. Zhang Feng said, yes, but there is a condition: you have to recover well, read more books during this time, and spend more time with your family. You are already of age and can't act rashly anymore. Okay, as long as I can recover the medical expenses for my parents, I will listen to you in the future, brother Zhang Feng. After Zhang Feng left the hospital, he began to plan. He wanted to make this pursuit of the scammer the first demonstration achievement of his weirdo buster company. He had already obtained the WeChat and phone numbers used by the scammer from Go Yanwei. Now, when he called, it said the number was out of service, and it was unlikely to be used again. Adding the scammer as a friend on WeChat also yielded no response. It seemed that the scammer was very cautious, changing their modus operandi after each scam. To find this scammer, he had to use the advanced invitation card he had obtained before. Zhang Feng said, "System, invite a top hacker for me, and make sure they are Chinese for easier communication." Inviting. Invitation successful. Top hacker Kirololo is at your service, limited to 1 task each time. 5 advanced invitation cards remaining out of 5. The system sent 3 messages in a row, and in just half a minute or so, he was able to contact a top hacker, which was quite impressive. However, he had never heard of the name Kulo Luo before. It seemed like a pseudonym. That made sense, as hackers usually didn't reveal their identities and often used aliases. Shortly after, Zhang Feng's phone rang, and the caller ID showed unknown, so he knew it must be Kulo Luo. Hello, Mr. Zhang, feel free to tell me what task you have for me, the other person said directly, sounding like a young man. You must be Kulo Luo, right? Zhang Feng wanted to first understand some information about the other person. Yes, Kulo Luo replied. Can we meet in person? Zhang Feng asked. It's better not to meet. I'm paranoid, and voice communication works just as well, Kulo Luo replied. Alright then. I need you to investigate some information about a scammer without alerting them. Zhang Feng immediately asked for the contact information and sent all the data to him. Kulo Luo said, I will send you a software installation package. Just click to install it. This is a software I made myself, and it can avoid being monitored. Zhang Feng was quite satisfied with Kulo Luo's caution, which suited him well. After all, using a hacker was not a glorious act, and it was best not to leave any evidence. He used a spare phone to receive the installation package and installed the communication software. From then on, this phone was used exclusively to contact Kulo Luo. After the installation was complete, Zhang Feng transferred all the scammer's information to this phone, which Kulo Luo then accessed. Wait for my message, Kulo Luo said before getting to work. Zhang Feng was looking forward to Kulo Luo's performance and also wanted to see how effective the advanced invitation card from the system was. After 2 days, Kulo Luo sent Zhang Feng the investigation results. It's all clear now. The scammer's core team consists of 3 members, operating in Yusha City, Jiangbei Province. They have 3 main hideouts. 2 men, known as Daban and Haya, are responsible for using communication software such as WeChat and QQ to deceive victims in the guise of women. The person nicknamed Huzi is responsible for bulk purchasing bank cards, withdrawing money, and distributing the proceeds. He is also the organizer of the 3-person group. Their usual address is, and their common phone numbers are. The information is so detailed. Zhang Feng was pleasantly surprised. The hacker's ability was too strong. In just 2 days, he had thoroughly investigated the matter, comparable to Sherlock Holmes. Even if the police were to investigate the case, it might not be as thorough within 2 days. Kolo Luo said, "It's simple from a technical standpoint, but it's a bit difficult to track and hack into their phones. That Haya also knows a bit about network technology. I couldn't force my way in, so I acted as a victim and chatted with them for a day before successfully implanting a Trojan in their phones. Thank you for your hard work." Zhang Feng expressed his gratitude. Kolo Luo asked him, "Are you planning to report the case directly?" Zhang Feng did not immediately answer because Gu Yanwei could not report to the police, and he also lacked sufficient evidence. He needed to find evidence that could be used to file a case. "Do me another favor. Give me a WeChat account and let them see me as an easy target for their scam," Zhang Feng requested. "It's no trouble. Just use my WeChat alias. I've been chatting with them for a day, and they should be ready to start scamming for money," Kolo Luo replied, sending over a WeChat account and password, along with the chat records. After reading them, Zhang Feng would not reveal his intentions. Now that everything was ready, Zhang Feng needed to set a trap for the scammers. He logged into the WeChat alias and continued the previous conversation. "Hey, I have my eye on a phone, but I'm short 3,000 yuan, he messaged as soon as he logged in, and the scammer replied, hinting that as long as he spent money, they could be in a relationship. The scammer claimed to be Wang Qian, obviously a fake name. Zhang Feng wanted to obtain evidence of the scam, so he proactively sent 3,000 yuan. "Thank you, baby, love you." Wang Qian sent a heart emoji. Zhang Feng was almost fooled, a big man scratching his feet using a girl's tone. "It's disgusting to think about. I bought you a phone, so I'll come find you," Zhang Feng deliberately said. "Let's wait for an opportunity. I've been busy with work recently." Sure enough, once the money was received, the other party kept making excuses not to meet. After all, there were no women in their group, and meeting would expose their true intentions. "Oh, are you trying to deceive me?" Zhang Feng said again. "You suspect me? I didn't expect you to be like this, humph." Then she sent a voice message crying, sounding very pitiful as if she had been hurt. Okay, I was just teasing you," Zhang Feng said. "I'm angry now, can't be appeased, unless you buy me a bag." It turned out the other party had this intention, and started making excuses to ask for 6,000 yuan to buy a bag. Zhang Feng was waiting for the other party to ask. Only when the amount of deception increased, he could report the case. So he transferred 6,000 yuan to the scammer. At this point, the system prompted him, "Detected a scammer insulting your intelligence on the phone. The weirdness index has risen to 4 stars, must be rectified." Option A, beg the scammer to return the money to you, and you will be awarded the title of delusional lover. Option B, scold the scammer and demand their address, you will challenge them in person. You will be awarded the title of a tough guy. Option C, bring the scammer to justice and recover the deceived money. Reward, important company position +3. I choose C. Zhang Feng definitely chose C, this time the reward was more practical. Originally, Zhang Feng was worried that the company only had him, but since the system rewarded employees, it saved the trouble of recruiting, which was great. Zhang Feng then drove to the police station, only to find out that his acquaintance Captain Su Tao was on a mission, so he reported the case to an ordinary police officer. This police officer looked unfamiliar and a bit inexperienced, so Zhang Feng guessed he was a rookie. "I was cheated." Zhang Feng presented the evidence. "How much money?" the police officer asked. 9,000 yuan, Zhang Feng said. "Okay, we will make a record here, go back and wait for news, remember, don't trust online friends easily, got it?" The police officer started educating. Zhang Feng asked dissatisfiedly, "No, shouldn't I report this? I even know the approximate address of the scammer, shouldn't we go arrest them immediately?" The police officer explained, "There's no way, telecommunications fraud is rampant now, our sub-bureau is short-staffed, please rest assured, we will definitely handle it." This was obviously not taken seriously, it seemed like the case needed to be escalated. Zhang Feng called Liang Xiying to ask about the maximum sentence for fraud, and the amount involved. Liang Xiying replied, 30,000 to 100,000 yuan is considered a large amount, and will result in a 3 to 10 year prison sentence, while over 500,000 yuan is considered a particularly large amount, and will result in a prison sentence of over 10 years. The system instructed Zhang Feng to bring the scammers to justice, so he had to increase the amount to over 500,000 yuan. So Zhang Feng took out his phone again, planning to communicate with the scammers and boost their performance. Unexpectedly, the scammers cooperated, not satisfied with just deceiving Zhang Feng of a few thousand yuan. The Wang Qian had already come up with a new excuse. "Whoa, I don't know what to do. My father had a sudden stroke and is in the hospital. The surgery costs 300,000. My family has borrowed from relatives, but still lack 100,000. What should I do? Please help me figure out a solution. Even if I lend it to you, I will definitely repay it in the future. If I can't, I won't ask for a dowry to marry you." Wang Qian kept pleading, throwing out bait, hoping Zhang Feng would transfer another 100,000 yuan. Okay, I'll transfer it to you right away. Zhang Feng agreed. Really? Thank you so much, darling, love you to death. The scammer has started sending cheesy text messages again, along with kissing emojis. Zhang Feng, despite feeling physically unwell, transferred 500,000 yuan to the other party. If you want to play, let's play big. Soon, the bank app notified the successful transfer of 500,000 yuan. He then said to the scammer, "Oops, I pressed the wrong button. Can you return the excess to me? Intentionally." Okay, right away. Oh no, my bank card has been locked due to the large amount. Once it's unlocked tomorrow, I'll transfer it to you, okay? As Zhang Feng expected, the scammer kept finding various excuses to delay. Why did you transfer money to the scammer again? The nearby junior police officer was shocked. He had never seen someone report a case and then transfer money to the scammer in person. Zhang Feng said, "This time the amount is particularly huge. Can I bring your leader here?" The police officer was stunned, realizing that Zhang Feng was not an ordinary person. He quickly went out to find the leader, and Captain Su Tao happened to return. The junior police officer reported everything to him. Su Tao then personally received Zhang Feng. "You should have informed me of the case in advance. It's not easy to recover this money," Su Tao said. Zhang Feng smiled and opened his phone, saying, "The scammer's information is all here. I have their address, phone number, and more. Is this enough for you to catch them immediately?" "What? How did you get this?" Su Tao checked the information and felt it was all true because it was too detailed. "This is obviously the clue you, Captain Su, found. You can use it as you like, but I have one request," Zhang Feng said, offering all the credit to Su Tao, a mutual benefit. He only needed to recover the money for the fans and complete the system tasks. As for catching the thief, he would leave it to Su Tao to avoid exposing the hacker's involvement. Su Tao, an experienced detective, immediately understood. He asked, "What do you want?" "Take me with you to the capture scene," Zhang Feng said. After considering for a moment, Su Tao agreed, "Okay, but you can't livestream or record during the operation, and you must follow orders." "Deal." Zhang Feng stood up and shook hands with Su Tao, reaching an agreement on catching the thief. With the matter settled, they wasted no time. Su Tao immediately led a team of over 10 people and drove to Yusha City in Jiangbei Province. It would take at least 5 hours to drive from Zhengzhou City to Yusha City on the expressway. On the way, Su Tao was not idle. He remotely directed his colleagues in the technical department to monitor the phones of the 3 scammers and roughly pinpoint their locations. They also confirmed their real names based on their phone numbers. Among the 3, 2 were previously convicted and had a history of telecommunications fraud. With this information, Su Tao was confident that Zhang Feng's provided data was accurate, and he could proceed with the capture. After a long drive, they finally arrived in Yusha City, the neighboring province, after dark. Without time for a meal, the police officers nibbled on some biscuits and drank mineral water for dinner, showing how hard they had worked. The technical department delivered good news. The signals of the 3 individuals were converging at the residence in Xinhua community. With the information provided by Zhang Feng and the police's phone tracking, the case was progressing rapidly. At this time, Kirolo sent a message, "Someone has logged onto the computer." The IP address shows that at least 2 people are in the building in Xinhua community. This coincided with the information from the police, indicating that Kirolo was reliable. Su Tao and his team arrived at the community and immediately split up. Some went to the property management to gather information about the tenants in Unit 701, while others changed into blue uniforms from a food delivery service and conducted surveillance around Unit 701. The capture operation was about to begin. As a leader, Su Tao had to command on the front line, and he was the first to rush into the house. Zhang Feng was arranged to be at the corner of the stairs, and he can only follow after confirming safety. Su Tao and his colleagues gestured, and the team members spread out in front of room 701, while there were also people guarding downstairs, ensuring that everything was foolproof. Su Tao also loaded his gun, preparing for the worst in case of resistance during the arrest. Just as the police were preparing to deceive the occupants into opening the door by pretending to deliver the wrong order, the door suddenly opened by itself. A young man wearing a mask and sunglasses, carrying a handbag, appeared at the doorway. Then, they locked eyes with the police officers. "Go!" Su Tao reacted quickly, taking a big step forward in tackling the man, while other team members rushed into the room to apprehend the other person. "Don't move, police, hands on your head and lie down." Despite the warning, the 2 inside still tried to escape. After a struggle, several police officers managed to subdue the 2 suspects and handcuff them. "You've got the wrong person, police uncle." The young man held down by Su Tao pleaded incessantly. Name? Su Tao asked. Zhou Dequan, the young man grimaced and said. This matched the alias of the suspect, whose real name was Zhou Dequan. Su Tao handcuffed him and then escorted him inside. With the situation under control, Zhang Feng followed into the room. Inside the room, there was a phone stand with dozens of phones, as well as 2 laptops displaying various chat and mass messaging interfaces. Many of the screens showed automated mass messages, indicating the use of plugins. Su Tao was completely relieved now that they had caught the culprits red-handed, securing the case. The police then separated the 3 individuals for custody. Zhou Dequan was more cooperative, so they left him in the room for an immediate interrogation. Do you have any other accomplices? Su Tao asked. No, just the 3 of us, Zhou Dequan replied. He then began to confess that the phones were used to chat with victims, casting a wide net. For example, they added friends using attractive women profiles and sent messages about winning prizes or part-time job opportunities. When a victim took the bait, a real person would take over the chat. The 3 of them were all men, using voice changers during chats with victims. They even had women's clothing in the room, which they would wear at critical moments to disguise themselves and alter their voices in video calls with victims. With faces like yours, resembling Li Kuei, do people really believe you when you chat in women's clothing? A police officer asked. Zhou Dequan replied, we stuff 2 cotton pads in our clothes. As long as our upper body looks plump, those men won't ask to see our faces. Following Zhou Dequan's confession, the police found dozens of bank cards on him and 200,000 yuan in cash in his handbag. It turned out that Zhou Dequan had withdrawn 500,000 yuan that day to split with his 2 accomplices. Feeling that money had come too easily recently, they decided it was time to move on and planned to relocate that night. However, as soon as Zhou Dequan tried to leave, the police arrived, and the long arm of the law caught up with them. At the scene, over 800,000 yuan in cash was found, and they were planning to search other residences, expecting to find more. This incident highlighted the audacity of scammers and the number of victims they had deceived. However, it had come to an end, with the 3 scammers caught in the act and awaiting legal consequences. The police were preparing to conduct a surprise search of other hideouts that night, while Zhang Feng began a live broadcast to update everyone on the situation. Finally, you're live again, you haven't broadcasted all day, where have you been? Netizens were worried. I'm in Yusha City now, do you know why I'm here? Zhang Feng asked with a smile. A netizen asked, did you meet a female fan? Just had a nucleic acid exchange, so you're so happy? Don't talk nonsense. Do you know about the incident where the teenagers were scammed during the egg exchange period? Now the police have caught the scammer, do you think I'm happy? Damn, caught him? That's awesome. Tell us, how did they catch him? Netizens were all curious. Zhang Feng then recounted the incident of him recharging the scammer with 509,000 yuan. Of course, he concealed the fact that the hacker Kirololo provided the information and attributed all the credit to Su Tao. Damn, that's truly the style of a streamer. To expose the scammer, he actually invested over 500,000. Zhang Feng, please accept my admiration. Netizens were in awe, they all loved this straightforward streamer. Many streamers just talk big, but only Zhang Feng dares to take action. Over 500,000, he said he would transfer it to the scammer, risking not being able to recover it, just to stand up for his fans. Such a streamer, how could the audience not love him? So the news of Zhang Feng investing over 500,000 to capture the scammer quickly became a hot topic that night, gaining him an additional 30,000 fans. In other words, at least over 30,000 viewers registered on his platform due to this incident. The Keepake Star Company achieved its first victory. Zhang Feng stayed in Yusha City that night, waiting for further developments. Because the case was in the investigation stage and required confidentiality, Su Tao did not disclose the specific details to him, only saying that everything was going smoothly. So Zhang Feng just waited. Later, Su Tao brought the suspect back to Zhengzhou, and the case entered the interrogation stage. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng live-streamed in Yusha City for a few days, experiencing the local customs and gaining a good response from his audience. When Zhang Feng returned to Zhengzhou, he privately treated Su Tao to a meal. During the meal, Su Tao revealed that the case had been mostly solved, and a significant amount of the funds had been recovered. Now they were waiting for the prosecution from the prosecutor's office. This put Zhang Feng at ease. After half a month of waiting, the day of the prosecution finally arrived. Zhang Feng and Gu Yanwei, who was in a wheelchair, sat in the audience area. Media reporters were also present, as any event related to Zhang Feng was a hot topic. Before the trial, Xiaoxin Xian and Liang Xiying also arrived together. They sat on either side of Zhang Feng, giving off an embracing vibe that made others envious. Of course, Zhang Feng and these two beautiful women were just friends, with no romantic involvement. Since they met during the case, the two women had become good friends, often meeting up after work. Sometimes Xiaoxin Xian would invite Liang Xiying to go shopping, and they would even livestream, giving Liang Xiying some exposure. Today, the two women had agreed to attend the trial together, not wanting to miss this event and also to chat with Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng asked Xiaoxin Xian if she minded that her income had decreased on his website due to live streaming. If she regretted it, she could terminate the contract at any time. After all, Xiaoxin Xian's current popularity meant that she could easily get a good deal on any live streaming platform, with a substantial signing fee. Xiaoxin Xian playfully replied, "No, I'm doing well here with you. I earn money securely, with no one restricting me. Besides, the income here is much better than before I became famous, so I won't leave." Xiaoxin Xian's smile was radiant, and seeing her free from worries, Zhang Feng felt relieved. He then asked Liang Xiying why she came to watch the trial during the day instead of working. "I'm not suing anyone, so I don't have work," Liang Xiying bluntly replied. Her cold gaze seemed to carry a hint of criticism, blaming Zhang Feng for not asking her to sue someone, causing her to struggle financially next month. Zhang Feng jokingly said, "Hey, are you trying to fleece me alone?" Liang Xiying nodded. "Strictly speaking, yes, I have taken on some lawsuits, but basically all of them are for the common people. I only charge 1 yuan as a lawyer's fee. If it weren't for you, I would have difficulty making ends meet." Zhang Feng understood. Liang Xiying was quite kind-hearted. She handled other lawsuits as charity cases, with him being her biggest financial supporter. She was like a shop that opens for 3 years and then closes for 3 years. It might be a good idea to hire Liang Xiying as his exclusive legal advisor once the company develops, satisfying both of them. At that moment, the presiding judge, the plaintiff, and the defendant all appeared, and the courtroom fell silent. Zhang Feng sat upright, listening for the outcome of the trial. In the past, Zhang Feng would sit at the top, but this was the first time he sat in the gallery to observe the trial. It was quite a novel experience. The trial began with the prosecutor bringing charges against Zhou Dequan and 2 others. The prosecutor recounted the details of the case and the criminal activities of the 3 individuals. The ringleader, Zhou Dequan, also known as Huzi, resumed his old ways after being released from prison due to dissatisfaction with his low wages. He recruited computer-savvy hackers and idle individuals to form a trio engaged in telecommunications fraud. Huzi purchased several second-hand mobile phones and computers, the hackers developed mass messaging software, and the idle member used a voice changer and disguised himself as a woman to deceive victims into giving them money under false pretenses such as love affairs and investments. In just 2 months, they made tens of thousands of yuan in profits. With the money, they became more brazen, expanding their equipment and buying cars. They each had their own roles, with Zhou Dequan responsible for selling the stolen goods and giving orders. They frequently changed residences and even cities. They had only been in Yuxia City for about half a month. They used false identities and kept a low profile until they swindled Guoyanwei, prompting Zhang Feng to take action and apprehend them. During the arrest, they were caught red-handed, and over 1 million yuan in illegal gains was recovered, some of which would be returned to the victims. Among the recovered funds were over 700,000 yuan belonging to Zhang Feng and Guoyanwei. Since they had confessed, the facts of the case were clear. It was now a matter of sentencing. All rise. The verdict is now being announced. The main culprit, Zhou Dequan, committed a particularly large amount of fraud and is sentenced to 12 years in prison and confiscation of illegal gains. Accomplice Hua Donghai is sentenced to 8 years in prison. Accomplice Gao Chou is sentenced to 6 years and 6 months in prison. As the verdict was announced, the spectators below applauded, especially Guoyanwei. He struggled to stand up from his wheelchair and joined in the applause, feeling a sense of relief. When he was deceived, he almost took his own life, and his whole family was almost ruined by the scammer. Now, the scammer had finally been brought to justice, bringing tears of relief to his eyes. He then bowed to Zhang Feng, thanking him for his help in clearing his name and recovering his money. Once he recovered from his injuries, he could return to a normal life. All of this was thanks to his idol, Zhang Feng. Don't strain yourself. Watch your legs. Zhang Feng supported Guoyanwei, helping him back into his wheelchair. He advised him not to attempt any strenuous movements now that he was independent. This scene was captured by the media reporters, making Zhang Feng even more beloved by his fans. Indeed, Zhang Feng's fiery and unconventional personality appealed to young people and middle-aged individuals oppressed by the unorthodox. Those who tuned in to watch his live broadcasts on the new website were generally his die-hard fans. Although his fan base was not as large as before, the atmosphere in the live stream had become more harmonious, with fewer trolls and sanctimonious individuals. Many negative fans had been filtered out, resulting in a more positive environment. After the sentencing, the three criminals appeared remorseful, with Zhou Dequan shedding tears of regret. This was his second time in prison, and with a 12-year sentence, his youth was essentially gone, and his life was ruined. It remained to be seen whether he would truly repent during his time behind bars. At the same time, Zhang Feng's system reward also came down. System successfully cracked down on telecom fraud, rewarding 3 outstanding employees, who are to come to the company for an interview in the afternoon. Zhang Feng was very happy, his company was finally not alone. Then he and Liang Xiying and Xiao Xinxin prepared to leave the scene. But they were stopped by reporters. He was still the focus of media attention. Without saying something, it would be difficult to leave smoothly. Zhang Feng also happened to have something to say, so he spoke confidently in front of the camera. Zhang Feng said to the reporters, "I want to say to everyone in front of the screen, all money-making projects are written in the criminal law, but don't joke with your own future. I advise some people who want to take risks to make money honestly. Although making money illegally is fast, look at those 3 telecom fraudsters. What is their end result? Can they enjoy the money they made? No." The audience at the scene answered in unison. So, please remember, if you want to keep something secret, don't do it yourself. If you do bad things, my Weirdo Star company will keep an eye on you. Zhang Feng pointed confidently, making many suspicious audience members break out in a cold sweat, and many people also put away their bad intentions. The reporter asked, "Zhang Feng, is your Weirdo Star company specifically for dealing with all kinds of weird things? Do you take external orders? What are the charges?" This is also a question that many netizens are concerned about, and everyone listened attentively. Currently, we do not actively take orders, because our company only has me, and cannot operate normally. However, everyone does not need to worry. Our company's principle is to be selective in hiring, so the recruitment process is a bit slow. When I have a full team, I will publicly notify everyone. In the future, if there are any weird things in various parts of the country, feel free to contact our company. We will be deployed nationwide, and even globally, to crack down on all kinds of weird things and purify the social atmosphere. Great! We are looking forward to it. The surrounding audience applauded together, all cheering for Zhang Feng. It can be foreseen that in the future, when the Weirdo Star company is established, there will be no good days for weird people in the country. All the audience in front of the screen are looking forward to this day. After leaving the procuratorate, Zhang Feng said to the 2 beautiful women, 2 beautiful ladies, "How about visiting the Weirdo Star company with me?" "Sure, now I am a contracted anchor for the company, so of course I want to visit the company." Xiao Xinxin readily agreed. "Okay, when the boss invites, I dare not refuse." Liang Xiying also agreed, but when she said this, Zhang Feng felt inexplicably amused by the cool and elegant legal beauty's willingness to bend for the sake of a living. "Let's go. Does anyone want to ride in my car?" Zhang Feng stood in front of his Bugatti and asked. Xiao Xinxin really wanted to try this luxury car, but she came in Liang Xiying's Volkswagen Polo, and it wouldn't be right to prioritize material things over friendship. After hesitating for a moment, she still got into Liang Xiying's car. So Zhang Feng led the way in his car, and the 2 cars arrived at Tianding No. 1 building. The 3 of them took the elevator to the top floor, where the waiter was still on duty. When he saw Zhang Feng, he bowed and greeted him. After Zhang Feng scanned his face at the door, he invited the 2 beautiful women inside. When Xiao Xinxin saw this clean and bright environment, she exclaimed, "Wow! In such a luxurious CBD business district, having such a spacious office space is her dream company." She happily lingered in the company, experiencing everything new. Liang Xiying, on the other hand, showed little change in expression. Her eyes swept over the office area, showing a slight agreement. Then the 2 of them followed Zhang Feng to his office. "This office is so grand." Xiao Xinxin's eyes lit up. She felt that this place was too luxurious, and being able to work in such a company was her dream come true. "This office is not bad. Rarely does Liang Xiying, this cold beauty, praise anyone." "Not bad," Zhang Feng said somewhat smugly. As they were chatting, the doorbell rang outside, and Zhang Feng stood up and said, "My new employee should be here." He went out to greet them, and the 2 ladies in the room followed to see who could enter this company, which was known as the most difficult to enter in the world by netizens. Upon opening the door, they saw a young man and 2 women, all dressed in fashionable suits. They were all vibrant and full of energy, with the man being handsome and charming, and the women being graceful and elegant. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, we received an invitation from your office and came here today for an interview," a polite young man in his late 20s said. "All right, come on in." Zhang Feng received the 3 new recruits in his office. "Do you have your resumes? Introduce yourselves first," Zhang Feng said. The three applicants looked at each other, and then the man politely said, "Ladies first." One of the women, with short hair and striking red lips, especially caught the eye. She was nearly 30 years old and handed in her resume first. "My name is Chris. I graduated from Tsinghua University with a master's degree in finance, and I have 3 years of experience working in a large company. I am applying for the position of finance director in your company." A Tsinghua master's graduate, she was definitely a high-level executive, probably earning a salary of tens of thousands. Xiaoxin Xan thought to herself that this truly reflected the online ridicule that the company recruited only the best of the best. Another woman, with long flowing hair, wearing a tight skirt and lettered black stockings, also handed in her resume. Her appearance clearly indicated that she was a classic and sensitive secretary. She said, "My name is Wang Jihe. I graduated from Kyoto University in Japan with a major in secretarial studies, and I am applying for the position of your personal assistant. I am proficient in 5 languages including Japanese, English, Korean, German, and Spanish." After speaking, Wang Jihe pushed up her frameless glasses, exuding an invisible charm. With such a beautiful secretary, the boss would probably find it hard to resist, and his back would likely be in a state of exhaustion in the future. Xiaoxin Xian couldn't help but worry, feeling that Zhang Feng might not be able to resist the charm of this woman, and something might happen between them in the future. The last man said, "I am Gubai, a Ph.D. in business management from Stanford University. I have held a management position in a multinational company, and I am now applying for the position of CEO in our company." Gubai spoke succinctly, with a shrewd and capable demeanor. The resumes of these three were all outstanding, and they were all good-looking and had great temperament, truly standing out from the crowd. Originally, Liang Xiying didn't think it was so difficult to enter the company, but compared to these three, her own qualifications were really not impressive, and she probably didn't even have the qualifications to join. She couldn't help but sigh. The company was truly a gathering place for talent, and ordinary people probably didn't need to submit their resumes, as they would likely be discouraged. "Well, your qualifications are all good." Zhang Feng picked up the resumes of the three and looked at them, also admiring the system's insight for finding these three employees, all of whom were very good. However, the positions of finance director, CEO, and the like were a bit ridiculous. The company's revenue in this period was only 5 figures, and there was no need to establish a finance director. As for the CEO, including himself and Xiaoxin Xian, the company only had 5 people. Did they really need a CEO to manage it? With these two on board, there would probably be more bosses than employees. As for the female assistant, he didn't want one either. He was live streaming all day and not in the office, so he didn't need an assistant. Did he need her to bathe and wash his dirty socks for him? After careful consideration, Zhang Feng suddenly smiled mysteriously and thought of a suitable position for the three of them. Zhang Feng first said to the short-haired lady, "Chris, your major is finance, right?" "Yes, I am specialized in finance and have rich trading experience." Chris nodded, already waiting for the appointment as the director. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, the important position of company accountant will be entrusted to you." "Accountant? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Chris asked in astonishment. In her previous company, she held the financial power and managed the accountants and cashiers. When did she ever do such basic work? Zhang Feng said, "Yes, the company currently has few staff and a small cash flow, not enough to set up the position of financial director. One accountant is enough. If you agree, sign the employment contract now. If you feel it's beneath you, then." Zhang Feng didn't finish the last sentence, which meant that if she didn't want to be an accountant, she could find another job. Indeed, with just one accountant in the company, handling all financial matters, it was a matter that could be solved with a few thousand yuan. It was not worth paying a high salary to hire a financial director. Although the system recommended 3 elites, these 3 individuals clearly had an air of arrogance, with their heads held high at a 45-degree angle, and a bit of pride in their bones. They were acting arrogant even before taking up the position. Zhang Feng had to put them in their place. He was the boss and had never been so arrogant. How could he let 3 job applicants have the upper hand? Zhang Feng's intention was simple: if they were willing to start from the grassroots, but unwilling to do basic work, then it was regrettable. The eccentric Kuxing company did not accommodate people with too much pride. If they were not prepared to serve the boss, how could they serve the people and drive away the eccentrics? Chris, who was silenced by Zhang Feng, did not speak. Zhang Feng gave her time to consider, then turned to the charming and electrifying Wang Jihe and said, "You have a high level of attractiveness and charm, which I find very appealing." Upon hearing the praise, Wang Jihe smiled and even threw in a flirtatious glance. She thought to herself that even this famous young anchor on the internet was no different. It seemed that she had captured his attention and would make him fall for her in her figure-hugging skirt. Little did she know that Zhang Feng said, "So, the position of company receptionist is perfect for you. You will be the company's face. Of course, since the company currently has few visitors, some daily chores will also be your responsibility, such as mopping the floor and cleaning the windows." Ha! Wang Jihe's charming skills were designed to capture the heart of the male boss. She came here with the intention of rising from a secretary to a lady boss. How could Zhang Feng make her a receptionist? Had her charm diminished? Wang Jihe began to doubt her life choices. It was not entirely her fault. Many eccentrics had been sent packing by Zhang Feng. He was not an ordinary person and could not be swayed by a short skirt and black stockings. Wang Jihe's plan might be in jeopardy. The first two applicants had been left speechless by Zhang Feng's actions. Only the last applicant, Gu Bai, who was applying for the CEO position, remained. When Zhang Feng looked at him, Gu Bai's heart skipped a beat and his calm demeanor from earlier disappeared. He felt nervous, wondering what his CEO position would turn into. Could it be a security guard? I absolutely refuse to be a security guard. If it's a security guard, I will leave immediately. Gu Bai shouted in his mind, swearing never to be a security guard. He had not expected such a drastic leap from CEO to security guard. Just then, Zhang Feng made an arrangement for him. Zhang Feng asked, "We don't lack a CEO in our company, but there is a promising position available. Are you interested?" "I will never be a security guard." Gu Bai stood up slightly agitated, stating his bottom line. Zhang Feng chuckled and then said, "How could I let a returnee and talented person like you be a security guard? That would be a waste of talent, wouldn't it?" Gu Bai rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that if Chris could be the accountant, then being a security guard wasn't that unusual. Zhang Feng said seriously, "Currently, the only profitable department in our company is the live streaming business." Gu Bai was excited, thinking that maybe he would be appointed as the head of the live streaming business, which seemed like a good position. "Boss, rest assured, I will take responsibility for the live streaming business," Gu Bai expressed confidently. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, then the position of chief content moderator and chief censor is perfect for you." "What? Censor?" Gu Bai was dumbfounded. Never in a million years did he expect to be a censor, especially with his prestigious Stanford Ph.D. in business management. Zhang Feng explained, "Don't underestimate the role of a censor. It is crucial for the mental and physical health of internet users. Currently, there is no age rating system for live streaming in our country. If children see unhealthy content, it could affect them for life. Even adults could be influenced and may commit crimes or experience psychological distress. Only with strict censorship can we eliminate these harmful contents." Zhang Feng then patted the bewildered Gu Bai and said solemnly, "Being a censor is a vital position that affects the well-being of the people. I hope you can shoulder this responsibility." With that, Gu Bai suddenly felt that being a censor was noble and honorable. However, something still felt strange. After careful consideration, Gu Bai agreed, "Okay, I'll do it." He realized that whether as a CEO or a censor, there was a bright future ahead. "Comrade Gu Bai, welcome." Zhang Feng stood up and shook his hand. Being men, communication was smooth. Gu Bai then proceeded to sign the employment contract and was about to become the first official employee of the company. In reality, someone aiming to be a CEO would not stoop to being a censor for a meager monthly salary. However, a mysterious person had guided him to this interview. This mysterious person seemed to know all of Gu Bai's secrets and could predict the future. The mysterious person told Gu Bai that as long as he worked at the company, he would surely rise to the top, become a CEO, marry a wealthy woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. Although the position of a censor was far from that of a CEO, Gu Bai chose to believe in the mysterious person and in his own abilities. He was determined that the position of CEO would eventually be his. Gu Bai signed the contract, officially joined the company, and became the chief content moderator and censor. At that moment, two other women also decided to accept the job offer. Their reasons for applying were similar, as they were also guided by the mysterious person. Despite the disparity from their expected positions, they saw potential in the company and were willing to start from scratch here. Thus, the three white-collar elites successively signed contracts and officially became part of the company. This interview process astounded onlookers Liang Xiying and Xiao Xinxin. Seeing three white-collar elites willingly take a pay cut to work at the grassroots level was unbelievable. Ultimately, they attributed this to Zhang Feng's irresistible personal charm. In fact, Xiao Xinxin had forgotten that she was in a similar situation. She was willing to lower her income to sign with the company as a live streamer, sharing the same mindset as the three workplace elites. Liang Xiying's thoughts were more complex. She believed that Keepake Star Company was somewhat abnormal. Indeed, a normal company would not make ridiculing oddities its main business, as it was a thankless task. However, Zhang Feng did just that, and it proved effective. With the new employees in place, this peculiar company could now begin its official operations. The 3 new employees started their positions. Chris began to audit the company's accounts, using WPS spreadsheets to prepare financial statements. In the past at the big company, these tasks were all done by her subordinates, but now she has to do them herself. Wang Jiha, the receptionist, started wiping the tables, chairs, and benches with a cloth because there were no guests coming, and she was quite diligent. Zhang Feng saw how hard she was working and played the DJ dance song cleaning the glass for her, which was quite fitting. Of course, this was just a joke, and Zhang Feng immediately ordered a vacuum cleaner, a floor-sweeping robot, and other appliances to make the work easier for the staff. Gubai was already sitting in front of the computer, monitoring all the live feeds of the company, taking on the role of a super administrator. Zhang Feng was pleased to see the employees working diligently and nodded in satisfaction before returning to his office for the live broadcast. Today, he wasn't playing games but interacting and interviewing with 2 other hosts, Liang Xiying and Xiao Xinxin. With 2 beautiful women on screen, the viewership surprisingly exceeded that of when he played games. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh, realizing that it was indeed the era of beauty economy, where beautiful women guaranteed viewership. It seemed that inviting beautiful women on screen more often would be very beneficial for attracting viewers. The discussion continued until evening. "Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner." Zhang Feng invited everyone to dinner, including the 3 new elite employees who joined today, making it their welcome dinner. Afterwards, Zhang Feng started the live broadcast and left the building with the 5 handsome men and beautiful women. As they descended the stairs, the viewers noticed the sudden appearance of 3 new elite employees with exceptional looks and asked who they were. "Oh, they are the new employees I recruited. Do you want to say hello to everyone?" Zhang Feng asked. "Hello, I'm Gubai." The future CEO, Gubai, greeted the camera with a toss of his elegant hair. With extensive experience working in multinational companies and having hosted press conferences before, he was natural in front of the camera and even struck a pose. "Wow, this handsome Gu is so attractive, I have a new idol." With his demeanor, he must be a manager at least, a high-paying white-collar worker. "I'm in love." The female fans in the live chat were excited and captivated by Gubai. Next was the short-haired beauty, Chris, who gave a proud side profile, exuding a noble and mature charm. "Wow, this short-haired sister is so cool, I like her. I want this lady to step on me with her thin high heels." A heavyweight contender appeared in the live chat, lowering the overall tone of the comments. Gubai, monitoring the boss's live stream on his phone, immediately banned the user from chatting for 10 minutes. Any repeat offense would result in a doubled penalty. Lastly, there was the charming and affectionate Wang Jiha, who captivated the viewers with her every expression and movement, wearing a short skirt that drew the attention of the viewers. "I'm in love, this Miss Wang is my dream girl. Forget about Reba and Naza, I only have eyes for Jiha from now on." This caused a surge of male fans expressing their love in the live chat, almost proposing to her directly. After all the company employees made an appearance, the viewers were no longer calm and began asking about the requirements for joining the company. They all wanted to work at the quirky kissing company, mainly to engage in office romances. By this time, they had arrived at a high-end restaurant nearby. After they were seated in the private room, Zhang Feng saw the viewers' inquiries and asked his 3 employees to briefly introduce their backgrounds. Gubai said, "I have a Ph.D. in business administration from Stanford and currently serve as a super administrator and content reviewer for the live streaming platform." "I'm just a receptionist," Wang Jiha said playfully. Chris said, "I have 5 years of experience in financial management at a big company and currently work as the company's accountant." The viewers were shocked to hear their resumes, wondering how such high-caliber talents could only hold simple positions at Kishing. Zhang Feng then said, "As long as they have similar abilities, I don't require formal education, but they must have a specialized skill." Netizens were instantly deflated. It seems that the company Keepake Star is indeed the most difficult company to enter globally. Even master's and doctoral degree holders can only do odd jobs, so those with only a college degree don't even have the qualifications to enter. Of course, Zhang Feng was just joking. He reassured everyone that the reason for not opening recruitment at the moment is because the company's business has not been established yet. Once it is on track, recruitment channels will be opened, and everyone can come to apply. After the meal, Zhang Feng ended the live broadcast and had Xiaoxin Xian start a live broadcast, which also helped increase her popularity and earn more income. So this gathering turned into an eating broadcast. They chatted while eating, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Originally, the 3 new employees still had some reservations, but after a few drinks, everyone became acquainted, feeling that the pleasant atmosphere here was something that the previous big companies did not have. Except for the lower income, everything else was still good. When the restaurant manager learned that the famous anchor Zhang Feng was dining at their restaurant, he personally came to toast and even sent 2 dishes. When it was time to pay, he even gave a 50% discount. Very capable. Everyone was happy with this meal. Zhang Feng was in a good mood today, so he drank a few more glasses and started to black out, and later he didn't know what happened. When Zhang Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in his spacious home, wearing only a pair of boxers and covered with a thin blanket. How did I get back? Zhang Feng suddenly remembered, it was all because he drank too much yesterday, losing a lot of memories. He sat up from the bed and found a set of clean clothes neatly placed by the bed, with Xiaoxin Xian's handwriting on top. Zhang Feng Ji, remember to change into clean clothes when you get up. At the end of the message, there was even a hand-drawn smiling face. What? Xiaoxin Xian sent me back yesterday? Zhang Feng looked at the only pair of boxers on his body and suddenly froze. Was he seen naked by her? Zhang Feng quickly called Xiaoxin Xian to confirm. Zhang Feng Ji, are you awake? Xiaoxin Xian asked with concern on the phone. Yes, last night. Zhang Feng hesitated. Oh, it was me and Sister Liang who sent you back. You were so heavy, we each supported one of your arms and finally got you to bed. Then, my clothes. Zhang Feng was most concerned about this. It was me and Sister Liang who helped you take them off. Here Xiaoxin Xian chuckled. You wouldn't think we did something to you, would you? Not really. Zhang Feng still had this feeling, if he had been done something to, he should have woken up with soreness in his waist and knees this morning, but he was still full of energy. Obviously nothing of that sort had happened. Xiaoxin Xian said, don't worry, Sister Liang said it's better to be safe than sorry, so when we helped you change clothes, we recorded the whole process, including when we left. We didn't do anything strange to you. Hearing this, Zhang Feng knew that Xiaoxin Xian was teasing him, so he thanked her. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng felt that he couldn't drink so much in the future. Fortunately, these 2 ladies were relatively well behaved. If it had been 2 female hooligans who sent him back, his innocence might not have been preserved. After a simple wash, Zhang Feng was ready to go downstairs and drive to the company to work. After all, the company now had employees, and as the boss, he couldn't just slack off every day, he had to go to the company to oversee things. However, after checking the news, he found out that today was a car restriction day, and both of his cars were in the restricted list and couldn't be driven. This was not a problem, he could just take a taxi, so Zhang Feng started a live broadcast and told the netizens about this. It's not a big deal, just call a Didi, or take the bus. Right, today let's just do a working class play the role of a real worker, starting from taking the bus. Netizens recommended today's live broadcast theme, and Zhang Feng thought it was not bad, quite fresh, so he walked to the bus stop. Before reaching the bus stop, I passed by a breakfast stall and bought a serving of fried pancakes and fruit. I ate it on the way, in a hurried manner, as if I were a busy worker. Later, he squeezed onto the bus with a group of people and was lucky enough to find a seat. However, at the next stop, many people boarded the bus, and most of them had to stand. Zhang Feng saw an elderly lady with white hair struggling to stand, so he stood up and offered his seat, saying, "Please, have a seat." "Thank you, young man," the elderly lady gratefully replied. However, before the elderly lady could come over, a burly figure swiftly sat in the seat Zhang Feng had just vacated, seizing the opportunity. Before his eyes, the seat he had given up was taken by someone else. The person sitting there was a trendy middle-aged woman in a floral top. Although she also belonged to the elderly category, she was far more agile compared to the trembling elderly lady with white hair. The way this middle-aged woman occupied the seat was vigorous, as if she could be a parkour performer on a movie set and didn't really need the seat. "I say, Auntie, this seat is for this elderly lady. Please give it up," Zhang Feng said. "Anyone can sit in this seat. I'm also elderly. What's wrong with giving it to me?" the middle-aged woman said arrogantly. Ding! Detected a bizarre middle-aged woman, bizarre rating 1 star. The system found the floral-dressed woman a bit bizarre, but currently only at a simple 1-star level, still in the budding stage of being bizarre and not yet in the category of a major bizarre person. Forget it, I'll just stand for a while," the white-haired elderly lady said, easygoing and not wanting to cause trouble. At this moment, a young man next to them also showed his style by letting the elderly lady sit down, resolving the situation. However, Zhang Feng was a bit annoyed that he had lost his seat. This could have been the end of the matter, but the floral-dressed woman glanced at Zhang Feng and started to mutter, "I look down on you outsiders who come here, not giving up your seats to the elderly, weak, or disabled." Zhang Feng did indeed stay in Zhangzhou after graduating, and because he spoke without an accent, the middle-aged woman could tell he wasn't a local. But saying this had a hint of regional discrimination. What did you say? Whether local or not, we're all Chinese. What's the difference? Zhang Feng said, displeased. You outsiders, you're just here in Zhengzhou to beg. What are you so proud of? Only those with a household registration within the second ring road are true Zhengzhou residents. Speaking in a strong local dialect, the middle-aged woman's pride swelled as she belittled Zhang Feng. Ding! Detected a superior-feeling middle-aged woman, bizarre rating increased to 2 stars, entered observation list. The system couldn't bear it either and raised the bizarre level. Now, viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't help but comment. Is this woman crazy? Has she been bitten by a mad dog? She barks at everyone she sees. I think she took the wrong medicine. I'm sorry, she's my patient. I've been saying she still needs to continue treatment at the mental hospital. The middle-aged woman continued to rant, unaware that her grandstanding was being broadcast live. Zhang Feng felt like it had been a long time since he had confronted a bizarre person, so today was a good opportunity to practice. He chuckled lightly and asked, "You look down on outsiders so much. I guess you've been living in Zhengzhou since it was founded? Of course, do you know who I am? I'm a Zhengzhou native, from the Zhenghuang banner. Look, I have the Tongtian mark." The floral-dressed middle-aged woman pointed to her forehead, where there was indeed a distinct vertical line. Amused by her, Zhang Feng said, "What Tongtian mark? It's just wrinkles from aging. Don't embellish yourself. The real Tongtian mark is in the palm of your hand. Do you understand palmistry? You little nobody, if it were 100 years ago, someone like you would be beaten just for looking at me. How dare you be so arrogant?" The aunt said Zhang Feng was arrogant, but she was the one who was truly arrogant. Netizens couldn't help but say that she was living in a dream in the heavenly kingdom early in the morning. Some netizens said, "It's only because our country is lenient. If we had strict leaders, they would have eradicated these feudal remnants when the country was founded." Exactly, look at how arrogant she is. It's just that Zhang Feng has a good temper. If it were me, I would have slapped her already and see if she feels the pain when someone from out of town slaps her. The aunt in fancy clothes kept on talking about the glory of her family in the past and said that she receives 8 to 9,000 yuan in retirement pension every month, which young people can't match in their lifetime. Then she started criticizing Zhang Feng and the young people of today. The young people nowadays are like wolves raising cubs, one worse than the other, with really poor quality. At this time, the system sent a prompt, ding, detected that the aunt's sense of superiority has upgraded to 4 stars and must be rectified. Option A, incite the young people on the same bus to confront the aunt and earn the title of a rash man. Option B, expose the absurd aunt and her son's illegal gains, make it public, and subject them to legal judgment. Success will be rewarded with 500,000 yuan in cash and 1 outstanding employee. There were only 2 options this time, and Zhang Feng chose B without hesitation. The spring breeze blows the war drum, who's afraid of whom among the young people? Zhang Feng immediately chose the most direct way to deal with it. From the information provided by the system, it was clear that the aunt in fancy clothes had committed illegal acts, so it was necessary to carefully investigate. When people are complacent, they tend to talk too much, so Zhang Feng deliberately provoked her to reveal some insider information. "So, you descendants of the Qing dynasty, your family has a high income?" Zhang Feng asked. "Of course, I receive a retirement pension of 8 to 9,000, and my son earns 80,000 a month. Who among you can match that?" After the aunt finished speaking, not just the bus, but the entire live broadcast room was shocked. A monthly salary of 80,000? Isn't that a high-level management position in a big company? Looking at the aunt's age, her son can't be over 30 years old. Is he really that capable? Zhang Feng was intrigued. It seemed like a breakthrough, so he used the tactic of provocation. I only earn 3,000 a month. Your son earns 80,000, but it's just boasting. Do you have the qualifications to accuse me of lying? Today, I'll open your eyes. The aunt took out her phone and showed a picture of her son. The young man in the photo was only 25 or 26 years old, but he was wearing a Versace suit, had a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, was holding a Huawei folding screen phone, and had a bright red Porsche 718 next to him, looking like a successful person. "What does your son do to earn so much money?" Zhang Feng continued to ask. "I'll tell you what he does. Envy him, you country bumpkin." The aunt suddenly became alert after saying this and refused to say more. Shortly after, she got off the bus. However, the information from earlier was enough. Zhang Feng operated to take a screenshot of the live broadcast and sent it to the hacker Charitable, asking for help to find clues and see if they could identify the aunt's son. Charitable took some time this time and only passed on the information in the evening. It was really difficult to investigate this time. "You'll have to pay more," Charitable said. Zhang Feng then saw the information. The aunt in fancy clothes was named Jinbai, 52 years old, retired from Zhengzhou Bank. Her late husband was the branch manager of Zhengzhou Bank before he passed away. The aunt's son was named Fu Changfeng, 28 years old, and was the manager of the credit department at Zhengzhou Bank. He owned a villa, several luxury cars, and various luxury goods, but none of these were in his name. For example, the Porsche in the photo was registered under the name of a young woman, suspected to be Fu Changfeng's lover. Seeing such detailed information, it's now confirmed that the son of the auntie is definitely not clean. As a bank credit department manager, he cannot afford so many luxury goods. There must be something fishy going on. However, Zhang Feng is more interested in how Kulo found out this information. He is even better at investigating cases than the police. How did you find out about them? Zhang Feng asked. That's business secret, Kulo said. Zhang Feng directly said, I'll add 10,000 to your hard work this time. Okay boss, I'll tell you right away. With the generous reward, Kulo immediately became very obedient. Based on your live broadcast content, I determined that the auntie and her son should be locals. I hacked into the Vehicle Management Office database, searched for information on all Porsche 718 owners in the city, but did not find a match. Later, I changed my approach, searched in nearby communities based on the auntie's boarding and alighting points, compared with income tax and income levels, and finally confirmed the address of the auntie and her son, then confirmed their identities. After that, things became simple. Knowing the identity, it's easy to find various information online. I also have Fu Changfeng's and several women's F records, which I can give to you for free. Zhang Feng declined. I don't need the F records. It's fine to look at this kind of information by himself. If exposed, it would be illegal, and he would be implicated. However, Zhang Feng now has a good understanding of Kulo's skills, so he will use him in the future to find bizarre information. He is currently reviewing Fu Changfeng's information. Those luxury cars, villas, luxury watches, etc. are all registered under the names of multiple mistresses. He himself cannot find any problems. This is clearly premeditated. Such matters can only be kept under wraps. As long as they are reported, it will be enough to cause them trouble. However, if it's just a normal report, there is a possibility of mutual protection among officials, and it may end without any consequences. But if this matter is made public and gains attention, then the higher-ups will have to consider public opinion. They won't dare to be careless. Even if there is a protective umbrella, they won't dare to intervene recklessly. So Zhang Feng came up with a good way to let Fu Changfeng come to him on his own and reveal his true colors. That night, Zhang Feng found Gubai and gave him a task. Boss, please give your orders. Gubai was very excited. As long as he performed well in the task given by the boss, wouldn't the CEO position be within reach? Zhang Feng said, tomorrow morning, you wait for me at the Zhonghua Road bus stop. If you see this auntie at the bus stop, call me. Gubai didn't expect it to be such a simple task, but after watching the boss's live broadcast today, he knew that the boss was going to deal with a bizarre auntie, so he readily agreed and promised to complete the task. Alright, if you do this well, I'll give you a bonus at the end of the month, Zhang Feng encouraged. Gubai set off to carry out the task. The next day, Zhang Feng waited for news at the previous stop on Zhonghua Road. Soon, around 8 o'clock, Gubai sent a message saying that the auntie had arrived at the bus stop and was waiting for the No. 18 bus. Got it. Zhang Feng then boarded the next No. 18 bus that arrived, just like yesterday. At the next stop, he would meet the auntie Jinbi from yesterday. According to Kulo's intelligence, although Jinbi claimed to have a retirement pension of 8 to 9,000, she still took the bus to the supermarket every day because that supermarket had free eggs. It seems that domestic aunties are always enthusiastic about free eggs. Regardless of their wealth, their original intentions remain unchanged. There was still a vacant seat at this stop, and Zhang Feng found a seat, but it was already full. At the next stop, after Auntie Jinbi boarded the bus, she found that there were no seats available. However, after looking around, she quickly spotted Zhang Feng. Jinbi sneered and said, "Isn't this a country bumpkin? Give me your seat, this bus is for locals, outsiders should stand." Zhang Feng immediately retorted, "Who's the outsider? My household registration is in Zhengzhou City. Even if I were an outsider, so what? I have also contributed tax revenue to Zhengzhou. Why should I give up my seat for you? Do you understand respecting the elderly and loving the young? You have no manners, get up quickly," scolded Aunt Jinbi. She was acting so arrogantly because yesterday Zhang Feng did not confront her, and she thought she had him under control, so she acted without restraint. Zhang Feng deliberately said, "I won't get up, so what? Aren't you getting a retirement salary of 8 to 9,000? Your son drives a Porsche, why didn't he drive you? Instead, you come here to take the bus, isn't that embarrassing?" Aunt Jinbi exploded on the spot, pointing at Zhang Feng and scolding him. However, those who frequently take this bus are already familiar with Aunt Jeanbee's behavior and are not surprised. There was a kind young girl who didn't want a conflict to occur on the bus, so she voluntarily stood up and said, "Auntie, why don't you sit here and stop arguing?" But Zhang Feng said, "Don't give up your seat. You probably don't know, she looks down on all young people. If you give up your seat, she will still scold you. You little troublemaker, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? If you don't give up your seat, I'll have my son come and deal with you." Aunt Jeanbee was furious, and the wrinkles on her forehead became even more pronounced. She also confronted Zhang Feng and insisted that he give up his seat, even resorting to threats. Zhang Feng sneered, "Then come, I'd like to see how capable your son is. You just wait." Aunt Jeanbee pointed at Zhang Feng and then called her son, telling him that she was being bullied and asking him to come to the bus stop near their home. After hanging up the phone, Aunt Jeanbee walked away with her head held high, looking at Zhang Feng as if he were a dead man. This entire situation was captured by a super quiet miniature drone and broadcasted in real time. Some netizens reminded Zhang Feng to be mindful of his personal safety, as the other party might bring many people. Zhang Feng dismissively said, "I'm not afraid. Righteousness will prevail over evil since ancient times. It's broad daylight, what's there to fear from a few hooligans? Anchor, we support you. If anyone dares to lay a hand on you, our gang will go and teach them a lesson." It was the die-hard fans who boosted Zhang Feng's morale. They could book tickets at any time to go to Zhengzhou to show their support for the anchor. When Aunt Jeanbee got off the bus, she was the first to leave and immediately went to her son to complain. Her son, Fu Changfeng, indeed arrived, and his Porsche 718 was parked on the side of the road, with 2 followers behind him. "Mom, who offended you? Where is he?" Fu Changfeng asked angrily. "It's him." Aunt Jeanbee pointed her finger. Zhang Feng also got off the bus and confronted them openly. "You dare to offend my mom, you're asking for trouble," Fu Changfeng said as he moved to attack. "I warn you, we're live now. If you don't want to make the headlines, you better behave yourself." Zhang Feng shook the phone in his hand, and that one sentence made Fu Changfeng stop. Aunt Jeanbee didn't like watching live broadcasts and didn't recognize Zhang Feng, which was normal, but Fu Changfeng and the 2 young men were always online, and they recognized Zhang Feng at a glance. "Zhang Feng?" Fu Changfeng asked in surprise. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Yes, your mother was causing trouble and insulting me, forcing me to give up my seat, and even sent you to deal with me. You really have a lot of power, living up to the reputation of the Zhenghuang family. What's wrong with the anchor? If he provokes me, I won't hesitate to beat him up." Fu Changfeng refused to lose face. "Quite impressive, driving a Porsche. But what do you do for a living? You can afford this kind of car, and your mother said you have an income of 80,000 a month. I'd like to see that." Zhang Feng's words were irrelevant, but Fu Changfeng's expression changed. He realized it was not good and had no intention of arguing with Zhang Feng. He immediately got into the car with his mother and drove away in a hurry. Those 2 young men sensed something was wrong and drove away in another car, and the scene of the impending fight quickly calmed down. Fu Changfeng was clearly afraid of exposure, a fear that even parasites have. However, even though he had fled, the whole process had been broadcast live and quickly spread, causing the incident to ferment on the internet. He seemed pretty tough at first. Why did he run away as soon as the host started talking? Could it be that he did something shameful, otherwise why run? Even the famous Mrs. Tian is no longer famous, there must be something fishy. Then various speculations were exposed online, some plausible, some far-fetched, and some people were muddying the waters, throwing dirt on Zhang Feng, fabricating his dark secrets, saying he disrespected the elderly, and so on. Zhang Feng was very familiar with this routine, and he suspected that there were internet water armies setting the tone. It seemed that the public opinion needed to be guided in the right direction. As Zhang Feng had already obtained all the information about Fu Changfeng, finding him again would be easy. This matter still required the help of Gubai, so Zhang Feng asked him to stake out the Feitsui Road branch of Zhengzhou Bank early the next morning and inform him when he saw Fu Changfeng. The next day was Monday, a normal working day, and Gubai reported at 8 o'clock that he had seen Fu Changfeng driving to the bank for work. However, he was driving a BMW 3 Series, not a Porsche. This was easy to understand, as Fu Changfeng was cautious and had registered all his assets in his lover's name, so it was natural that he wouldn't drive a Porsche to work, as that would be too ostentatious. With his salary at the bank, buying a BMW was still feasible, not flashy, and classy enough. Since he knew the other party had gone to work, Zhang Feng immediately went to the Feitsui Road branch. Of course, Zhang Feng's reason for coming here was to open an account, which was reasonable. When he arrived at the bank, Zhang Feng wandered around while queuing for a number, looking for Fu Changfeng, but did not find him. As the manager of the credit department, it was not surprising that he did not appear in the hall. Since he didn't show up, Zhang Feng went to find the branch manager and said he wanted to apply for a loan. The female manager said, "For loans, please go to the loan window, small loans can be processed there." "I'm not applying for a small loan, I want a large one," Zhang Feng said. "How much?" the branch manager asked. Zhang Feng said, "Several million, I want to buy a villa." This was a big deal, so the branch manager asked Zhang Feng to wait a moment and went to call the credit department manager to come and negotiate in person. While waiting, netizens teased him. "Host, please don't let consumerism brainwash you. You already have 2 houses, why buy a villa? Yes, please cherish life and stay away from naked loans." Zhang Feng was amused by them and said, "Business operations require capital. How can we recruit people and expand without loans?" This reason was unassailable, so no one tried to dissuade him. Just as he was joking with netizens, Fu Changfeng, dressed in work clothes, came out of the bank and sat at the window, habitually saying, "Hello, may I help you with?" Fu Changfeng was stunned because he saw Zhang Feng handling business at the window. "It's you!" Fu Changfeng was shocked and immediately covered his face and fled, clearly having seen a drone filming him. Netizens were suddenly shouting as if they had discovered a new continent. "Damn, isn't this the son of Mrs. Tian from yesterday? So he's the manager of the credit department at the bank, no wonder he's so rich. A department manager with a normal salary definitely can't earn 80,000 in a month, he must be doing something shady. I'm also in the banking industry, and this is nothing new. I suggest a thorough investigation." Seeing the barrage of comments from netizens, Zhang Feng was very satisfied with the effect. The seeds of public opinion had already been sown, and it remained to be seen how things would develop. "How can your manager suddenly run away like that? It's so disrespectful to the customers." Zhang Feng expressed his dissatisfaction in the bank lobby. "Sorry, maybe Manager Fu was not feeling well. Why don't you fill out a form first, and I'll go inside to check." The lobby manager went inside, but Fu Changfeng didn't come out at all. He knew he had been exposed and was afraid. Fu Changfeng was already in the bank, calling his several lovers, asking them to hide, as there might be trouble. However, it was useless. His name had already been known by a large number of netizens, and the media quickly caught wind of the news and began to dig into the matter. Why could a credit manager at a local bank afford a Porsche? Even branch managers at the top 4 banks didn't have that much money. His mother was also peculiar, looking down on people from other places. Then, some netizens complained to the Banking Regulatory Commission about the matter. Zhang Feng's fans were quite united. One person called on everyone to complain and report in the barrage, and others responded, almost like a mass petition. As a result, within just one day, the Banking Regulatory Commission's backend received tens of thousands of complaints. Unable to defy public opinion, the Banking Regulatory Commission immediately issued a notice, stating that an investigation team had been formed specifically to investigate the matter. The next step was to wait. Zhang Feng also urged netizens to stay tuned and trust the organization, without needing to push conspiracy theories every day. In fact, some people at Zhangzhou Bank had known from the beginning what was going on and had tried to cover it up. However, the members of the investigation team had years of experience and had long had adequate mechanisms in place to deal with such situations, and they began the investigation in an orderly manner. A few days later, more details were leaked by insiders. For example, Auntie Jinbi, who had a heavenly pattern, had bragged to others that she had retired at the age of 45 and then been rehired by the bank, earning tens of thousands of yuan a month. Her deceased husband, the former branch manager of the bank, was also involved in multiple disciplinary issues, but since he had passed away, there was no way to hold him accountable. It seemed that the whole family had problems and were like parasites sucking the blood of the bank. Zhangzhou Bank was a local bank with branches only in Zhangzhou City. Netizens dug up the bank's financial reports, which seemed to show frequent losses. Some netizens joked that there were too many parasites, starving the bank while fattening themselves. Many netizens began to visit Zhangzhou, taking buses, but never encountered Auntie Jinbi again, probably because she had realized it was not safe and had gone into hiding. A week later, the Banking Regulatory Commission finally released an investigation notice. According to the investigation, Auntie Jinbi had forged medical reports, retired on medical grounds 5 years early, and had been rehired by the bank as an economic advisor through connections, enjoying a high salary, as well as receiving pensions and compensation for work-related injuries until her contract ended last year. She had engaged in various acts of dereliction of duty during her employment, illegally profiting by more than 800,000 yuan. Fu Changfeng, the credit manager of Zhangzhou Bank, had only a high school education. His father had bought him a bachelor's degree and arranged for him to work at Zhangzhou Bank before his death. During his time as credit manager, he had accepted bribes, made unauthorized loans, embezzled funds, and illegally profited by more than 40 million yuan, using the money to buy multiple properties and luxury cars, registering them under the names of several lovers, and profiting from insider information through their accounts at Zhongzhou Bank. Fu Changfeng had already been dismissed from his position and handed over to the procuratorate for prosecution, while Auntie Jean B had been detained for investigation by the relevant authorities. When netizens saw this news, they were extremely shocked. They had never expected that this mother and son had embezzled so much money from the bank. They said that where there's one rat, there are surely others. The Banking Regulatory Commission stated that they would definitely continue to investigate and clean out all the parasites. As for this mother and son, they would definitely be punished. As for how many years they would be sentenced, it would depend on how much evidence the procuratorate could gather. Zhang Feng had asked Liang Xiying, and according to the current investigation results, this mother and son were suspected of embezzlement, and their illegal gains would definitely be confiscated. The big aunt with the Tongtian pattern, who embezzled a large amount in her position, will be sentenced to 3 to 5 years in prison. As for Fu Changfeng, who embezzled a huge amount in his position, he will be sentenced to more than 5 years in prison. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Feng felt extremely happy, knowing that there would no longer be credit managers driving Porsches in Zhongzhou Bank, and no more arrogant big ants with Tongtian patterns on public buses. This was another victory for Zhang Feng and his fans. At the same time, Zhang Feng received a reward from the system. System successfully rectified the 4-star Tongtian pattern big ant, reward of 500,000 cash, and one outstanding employee. The 500,000 cash could be used to pay employee salaries, which was great. But Zhang Feng was still wondering about this outstanding employee, wondering if he was a talent like Gubai. Soon, outside the Keepake Star Company, a middle-aged man arrived. He exuded a strong aura, standing like a javelin, exuding a sense of strength and speed. Especially with his muscular physique, his t-shirt outlined his contours, with a chest size larger than some women's, and even visible well-defined muscles. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, he was like a human tank in the company, weighing close to 200 pounds, yet not appearing obese at all due to his well-defined muscles. "Are you here to apply for a job?" Zhang Feng was puzzled, expecting an outstanding employee to be a high-level intellectual, but the reality was quite different. "Yes, I saw your recruitment information and came to apply," the strong man replied. "Where is your resume?" Zhang Feng asked. "I didn't have time to prepare one, my muscles are my resume." The strong man moved his shoulder joints, making cracking sounds as his joints and muscles moved. His explosive muscles looked particularly imposing. "Wow!" The receptionist Wang Jihe was amazed. She had seen many muscular men at the gym, but none as exaggerated as him. These muscles seemed to be the result of genuine training, not from drugs. "Well done!" Zhang Feng applauded, very satisfied with this person. It seemed the system had not been wrong in giving him an outstanding employee. If anyone said this employee was not outstanding, a single punch would probably change their mind. "You are now the company's security guard." Zhang Feng assigned the strong man to a position suitable for him. With a strong man as a security guard, it was unlikely anyone would dare to cause trouble here. "Okay." The strong man agreed to join, not picky about the job or asking about the salary, very carefree. Wang Jihe then received the strong man, signed the employment contract, and Zhang Feng looked at the strong man's ID card to learn more about him. Xiang Niu, male, 32 years old, also became the oldest person in the company. "Xiang Niu, how did you develop these muscles?" Zhang Feng curiously asked. Xiang Niu replied, "When I was a soldier guarding the Gobi Desert, there was nothing there, so I exercised. During patrols, I had to carry heavy loads for tens of kilometers, which helped me develop these muscles." Having been a soldier, well done. Zhang Feng was even more satisfied. Our country's soldiers are the most admirable in the world, defending the homeland and fighting evil, making them the most suitable for their company's environment. Soon, Xiang Niu signed the contract, received his new employee badge, and officially became a member of the Keepake Star Company. "Boss, where are the weird things? Tell me, I'll take care of it for you," Xiang Niu said. Zhang Feng smiled. "We are not a reckless company. You will be on standby in the company, and when needed, there will be opportunities for you to act." At this point, Gubai submitted a proposal for rationalization, which Zhang Feng took and read, focusing on the company's future development plans. Gubai said, "I think the company needs to start considering profitability. A company that cannot make a profit cannot sustain itself in the long run with just your investment." Zhang Feng nodded. He was right, relying solely on the income from live streaming can only sustain operations, not make money. To expand the business, the company had to rely on its main business, which was to confront the weirdos. So, in the afternoon live broadcast, Zhang Feng publicly announced that the company was entering the trial operation phase. If anyone had weirdos to confront, they could go to the company's homepage to fill out an application form, and the company would select suitable orders to provide paid services to confront the weirdos. This news caused a stir in society, especially since this was the first company to offer such a service. Although the business category was quite unique, the people had long been troubled by weirdos. In just one day, Zhang Feng received hundreds of order applications in the background. Among them were disturbances caused by square dancing, noisy sounds from couples in rental apartments affecting others' rest, and cases of buying unfinished buildings after borrowing tens of thousands of dollars, and so on. These were all common events in daily life. However, some matters took a long time to handle, such as the unfinished building, which involved multiple interests and was in a different location. With the current staffing of the company, it was impossible to complete, so it had to be temporarily shelved. As for some neighbor disturbances, most could be reported to the police or discussed with the property management, and there was no need to resort to paid services for rectification. Many people were just strange, not necessarily weirdos. When they saw the police coming, most people would back off, and it wouldn't escalate to the level of a 4-star or above weirdo. Therefore, most of the order applications were rejected by Zhang Feng. I really don't know what to do. Can anyone come and help me? Suddenly, Zhang Feng saw a strange application, the format of which was not standard, but he could roughly understand it from the application form. The applicant was a post-90s woman who returned to her hometown to start a business. After working for a few years and saving tens of thousands of dollars, she thought of returning to her hometown to help the villagers farm and get rich. She took out a loan to plant over 100,000 pumpkins. Now, the pumpkins had a good harvest, but in recent days, they had been facing large-scale theft by nearby people. Young people came to steal, they were fast and wore masks, making it hard to identify them, and they would run away with the pumpkins. Elderly people also came to steal. Although they were slow, when caught, they would fall to the ground claiming illness, almost causing trouble for the pumpkin owner. Reporting to the police was not effective, as the thieves would return at night after the police left. No matter how big the industry was, it couldn't withstand such calamities, and this year was destined to incur losses. The pumpkin owner had been worn out by the pumpkin thieves and didn't know what to do. Sometimes I really want to feed the pumpkins to the pigs and not let those people steal them. But these are the pumpkins I worked hard to grow with hired help, and I don't want to waste them like this. Sorry, I've been rambling incoherently for so long, I really don't know what to do, and I don't know if you can help me, sigh. Seeing this final note, Zhang Feng was moved, feeling the applicant's despair. Ding! Discover a collective weirdo event. Weirdo rating 4 stars, must be rectified. It is recommended to first understand the situation locally. Zhang Feng received a prompt from the system, indicating that he had to make a trip. He immediately called the person involved, indicating that he had accepted the commission and could help rectify the weirdo situation. When the applicant received Zhang Feng's call, there was no surprise, but she asked, "But all my money is invested in the pumpkins, I don't have money to pay you temporarily. If the fee is too high, forget it." Zhang Feng said, "If you don't have money, you can use the pumpkins as payment." "How many tons of pumpkins do you want?" the woman asked hesitantly. Zhang Feng smiled, "Not that many, just give me 10 pumpkins. "Really? Thank you so much." The applicant, named Zhou Shiran, kept thanking him. 10 pumpkins wouldn't even cover the travel expenses, so this time Zhang Feng was essentially helping out voluntarily. At the same time, Zhou Shiran felt a glimmer of hope in her heart. With the weirdo exterminator helping her, maybe she could really solve her troubles. "Goodbye, Xiangyou, pack up, we're going on a business trip," Zhang Feng shouted, and the 2 men in the company began to pack up. However, Gubai requested some time, as he needed to go back to his residence to get clothes and daily necessities. Zhang Feng said seriously, "There's no time. We can buy things on the way. The weirdos won't wait for us. Every minute we delay, the client will suffer for an extra minute. Let's go now." At this moment, the receptionist, Wang Jihe, caught up and expressed her desire to go as well. "You and Chris stay behind to look after the place. Gubai is going on a business trip, so you'll be in charge as the supervisor. Take care of the discipline in the live broadcast room. This job is equally important, and our company needs you," Zhang Feng said. Wang Jihe nodded, looking at Zhang Feng's sincere eyes, and decided to stay. Then, they all set off in a car. Zhang Feng's Bugatti was not suitable for long trips, so Gubai drove his Audi A6, serving as the driver, and they headed to their destination on the highway. The city of Zhengzhou was more than 5 hours away from the bear village where the client was located. On the way, Zhang Feng searched for reports on the related events online, but only found one from a local news media. This matter did not receive widespread attention, as netizens were more focused on how many bowls of rice a celebrity brother ate in a day and who he was rumored to be dating, seemingly paying little attention to livelihood issues. Later, Zhang Feng called Zhou Shiran to ask for more details. He learned that thefts mostly occurred at night because during the day, she and the hired workers could keep an eye on things. However, at night, with the darkness covering everything, it was truly difficult to prevent. If they hired more people to guard the fields, the labor costs would be unbearable, leaving them in a dilemma. Over the phone, Zhou Shiran started to sob, expressing a sense of helplessness and despair. "Don't worry, I promise to solve this matter for you," Zhang Feng assured her. "Thank you, Zhang Feng," Zhou Shiran said sorrowfully. After hanging up, Zhang Feng looked serious. Their opponent this time was quite tricky. It wasn't about their power, but rather a group of elderly people. They couldn't resort to violence, and even if they caught them, they couldn't be severely punished. These troublesome elderly people were fearless, and they needed to come up with a proper strategy. Zhang Feng currently had no clue and planned to assess the situation on site before making any decisions. Using his phone, he found an online store near the Bear Village and ordered their 3 sizes for fresh clothes. He also gave the shop owner extra money to prepare some towels, toothbrushes, and other daily necessities, which they could pick up directly at the location. This time, Zhang Feng was prepared for a protracted battle and estimated that it would take a few days to handle this matter. After a long journey, they arrived in the city near the Bear Village. They had a simple meal at a roadside stall, then went to the online store to collect the supplies and bought some bottled water, biscuits, and other food before continuing their journey by car. In the afternoon, they arrived at the Bear Village and saw fields of various crops along the rural roads. When they saw a large pumpkin field, they knew they had arrived. A woman by the roadside was waving at them. She was dressed in coarse clothes, wore a straw hat, and held a hoe. She was none other than the client, Zhou Shiran, who was dressed like a rural woman, with dark, suntanned skin, showing that she was a hard-working farmer. "Hello, I am Zhang Feng, and these 2 are my assistants," Zhang Feng said, shaking hands with Zhou Shiran. "Host, you finally arrived. Let's go to the shack first. There are watermelons there to quench your thirst," Zhou Shiran said. "We're not thirsty. First, take us around the area," Zhang Feng said. Zhou Shiran then took the 3 of them around her pumpkin field. The pumpkin field was very large, with many big pumpkins almost ripe. However, they could also see that the pumpkins near the edge of the field were all gone. "These are the pumpkin seedlings that have been stolen," Zhou Shiran said, sighing. "Being stolen is indeed a bit miserable." The hot-blooded Xiang Niu couldn't help but say, "Let me catch the melon thief and teach them a lesson." Zhang Feng, however, shook his head, indicating that he shouldn't act impulsively and that everything still needed to be investigated. They arrived at Zhou Shiran's shack, a simple melon shed where a male worker was inside. Zhou Shiran said, "This is my worker. He works the day shift and is about to get off work. 3 night shift workers will come to take over later, but it's hard to prevent too many people from stealing melons." Zhang Feng looked around and saw that the environment was very simple and the shack had no electricity, making it very hot and stuffy. He said, "On the first day, I need to observe the situation. Xiang Niu and I have something to do, so let Gubai stay here. However, he won't intervene in the specific process for now. You can just watch over the melons as usual." Okay. Although she didn't understand Zhang Feng's approach, Zhou Shiran agreed, as it wouldn't hurt to wait one more day. Zhang Feng left some supplies and asked Gubai to stay behind. After Zhang Feng and Xiang Niu left, they headed towards Xiong village. Xiang Niu, puzzled, asked, "Why don't we stay and help her catch the melon thief?" Zhang Feng replied, "Seeing is believing. Before the police catch the culprit, they need to investigate. We can't just take Zhou Shiran's word for it. We need to understand the whole story, see if there are any other disputes involved, whether it's purely theft or due to other grievances. Different reasons for stealing melons require different solutions." Xiang Niu wasn't good at this kind of mental activity and said, "I don't understand all this. Boss, just tell me when to catch the thief." This time, to avoid revealing their whereabouts, Zhang Feng didn't livestream but changed into ordinary clothes. In the evening, he arrived at the village and saw the village's intelligence organization gathering at the village entrance. This intelligence organization consisted of the village's older women, who were basically aware of all the happenings within a 50-mile radius. If you wanted to gather information, they were the most convenient to approach. To quickly blend in, Zhang Feng took out some bags of sunflower seeds to share, leaving a good impression on the old ladies. "Why do you look so unfamiliar? Are you from out of town?" one of the old ladies asked while munching on sunflower seeds. "Yes, I'm here for a visit," Zhang Feng replied, dropping the local dialect as it wasn't convincing. He chatted with the old ladies, occasionally praising them and saying they looked young, maybe in their 40s. This made the 50 or 60-year-old ladies excited, and one of them even wanted to introduce her granddaughter who worked in the city to him. "I'm not looking for a partner. I'm just here to play in the village and buy some agricultural products to take back," Zhang Feng said. He then steered the conversation towards pumpkins. "I saw a large pumpkin field over there with good pumpkins. I'll go buy some to take back." Hearing this, the old ladies said, "Why waste money on that? Just go to the field at night and pick them for free." Zhang Feng pretended to be surprised and asked, "Isn't someone watching the pumpkins? How can I just pick them? It's fine. The pumpkin field is large, and those people can't watch over it all. Most of us here go to pick pumpkins every day. We either eat them ourselves, feed them to pigs and cows, or sell them for profit. If caught stealing pumpkins, isn't there any consequence?" Zhang Feng asked. "We're all old. Even if caught, what can they do? They'll just let us go. But if a young person like you gets caught, it could be troublesome. Why don't you just buy from inside the village?" The old lady suggested that Zhang Feng ask around in the village, as many households had leftover pumpkins that could be bought for $1 or $2. Since they were free, selling them cheap wouldn't be a big deal. "Do you know which household has the most pumpkins? I'd like to buy some," Zhang Feng inquired. A middle-aged woman said, "We have plenty at home. My old man brings back a sackful every day. He fed the pigs with them yesterday, and there might be some left over." Another woman added, "Old Lu and Old Li, they get quite a lot every day." "Thank you. I'll go take a look later. See you." After Zhang Feng left, his smile disappeared. He was right. These elderly villagers were the ones stealing pumpkins, and what was even more infuriating was that they had become accustomed to it. They didn't feel ashamed of stealing. Instead, they took pride in stealing as much as they could, as if they couldn't live without those pumpkins. "Boss, should we call the police and catch them?" Xiang Niu asked. Zhang Feng shook his head. "No, let's not startle the snake tonight. Let's film their criminal activities first." But Xiang Niu looked around the dark surroundings. "There are no streetlights here, so we won't be able to see clearly even if we film. It's simple. We can use a drone." Zhang Feng took out the drone that the system had given him, connected it to his phone, and after the drone took off, he turned on the night vision function, clearly capturing everything in the small village. "This is great. It's as good as what our army uses," Xiang Niu exclaimed. Then they returned to the car to rest, waiting for Gubai's notification. Around 9 o'clock at night, Gubai called to say that they had found someone stealing pumpkins, but it was a young man who had run away with a sack of pumpkins on a tricycle, and they didn't have enough manpower to catch up with him. "Okay, got it." Zhang Feng called Xiang Niu, and they waited on the road between the pumpkin field and the village. Soon, they saw a tricycle approaching. The young man was wearing a mask, but his face and the tricycle were captured by the drone. Later, as long as they asked around the village, they could identify the person. He wouldn't be able to escape responsibility for stealing that sack of pumpkins. Along this road, they frequently saw people carrying several pumpkins, mostly elderly people. Their hair was all white, but they carried the pumpkins as if they were young and agile. These elderly people didn't wear masks, probably not caring about losing face. Zhang Feng didn't stop them, but instead filmed the shocking process. In just over an hour, more than 20 people returned to the village with pumpkins, and some went towards the pumpkin field. It was estimated that at least half of the elderly people in the village were involved in the theft. This is outrageous. How can there be such elderly people? They really don't deserve respect for their age. This made Xiang Niu furious. He punched a tree, making it tremble. He was full of anger but had nowhere to vent it. He couldn't possibly lay hands on those elderly people. Zhang Feng comforted him, "Don't worry, there's a way to deal with them." Later, Gubai called Zhang Feng to say that they had caught an elderly person and were dealing with it. Zhang Feng took Xiang Niu to the scene to check. Sitting on the ground was a man in his 60s, and Gubai and Zhou Shuran were there. Zhou Shuran angrily said, "You've gone too far. This is the third time we've caught you. We didn't pursue it before, but how can you keep stealing?" Oh, I'm having a heart attack. I need to hurry home and take my medicine." The old man stood up and left. Although they knew the old man was making excuses, no one dared to stop him. If he really had a heart attack, and something happened to him, Zhou Shuran would have to pay for it. She would probably have to sell several acres of pumpkins to make up for it. How can they do this? Seeing another piece of the pumpkin field being stolen, Zhou Shuran cried in frustration. Zhang Feng comforted her, "Don't be sad. In no more than 3 days, I'll solve this for you. All you need to do is calculate the losses from this theft and report it to me." "Okay." Zhou Shuran wiped away her tears and went to patrol elsewhere. Although Zhang Feng had made a promise, she didn't want her hard work to be stolen by a group of elderly people who didn't work for it. Goodbye, let's go find a place to sleep, Zhang Feng called out. Huh? Not catching thieves anymore? Goodbye asked in confusion. No need, the drone here is enough for surveillance. Zhang Feng directed the drone to land on a tree near the melon field. This way, it saves power and can continue surveillance all night. By then, whoever comes to steal the melons at night will know exactly who they are without having to stake out. The three of them drove to the nearby town, found a small hotel, and booked 3 rooms. They slept well for the night. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the 3 of them were woken up by the alarm clock. After freshening up, they bought breakfast at a stall in town and then drove to the melon field. By the time they arrived at the melon field, it was already bright outside, and Zhou Shuran had already gotten up, standing quietly at the edge of the field. When the 3 got out of the car and walked over, they saw a patch of pumpkins that had been split in half. Before, when I didn't let them steal the melons, I reported it to the police. During the mediation, they came to retaliate in the middle of the night and smashed all the pumpkins. How could the hearts of these old people be so bad? Zhou Shuran was already at a loss, originally returning to start a business in her hometown, wanting to help the people of her hometown become prosperous, but she didn't expect to encounter a group of old bandits. Not letting them steal resulted in destruction. It's really unfair. What did the police say? Zhang Feng asked. They can only criticize and educate. Those old people are old and the amount is small, even if caught, they can't be sentenced, Zhou Shuran said desolately. I understand. You eat some breakfast first, and I'll start taking action today, Zhang Feng said. I can't eat. Zhou Shuran shook her head, not feeling hungry. This is an order. If you want my help, in addition to those 10 pumpkins, it also includes the requirement to eat on time. Zhang Feng handed over the breakfast. Zhou Shuran looked at Zhang Feng in a daze, and from his determined eyes, she chose to believe, so she took the breakfast and ate it ravenously. She hadn't eaten properly for a day and was already hungry. Seeing Zhou Shuran eat, Zhang Feng smiled satisfactorily. He called his 2 subordinates to get in the car. It was their turn to deal with these old thieves. The 2 subordinates were very excited, finally able to see the eccentric star personally deal with the eccentrics. First, Zhang Feng took down the drone. While it was charging, he started the drone to automatically edit the footage, extracting all the footage of people moving, which was the first-hand surveillance evidence. Then it was time to confirm the identities of these pumpkin thieves. Knowing their identities would make it easier to target their weaknesses. In the countryside, all it takes to get information is to find a middle-aged woman. While driving, Zhang Feng saw a middle-aged woman on the side of the road, the one who wanted to introduce her granddaughter to him yesterday. Ma'am, can I ask you for a favor? Zhang Feng stopped the car and leaned out of the window. What's the matter? The middle-aged woman asked. I have a video here. Take a look and see if you recognize them. They are all villagers, Zhang Feng said. Seeing 3 young men in the car, the middle-aged woman hesitated, afraid of encountering bad people. Zhang Feng said, Don't worry, I won't ask for your help for nothing. I have 2 boxes of eggs and a box of mineral water in the back of the car. As long as you help, they're all yours. The middle-aged woman usually goes crazy for free eggs, and now she had 2 boxes of eggs, which were worth more than 2 mountains of gold. She didn't care about anything else and got into the front passenger seat, ready to help Zhang Feng. Within a 50-mile radius, there's no one I can't find out about, the middle-aged woman said confidently, patting her chest. Alright, take a look and see who this person is, Zhang Feng said, and then played the footage of the pumpkin theft from yesterday. In the footage, the first person shown was the middle-aged man who stole the pumpkins on a tricycle. Isn't this Zhao Dalong? Why did you film him? The middle-aged woman asked in confusion. I need to know his full name, Zhang Feng said. His name is Zhao Dalong, and he lives at the east end of the village. The auntie mentioned the names. Zhang Feng glanced at Xiangnyo, and Xiangnyo nodded. He was already recording. Then the auntie mentioned the names of the people who appeared in the video last night. Names like Li Demingbai, Xie Choujiao, Wang Dinao, Hu Taidan, and others were mostly nicknames. Some of these people, the auntie really couldn't remember their real names. Everyone in the village usually goes by their nicknames. This wasn't a big problem. As long as they could confirm that they were villagers, Zhang Feng recorded it all. In fact, at this point, the auntie already understood that Zhang Feng's goal was to find the person who stole the melons, but this had nothing to do with her. She just wanted those 2 boxes of eggs. After hearing so many names, Zhang Feng remembered a saying, the law does not blame the masses. His goal this time was to stop the melon thief from stealing melons, compensate Zhou Shuran for her losses, and it was secondary whether they caught the thief or not. Zhang Feng said, Do you still know anything about these melon thieves? If it's useful to me, I'll give you 2 boxes of 6 walnuts. The auntie immediately said excitedly, Okay, forget about the information. I'll tell you about those old men who went to the city to find hair-washing girls and got caught. We don't need to talk about that. just tell me about the families of the most ruthless melon thieves. After Zhang Feng asked, the auntie started gossiping, and soon she had some content that interested him. That old Jito has a son who works in the city, on the outskirts of the street. He's actually just a handyman, but the old Jito praises his son every day, saying he's a civil servant eating the country's rice. He also gives the stolen pumpkins to his son. Sometimes when he steals too much, he sells them for money and spends it on his son. Oh, are you sure what you're saying is true? Zhang Feng asked with interest. The auntie nodded. Of course, he said it himself these past few days. He stole so many pumpkins, and they don't feed livestock at home, so they can't eat them all. If they don't sell them, they give them to their son. Thank you, auntie. Here are your eggs, mineral water, and 6 walnuts. Take them. Zhang Feng pointed to the things in the trunk. Oh, there's so much stuff. Can you drive me to my doorstep? It's just a few steps, the auntie said. It's not that I don't want to, but you've told me so much. If someone sees me driving you home, in the future, in the village, I'm afraid. Zhang Feng didn't finish the second half, and the auntie's heart suddenly skipped a beat, praising Zhang Feng for being considerate. She went to the trunk, tied the things with a belt, carried them on her back, and took 2 boxes of 6 walnuts in her hands, bidding farewell to Zhang Feng and heading home. Xiang Niu stared with his big cow-like eyes, blinked a few times, and asked puzzledly, "Boss, I think we could still ask, why did you let the auntie go?" That's enough. Someone stole a few pumpkins, and reporting it is just a warning. If we file too many lawsuits, it's a waste of our energy. Remember, in the future, when dealing with these group cases, generally, we catch the big ones and let the small ones go. With that, Zhang Feng let Gubai drive. Gubai, who was driving, already understood what Zhang Feng wanted to do and praised, "Boss, this move of yours is brilliant. If you can't deal with the old, deal with the young. The old don't care about their reputation and face, but as long as they care about their children, they have a soft spot. Let's see how he can still rely on his age. Yes, we'll first gather other evidence. When it's time to get off work in the evening, you go and contact Jita's son. This is how you do it." Zhang Feng began to give detailed instructions. Later, they were busy in the city all day and also contacted Liang Xiying in Zhengzhou, consulting her about the lawsuit and preparing relevant evidence. Liang Xiying immediately took the train over. She had been eagerly waiting for a big case and naturally wanted to give it her all. In the evening, Zhang Feng and Xiang Niu sat in the car, waiting downstairs in the residential area where Jita's son, Ji Woming, lived. The character played by Gubai, a passerby, was already prepared. Suddenly, a Volkswagen Jetta arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Ji Woming got out of the car, holding a white chicken, a gift from a nearby resident to the neighborhood committee. Gubai saw this and went up to him chattering, "I have money, but why can't I find any pumpkins anywhere?" While muttering, he still held a 100 yuan bill, which looked tempting. Ji Woming was indeed attracted and curiously asked, "What do you need the pumpkin for?" Gubai replied, "My mom wants to eat pumpkin today. The ones in the supermarket are all ripened with fertilizer, and she won't eat them. She wants the kind of yellow-striped pumpkin grown in our hometown. I offered 100 yuan to buy 2, but I can't find them anywhere. We have pumpkins at home, all from the countryside. We have about 10 of them. Come with me." Ji Woming became interested and took Gubai back to his house, where indeed a row of pumpkins was placed on the kitchen floor, which seemed to have been picked from Zhou Shuren's field. "Ah, this is the kind. Thank you so much. I'll pick 2. Gubai pretended to be excited as he selected the pumpkins. At the same time, he chatted and asked, "It's rare for a city person like you to grow pumpkins." Ji Woming said, "My dad picked them from the countryside. There's a large pumpkin field, specially planted by others. If you want to buy pumpkins in the future, come to me. I'll have as many as you need. I'll add you on WeChat later. Your old man even specially brings you pumpkins." "That's great," Gubai said enviously. "It's okay. The old man is always busy and likes to bring me some vegetables," Ji Woming said, letting Gubai pick a few more pumpkins, as he couldn't eat them all and would just throw away any that went bad after a few days. "Forget it, I can't take more. This is enough. Thank you." Gubai gave him 100 yuan and then left. Ji Woming was very happy. He sold 2 worthless pumpkins for 100 yuan, which would be an extra meal tonight. Gubai went back to the car below, put down the pumpkins, and took out a recording pen, saying, "It's done." It turned out that he had recorded the conversation just now. Zhang Feng listened to the playback of the recording and smiled satisfactorily. Although the secretly recorded audio couldn't be used as evidence in court, it was still a useful tool. From this conversation, it could be inferred that Ji's old man often brought pumpkins to his son, and Ji Woming clearly knew that his old man had stolen the pumpkins from the pumpkin field, which was enough. Okay, when Liang Xiying arrives, we'll go to court tomorrow, Zhang Feng said. Then they went to the high-speed railway station to pick up Liang Xiying. On the way to the station, Gu Bai curiously asked Zhang Feng why he was able to guess that Ji Wuming would definitely sell him the pumpkins. Zhang Feng said, there's a saying you should have heard, parents are the best teachers for their children. Ji Wuming has a father who likes to take advantage of small things, so he must have been influenced by him. When he heard that 2 pumpkins could be sold for 100 yuan, he probably threw caution to the wind and didn't doubt you at all. Boss, I really admire you. I've learned a lot from you these past few days, Gu Bai sincerely praised. Xiang Niu also greatly admired Zhang Feng. Now he understood why Zhang Feng could be the boss while he could only be a worker. It was because Zhang Feng's brain was so sharp. They later arrived at the high-speed railway station, and Liang Xiying arrived on time. They saw her in the crowd coming out of the station, carrying a pink suitcase and dressed in a professional outfit. She looked very cool and beautiful, and the men around couldn't help but glance at her. Get in the car, Zhang Feng helped her put the suitcase in the trunk and asked her to sit in the front passenger seat. Are you hungry? Shall we go for dinner first? Zhang Feng asked from the back seat. I'm not hungry. Are the documents ready? Liang Xiying is a career-oriented cold beauty, and she gets down to business as soon as she arrives. The information is not complete. I'll have to go to the village to find the parties involved later, she said. Zhang Feng handed her the recording and some collected evidence, then asked Gu Bai to drive to the small shop. They had a quick dinner and were going to work late into the night, so they couldn't afford to be hungry. So they went to the nationally renowned chain restaurant, the 6-star Shaxian Grand Hotel, for a meal, and then hurried off to Xiong village. They found Zhou Shuran on the way, and Zhang Feng told her that they could report to the police and file a lawsuit tomorrow. Zhou Shuran breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Feng asked her for the video evidence of the previous pumpkin thief and the calculated losses. Zhou Shuran transferred the video from her phone to Zhang Feng and handed him a report. Because the specific figures could not be calculated, only a rough estimate was made. The lost and damaged pumpkins amounted to about 30 tons, calculated at a purchase price of 90 cents per kilogram, totaling 27,000 yuan. Only 27,000? Zhang Feng shook his head and criticized, why can't you do the math? I didn't make a mistake, did I? Zhou Shuran said, the price of pumpkins is low, so even after being stolen for many days, the loss is only less than 30,000 yuan. Zhang Feng opened the calculator on his phone and did the calculation on the spot for her. You can't use the purchase price. Your pumpkins will enter the retail market in the future. How much does local pumpkins sell for per kilogram in the vegetable market? Zhang Feng asked. Zhou Shuran said, the vegetable market sells for 2 yuan per kilogram, and the supermarket is about 4 yuan per kilogram. That's settled. Your pumpkins are of such good quality, they will definitely sell for 4 yuan per kilogram. So the loss of 30 tons of pumpkins is 72,000 yuan, plus the cost of the workers you hired to prevent pumpkin theft, and the cost of mental losses for these days, adding another 28,000 yuan isn't too much, right? So, the amount of our claim this time is set at 100,000 yuan. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, Zhou Shuran's mouth fell open, and she stared at him blankly, saying, but, 100,000 yuan, these people in the village probably can't afford to pay so much, they are not wealthy. It's their problem if they're not wealthy. We just need to sue. Can poor people just steal pumpkins at will? How is this any different from the $0 purchase in the US? People can be poor, but they can't lack integrity. Today, I'm going to teach the pumpkin thief a lesson. Zhang Feng spoke forcefully, and the surrounding Xiang Niu and Gu Bai applauded wildly. The cold and beautiful Liang Xiying looked and couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of her mouth. She also clapped twice, showing support for the big boss's position. Zhou Shuran was also infected by Zhang Feng's momentum, nodded slowly, and agreed to the compensation amount proposed by Zhang Feng. With everything in hand, the plaintiff this time was Zhou Shuran, but in fact, the legal fees were paid by Zhang Feng. Liang Xiying asked Zhou Shuran to write a power of attorney. She was going to the city court tomorrow to submit the lawsuit and, of course, to report to the police. I reported to the police before, but it didn't work, Zhou Shuran said. That's because you didn't grasp the essence. Look, tomorrow, I and lawyer Liang will take you to report to the police. Zhang Feng said and laughed, and also advised her to have a good night's sleep, letting them steal pumpkins as they pleased. Anyway, he had a drone filming here, and whoever stole it would be clear. After the lawsuit, they would have to buy it back at the retail price themselves to settle the matter. Zhou Shuran decided to follow Zhang Feng's advice. She let the night watchman go off duty, and she also prepared to leave the shack and go home to take a good bath and have a good night's sleep. Since the pumpkins began to ripen, for more than a week, she hadn't had a good night's sleep, and she had dark circles under her eyes. With Zhang Feng backing her up now, she could go home with peace of mind. That night, the people in the village found that there was no one in the shack, and it was like New Year's Day. Many families drove tricycles and pushed carts to come in groups to steal pumpkins. This operation lasted until the early hours of the morning, and a large area of pumpkin fields was completely picked clean. If this diligence were used for farming, the harvest would probably not be bad. By the next morning, Zhang Feng saw the scene from the previous night through a drone and couldn't help but marvel at it. He couldn't help but admire these thieves. Zhou Shuran also saw the video, but they didn't feel any sadness. After all, with the content captured by the drone all night, these people would all be Zhou Shuran's pumpkin customers, just helping themselves in the middle of the night. Let's go to the city. Zhang Feng called out, and everyone drove back to the city. They first went to the fast-track court, where Zhou Shuran filed a lawsuit against Ji Laotu for multiple thefts of pumpkins, which was immediately accepted. Then they all went to the police station to report the case. There were quite a few people involved in the pumpkin theft this time, and Zhang Feng had a lot of evidence of theft in his hands. At least 1/3 of the households in Xiong village were involved in pumpkin theft. The police station detectives were also at a loss. With so many people involved in minor cases, they couldn't handle it all, so they habitually passed it on to the local police station for mediation. However, when this matter returned to the local police station, it would likely be downplayed as before. So Zhang Feng spoke up. You don't want to be seen as evasive, do you? Zhang Feng used the tone of his Japanese netizen friend, pointing to the phone he used for live streaming. As a big influencer, this detective certainly knew him. If this matter was not handled well, it would be a huge public relations event. The detective also didn't want the matter to become widely known, so he asked Zhang Feng what he wanted. Zhang Feng said, "We don't need to arrest so many people for now. Just notify them of their involvement, then focus on one key person. Those villagers will naturally be educated." As Zhang Feng spoke, he pointed to a screenshot of Zhao Dalong placed on the table. Okay. The old detective understood, and he had to handle this matter properly. So he immediately took action, bringing along colleagues from the police station and many auxiliary police officers, totaling 6 police cars and over 20 people, all heading to Xiong village. The police's purpose in entering the village this time was to deter. They sounded the sirens, and the police lights flashed, breaking the tranquility of Xiong village, causing villagers to come out of their homes to see what was happening. Oh my, why are there so many police cars? Who are they here to arrest? The villagers were shocked. The police cars stopped in front of Zhao Dalong's house, and they loudly handcuffed Zhao Dalong and took him away. At that moment, Zhao Dalong was still shouting that he was innocent. He was just at home listening to the song "Chicken, You're Beautiful," so why was he being arrested? Listening to music is not a crime, but stealing pumpkins is. Please cooperate. The detective put Zhao Dalong in the car and drove off. A group of auxiliary police officers then went door to door according to the theft list, serving notices to those involved in stealing pumpkins, informing them that they were implicated in the same pumpkin theft case as Zhao Dalong and advising them not to go out and to cooperate with the investigation. This news was like setting off a depth charge, causing the entire Xiong village to boil over. What, stealing a few pumpkins and getting arrested? We all go to other people's fields to pick a few vegetables, isn't that normal? Oh my, I heard Zhao Dalong might be sentenced to several years. Oh no, I also took a sack of pumpkins yesterday. I should return them. Some villagers who were afraid of trouble immediately pushed carts to return the uneaten pumpkins to the fields. They had originally planned to quietly leave the pumpkins and go, but they didn't expect that the people watching the pumpkins were now on guard. After some thought, these villagers still approached. What are you doing? The pumpkin workers asked. Yesterday, I passed by and picked a few pumpkins. So, I brought them to you today, an old lady said with a smile. Isn't that stealing? The workers said. Who said that? I saw the pumpkins were ripe, so I helped pick them for you. We are all from the same village, so I won't charge you for my labor. The old lady really had no shame, clearly stealing the pumpkins but speaking so innocently. The worker refused, saying, "No, this doesn't prove that these are our pumpkins. We grow the pumpkins, but we didn't harvest them. Please take them back. I can guarantee that these are the pumpkins you grew here. Look at the variety and size, they are almost the same. You must take them, how can you not?" Now the old lady was anxious to return the pumpkins. The tables had turned. We won't take the pumpkins, but if you say you picked our pumpkins, how many pounds did you pick? Do you have a count? The worker asked. The old lady said, just these, -3. I ate one, and fed 2 to the chickens. The worker still shook his head, unwilling to accept the pumpkins. After all, once they were picked, they wouldn't be fresh anymore, and they weren't obtained through proper channels. But the old lady started to act pitiful, saying she didn't have the strength to carry the pumpkins back. Well, if you picked the pumpkins, even if you bought them, you can pay us for the pumpkins, then you can take them back. It's convenient for both of us, right? The worker suggested an idea following Zhang Feng's method. Buy them? The old ladies looked at each other, seeming to agree. As long as they paid, it wouldn't be considered stealing, and they wouldn't have to worry about being caught. For these pumpkins, 20 yuan is enough, the old lady said, taking out money from her pocket. Wait, I need to weigh them, the worker said. Prepared in advance, he had someone bring over a scale and placed the bag of pumpkins on it. The total weight was 57 jin and 8 liang. And considering you ate 3, 1 pumpkin is 5 jin. Adding 15 jin, that's 72 jin. According to the market price of 1 yuan per jin, 72 yuan will do. What? The pumpkins from our field sell for over 4 mao per jin. Why are you so expensive? The old ladies were not happy. We sell the pumpkins at retail price. We have a fair market. If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy them, the worker said. The old ladies were dumbfounded. Pumpkins selling for 1 yuan per jin, they, rural people, wouldn't buy them. Only city people without vegetable gardens would buy these pumpkins. But if they didn't pay, the workers wouldn't take the pumpkins, and in the end, it would still be considered stealing. The old ladies reluctantly paid 72 yuan and bought the bag of pumpkins. Thank you for your patronage, the worker said with a smile. This indeed confirmed Zhang Feng's theory. The pumpkin thief ended up spending money to buy the pumpkins. The old lady felt regretful. If she had known, she wouldn't have stolen the pumpkins last night. Now, she definitely wouldn't want to feed them to the chickens. After the old lady left with the pumpkins, other old ladies and men also reluctantly bought the pumpkins at market price. The pumpkin field had turned from wholesale to retail, making more profit. Most of the people who came to deliver the pumpkins were first-time pumpkin thieves who couldn't resist their greed last night, and now they had to buy the pumpkins at full price. After this batch of people bought the pumpkins, they actually made over 2,000 yuan, which was quite good. This was the first time the pumpkin field had seen a return on investment. However, no one came to return pumpkins after that. Some people were fearless, while others wanted to cover up the situation. In any case, many pumpkin thieves in the village were secretly observing the situation. From that day on, Zhou Shiran was busy selling pumpkins to vendors, as her pumpkins ripened in batches, and she could finally enjoy the joy of the harvest. After selling a batch of pumpkins, half of the field was empty. On that evening, she did not send anyone to guard the field, yet there was not a single person stealing melons. It seems that dealing with evildoers requires using thunderous means to deter them. That day, old Ji, whose full name is Ji Dong, received a subpoena from the court, and it was personally delivered by court personnel. Because the court also knew that Zhang Feng was involved in this matter, it was definitely hot news, and they did not want to make any mistakes. What lawsuit? Is it worth suing me for picking a pumpkin? Are they out of their minds? Old Ji Dong felt that Zhou Shiran was making a big deal out of nothing. The court personnel said, there will be a mediation outside the court tomorrow morning. If you do not attend, the court hearing will be held at 1:30 in the afternoon. Please do not be late. What hearing? Just a few pumpkins. What can they do to me? I won't go. If they take my house, I'll sleep on the street in front of your court. Ji Dong was very agitated and not afraid of the court personnel at all. Whether you go or not is your choice. We have informed you. Goodbye. The court personnel did not waste any more words and left directly. Ji Dong pondered at home for a while and felt that something was not right, so he called his son and told him about the matter. What? You're being sued? His son, Ji Wuming, was surprised and felt that things were not going well. He checked online and found that the media was already paying attention, and there was also the involvement of a famous and eccentric figure, the anchor Zhang Feng. This was a big problem. Dad, this must not be blown out of proportion. I want to think of a way to reconcile with them. Ji Wuming was very anxious because his father was a lonely old man who didn't care about anything, but he did. He still wanted to have a good reputation in the neighborhood committee. If his father's theft was exposed, and he also received stolen goods, it would definitely affect his future. So he found out Zhou Shiran's phone number and called her that night. Hello, Zhou Shiran, I'm Ji Wuming. Ji Dong is my father, and I apologize to you for his behavior. Ji Wuming explained his intentions, apologized directly, and said he could compensate for the loss. Zhou Shiran said, according to the law, your father has stolen pumpkins more than 3 times, which constitutes theft. I only didn't report it because of his old age. Yes, thank you for your tolerance. I know I was wrong. Ji Wuming apologized in a low voice. Zhou Shiran said, it is impossible to calculate the exact number of pumpkins your father stole, so, compensate me with half of the amount of my loss, which is 50,000 yuan. What? How can 50,000 yuan buy so many pumpkins? That's impossible. Ji Wuming was taken aback. Zhou Shuran said, there's no other way. There was no surveillance before, and I don't know exactly who stole how many pumpkins, so we can only go by the number of times your father was caught. He should bear half of the responsibility. Ji Wuming said, but we don't have that much. How about I compensate you with 2,000 yuan, and we consider this matter resolved, okay? I lost 100,000 yuan in my melon field. How can 2,000 yuan be enough? My opinion will not change. Since we can't agree, let's wait for the court hearing. I will accept whatever the court decides. After that, Zhou Shuran hung up the phone. She didn't want to get too involved with Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming felt particularly angry. He didn't expect his confused old father to cause him such big trouble. If it went to court, it could easily affect him. He needed to wait for the reconciliation stage outside the court the next day before making a decision. The next day, Ji Wuming brought his old father to the court's mediation room. Zhou Shuran, Zhang Feng, and Liang Xiying were all present. It's good to have a public trial, but it's even better to resolve the matter without a fight. Therefore, this reconciliation was proposed by Zhang Feng. Stealing a few pumpkins, why should we have to pay so much money? I'll give at most 100. Old Ji Dong was still arguing. 3 people just ignored him and talked to his son Ji Wuming. Only he understood the situation. Ji Wuming didn't want to go to court, so he admitted his mistake, but 50,000 yuan was too much. He hoped to settle for 3,000 yuan. He had a good reason. His father was over 60, not agile, and had no car at home. It was impossible for him to steal so many pumpkins. Therefore, compensating 3,000 yuan was enough to cover the loss. Zhang Feng laughed and said to lawyer Liang Xiying, tell her, how much does it cost to take this lawsuit? Liang Xiying said, the fee is around 100,000 yuan. If it takes more than 5 days, the cost will increase. Lawyer fees are already expensive, and Liang Xiying's full-time handling of a case for several days is even more astonishing. Zhang Feng said, did you hear that? Liang lawyer spent 100,000, and you want to compensate 3,000? It's not enough for us to take the lawsuit. Ji Wuming said, my father can't bear it alone. It's not just him who stole. So, can't we reach an agreement? See you in court. Zhang Feng stood up to leave. Don't, even bargaining when buying things. This is just the beginning. Let's negotiate slowly. Ji Wuming stopped him. Zhang Feng said, our time is precious. We don't have time to waste here. Then, 5,000. Ji Wuming hesitated and raised the price. Zhang Feng signaled to Zhou Shuran, and she said, 30,000. This reduced the price by 20,000, giving Ji Wuming hope. So he continued to bargain, from 6,000 to 7,000, and finally, gritting his teeth, he said he would compensate 8,000 yuan. This was all his savings, and he couldn't offer more. Seeing that they couldn't get any more money out of him, it was time to present their true purpose. Under Zhang Feng's guidance, Zhou Shuran said, 8,000 is also acceptable, but you need to agree to a request from me. If you do well, I might even reduce it by another 2,000. Ji Dong, the old man, stole at most a few hundred yuan worth of pumpkins. As long as the compensation exceeded 1,000 yuan, it was profitable. Considering the Ji family's penchant for taking advantage, they would readily agree to save money. What request? Ji Wuming was indeed interested. Zhou Shuran said, when you return to the village, spread the word about this matter. Say that I am prepared to sue each pumpkin thief, and you must publicly announce that the settlement amount is 30,000. Everyone in the village must know. This is not very honorable. Ji Wuming hesitated. If you can't do this, forget it. Let's wait for the court's judgment. Zhou Shuran retreated. No, okay, can I do it? I'll go back to the village this afternoon and spread the word. Ji Wuming succumbed to the pressure and finally agreed to the demand. When Ji Dong heard that he had to compensate 6,000 yuan for stealing pumpkins, he refused, insisting that no one dared to do anything to him. Ji Wuming complained, Dad, please stop talking. You're driving me crazy. You may not be afraid, but if things get out of hand, I'll lose my job. Do you understand? How does it affect your job? Ji Dong was surprised. He didn't understand that there was a political review process for civil servants. This was also the reason why Zhang Feng could control Ji Dong. The old man wasn't afraid of the law or the police, but he had children, and they would be affected by negative influences, which would naturally lead to complaints against him. This is called taking advantage of the situation, or one thing counterbalances another. Both parties signed a letter of understanding on the spot, so there was no need for the afternoon trial. Ji Wuming immediately drove back to the village and specifically sought out the village elders, as requested, to spread Zhou Shuran's words. He said that his old man had been sued and had to pay 30,000 yuan to settle. My goodness, how can stealing pumpkins result in such a heavy fine? Is it really necessary to pay? Exclaimed the auntie. If you don't pay, you'll go to jail. How can I let my father, at his age, go to jail? So, I gritted my teeth and paid a fine of 30,000 yuan. Ji Wuming spoke with a mournful face, making people believe it was true. Will there really be a sentence? The aunties were all shocked, because many of their family members had gone to steal pumpkins. Ji Wuming said, of course, that woman surnamed Zhou in the pumpkin field wants to sue each and every one of us. She wants each person to compensate her with 30,000 yuan. Oh my goodness. The aunties were terrified and hurried back home to tell their families about this explosive news. Originally, they wouldn't have believed the rumors, but just yesterday, Zhao Dalong was caught in such a big operation, they saw it with their own eyes, and the police even said that this was multiple thefts, enough to be charged with theft. There was a high probability that Zhao Dalong would be sentenced. The people who stole the pumpkins this time are really in trouble. What should we do? My goodness, I don't want to go to jail, I can't bear to leave you all. The men at home were terrified. I heard that Zhou Shuran is more approachable. Why don't we find her privately and compensate her some money, so she won't sue us? Suddenly, the aunties thought of a good solution, so that evening, many people went to the pumpkin field to find Zhou Shuran. Zhou Shuran had already followed Zhang Feng's instructions and was waiting in the pumpkin shed. After the two sides met, they pushed for a return to a healthy and stable relationship based on the principles of peaceful coexistence and win-win cooperation. The village aunties expressed that it was their fault for taking a few pumpkins before, and now they would make up for it with their own pumpkins. Zhou Shuran stated that the pumpkin field was not a place for pumpkin vendors, and they could only buy at the retail price. Bartering was not allowed, and it was 1 yuan per kilogram without bargaining. The aunties said 1 yuan was too expensive. Could there be a discount? Shuran said that this was already a discounted price, and starting tomorrow, it would increase to 2 yuan per kilogram. Compared to 2 yuan, 1 yuan per kilogram seemed particularly affordable, so the aunties happily paid, giving back the money they had stolen. Over the next 2 days, almost all the pumpkin thieves in the village came to reconcile with Zhou Shuran, compensating her with amounts ranging from a few hundred to several thousand yuan, and she also signed forgiveness letters. In this way, Zhou Shuran recovered a considerable amount of the cost. In the end, she had recovered around 64,000 yuan, although it was short of the 100,000 yuan compensation she had requested. It completely made up for the losses from the theft and even earned a lot. This year, she made money. Most importantly, even if no one watched the pumpkins at night, they wouldn't be stolen, saving the wages of the pumpkin watchers. A few days later, Zhou Shuran's pumpkins had all been sold. Despite the twists and turns this year, she made money. She also gained media attention and, on Zhang Feng's suggestion, started live streaming the sale of pumpkins and other agricultural products in short videos, earning much more than before from simply farming. And so, this case ended happily for everyone. Although there was no trial, the result was better than a trial. Zhou Shuran became famous and could now live stream the sale of agricultural products, making money this year. The villagers of Xiong village also dared not steal pumpkins anymore. The typical thief, Zhao Dalong, because of his positive repentance, compensated Zhou Shuran and was ultimately sentenced to 1 year in prison, with a 1-year probation. With the matter satisfactorily resolved, according to the agreement, Zhou Shuran gave Zhang Feng 10 pumpkins in a thick red envelope containing 10,000 yuan. What's this for? We must abide by the spirit of the agreement. I said I would only take 10 pumpkins, and that's it. Zhang Feng insisted. Zhou Shuran, feeling embarrassed, said, but you helped me hire a lawyer and wasted so many days. You suffered a great loss, and I can't bear it. It's okay, I won't lose. You can rest assured. Zhang Feng earned a lot of W through the live broadcast of this incident, and has already had advertisers come knocking on the door. Chris, who stayed behind at the company, has already reached a preliminary agreement with the first party, and will soon receive hundreds of thousands of advertising fees. This is also thanks to Zhou Shuran, so he helped Zhou Shuran for free, but has already made a profit from other aspects, so he is not at a loss at all. This is a win-win for justice. Zhou Shuran discovered that Zhang Feng is really the kind of person who doesn't care about money, and helped her with a reward of 10 pumpkins, which saved her from the brink of despair after being stolen. Watching Zhang Feng's car lights leaving in the night, Zhou Shuran made a decision in her heart that Zhang Feng would be her benefactor in the future, and she would unconditionally promote the benefactor's company in the future. On the way out of the village, Zhang Feng received a reward from the system. System, perfectly resolved the 4-star group pumpkin theft incident. Reward, 1 Shake People Bell. Shake People Bell? Zhang Feng was puzzled. This time there was no material reward, but a bell-shaped prop was given. He became interested and immediately checked the properties. Shake People Bell, can summon people. What does this mean? Zhang Feng immediately asked the system how many people it could summon, what kind of people, and whether it could be used multiple times. System, when encountering danger, you can summon a group of people. The quantity will be determined by the area and the level of the event. Sounds good. Zhang Feng was quite satisfied. As a professional who confronts weirdos, he definitely has many enemies. If he encounters someone seeking revenge, he can use the spell to resolve the situation. When they arrived in the city, it was already past 7 in the evening, so they went to find a place to eat. At the same time, in response to the requests of netizens, they started a live broadcast. This time it was an eating broadcast. At the table, Zhang Feng took out the 10 pumpkins and conducted a live auction in the broadcast room. These were the pumpkins involved in the incident and had commemorative significance. Zhang Feng stated that the money raised from the auction would be donated to the agricultural fund, to help farmers grow more delicious crops in the future. Many wealthy viewers in the live broadcast room began to bid, and as the prices soared to 100, 500, and 1,000 yuan, several wealthy individuals finally won the 10 pumpkins, raising over 10,000 yuan in total. To be able to raise so much money from 10 pumpkins, this could be called a golden pumpkin. Zhang Feng would send these pumpkins to the wealthy individuals the next day. Then, in front of the live audience, Zhang Feng donated the auction proceeds to the agricultural fund account, and everyone cheered. It can be said that Zhang Feng's values are still very upright, and his die-hard fans love his spirit. Because of chatting with netizens, they spent a little longer at dinner, and it was already past 9 in the evening. It was too late to drive back at this point, and it would be easy to become fatigued while driving, so Zhang Feng decided to rest in the city for a day and return to Zhongzhou the next day. So, they found a nearby chain hotel and settled in. Liang Xiying had already taken the train back early, so it was just Zhang Feng, Gu Bai, and Xiang Niu. The three of them each booked a single room and went to sleep. Just as Zhang Feng finished taking a shower and was blow-drying his hair in the living room, he heard some movement at the door, and a small card was slipped through the crack. He walked over to pick it up and saw a picture of a scantily clad beautiful woman printed on it. Surprisingly, it was a picture of Reba, with a slogan on it. Feeling lonely late at night? Beautiful lady passionate massage, giving you an absolutely soul-stirring experience, please call 138. The beautiful lady will come to your door. It turned out to be an advertisement card for a massage service, which was a common sight in hotels, and many people staying in hotels would encounter them. Ding! Encountering vulgar advertising card. In order to improve social morality, the host is requested to rectify it, and will be rewarded based on the degree of rectification. The system suddenly sent a prompt. This was the first time it had sent a rectification task when not encountering a weirdo. It seems that this system not only confronts weirdos, but also takes it upon itself to purify social morality. This task benefits the country and the people, and Zhang Feng accepted it. In order to serve as a warning, Zhang Feng decided to start a live broadcast, broadcasting the entire process of cracking down on the fraudulent small cards. Zhang Feng put on a clean set of clothes, slightly changed his appearance to avoid being recognized by anyone, and wore sunglasses and a mask. After getting ready, Zhang Feng started the live broadcast. Why are you live streaming in the middle of the night? Are you going to play games all night? Suddenly, netizens were surprised to see Zhang Feng live streaming late at night. Today I want to do something. What do you think this is? Zhang Feng took out the fraudulent small card. Are you live streaming to find a lady? Then I won't be sleepy. The viewers in the live stream room were immediately intrigued. That's right, today I'm going to call the number on the small card and invite a beauty over, Zhang Feng said. Oh my, are you serious? Is this a program I can watch for free? Many netizens got excited. This kind of activity, other streamers wouldn't dare to do, fearing it might lead to trouble and get their live stream banned. But Zhang Feng was the owner of the website himself, so no one would ban him. It seemed like he could really broadcast some inappropriate content. Excited netizens quickly notified other friends to come and see the good stuff, so within a few minutes of Zhang Feng making the phone call, the popularity of his livestream reached an all-time high. Indeed, anything related to scandal was what everyone loved to watch. Hello, do you have a lady for massage? Zhang Feng asked on the phone. The person who answered the call was a middle-aged man, he said. Yes, handsome. What kind of lady do you want? We have innocent schoolgirls, aloof mature women, motherly girlfriends, and even stallions. We have all types. The listeners burst into laughter. Motherly girlfriends? Does that mean a 60-year-old lady coming to serve? That's really extreme. Give me someone with a good figure, beautiful. Zhang Feng knew that a beauty was the key to viewership, so of course he wanted a beautiful one to increase his traffic. Okay, the beauty will be there in 10 minutes. After Zhang Feng gave his room number, the other party said the beauty would arrive soon. While waiting, the netizens were all guessing what kind of beauty would come. It didn't matter what kind of beauty, as long as it wasn't a motherly girlfriend, that would really be a turn-off. After a while, someone knocked on the door. Zhang Feng had the drone hide above the light bulb so he could oversee everything. He walked over to open the door, and the anticipation of the netizens was at its peak. As soon as the door opened, they saw a charming black-haired beauty. She had cherry lips, a melon-seed face, wore a super short silk outfit, and had big watery eyes, truly a beautiful woman that was hard to forget. Wow, in this county-level city, there's such a high-end product. I'm going to fly to this hotel tomorrow. So stunning, I really want to be intimate with her. In 10 minutes, I want all the information about this beauty. The netizens were all excited, but at the same time felt regretful that such a beauty could become an internet celebrity. It was a pity. Hello handsome, did you call for a massage service? The beauty spoke, her voice as melodious as a silver bell. The netizens became even more excited, each expressing how nice the lady's voice was. They had been waiting for this for 3 months. Yes, come in and talk. Zhang Feng let her in. This beauty was not shy at all. After looking around the room and confirming that Zhang Feng was alone, she asked, "What kind of massage do you want? We have Thai, Korean, Chinese styles, 600 per session, 2,000 for overnight, unlimited sessions." She was talking about a different kind of massage. The prices are very fair. With this kind of quality, it's worth it. Each netizen feels like a great deal, urging Zhang Feng to quickly book an overnight stay. They want to see him work all night today. Don't rush, this is 2,000 yuan, first chat with me. Zhang Feng took out 2,000 yuan from his wallet and placed it on the coffee table. At the same time, there was a thick stack of pink banknotes in his bulging wallet, which made the beautiful woman opposite him look with sparkling eyes. The beauty smiled slightly, took the money and put it in her bag, then asked, "What do you want to chat about, handsome? What's your name?" Zhang Feng asked. "My name is Ching from a sunny day," the woman replied. "How long have you been in this line of work?" Zhang Feng asked again. "Just started a month," Ching replied, her eyes twinkling as she spoke. The netizens were immediately stunned and no longer paid attention to what she was saying. Zhang Feng, however, knew that her words were obviously exaggerated. Those who have fallen into this line of work usually claim to have just started to make male clients feel like they are making a profit. "Why do you do this job?" Zhang Feng asked, and Ching sighed and recited the classic lines of their profession. About being poor at home, parents being seriously ill, and having a young brother to support. In short, the burden of the whole family is on her shoulders, so she came out to do this. Hearing this, Zhang Feng realized that Ching, despite her beauty and innocence, was actually experienced in this field and had excellent acting skills. As the conversation continued, the number of people in the live broadcast room exploded, mostly there to see the beautiful woman. After chatting for a few minutes, Ching's eyes began to dodge, and she said she needed to go to the restroom. Sensing that something was wrong, Zhang Feng gestured for her to go. Ching went to the bathroom, and after a while, she came out, took off her coat, revealing a slim camisole underneath, showcasing her impressive figure. "Handsome, shall we start the massage now? We can still chat while massaging." Ching suddenly spoke in a coquettish tone, approaching Zhang Feng actively, reaching out to massage his shoulders, a behavior completely different from before when she kept her distance. Zhang Feng had a bold guess in his mind that this woman seemed to be up to something. "No need, you sit across from me, I haven't finished chatting yet." Zhang Feng didn't give her a chance to touch him, to avoid catching some kind of disease. Ching felt puzzled. Zhang Feng was different from other men. Previous men would usually be eager to touch her inappropriately upon seeing her, but Zhang Feng was different. He was the only man she had met who didn't have any ulterior motives towards her. Feeling that something was off about the man in front of her, Ching reached for her phone, intending to stop the action. She had just sent a message to her boss outside while in the bathroom, and soon her boss would come knocking. However, it was too late. Someone was banging on the door outside. Ching gritted her teeth and could only push the camisole off her shoulder, revealing a piece of fair skin, then ran to open the door. 3 burly men came in from outside, each with dragon and phoenix tattoos on their bodies, with tough expressions on their faces. One of the muscular men wearing a large gold chain pointed at Zhang Feng and angrily shouted, "Damn, you dare to seduce my girlfriend, you're asking for trouble. Husband, he bullied me, he stripped my clothes." Sob, sob, sob. Ching suddenly started to cry in grievance, as if she had suffered a great injustice. This turn of events stunned the netizens. Ching had just revealed her shoulders, and now her boyfriend showed up at the door? Wasn't this twist too abrupt? Experienced netizens immediately understood that this was not a lady coming for a massage but a traditional scam, the jumping immortal trick. Zhang Feng looked at them, showing a "I knew it" expression. He had already guessed this when Ching's behavior suddenly changed. This Ching didn't seem like a normal person who had fallen into this line of work. She was playing a different game. Ding! Detected that the host is being scammed. Please bring these scammers to justice and trace the source. The system changed the task prompt, so Zhang Feng had to take action. The immortal jump, right? Tell me, what do you want? Zhang Feng sat leisurely on the sofa, crossing his legs comfortably, not taking the three strong men opposite him seriously at all. What immortal jump? You insulted my girlfriend. Brothers, beat him to death. With that, one person drew the 7 wolves from his waist, folded it on both sides, and made a loud noise, looking quite intimidating. Damn, be careful, don't get beaten, streamer. Yeah, call the police quickly. Many netizens were actually afraid and actively asked the streamer not to be stubborn. However, Zhang Feng had already grasped the other party's psychology. They were after money and generally wouldn't resort to violence. They would first scare their prey to coax money out of them. Your girlfriend undressed herself. I didn't touch her. If you don't believe me, call the police, Zhang Feng said. Of course, the other party was afraid of calling the police, but they snatched the bag from the table where Zhang Feng had put it. When they opened it, one of the strong men's eyes lit up. Inside was a stack of cash, probably 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. What? Extortion didn't work, so you turned to robbery? Zhang Feng asked coldly. Who said we were trying to extort? The man with the gold chain naturally refused to admit it. He suppressed his greed and searched Zhang Feng's bag for his identification. Once he knew Zhang Feng's identity, he could say the words often spoken by Japanese netizens, you don't want your dealings with prostitutes to be known, do you? However, they didn't find Zhang Feng's identification in the bag. In fact, when Zhang Feng was preparing earlier, he had hidden all his identification, fearing that they would see it and be scared off. It's very impolite to rummage through other people's things, you know? Zhang Feng looked at them with a smile that wasn't a smile. Damn, what's with the mask and sunglasses? Second, take off his glasses. The man with the gold chain couldn't stand Zhang Feng's attitude and wanted to expose his disguise. However, Zhang Feng stepped back, holding up his phone and said, if I press this, it's 110. Don't mess around. Seeing the other party hesitate, Zhang Feng said, you're just after money, right? Tell me your conditions. The man with the gold chain was completely puzzled. He thought to himself, why isn't this man playing by the rules? They were supposed to intimidate and lure, forcing the other party to admit their mistake and pay up, but now they had become the passive party. The man with the gold chain shook his head, driving away the strange thoughts. Anyway, as long as there was money, they didn't care how it was obtained. So he said, you insulted my girlfriend. Even if we report it to the police, you won't have a good time. If you don't want a criminal record, compensate us with 5,000 yuan, and we'll call it even. He had seen the money in Zhang Feng's wallet, and it was just the right amount. Just this much? Look down on someone? Zhang Feng said. This left the 3 strong men opposite him at a loss again. Did we mishear? It seems like this kid thinks the money we want is too little. The 3 strong men whispered to each other. With my status, you're extorting 5,000 from me. I have no face? Suddenly, Zhang Feng pinched out an Industrial and Commercial Bank of China card with 2 fingers and threw it on the table. There's 50,000 here, the password is 6 ones. If you dare, take this. As soon as they heard there was 50,000, the 3 strong men swallowed their saliva. Although the whole thing seemed a bit strange, it was true that people die for wealth just as birds die for food. 50,000 was enough for them to do 10 deals. This risk was worth taking. The man with the gold chain thought that as long as he got the 50,000, he could exchange his gold chain for real gold. Just thinking about it made him excited. So he cleared his throat, picked up the bank card and the wallet, and ended up with over 50,000 yuan. You're a smart kid. In the future, stay away from my girlfriend, got it? Also, don't call the police, or your future will be over. The man with the gold chain made a fierce chopping gesture, then left the room with the other 3 accomplices. Why did you let them go like that? Netizens were all puzzled. Was Zhang Feng trying to catch a big fish with a long line? Of course not, Zhang Feng shook his head. These people are not honest. They might run away with the money at any time, so they can't be allowed to leave the hotel. Zhang Feng picked up his phone and called Xiang Niu. The 3 guys and a girl who just came downstairs robbed me of my money. You know what to do, right? Boss, I'll help you get the money back right away. Xiang Niu immediately hung up the phone and rushed downstairs, while Zhang Feng watched from the window upstairs. As the 3 tattooed strong men and Qingqing girl walked out of the hotel, ready to get on the van, Xiang Niu rushed over like the wind and kicked one of the tattooed strong men from behind, sending him flying. The man rolled on the ground, groaning and unable to get up for a moment. The fall was not light. The other 2 strong men, seeing a man even taller and stronger than them, immediately raised their fists aggressively. So the 3 men stood together. Xiang Niu, being a skilled fighter, with a 10th level in military boxing, dodged the attacks of the opponents, knocked one down with a punch, followed by a spinning kick that knocked down the man with the gold chain. Zhang Feng, from upstairs under the street lamp, could see the man with the gold chain spitting out 2 bloody teeth. The kick was really solid. Facing the criminals who extorted the boss, Xiang Niu's men showed no mercy. The tattooed man who had been knocked down before tried to get up, but Xiang Niu punched him in the abdomen, causing him to feel his internal organs twisting together. The pain made him kneel down and roll his eyes, vomiting a pool of green water, even bile. Now, all 3 men were lying on the ground groaning, unable to withstand even 10 moves in a 3-on-1 fight. The gap was too big. Impressive, this guy is too fierce. Amazing, this is real combat. To fight like this, Xiang Niu is a master. Oh, that's nothing. Suddenly, a netizen started to nitpick. Others were not convinced, saying things like if you can do better, then go ahead. The netizen added, with just 1 punch, I could be knocked down, and make Xiang Niu kneel and beg me not to die. Ha ha, it turned out that this netizen was just joking, and everyone in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. To see such a cool martial arts scene late at night was more satisfying than watching some martial arts movies. They strongly demanded that Zhang Feng go to the scene to film. They wanted a close-up view. So Zhang Feng called goodbye and went downstairs. Oh! Qingqing downstairs, seeing the 3 male accomplices being knocked down, grabbed her bag and tried to hit Xiang Niu, but was scared off by a glare from Xiang Niu, causing her to pale. She sobbed a few times, then ran to help her boyfriend. Honey, don't die! Qingqing cried. Cough cough. The man with the gold chain spat out a mouthful of blood and said to Xiang Niu, today we lost, tell us your name, let us know who we lost to. Xiang Niu remained silent, waiting for the boss to arrive. Soon, Zhang Feng came down from upstairs, still wearing sunglasses and a mask, and walked up to the 3 extortionists, followed by Gubai. Do you know what you did wrong? Zhang Feng asked. I lost, you're tough. The man with the gold chain realized he had met his match, and angrily pushed Qingqing aside. It was all because of this woman, not doing her job properly, that they encountered a tough opponent. Qingqing fell to the ground, crying in grievance. She had sold her looks, stood up for them, and ended up being treated like this. It was a waste of her youth. The man with the gold chain handed over the bank card and wallet taken from Zhang Feng, saying, Bro, here's your money back, can we leave now? Zhang Feng coldly snorted, You can't leave, call your leader to come and get you. This system task is to trace the route, which is to completely wipe out the entire gang, so Zhang Feng left these 3 people to lure out bigger fish. The man with the gold chain said, If you want to fight us, that's one thing, but do you really want to find our boss? I advise you not to disturb him, or you won't be able to handle the consequences. Oh, from the way you talk, is your boss really that impressive? Zhang Feng asked with interest. He liked to challenge difficult tasks, and dealing with these 3 people was too boring. Of course, I'll call our boss right now. You'll regret this, the man with the gold chain said proudly. Zhang Feng was reassured, as he was looking for the biggest boss, so he made a pleased gesture. The man with the gold chain looked at Zhang Feng with resentment and then dialed the phone to call the boss. Big Bear. Big Bear, I messed up. I ran into a tough guy, and both me and my second-in-command got beaten up, the man with the gold chain said into the phone. Who dares to act recklessly in my territory? Big Bear was furious and asked where the man with the gold chain was, saying he would bring people to meet this tough guy. Zhang Feng walked over, snatched the phone, and said, You must be Big Bear. Judging by the lack of skills in your men, you must have got the name wrong. You should be called Bear Big, right? With that, the online viewers almost burst into laughter. However, they quickly realized that if that person was Bear Big, then Zhang Feng, who was opposing him, would become the strong bald guy. Some netizens said, What's wrong with being the strong bald guy? He owns a private forest, sings, dances, raps, and is only missing basketball to be complete. The strong bald guy is also proficient in wilderness survival and singing and dancing. He's like a super inventor comparable to the Grey Wolf, except for his poor marksmanship. He's truly a perfect man. The netizens were joking, but Big Bear himself was furious. Damn it! Big Bear immediately cursed. Where are you? Come out and let's see what you're made of. You're just pretending in front of us. Zhang Feng sneered, No problem. Let's find a spacious place, or else I'm afraid my people won't be able to show their skills. You've got guts. Let's meet at the old sand and gravel factory in the east of the city. It's all flat there. I want to see how many people you can bring. If you don't come, you're a coward. Big Bear immediately called for people and started gathering a group. Zhang Feng was very satisfied with this effect. He hung up the phone and handed the scene over to Gubai. Call 110. These 4 people are your responsibility. The money and bank cards are all stolen goods. The evidence of the crime can be extracted from the live broadcast video. You will take my place and make the record. Gubai was surprised and asked, "Boss, what are you going to do? Are you really going to meet Big Bear?" Zhang Feng said, "Yes, I'm going to meet him with Xiangnyo, but that's too dangerous." Unconsciously, Gubai had developed a sense of admiration for Zhang Feng and didn't want him to be in danger. "Do you not know my abilities?" Zhang Feng said playfully. Gubai was shaken in his heart and realized the extraordinary nature of his boss, which he couldn't understand. Gubai understood and immediately stood at attention, saying, "Boss, rest assured, I will definitely complete your mission." Then he called 110, and the patrol quickly arrived at the scene and took away the 4 people. Extortion, plus a large amount of money, meant they would probably spend some time in jail. This was just the initial task of the system. To trace the route, they needed to meet Big Bear. At this time, Xiang Niu was driving, already carrying Zhang Feng to the agreed old sand and gravel factory. "Boss, I'll park the car far away and you can watch the battle. I'll go meet that Big Bear. If there's danger, I can run alone." Xiang Niu was also thinking for Zhang Feng's sake. "No need, the mountain man has his own plan. You stay and watch the car," Zhang Feng said. "How can I do that? I'm in charge of company security, I have to protect you." Xiang Niu stubbornly said. "You're an employee, you have to listen to the boss." "Don't worry, I've already found someone," Zhang Feng said mysteriously. He smiled, not wanting to take any risks. His confidence came from the recently acquired bell that could shake people's minds. He had experienced the power of the system before, and this time, he just hoped the bell wouldn't be too exaggerated. Xiang Niu was still persuaded by Zhang Feng, but he was still worried about Zhang Feng. When they arrived at the gravel factory, after Zhang Feng got out of the car, Xiang Niu didn't leave. He sat in the car, the engine running. If things didn't look good, he would drive into the enemy group to rescue the boss. Zhang Feng stood in the field, with only the car headlights shining in front of him. There was the sound of water nearby. This was the abandoned site for digging sand and gravel, usually deserted, a good place for murder and robbery on a dark and windy night. After finishing the job, they put the person in a sack, tied a stone to it, and threw it into the river without anyone noticing. No wonder the Big Bear chose this place, it seemed he had done this before. Soon, the sound of many cars roaring could be heard, one after another arriving at the scene. Most of them were vans, with a few domestic cars, and a Land Rover with the license plate number 66888, looking very impressive. In total, there were more than 10 cars, and a group of young men got out of the cars holding steel pipes, wooden sticks, and watermelon knives. They all had colorful hair and either earrings or gold chains, looking like street thugs. Zhang Feng took a quick look and saw that there were more than 100 people. The Big Bear really knew how to gather people. A middle-aged man with a crew cut got out of the Land Rover, looking fierce. He led more than 100 people to stand in a row opposite Zhang Feng. He was the Big Bear who had called on the phone, the local leader. The crew-cut man squinted and asked, "Are you the one who called me?" "Yes," Zhang Feng nodded. The Big Bear asked, "Where are your people? Why are you alone?" "I'm enough on my own, do I need anyone else?" Zhang Feng said. The Big Bear and his men looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. "Damn, I thought I was dealing with a tough guy, turns out it's just a fool, trying to take on all of us alone? Yeah, who does he think our Big Bear is? With our power, we could drown you with just one spit." The Big Bear and his men mercilessly mocked Zhang Feng. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng's drone was floating in the dark night sky, faithfully broadcasting everything here. How arrogant the Big Bear was today. Tomorrow he would regret it in the police station. The Big Bear's henchmen, in front of the camera, boasted about their boss's power. It was like an old man hanging himself, complaining about living too long. Zhang Feng smiled slightly and asked, "Is the Big Bear really that powerful? Aren't you afraid of the police?" "The police are nothing, the boss has plenty of friends in uniform." Before the henchman could finish boasting, the Big Bear felt something was wrong and interrupted him. The Big Bear then said to Zhang Feng, "Before you die, I'll allow you to say your last words." This local boss was starting to show off. "This guy is too arrogant, he should be arrested and shot." Netizens couldn't stand it. How could such a social scum still be alive? It was truly unbelievable. But when it came to showing off, Zhang Feng had never lost to anyone. He immediately shook his arm, and the sound of a bell rang out, as if he was performing a ritual with the bell. "What? Are you performing a ritual for yourself? Preparing to save yourself?" The Big Bear and his men burst into laughter. Zhang Feng sighed, "This is a ritual for you after all, your good days are numbered." This was indeed the truth, because after he shook the bell, the system prompted him that reinforcements would arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. This meant that Big Bear's free time was now only 30 seconds. Even at death's door, you're still talking tough. Disable him for me, smash his teeth one by one, pull them out. Let's see if he still dares to speak nonsense. Big Bear, infuriated, waved his hand and ordered his henchmen to move forward. Zhang Feng made a stopping gesture and shouted, "Stop! This is a gathering of people with weapons fighting, and it's also a gathering with criminal intent, which adds an extra charge." This roar shook the heavens and had a heroic air reminiscent of Zhang Fei's shout at Dangyang Bridge. The thugs were all startled and hesitated, shrinking back and stopping in their tracks. "Shark arm!" Big Bear cursed angrily, "He's just one person, why are you all afraid? Get him! Attack!" Only then did the henchmen gather their courage and swarm forward. Seeing that the countdown for reinforcements had only 10 seconds left, Zhang Feng whistled, which was a signal for Xiang Niu. Suddenly, Xiang Niu drove the car in, the headlights blinding the henchmen. Seeing a car rushing towards them, they quickly moved aside. "Boss, get in the car quickly!" Xiang Niu urgently shouted, starting to brake and slow down. However, Zhang Feng did not get in the car, but instead leaped onto the hood and then onto the roof, lying down on top of the car and letting Xiang Niu drive. Afraid of shaking his boss off, Xiang Niu didn't drive too fast, quickly pulling away with Zhang Feng. "Don't let him escape. Chase him!" Big Bear was furious and immediately ordered his henchmen to pursue. However, Zhang Feng stood on the roof of the car and saw a row of headlights approaching on the road ahead, seemingly all dark cars with police faintly printed on them. Did the bell call the police? Zhang Feng felt very surprised. He had thought that a group of men in black suits with watermelon knives would come, but he didn't expect a higher-level presence, the person Big Bear feared the most. Since their reinforcements had arrived, Zhang Feng decided not to run. He signaled for Xiang Niu to turn the car around and stop, ready to show off. Big Bear led over 100 people in pursuit. Seeing Zhang Feng suddenly stop, they hesitated and planned to surround the car. Zhang Feng stood tall on the roof, looking down arrogantly, pointing back and saying, "My people are here. Xiongdi, do you dare to fight me? Damn it, I'll kill you. Get him." This time, Big Bear was completely enraged by Zhang Feng's mockery and no longer cared about anything. They heard the roar of vehicles, and a row of headlights approached, but they were not afraid at all. In this city, they were not afraid of anyone. Who didn't know how powerful their bear gang was? Scare who with a few broken-down cars? Let's see how sharp my blade is. The thugs shouted in unison, displaying great power. However, after the row of dark cars stopped, the rear doors opened, and many people in black training suits jumped down. The front row held riot shields, while the rear immediately formed a combat formation and threw several canisters into the crowd of thugs. Crack! After the canisters burst open, they sprayed out irritating gas, making the thugs unable to open their eyes, with tears and snot flowing, instantly losing their combat effectiveness. It turned out to be tear gas canisters, specialized riot control weapons. Big Bear looked on in astonishment, as if in a dream. What kind of people had this young man brought in? When the people holding riot shields approached, Big Bear finally saw the word SWAT on their shields. Now the identity of the mysterious person was confirmed. It was the SWAT Rapid Response Team for handling emergencies. Damn it, this kid tricked me. Big Bear finally realized that he had been fooled. Zhang Feng had actually brought in riot police, and he had walked right into the trap. Originally wanted to confront head-on, but now Big Bear just wants to run. He doesn't care about these little brothers anymore, and he slips away from the crowd. "We are the police, listen up, please put down your weapons, and squat on the ground with your hands on your head." The special police began to shout, asking these hooligans to disarm and surrender. Seeing the nemesis arrive, the hooligans, affected by tear gas, lost their fighting spirit and all surrendered on the ground. A few clever ones had already run in the opposite direction under the cover of night. Xiangyo, chase. This time it was Zhang Feng who turned around to chase Big Bear. Xiangyo started the car and chased after them, which could be considered as using the last of their courage to pursue the defeated enemy. Big Bear originally wanted to escape in his Land Rover, but Zhang Feng chased too quickly, and he didn't have a chance to get in the car, so he had to continue running into the distance. However, no matter how fast he ran, 2 legs couldn't outrun 4 legs, and he was soon caught up by the car, almost being knocked down. In the midst of the chaos, Big Bear fell, and as he tried to get up, Zhang Feng had already jumped down from the car roof and, taking advantage of gravity, delivered a powerful kick that knocked Big Bear over. Big Bear rolled on the ground, covered in dust. "You think you're tough? Why are you running?" Zhang Feng taunted. "Damn it, I'll kill you." Big Bear, still stubborn, pulled out a bloodstained dagger from his pocket, intending to fight to the death with Zhang Feng. However, Xiangyo had already gotten out of the car, and in front of Xiangyo, who was 9 meters tall, Big Bear was like a weak little chick. Xiangyo grabbed his wrist and disarmed him, then delivered a heavy punch, hitting Big Bear in the left eye. Big Bear was hit so hard that he saw stars, and as he struggled, Zhang Feng delivered another punch to his right eye. With both eyes swollen shut, Big Bear was knocked down, lying on the ground unable to get up. "Hey, get up, Big Bear, aren't you tough?" Zhang Feng walked over and kicked him, but Big Bear didn't move, playing dead on the ground. Netizens laughed, hearing that when encountering a bear in the wild, one should play dead, but they didn't expect Big Bear to play dead as well. Where did his arrogance go? Netizens joked, "I still prefer your unruly appearance just now lying on the ground is really pathetic." Big Bear panted heavily and asked, "Who are you really? I'll let you die with understanding." This time, Zhang Feng took off his sunglasses and mask, and under the car lights, revealed a handsome and resolute face. Zhang Feng. Big Bear widened his eyes, not expecting that the formidable opponent he had fought was actually the well-known anchor Zhang Feng. Then he also realized that his actions just now should have been broadcast live, and now he had no chance. "Why don't you just be a good anchor? Why come and bother me?" Big Bear grumbled resentfully. "Why don't you just be a good citizen? Why cause trouble in this city?" Zhang Feng retorted, leaving Big Bear speechless. At this time, several special police officers ran over and took Big Bear away. A middle-aged special police officer saluted Zhang Feng and asked, "You are Zhang Feng, right? Are you injured?" "I'm not injured," Zhang Feng said. "That's good, come back to the station with us and make a statement." The captain of the special police was polite. Zhang Feng nodded, got into Xiangyo's car, and followed the special police to the city bureau. The police station couldn't record videos or broadcast live, so Zhang Feng bid farewell to the netizens. The martial arts live show for tonight came to an end. Netizens finally closed the live broadcast with satisfaction. Watching Zhang Feng's live broadcast was really enjoyable, something they could never see from other anchors. When Zhang Feng and the others arrived at the city bureau, they found that Gubai was waiting there. It turned out that after Gubai called 110, he was worried about Zhang Feng and reported to the police. Who knows that the police have been watching Big Bear for a long time. When they heard that the famous anchor was in danger, they decided to capture him directly. That's why a team of special police happened to arrive at the scene and captured Big Bear and his subordinates. After hearing this, Zhang Feng realized that this bell was quite interesting, seemingly with a sense of causality. The reason why people came when the bell rang was because of a series of previous events, which also proved the effectiveness of the system. Zhang Feng then made a record. The situation was actually very simple. It was all because of a beautiful girl's card that led to him uprooting the city's largest evil force. This was considered self-defense. Zhang Feng and Xiang Niao were not detained for injuring someone, but instead were commended for capturing criminals. The police awarded him a title for his bravery. After this incident was exposed by the police, Zhang Feng became popular again. Previously, he was known for confronting various oddities in life, but this time he directly declared war on the evil forces and emerged victorious, becoming a role model for passionate young people. As a result, Zhang Feng was praised by many official media outlets as a champion of justice. However, it is not recommended for him to confront criminals alone, as it could be dangerous. Zhang Feng later apologized to his audience during a live broadcast, promising to show off less and set a good example by running away when encountering bad people. But judging from his expression, it was clear that he was not one to obediently follow instructions. It was likely that he would bravely stand up to challenge the evil forces in the future. The outcome of the handling of the four immortals group came out. Due to the large amount of extortion, the main culprit, Gold Chain Man, was sentenced to 8 years in prison, while the other 3 accomplices were sentenced to 3 to 6 years each, which was considered just punishment. As for Big Bear, due to his numerous crimes and the need to verify many clues, the investigation was expected to take at least a few months to conclude, so all that was needed was to wait. Legal experts estimated that his sentence would not be less than 12 years. This matter came to a temporary conclusion. Following the system's requirements, Zhang Feng uprooted the local evil forces and completed the task, receiving a reward from the system. Successfully capturing members of the evil forces, reward of 126,300 yuan and 1 detection glasses. Detection glasses were a frequently used tool. As for the amount of the monetary reward, Zhang Feng was puzzled as to why it was that specific amount. The reward of 1,000 yuan is calculated for capturing 1 member. That explained it. He accepted the money with a clear conscience, as it was a reward for justice. Upon returning to Zhongzhou City, Zhang Feng's life remained calm. At the same time, his eccentric company, Kexing, began trial operations. Many people submitted applications on the website to confront oddities. However, these were just trivial matters like neighbors not taking out the trash or disturbing the peace at night, which could be resolved by contacting the neighborhood committee or the police. The company temporarily stopped accepting such cases. Currently, the company only handled large-scale oddity events with a rating of 4 stars or above. Zhang Feng would not act until the system issued an alert. Due to the high number of applications, Zhang Feng hired several customer service representatives to handle customer inquiries and complaints. After this trip, Zhang Feng confirmed that Gubai and Xiang Niu were trustworthy individuals. Therefore, he gave Gubai some authority to recruit basic employees from the company and lead the team responsible for the live broadcast business. The company gradually began to operate smoothly. One morning, Zhang Feng was sleeping soundly in his new penthouse when he heard a commotion downstairs. He thought it was another disturbance, but then he heard rhythmic sounds coming from the loudspeaker. Ding dong chicken, big dog barking loudly. This song is quite catchy. Zhang Feng searched online and found out that it is a Minnan dialect. He grabbed his umbrella and ID and went downstairs with his phone, also starting a live stream on the way. He used a drone to start the live stream and saw a long line ahead, estimating that it would take a long time before it was his turn. Please turn off the live stream. I don't want to be on camera. At this moment, a young lady from the same neighborhood covered her face and said, it turned out that she had come downstairs in the morning without time to put on makeup, so she was embarrassed to be seen. It's okay, I have activated the privacy mode here, it won't capture you. Zhang Feng showed the other person his live stream interface, where everyone except himself appeared as a mosaic, even their clothing colors were not displayed. So amazing? The neighbor was amazed. This was no joke. The drone was a high-tech product provided by the system, and the privacy mode was just one of its functions, which could avoid outdoor live streaming and accusations of violating portrait rights. Now no one opposed his live streaming, and Zhang Feng chatted with netizens while waiting in line. Suddenly, a woman in her 40s hurried past the line and bumped into Zhang Feng without apologizing, then ran to the front. How can someone have such poor manners? Zhang Feng frowned. Streamer, why don't you confront her? Some netizens encouraged. Zhang Feng smiled and said, forget it, if I confront everyone who bumps into me, I'll become a bully without any respect for the elderly. Although he confronted all kinds of weird people, he was usually a fairly honest and easygoing person. Before long, Zhang Feng heard a commotion at the front of the line. Chinese people are naturally curious, and although Zhang Feng couldn't leave the line, he used his phone to control the drone and flew it to the front of the line to find out what was happening. Please do not cut in line, please follow the order. There were several people in protective suits, big whites, talking to the woman who had just bumped into others. The woman had cut in line from the back, ignoring the long line behind her, insisting on getting her nucleic acid test immediately. In order to maintain public order, the big whites naturally disagreed, leading to a dispute. I'm in a hurry, I still have things to do later. Delaying this could affect a big business deal, the middle-aged woman said. Even if you're in a hurry, you should follow the order. Besides, who in this line isn't in a hurry? Everyone's time is valuable. If you can't make it, you can go to another nucleic acid testing site, as there are lines here. The big white patiently reasoned with the woman. The middle-aged woman said, my matter is more important. It involves a multi-million-dollar international business deal, supplying goods directly to the British royal family. It really can't be delayed. This scene was captured by the drone. Although the woman's face was blurred on the screen, her voice was transmitted to all the netizens watching. The netizens burst into laughter. She talks as if it's a matter of international affairs. This woman really knows how to boast. No, you should arrange your nucleic acid test time yourself if you're in a hurry, instead of sacrificing the interests of the entire queue for your personal time. If we make an exception for you, then everyone will demand an exception, and we won't be able to do our job. Following public order, not cutting in line, even kindergarten children know this principle, but this woman was occupying the front position and not allowing others to take the nucleic acid test, which was being unreasonable. How can you be like this? Everyone is waiting. Hurry up and move aside. The people in line behind her accused the woman, but she acted as if she was in the right, arguing with the big whites and the people in line. It turned into a mess. Ding dong. Discovered a very unreasonable auntie cutting in line, rated as a 2-star weirdo, added to the observation list. The system suddenly sent a prompt, piquing Zhang Feng's interest. It seemed like he might have to intervene. However, she was currently only a 2-star, he would have to wait until she reached 4 stars or above to take action. He actually hoped that this woman would continue causing trouble, so that her weirdo rating would increase, allowing him to teach a lesson to all the people in the world who like to cut in line and are selfish. If you keep causing trouble like this, we will call the police. Even the patient Dubai was driven to the point of no return and picked up his phone. Finally, the middle-aged woman somewhat restrained herself and mumbled as she walked away. The checkpoint finally quieted down, with everyone criticizing the woman for her lack of morals. Order was restored, and the incident subsided. Zhang Feng felt a bit disappointed, as this two-star weirdo had not evolved further, missing his chance to reform her. After waiting for about half an hour, it was finally Zhang Feng's turn. He removed his mask and took a throat swab. "You're Zhang Feng, right? I heard you live in this neighborhood, didn't expect to see you today," a female fan said excitedly. It turned out she was a fan of Zhang Feng, naturally unable to contain her excitement upon meeting her favorite livestreamer, Xiao Zhang. The leader behind her said disapprovingly, and the woman couldn't help but stick out her tongue, realizing that she couldn't discuss personal matters at work, so she had to follow the rules. After completing the nucleic acid test, Zhang Feng went home, preparing to livestream from home today. Suddenly, he received a call from the company's accountant, Chris. "Boss, we signed the advertising contract, 1.2 million for a year." Chris was very happy, as this was their company's first advertising contract. After operating for so long, this was their biggest order. "Very good, everyone worked hard," Zhang Feng encouraged, feeling that this was not enough. In order to motivate everyone, he decided to give a red envelope to all the employees in the company. In the future, whenever there was a big order, he would prepare red envelopes to share the joy with everyone, motivating all employees to work hard to secure big contracts. This was positive reinforcement. Zhang Feng was about to send red envelopes in the employee group chat, but felt that the festive atmosphere was lacking. He thought back to the Chinese New Year when elders would give cash red envelopes. The feeling of holding the thick envelope was quite satisfying. "Yes, I should give out cash red envelopes." Zhang Feng had a good idea, but it was difficult. He searched his home and found that his wallet was cleaner than his face. In today's world where mobile payments were so advanced, Zhang Feng rarely carried cash with him. Since the last time he spent all his cash in Xiong village, he hadn't gone to withdraw money again. So today, in order to give out red envelopes, he decided to make a trip to the bank, withdraw money, and then distribute the red envelopes at the company. Without wasting any time, Zhang Feng changed into a new set of clothes and headed out for the livestream. He had several bank cards, and the nearest one to his home was Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. When he arrived at the bank, he found a line outside the ATM. "Why do you have to line up to withdraw money? Are people so wealthy now that they need to spend a lot of cash every day?" Zhang Feng was puzzled, and only after asking the bank security maintaining order did he realize that the bank's system was being upgraded today, so only one ATM was operational, and it was responding very slowly, causing all the users to wait. "Isn't this troublesome?" Since that was the case, Zhang Feng decided to go to another bank to withdraw money. After all, he had several bank cards, and it was unlikely that all the major banks were undergoing system upgrades. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes suddenly focused, because he saw a familiar person. A middle-aged woman, like a bolt from the blue, ran to the front of the line and tried to occupy the vacant spot at the ATM. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't cut in line, I've been waiting for over 20 minutes. A man in his 50s behind her blocked her path. The woman said, "How can a big man like you be so petty? Don't you know that ladies go first?" The old man asked, "Do I know you?" "No, you don't," the woman replied. "Then are you my long-lost daughter?" the old man asked. The middle-aged woman cursed on the spot, "Are you crazy? Who are you to me? Look at your old, dim eyes, and you still want to be my father. Go look at yourself in the mirror." The old man also got angry. "I don't know you, and you are not my daughter. Why should I let you cut in line? Get to the back." The old man pushed the woman aside and entered the ATM. The security lock automatically dropped, isolating the woman outside. "Good." Seeing this scene, the netizens couldn't help but exclaim, "This woman is habitually selfish, completely self-centered, as if everyone should accommodate her." The system also sent a prompt. The queue-cutting ant's weirdness level has risen to 3 stars and entered the key observation list. Zhang Feng was excited. It seemed that this ant was really hiding her high weirdness index. Let's see how she will cause trouble next. After the old man pushed aside the middle-aged woman and entered the ATM to withdraw money, a young woman in her 20s with glasses stood behind. The middle-aged woman looked at her and said, "Young lady, I need to withdraw money urgently, let me go first." The girl shook her head, "No, I need to go to work right after withdrawing money, I'm already late." "What's wrong with you, young lady? Don't you understand respecting the elderly and loving the young?" The middle-aged woman started moral coercion. "But I'm also in a hurry. My boss just called and scolded me. I only earn 5 to 6,000 a month from working, and I still have to endure scolding. Is it easy for me?" As the girl spoke, her eyes turned red. It seemed that she was a young girl who had become a wage slave at a young age. "I'll be quick in withdrawing money, just give me a few minutes," the middle-aged woman said, and she directly squeezed in front of the girl, making the girl stumble and be downgraded from the first in line to the second. "What's wrong with you? the girl with glasses complained. But perhaps not wanting to cause a conflict, she also reluctantly endured it. At this time, the bank security guard came over and asked the middle-aged woman to go to the back of the line and not disturb public order. The middle-aged woman retorted on the spot. The young girl didn't say anything. "Why are you, a security guard, meddling?" The security guard said, "This is my job. Why can't I manage you? Let me tell you, I am a VIP customer of your bank, with a monthly turnover of several million in my account. Is this how you treat a VIP? Be careful, I will complain about you." The middle-aged woman, who was in the wrong, acted tough. The security guard, displeased, said, "Everyone here is a bank customer. What are you hiding from? Go to the back of the line. What's your attitude? Believe me, with one phone call, I can get you fired. You ignorant thing, go away." The middle-aged woman was the first to lose her temper and even resorted to threats. The security guard was angry. He was just a security guard, earning $3,000 to $4,000 a month, and he was being threatened like this. He immediately reached out to pull the woman and drag her out of the line. "What are you doing? I warn you not to touch me, be careful, I will sue you for harassment." The middle-aged woman was shameless, using gender advantage. The security guard was so angry that he was panting heavily, and his anger was rising. Ding! The weirdness level of the cue-cutting Aunt Song Chudan has risen to 4 stars. Immediate rectification is required. Depending on the rectification result, the host will be rewarded. The system then followed up with, "The novice stage has now ended. If the rectification fails, the host will be punished." Zhang Feng, who had been watching the show for a long time, finally heard the long-awaited task prompt, and this time, the prompt was different from before. Without the 3 options, and with the addition of a punishment mechanism, it seems that he is already a mature contestant and does not need any hints. In that case, Zhang Feng stepped forward and persuaded the angry security guard to stop. Zhang Feng said to him, "Don't get angry dealing with this kind of line cutter, just hand her over to me." "Who are you?" The security guard looked puzzled and looked up and down, unable to see the face of this young man wearing sunglasses and a mask. Zhang Feng took off the mask and sunglasses, revealing his original appearance. "Aren't you the anchor who often appears on TV?" The security guard also watched the news and immediately recognized Zhang Feng. "Yes, I am Zhang Feng. So can you hand her over to me?" Zhang Feng asked with a smile. "Of course, please." The security guard knew that he would only solve things with violence, which could likely make things worse, while Zhang Feng was a well-known anchor who professionally dealt with oddities, so he stepped aside to watch the show. At this time, the line-cutting middle-aged woman, Song Chudan, stared suspiciously at Zhang Feng and also recognized him. Song Chudan snorted, "Aren't you just a beggar on the internet, living off of other people's rewards? Are you meddling again?" Zhang Feng suddenly reached into his pocket, shook the bell inside, and said, "Your words are malicious, our anchors don't steal or rob, we earn money with our skills, how does that make us beggars? According to your theory, when you work for your boss every month and only get a meager salary, aren't you also asking for food from your boss? Where's the nobility in that?" Zhang Feng's words left the middle-aged woman speechless. "Humph, this is none of your business, I hope you don't make trouble for yourself." Song Chudan rolled her eyes. "How is it not my business? You cut in line and wasted my time, of course it's my business," Zhang Feng said. "The girl behind me didn't say anything. What are you pretending to be so important for?" In any case, Song Chudan's intention was clear. She occupied the first position and wouldn't allow anyone else to take it. Moreover, she straightened her back and said confidently, "If you dare touch me, I will sue you for harassment." This was pure hooliganism. This kind of woman who was causing trouble made the netizens angry. Some said that dealing with this kind of woman, a few words would make her obedient. However, Zhang Feng wouldn't choose to do that. He was representing justice and was currently dealing with a 4-star oddity. If he used violence, then even the justified would become unjust. Zhang Feng had a better way to resolve the situation, which was to shake the bell. He had just shaken someone, and his reinforcements would arrive at the scene in 30 seconds. At this time, the old man in the ATM had already finished withdrawing money, but found that Song Chudan was blocking the door, so he knocked on the glass, asking her to move. "It's my turn next, no one can take it from me." Song Chudan moved aside a bit, then blocked the position behind her, guarding against others trying to take it, thinking that everyone was as selfish as her. After the old man came out, Song Chudan immediately rushed into the ATM booth, but suddenly her arms were grabbed by someone and she couldn't move. "Harassment, a famous anchor is harassing me." Song Chudan thought it was Zhang Feng who had grabbed her, so she shouted desperately, hoping to attract everyone's attention. "Don't speak nonsense, I didn't touch you." Zhang Feng raised his hands, indicating his innocence. Song Chudan turned around and saw that Zhang Feng was a meter away from her, being held by 2 strong women. The term strong women was not used lightly, because these two women wearing black tight vests were indeed strong. Various muscle contours could be seen on their clothes. They were the two fitness beauties called by the bell. Both were muscular and could be called female bodybuilders. With the cooperation of these two short-haired fitness beauties, Song Chudan was caught and couldn't move at all. Song Chudan struggled desperately, but her strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the two fitness beauties. She couldn't move at all. The reason Zhang Feng called two fitness beauties was to prevent this Song Chudan from causing trouble, shouting indecently everywhere. This time he brought women to catch her so she couldn't use her gender advantage to cause trouble. The people in line were all dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Zhang Feng said to the second girl in line, "It's your turn, go get the money quickly, don't let the bad guys snatch it first." The girl in line finally understood that Zhang Feng had brought reinforcements to help those who were being cut in line to reclaim their rights. "Thank you, Zhang Feng." The girl in line was grateful and then went into the ATM booth to get money. "Zhang Feng, how dare you treat me like this, I won't let you off," Song Chudan shouted. "Coincidentally, that's what I want to say to you." Zhang Feng smiled slightly, and he was about to confront this four-star line cutter head-on. "Someone, take this old lady away and teach her what it means to line up," Zhang Feng shouted, and the two fitness beauties each grabbed Song Chudan's arms, lifted her feet off the ground, and carried her to the end of the line. When the two beauties let go, Song Chudan squatted on the ground, almost falling on her head. "I'll kill you." Song Chudan's lips trembled with anger. Being unable to cut in line was a rare thing in her life, and she was about to attack the two fitness beauties. She wanted to use her martial arts skills to scratch the faces of these two younger and prettier women. "Ha!" The two fitness beauties looked at her, their eyes suddenly fierce. One flexed her biceps, as if Popeye had eaten spinach, the other flexed her muscles, revealing the fine shark muscles on her abdomen. This display of muscles immediately intimidated Song Chudan. Although she had strange thoughts, she was not stupid. Seeing that the other party's strength far exceeded hers, and being both women, she had no chance of winning in a fight and couldn't resort to bullying, so she reluctantly lowered her raised hand. But she turned and rushed towards Zhang Feng, wanting to confront him. Zhang Feng was a man, so she could use gender advantage to bully him and occupy the moral high ground. However, the two fitness beauties stood in front of Zhang Feng. These two girls were actually rare female bodyguards who had received a call from a mysterious person, offering them a high salary to come to the bank entrance and follow Zhang Feng's temporary command. With them around, Song Chudan couldn't cause trouble. It had to be said that without the gender advantage, Song Chudan's arrogance was greatly diminished. "Come and see, a famous anchor is bullying people and bullying honest people," Song Chudan began to shout, calling on passers-by to come and support her. Surprisingly, some passers-by did come over, pointing and gesturing at Zhang Feng. But she forgot that there were so many people in line who were all witnesses, and everyone started to criticize her. Song Chudan's trick of stirring up trouble failed. Zhang Feng mocked, "Auntie, stop making trouble, the public's eyes are sharp, your tricks won't work here. Don't be smug, this isn't over." Song Chudan's face turned green with anger, standing at the end of the line, her eyes glaring at Zhang Feng as if she wanted to kill him. At the same time, she kept muttering under her breath, definitely not saying anything nice, probably cursing Zhang Feng's ancestors. Zhang Feng chuckled lightly, this weirdo was actually challenging him, so brave. It seemed he had been too lenient, so today, he would confront this line-cutting ant in front of netizens. With Zhang Feng's maintenance, the queue was orderly. After half an hour, Song Chudan finally approached the ATM machine. This was one of the few times she followed the rules and lined up, making her feel uncomfortable all over. At this moment, she had become the first in line, and as soon as the person in front came out of the ATM booth, she could withdraw money. In the early days of the Song dynasty, Dan gave Zhang Feng a triumphant glare, as if to say, "What are you being so arrogant about? Isn't it my turn to withdraw money?" Later, the person in front left after withdrawing money, but Zhang Feng, taking the lead, entered the booth. As the security lock fell, Song Chudan experienced a sense of loss. "You actually cut in line. Come and see, the famous anchor is cutting in line. He accused me of cutting in line, but he did the same." Song Chudan finally found a way to attack Zhang Feng and shouted loudly. However, everyone looked at her as if she were a fool. "Hey, lady, maybe you forgot that I also participated in the line before. I was in front of you, and I didn't leave, so the line I was in is still there. Now it's my turn to withdraw money, what's wrong with that?" Zhang Feng's words in the ATM booth left Song Chudan speechless and uncomfortable. "Ah!" Song Chudan grabbed her hair in frustration, looking like she was about to go crazy. Netizens laughed, "Is this woman infected with the zombie virus? The anchor is so bad, making this shrew lose her temper, but I like it." The netizens were amused, but Song Chudan was furious. Fine, I'll wait, it's my turn next anyway. Song Chudan, panting heavily, waited outside, thinking it would be her turn in a few minutes. When she entered the booth, she would definitely mock Zhang Feng. However, how could Zhang Feng give her the chance? He withdrew 100 yuan from the ATM, then clicked Continue to withdraw money and withdrew another 100 yuan, repeating this process. He only withdrew 100 yuan each time, just for fun. Seeing this, Song Chudan was dumbfounded again. It was obvious that Zhang Feng was trying to provoke her, deliberately wasting time and not letting her withdraw money. You are out of line, you are wasting public resources, come and see. Song Chudan started shouting again. Zhang Feng said to her, can you calm down? Don't just use words randomly. My withdrawal is reasonable and legal, what's wrong with that? Song Chudan went to find the bank security guard to intervene. However, the security guard ignored her, as she had previously threatened and insulted the security guard, so now it was tit for tat. Song Chudan hit a wall and went to find the bank's lobby manager to seek justice. The lobby manager also had no solution, as withdrawing money is the customer's right, and he expressed his helplessness. The lobby manager said, you can go to other branches, or come back tomorrow to withdraw money. When our system is upgraded, several ATMs will open at the same time, and you can easily withdraw money. Song Chudan exclaimed, what kind of bank are you? You don't care about this? The lobby manager said, Zhang Feng did not violate any regulations, we have no right to interfere. In addition, today is a special situation, please understand. I can't understand at all. Song Chudan said she couldn't understand, and angrily went back outside the bank. Suddenly, she saw several people queuing up behind her, and she came up with a cunning plan. Come and see, the famous anchor is occupying the ATM and deliberately delaying everyone's time. She used her traditional ability to manipulate public opinion to attack Zhang Feng. However, to her surprise, 2 female bodyguards took a stack of pink bills from Zhang Feng and distributed one to each person in line. When the bodyguards handed out the money, they apologized, I'm sorry, the anchor is currently dealing with the oddity of cutting in line, so you can't withdraw money here for the time being. This 100 yuan is your compensation for lost wages and taxi fare. Please go to another bank to withdraw money. Thank you for your understanding. These people who were withdrawing money were very surprised to find themselves caught up in a live broadcast. Don't talk about giving money, even if they don't give money, they all want to cooperate with Zhang Feng. They usually like to watch Zhang Feng confront the weirdos. Zhang host is too polite. The people in line happily took the money and left, while some stayed in place to watch the excitement. The 2 female bodyguards also began to use a megaphone to explain that this is a scene of confronting weirdos, and everyone should not line up here to avoid wasting time. Now Song Chudan was at a loss. As long as Zhang Feng is here, she won't be able to get the money. You're tough. Song Chudan was at a loss and left angrily. The host is awesome. This weirdo confrontation is powerful. The netizens in the live broadcast room laughed and enjoyed watching the live confrontation with weirdos. They used to only be able to condemn people who cut in line, but it was useless. They never thought that Zhang Feng could make the line-cutting woman leave in a panic. It's nothing. Zhang Feng smiled and then came out of the ATM booth, letting others go to get the money. Since Song Chudan had left, he didn't need to get the money either. Then, Zhang Feng controlled the drone to track Song Chudan's whereabouts. When the netizens saw this, they exclaimed, wow, this is still a drama, the confrontation is not over yet. Of course it wouldn't be over. The system's task of rectifying weirdos wouldn't end so easily. He wanted Song Chudan to experience the pain of being cut in line by others. He also wanted all the people in the world who like to cut in line to be taught a lesson. Zhang Feng saw on his phone that Song Chudan seemed to be heading to another ICBC branch. Of course, he couldn't let her have her way. He was too slow to catch up, so he rang the bell again and arranged for someone to line up at that ICBC branch. It didn't have to be fast, as long as they could line up in front of Song Chudan. Soon, another man in a suit was invited to come. When he saw Song Chudan, he stood at the end of the line. Song Chudan didn't notice that she had been followed by the drone the whole time, and she continued to carry on the old tradition of cutting in line, heading straight to the front of the ATM line. Madam, please follow public order. At this time, the man in the suit stepped forward and blocked Song Chudan. Song Chudan was furious. Who do you think you are? Just because a trashy host left, you want to meddle too? The man in the suit was not angry, because there was no need to argue with a stubborn person. He just quietly watched Song Chudan. As long as she didn't cut in line, everything was fine. Get out of the way. Song Chudan shouted hoarsely, trying to scare off the man in the suit with her hysterics. The man in the suit remained unmoved, quietly watching her performance. Song Chudan, who liked to cut in line, finally met her match. She was not as strong as a man, and with the man in the suit blocking her, she couldn't push her way to the front. The security guards also came over and asked Song Chudan to line up. She no longer had the chance to cut in line. She was so angry that she gasped for breath for a long time, and then she remembered that she could go inside the bank hall to get the money. But because the bank's system was being upgraded today, the business volume had surged, and dozens of people had gathered in the hall. They were not serving customers who wanted to withdraw small amounts of cash, so she could only go to the ATM outside to get the money. Helpless, Song Chudan had to come outside again. This time, in order to get the money, she could only obediently line up. For her, who was jokingly called the queen of cutting in line by netizens, this felt like a great humiliation. But the humiliation was not over yet. Zhang Feng calmly arrived at the scene and looked at Song Chudan, revealing a playful smile. You really are persistent, but... Song Chudan immediately showed a smug smile. Even if you come to line up, you have to line up behind me. Do you dare to cut in line? If you cut in line, I'll expose you. Song Chudan seemed to have a hold on Zhang Feng, and she laughed triumphantly, almost grinning from ear to ear. Oh, really? This time I'm not lining up, so go ahead. Zhang Feng made a pleased gesture, letting her do as she pleased. Song Chudan seemed to have won, holding her head high and feeling unbeatable. And Zhang Feng was live streaming on the side, chatting with netizens. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed, and Song Chudan finally ranked second, with the man in the suit in front of her. As soon as the man in the suit finished withdrawing money, it would be her turn. Song Chudan was feeling beautiful at the moment. However, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, the man in the suit in front of the ATM machine kept withdrawing money, and each time it was 100 yuan. This behavior seemed strangely familiar. Could the habit of withdrawing money 1 bill at a time be contagious? Hey, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep withdrawing money? Song Chudan angrily tapped on the ATM's partition. She couldn't understand why she was first in line but still couldn't withdraw money. At this moment, the man in the suit in the booth turned around and said to her, I'm sorry, I'm an undercover agent. Then he turned to Zhang Feng and greeted him, Mr. Zhang, hello. The man in the suit was called over by the system to pay, so he respectfully called Zhang Feng the boss. Song Chudan was instantly petrified. Netizens burst into laughter. They didn't expect this man in the suit to be associated with Zhang Feng. The comedic effect was truly excellent. Netizens found it hilarious to see bizarre live streams and were rolling on the floor laughing. The host is amazing, playing undercover even with an ATM. I'm about to burst out laughing. Host, you owe me lunch. If I were this woman, I'd find a hole to hide in. It's so embarrassing. Netizens were jubilant in the barrage, joking that a bizarre woman wanting to challenge the king of bizarre. Wasn't that like dancing with a big knife in front of Guangdong? I refuse to believe I can't withdraw money. Song Chudan, excited and flushed, took a taxi directly to the nearest bank. It was the agricultural bank 1 kilometer away. The agricultural bank had not upgraded its system. Even if she had to pay a fee for interbank withdrawals, she was determined to prove a point. However, no matter how fast she was, she couldn't match the speed of the system. Before she reached the agricultural bank, someone had already arrived and queued in front of her. This demonstrated the power of the system and high-tech drones working together. Basically, any bizarre incidents around Zhang Feng couldn't escape tracking. So after Song Chudan changed several banks, she was still disrupted by a bunch of undercover agents and didn't withdraw a single cent. There's a saying that even a penny can stump a hero. This line-cutting woman was also stumped by cash. Song Chudan was furious, but she seemed to give up. She took a taxi and left the bank without withdrawing money, heading to the trading company where she worked. By this time, Zhang Feng had already obtained Song Chudan's personal information, which was checked by Kulo. Song Chudan, female, 46 years old, unmarried, working at Buxiang Import and Export Trading Company as a salesperson, with a monthly salary of around 5,000 yuan. This middle-aged woman with nothing special, how did she develop such a bizarre personality? Not being able to withdraw money was just an appetizer. Zhang Feng wanted her to truly feel regret, so he had to be more severe. Goodbye, did you see my live stream this morning? Edit some videos related to that woman named Song Chudan and distribute them on all online accounts. Zhang Feng's intention was for everyone in the world to see how shameless and selfish this woman was. This matter would continue until Song Chudan apologized and repented on her own. At this moment, inside the Buxiang Trading Company, the manager was receiving a British client. Mr. Smith, these are samples from our company, please have a look. Inside Buxiang Company, a male manager personally received the British client. However, during the reception, the manager looked displeased and quietly asked the person next to him, "Where is Song Chudan? This is her client. Why isn't she here to receive them?" She said someone wouldn't let her withdraw money, so she arrived late. The manager's secretary replied quietly, "What a mess, I'll deal with her later." The manager, after getting angry, put on a flattering smile again to entertain the foreign client. After lunchtime, Song Chudan rushed to the company and quickly began receiving clients. When guests come to the company, of course, they need to be treated to a meal. They ordered a table of dishes in the company's downstairs restaurant to entertain the distinguished guests. Mr. Smith, you are making the right choice by partnering with us. Our company's products are of high quality, our employees are highly skilled, and we will definitely meet your satisfaction. The manager kept persuading the client to place an order during the banquet. I need to take another look. Smith, with blue eyes and a high nose, replied in a mix of Chinese and English. They had a pleasant meal together, and in the afternoon when they returned to Bushong Company, Smith toured the company, hoping to fully understand Bushong Company before placing an order. Song Chudan accompanied him, flattering the guest by promoting the toilet seat produced by their company. Mr. Smith, this is the toilet seat produced by our company, noble and elegant, certified by national safety and quality standards, an absolute top-quality product worthy of a royal toilet. It turned out that she had mentioned a big business deal with the British royal family before, selling toilet seats, which was indeed noble. Smith was indeed a small purchaser for a foreign royal family, not where the queen lived, but a new property of the royal family where he needed to purchase some building materials, so he came to our country to make selections on site. This selection not only involved inspecting product quality but also examining the company's qualifications. There could be no negative news, as it would affect the reputation of the royal family. After touring for the whole afternoon, Smith was ready to place an order when suddenly his friend called him. Smith, are you at Bushong Company? Yes, Smith replied. Oh, damn, that company has a problem, take a look at this news. Smith's friend sent him a news link. When he opened it on his phone, he saw the female employee in front of him, behaving rudely, cutting in line everywhere, and publicly threatening and humiliating others, displaying such low morals that it was disgusting. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Your company hires such people as employees, must also have bad intentions. I'm not buying anymore. After criticizing, Smith was about to leave. Wait, Mr. Smith, what's going on? The manager panicked and quickly stopped the client. Take a look at what your good employee has done. It's all over the internet. Smith left angrily. The manager was dumbfounded and quickly checked the headlines on his phone, only to see the glorious experience of his employee, Song Chudan. Song Chudan, have you lost your mind? Doing good deeds and getting live-streamed, you've ruined this deal. The manager scolded furiously. She was live-streaming? How did I not know? Song Chudan picked up her phone in a hurry and found her inbox flooded with messages asking what had happened. She had suffered from her lack of education, unaware of the miniature high-tech drones in the sky. She thought outdoor live streamers just held up a selfie stick to broadcast, and since she didn't see Zhang Feng holding up a stick, she thought he wasn't live streaming, but he had actually recorded everything. Song Chudan couldn't speak now, feeling a mix of emotions. While the manager was still scolding her for her foolishness, he suddenly received a call from the chairman. What have you done? Good deeds don't go out, bad news travels 1,000 miles. Our Bushong stock has already started to drop. How are you managing your subordinates? The chairman scolded the manager, and the blame game continued. Yes, I will immediately reorganize personnel and discipline. The manager assured with a cold sweat. The chairman coldly snorted, humph, quickly arrange for an apology. We can't fire the employee over this, or our company will completely become a negative image. Figure out how to handle this, I hope you know what to do. Okay, I will handle it as soon as possible. After dealing with the chairman, the manager looked at Song Chudan with a frosty expression. It's all because of this Zhang Feng, he's the one who caused this. Song Chudan defended herself. I think you're the one trying to harm me. The manager scolded her, pointing at her and cursing loudly. Write a self-criticism for me, let me review it. If it's approved, we will make a video specifically for you to apologize to the whole internet. Why should I apologize? What's wrong with cutting in line? From the beginning to now, Song Chudan still hasn't understood why she was exposed, why she was criticized by everyone. The manager was so angry that he almost pinched his own philtrum, blaming himself for having such a foolish woman under his command. Are you right or wrong in what you did? Don't you have any sense of propriety? Why are you still so stubborn? If you don't publicly apologize, don't even think about getting a bonus. The manager left in anger, letting others teach Song Chudan the principles of being a good person. If they couldn't teach her well, the entire department's monthly bonuses would be deducted. Originally, other colleagues were just bystanders, but now they were involved. If they didn't educate this oddball properly, their own bonuses would be affected. So they came over, earnestly advising Song Chudan to apologize quickly. Why should I apologize? I was the one being bullied. You guys didn't help your colleague, but instead joined others in bullying me," Song Chu-dan said angrily. A colleague with a bad temper immediately retorted, "What you said is wrong. We support what's right, not just our own people. Think about it, is cutting in line a good thing? Why are you so angry when someone cuts in front of you? What's wrong with me cutting in line? It's not illegal," Song Chu-dan argued back. The colleague rolled their eyes, disdainfully saying, "Who said it's not illegal? If you frequently cut in line and cause friction with others, that's provocation and troublemaking. If it gets serious, you might end up getting arrested by the police. Mind your own business." Song Chu-dan immediately got into an argument with the colleague, and then was pulled away by others. However, many colleagues who had a good relationship with her didn't want to deal with her anymore. This woman was unteachable and causing them to lose their bonuses. She wasn't a colleague, she was trouble. Now Song Chu-dan had become a target in the company. The manager took back all her work tasks, leaving her with nothing to do except apologize. Song Chu-dan caused a scene in the office, so the manager kicked her out and told her to reflect at home. When she left the company, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. As she rode the elevator and walked down the hallway, people around her whispered and pointed. "Isn't that Song Chu-dan, the one who cut in line?" "Yes, it's her. I can't believe it, her character is so bad." "Who are you talking about?" Song Chu-dan heard this and became furious. "We're talking about a trashy woman who likes to cut in line. What's wrong? Are you that trashy woman?" Two young ladies passing by didn't show any sympathy towards her. "Talking behind my back, you're the trashy ones." Song Chu-dan immediately got into a heated argument with them. She could argue with 3 people in 10 minutes. Later, the young girls were pulled away by their companions, ending the argument. Song Chu-dan was extremely angry, so she put on a mask to avoid being recognized. While waiting for a ride outside the office building, she suddenly saw an empty ATM machine on the roadside. She hurried over to withdraw 3,000 yuan, waving the cash around to show off. "I got the money, look, it's cash." Song Chu-dan was like Fan Jin who had won the lottery, dancing on the street. "Show off." People passing by gave her a disdainful look and walked away. They couldn't believe she was so happy over 3,000 yuan. Song Chu-dan stood there dumbfounded, realizing how immature she was. She felt her face burning with embarrassment, covering it as she made her way back to her rented room. But it wasn't over yet. As soon as Song Chu-dan returned to her rented room, she received a phone call. The first to call Song Chu-dan was her parents who were far away. She wanted to complain to her parents, but instead, she was scolded by them. "Near, are the things shown on TV true?" her father with an accent asked. "Yes." Song Chu-dan weakly replied. "You've become like this now. How did I educate you when you were young? Why are you so incorrigible?" Father was angry and started blaming. Song Chu-dan immediately said with grievance, "I can tolerate it when others say it, but how can you say that to me? I work alone in a different place, I'm over 40 and still don't have a partner. Is it easy for me?" Saying this, she started crying with grievance. "Ah, what can I say to you?" Father couldn't say anything either. Song Chu-dan's father is just an ordinary retired worker, living his old age in his hometown. Song Chu-dan only goes back once every 2 or 3 years, and communication is limited, so her parents didn't know that their daughter would become like this. Now this matter has spread around the neighborhood, causing great embarrassment to the elderly couple. Then the phone was handed over to the mother, who became more kind and earnest, advising her daughter that there must be a reason for her actions, and that everything would be fine once the matter was explained. Hearing this, Song Chu-dan cried even more sadly, as if she had cried out all her grievances. Song Chu-dan also expressed her grievances, saying that she had great work pressure, and being too picky when she was young had led her to become a leftover woman at an older age. She was unwilling to compromise and marry a divorced man as a stepmother, so she might end up living a lonely life. Coupled with some symptoms of menopause, she felt very anxious, so she resorted to disruptive behavior like cutting in line to relieve her distress. Her mother advised her not to be afraid when facing problems, as everyone makes mistakes in their lifetime, and it's important to acknowledge and correct them. Her mother's words opened up Song Chu-dan's heart, and she finally realized her mistake. After the call ended, she cried bitterly under the covers, and her mood improved slightly. So she recorded an apology video and sent it to her manager. "Okay, it's fine now that you've done this." The manager agreed and took the video to the chairman. As long as the chairman approved, it could be distributed across the internet. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Feng, who was live streaming at home, received a reminder from netizens that Song Chu-dan had issued an apology statement. Zhang Feng opened the video link and started watching. "I am Song Chu-dan. I'm sorry everyone, my inappropriate words and actions have had a negative impact. I sincerely apologize to the people of the whole country. In the video, Song Chudan bowed 90 degrees and maintained the position for a full minute before raising her head. Her face was visibly red, with tears in her eyes, and she continued to apologize for over 6 minutes, sounding quite sincere. Finally, Song Chudan said that to show her remorse, she was willing to volunteer in the community for a year for free, as a form of redemption, and asked everyone to supervise her words and actions. If she violated morals and laws again, they could do whatever they wanted to her. Following this, her company, Bushan, also issued an apology statement, acknowledging their failure in cultivating the moral character of their employees, and causing trouble to the people. At the same time, they thanked Zhang Feng for taking a stand against unethical behavior like cutting in line, stating that only by standing up against such behavior could the social atmosphere improve. After watching the video, netizens asked Zhang Feng for his opinion. Zhang Feng said, "The apology attitude seems quite sincere, so let's forgive her for now. After all, it's just cutting in line, not worth condemning her to death. I confront the absurd, not to ruin her reputation, but to correct her absurd thoughts and warn others who behave like Song Chudan. As long as they realize their mistakes, my efforts won't be in vain." Good. Everyone praised Zhang Feng for his upright principles. Some were initially worried that he would go too far in confronting the absurd, and only stop when Song Chudan was driven to despair and imprisoned, but this level is just right. Actually, they all misunderstood Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng has never been a cruel person, it's just that those weirdos needed to be dealt with. If Wang Suihua, Xiao Pu, and others had recognized their mistakes early on and sincerely apologized, they wouldn't have ended up in such a difficult situation. Confronting weirdos is not the goal, educating the public is Zhang Feng's goal. Just like the lyrics sing, if everyone contributes a little love, the world will become a better place. The next day, the Bushan company formed a work group to accompany Song Chudan to do volunteer work in the community, and they also invited Zhang Feng to observe. After Zhang Feng arrived at the scene, he and other media personnel conducted a live broadcast together. The current Song Chudan, without her previous unreasonable behavior, respectfully apologized when she saw Zhang Feng from a distance, then went to sweep the streets with a broom and visit elderly widows with other volunteers. The camera followed her for a morning, and she was seen to be diligent and humble in her work, showing that she had truly learned her lesson. In the following days, elementary schools and kindergartens across the country held activities promoting civility, such as "Speak Civilly, I am a good child who doesn't cut in line," which significantly alleviated the problem of cutting in line. Many netizens provided feedback that they used to encounter line cutters frequently, but for several days now, they hadn't encountered any, thanks to Zhang Feng's efforts. This time, he once again confronted the weirdos and helped them reform, purifying the social atmosphere. The system also sent him a reward, successfully rectified the 4-star line-cutting aunties, rewarded with 1/6 of a private jet fragment. A private jet. Zhang Feng became interested, this time the system was really generous. Private jets cost at least several million, and some even cost billions. By receiving 1/6 of the fragment as a reward, all he needed was to collect the remaining 5/6 of the fragments to own a private jet. When boys are young, they usually dream of becoming pilots and flying planes. Although Zhang Feng doesn't know how to fly a plane, owning his own plane at a young age is even more impressive than being a pilot. Zhang Feng couldn't wait to collect the remaining fragments. To obtain the fragments, he needed to confront weirdos to complete tasks, but it seemed that the weirdos knew not to mess with Zhang Feng, as he hadn't encountered any for several days. While he hadn't encountered any weirdos, Zhang Feng received an invitation letter from his high school classmate Zhuang Zhigua, inviting him to his wedding next weekend. Congratulations! Zhang Feng congratulated his old classmate over the phone. Being single himself, it was enviable that his old classmates were getting married. "You, as a famous anchor, must come to the wedding," Zhuang Zhigua warmly invited. Definitely. Being from the same city, Zhang Feng would definitely attend his classmate's wedding. The two were best friends during their school days, often playing together and having a deep bond. Zhang Feng planned to give a red envelope with 6,666 yuan, wishing the newlyweds a smooth journey ahead. Upon learning of his classmate's wedding, Zhang Feng seemed to be surrounded by a joyful atmosphere. Some fans, encouraged by him, resolved their encounters with weirdos in life. To show their gratitude to Zhang Feng, they sent him local specialties and gifts. For example, Zhou Shuran sent him watermelons she grew. Previously, she sent him pumpkins, and now watermelons. Luckily, there were no northern melons, or she would have to send those next time. These gifts included daily necessities, as well as digital products. Zhang Feng was also delighted, like many other anchors, to make unboxing fan gifts a live broadcast topic. However, the situation quickly changed. In the following days, when Zhang Feng opened the fan gifts during the live broadcast, he found a pair of black stockings. A fan even left a message hoping that the anchor would wear them to avoid cold legs in autumn and winter. Zhang Feng jokingly gestured the stockings near his legs and said, "If I wear them, the leg hair will come out, turning them into pants, right?" This time the fans were entertained, and they didn't expect the host to be so talented. Other fans were discussing in the barrage, suggesting sending some weird stuff to tease the host, such as canned sardines, black garlic, and the like. Zhang Feng said, "Stop, those things are at the level of biochemical weapons, not recommended for the host, and I won't open them. You waste money, I waste time, just like the news about mineral water a while ago, it can be done, but not advocated." After unpacking more than 20 fan gifts, Zhang Feng was tired from unpacking and a little hungry. He happened to see a package labeled as Nourishing Bird's Nest, which was a good thing, so he decided to open it and do a mukbang for the fans. So he opened the bird's nest package and found it was canned, with very fancy packaging. The can was printed with a picture of bird's nest, and the formula table said it was pure bird's nest with high content, and the production date was last week, very fresh. So today I will eat bird's nest, thanks for the fans' support. After Zhang Feng opened the bird's nest, his expression changed because this bird's nest seemed a bit off. Stirring it with a spoon, it felt very thin, similar to watery porridge without rice, with only a few strands of what seemed to be bird's nest. But even if the bird's nest content was low, it shouldn't be in this state. This doesn't seem right. How much does this cost per can? Why is there so little bird's nest? Zhang Feng approached the screen to show the bird's nest to the audience, and the audience quickly recognized it, typing, "Isn't this the bird's nest that the popular streamer Zinkba endorsed? You can't taste the bird's nest at all." "Yeah, I bought it too. It doesn't seem like bird's nest, it's sweet, similar to drinking sugar water. It's cheap, but you can't taste the bird's nest inside, very disappointing." Surprisingly, many netizens had eaten this kind of bird's nest, indicating that the sales volume was not small. Zhang Feng, with a skeptical attitude, took a spoonful and put it in his mouth. Immediately, a taste of inferior mixed sugar water spread in his mouth, and Zhang Feng spat out the bird's nest in his mouth and went to the bathroom to rinse his mouth. When he came back, he said, "This shouldn't be bird's nest, even if bird's nest is thin, it shouldn't feel like this when eaten." After all, Zhang Feng was knowledgeable, and based on his taste and intuition, he judged that this was not bird's nest. He heard that it cost over 40 yuan per can, and at this price, it was unlikely to be made with real bird's nest. At best, it was similar to the elusive beef and kangshifu braised beef noodles, only existing in the demonstration picture. "I'm sorry to the fan who sent the bird's nest, I won't eat this bird's nest. To compensate everyone, I've decided to cook a portion of bird's nest myself to compare." Zhang Feng immediately went to the department store and spent over 1,000 yuan to buy a bird's nest gift box, which looked like a genuine bird's nest from the appearance. Zhang Feng brought it home and, following the online instructions, soaked and stewed a bowl of snow pear stewed bird's nest. After stewing, the quality of this bird's nest was clearly visible. Zhang Feng sat in front of the screen and compared it with the other nourishing bird's nest, and the difference in effect was too great. One was thin and watery, while the homemade one was full of bird's nest and very appetizing. "I'm sorry, bird's nest comrades, I'm going to waste food today." Zhang Feng publicly threw the unopened cans of bird's nest products into the trash can and then ate the snow pear bird's nest he cooked. Very delicious, everyone can try it at home," Zhang Feng said satisfied to the screen. This was originally just a regular mukbang, but later, some netizens edited the video and used sound effects from other live streams, turning it into a video of Zhang Feng angrily denouncing fake bird's nest and explicitly calling Zinkba garbage. Netizens posted the video online for fun, with an exaggerated title, "Zinkba's Bird's Nest, only suitable for the trash can." Zhang Feng said, playing a joke. Because the video title contains the name of Zhang Feng, who is a celebrity now, the video spread rapidly once it was exposed. As it spread, many people reposted it, even removing the meme label. Many of Zinkba's haters used this video to mock him in Zinkba's live broadcast. Zinkba is also a big figure in the live broadcast industry, with tens of millions of fans across the internet, and is a leader in the e-commerce industry. Usually, other broadcasters try to flatter him, writing on Zinkba's popularity, praising him left and right, and even calling him Grandpa Zinkba just to gain more traffic. Zinkba, after seeing Zhang Feng's video, immediately became furious and slammed the table, feeling that his dignity as the top e-commerce influencer was being challenged. Who does Zhang Feng think he is? What does he know about bird's nest? How many times has he even eaten bird's nest? This was said very rudely, and soon, netizens started to argue, saying that empty words are baseless and demanding evidence. "He accuses me, but he should be the one to provide evidence. Otherwise, it's defamation, and I reserve the right to pursue him." Later, Zinkba, with a fierce expression, pointed at the camera and said, "Zhang Feng, you better apologize and delete the video. I'll forgive you this time since you're a new live streamer and don't know any better. Otherwise, wait for my lawyer's letter. With just a word from me, you won't be able to survive in the live broadcast circle, understand? This was very arrogant, and netizens immediately realized that something big was about to happen and started paying attention. Most of the people in the live broadcast room were Zinkba's diehard fans, and they immediately started to curse Zhang Feng. Who does Zhang Feng think he is, huh? I heard he's just a small-time streamer who seeks attention, specifically targeting ordinary people, even going as far as to get them imprisoned. Isn't he just a modern bully? The king of hell will take him sooner or later. He's done nothing but cause trouble. Birds of a feather flock together, as they say. In Zhang Feng's live broadcast room, many of the viewers had a positive outlook, while in Zinkba's live broadcast room, there were mostly people who were easily influenced and gullible. Everyone, shout louder and let that Zhang Feng hear my roar. Zinkba started playing energetic music, raising his hands in a cheering gesture, inciting his fans to take action. And his fans were very loyal and obedient, not only buying Bird's Nest every day but also wanting to go and confront Zhang Feng on the spot, only to find that they couldn't locate Zhang Feng's live broadcast room. This is not surprising, as Zhang Feng is now his own boss and is not on the same live streaming platform as Zinkba. Although Zhang Feng is a media darling, his fan base on the Keepake Star website has just surpassed 100,000. After all, those who are not his die-hard fans are unlikely to download a specific app just to watch his live broadcasts. Faced with a big live streamer with tens of millions of fans, the overwhelming majority of fans, the sudden surge of tens of thousands of new registrations on the Keepake Star website, and the sudden influx of thousands of people. These people who came to Zhang Feng's live broadcast room were not there to show support, but to criticize. Zhang Feng was live streaming when he suddenly noticed that the number of viewers had doubled, thinking that he was irresistibly charming, only to realize that these people with default avatars and usernames were there to criticize him. You're Zhang Feng, right? Apologize now. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize to Zinkba. The live chat was instantly flooded with these messages, and Zhang Feng was stunned for a moment, only then realizing that these people had come because of the previous Bird's Nest incident. Have you got the wrong person? Why should I apologize? I didn't say anything against Zinkba. What did I do wrong? Zhang Feng tried to defend himself. He didn't even know Zinkba, and that day, he had only eaten Bird's Nest. He had only said that the popular Bird's Nest product online was not good, and now he was being attacked online? Moreover, the video online was edited by some netizens to deliberately create the impression that he was targeting Zinkba, but Zhang Feng felt that there was a misunderstanding. You dare to slander our great Zinkba? That's not acceptable. Yes, I've eaten 5 boxes of Zinkba's Bird's Nest, it's delicious. Now I look radiant, sleep well, and no longer have hair loss. If you haven't tried it, stop talking nonsense. You just want to ride on the popularity of my Zinkba. Apologize and voluntarily leave the internet. People with your low quality don't deserve to be a host. The fans of Zinkba became more and more extreme in their comments, and there were even more extreme ones to come. A humorous critic said, "You want to ride on the popularity of my Zinkba? Little host, how ridiculous." A hot-headed critic said, "Kid, if I run into you on the street, you won't have a good time." And there were those who used vulgar language. Damn it, the trashy host and their whole family should die. I curse your ancestors for 8 generations. This is going too far. Online disputes should be resolved with reason. If someone is at fault, they should apologize. What's the deal with these fans coming into the live broadcast to insult people? System, ding. Found a bizarre host selling fake Bird's Nest and inciting fan violence. Bizarre rating, 4 stars. Immediate action required. Unexpectedly, the system directly gave Zinkba a 4-star rating. This made Zhang Feng smirk. The long-lost bizarre situation had finally appeared, and it was time for him to take action. When dealing with bizarre situations, it's important to know your enemy. Zhang Feng checked Zinkba's comments about him and saw the video of Zinkba making derogatory remarks in the live broadcast. He wants to send me a lawyer's letter? The villain is the first to file a complaint. Zhang Feng sneered. He was actually looking forward to Zinkba suing him, as it would give him a chance to turn the tables. After all, with Liang Xiying as his legal advisor, he had never lost in court. Zinkba demanded an apology from Zhang Feng, but he had done nothing wrong. Why should he apologize? Originally, Zhang Feng had not targeted Zinkba. It was Zinkba who, after watching a clearly edited video, mistakenly believed it to be true and started attacking him, inciting fans to cyberbully him. Since the system had already given a task, Zhang Feng decided to teach the other party a lesson. Zhang Feng went online and searched for keywords such as Zinkba and Bird's Nest. He found that many consumers had already realized that this was not genuine bird's nest. However, their attempts to seek justice had been in vain, as Zinkba insisted that the product he sold was genuine bird's nest. Now, Zhang Feng was not fighting alone. He was going to seek justice for the many deceived consumers. Zhang Feng directly confronted Zinkba online and posted a video questioning him. Zinkba, I heard you want to sue me? What's the reason? Accusing me of spreading rumors? Please, that video was edited by someone else. If you think it's a rumor, you should go after the person who reposted the video. After watching the video, Zinkba responded arrogantly, that's what you really think. Don't deny it. Did you throw that box of bird's nest I gave you in the trash? You took a bite and spat it out. What's wrong? The bird's nest I made for my family isn't good enough for you. Are you that noble? Zinkba was determined to take this to the end and refused to reconcile with Zhang Feng, instead choosing to escalate the situation. In response to the doubts, Zinkba had his assistant bring a quality inspection report from the manufacturer, clearly showing that the bird's nest product contained genuine bird's nest. Zinkba began to play the victim in the live broadcast. My dear fans, I worked hard to lower the price of this bird's nest product, just so that everyone could afford it. But I've been wronged. A certain host with the surname Jean maliciously slandered me. My heart is broken. Don't cry, Zinkba. Your fans will help you seek justice. This time, under Zinkba's deliberate incitement, his fans began to attack Zhang Feng across all platforms. In just one day, the internet was flooded with voices condemning Zhang Feng. Indeed, the power of a large fan base was evident. With the efforts of tens of thousands of loyal fans, the confrontation between the two hosts became a hot topic. However, the intensity of the online bullying Zhang Feng faced reached an unprecedented level. Zhang Feng's fans also defended their idol, but their numbers were too few and quickly drowned in the wave of family members. Even outside Zhang Feng's neighborhood, there were several people who tried to rush in, but were stopped by security guards. They clamored to make Zhang Feng look good, truly fans of Zinkba, even wanting to confront him in person. This incident had completely deteriorated. As the saying goes, God wants to destroy someone, he first makes them go crazy. The more excited the other party jumps, the harder they will fall. Zhang Feng immediately launched a fierce counterattack. The first step was to prevent more victims from being harmed. He used his fame to appeal through various channels for everyone not to buy fake bird's nest from Zinkba. Those who had already bought it were urged to return it for a refund, so as not to fuel the arrogance of unscrupulous people. In the second step, Zhang Feng used a pseudonym to purchase 5 boxes of bird's nest in Zinkba's live broadcast room, recorded the entire process, and then donated all 5 boxes to the relevant food inspection department for testing to see if there was any bird's nest in them. This was not enough, as this could only prove that the bird's nest was fake and not punish Zinkba. So Zhang Feng reported the matter to the Food and Drug Supervision Department. Since the previous incident involving Kong Shuifu's old altar pickled vegetables, Zhang Feng had dealt with them before. This time, Zhang Feng once again filed a complaint in his real name, and the Food and Drug Supervision Department took it very seriously. They immediately ordered local law enforcement officers to inspect Zinkba's bird's nest. The incident had now entered the decisive stage. A day later, while enduring online abuse, the test report on the composition of the bird's nest came out. The authoritative agency showed that the product contained water and sucrose, but no bird's nest-related ingredients, essentially thickened sugar water. After seeing the test results, Zhang Feng smiled slightly, as he had known this result for a long time, as the system had informed him earlier. He immediately displayed the test results in the live broadcast room and questioned Zinkba, asking if they had anything else to say now. However, he underestimated Zinkba's shamelessness. This guy actually refused to admit it, sometimes claiming that the test report was fake, and other times saying that the testing units were not authoritative. In any case, he did not acknowledge the result. Although he verbally denied it, Zinkba's actions were honest, as they quietly removed all bird's nest products from their shelves. If you have nothing to hide, why remove the products? Zhang Feng asked. You have chilled my heart. I won't sell bird's nest anymore. Remember, it's all because of Zhang Feng that your families can enjoy affordable bird's nest. Zinkba was a master at manipulating public opinion, constantly inciting fans and continuing to attack Zhang Feng. However, soon Zinkba's nightmare finally arrived. The Food and Drug Inspection team will inspect the nutritional bird's nest products sold in Zinkba's live broadcast room. When this news came out, the public knew that it was time for the dust to settle. After a few days, the final results would be revealed. That night in the live broadcast room, Zinkba no longer recommended bird's nest products, and he became much more low-key. He no longer boasted arrogantly like before, threatening to send legal letters to Zhang Feng. Reality was teaching him a lesson in being a decent person. Netizens did not let him off the hook, teasing him about why Bird's Nest was no longer available for purchase. They wanted to buy a trainload to taste. Zinkba dejectedly said, "Bird's Nest is sold out. It will be restocked when new supplies arrive." However, this was just self-deception. Everyone knew that Zinkba was in trouble and dared not sell Bird's Nest anymore. If the product was fine, why remove it from the shelves? Irritated, Zinkba's face turned red and he banned several excited netizens. But Zinkba seemed to have forgotten an old saying, "It's harder to control the people's mouths than to control the floodgates." By banning one, there were still thousands and thousands of netizens asking about the Bird's Nest issue. "What's wrong with you black fans? You don't usually buy Bird's Nest, but now that it's off the shelves, you come here to bother me, right?" Zinkba angrily retorted to the netizens. "He's losing his cool, he's losing it." The netizens burst into laughter and continued to taunt him. They were tired of watching normal live broadcasts, so when the host lost his temper, it became more interesting. Zinkba was quickly reminded by his assistant and temporarily shut down the live broadcast, further confirming his suspicious behavior. Meanwhile, Zheng Feng publicly called out to Zinkba on behalf of the consumers who had purchased the Bird's Nest products, demanding refunds and compensation for those who had already consumed his products. Despite the video being sent out, Zinkba did not respond and seemed to have left the network center overnight. Rumors began to spread, claiming that Zinkba was being framed and had already filed lawsuits against the rumor mongers. It was clear that the water army was causing trouble, as some had already started to manipulate the situation. Zinkba continued to ignore Zhang Feng's calls for 3 days until the investigation results were finally released. The Food and Drug Administration issued a statement. After investigation, it was found that the slow-handed host Zinkba, whose real name is Xin Han, had exaggerated the promotion of the Bird's Nest products sold in the live broadcast room. Each can of Bird's Nest contained less than 2 g of ingredients and 5% carbohydrates, making it a Bird's Nest flavored beverage rather than a Bird's Nest product. As a result, Zinkba was fined 900,000 yuan, and the Market Supervision Department imposed a 2 million yuan fine on the Bird's Nest brand, Guangshi Ronli Trading Company, Ltd., and ordered them to cease production. In summary, Zinkba was selling fake Bird's Nest made of sugar water, costing only a few yuan to produce, yet he dared to sell it for 40 yuan per can, making a profit of over 10 times. This revelation caused an uproar online, shattering the image Zinkba had built as someone who sought benefits for his family, revealing him as someone who was exploiting his family for profit. Countless people flooded Zinkba's live chat board to denounce him. However, Zinkba could not respond as the live streaming platform officially banned his account for 60 days as a punishment. After this incident came to light, Zinkba seemed to disappear overnight without any response. Meanwhile, Zheng Feng once again spoke out online, challenging Zinkba to come forward and admit his wrongdoings instead of hiding like a coward. Zheng Feng believed that a 900,000 yuan fine was not enough to settle the matter. The whole internet was waiting for Zinkba to issue an apology. A day later, Zinkba finally released an apology statement, claiming to be a victim himself, deceived by the Bird's Nest production company's binding contract and forced to promote the products. In the video, he was seen wiping away tears and bowing down, appearing sincere, but he did not mention anything about refunds or compensation, indicating that he hoped a simple apology would suffice without having to pay any money. This was unacceptable to Zheng Feng, who felt obligated to take action against the host who profited from selling fake goods. Zheng Feng sought advice from Liang Xiying on how to seek justice and compensation for selling counterfeit goods. Liang Xiying said, "As long as you keep good evidence, you can negotiate compensation with the seller. If negotiations fail, you can file a complaint with 12315. Generally, compensation is 3 times the purchase price, known as 1 fake, 3 compensation. For large amounts, legal action can be taken to resolve the issue." Zheng Feng understood that if Zinkba did not respond, he could gather deceived consumers for a joint lawsuit, demanding 3 times the compensation. If Zinkba refused to pay, he would be considered a debtor and would have to face the consequences. In short, simply apologizing was not enough to avoid compensation. On one hand, Zheng Feng instructed his employees to post on the company's official website, urging consumers who had purchased Bird's Nest products to join forces in seeking 3 times the compensation. On the other hand, it was necessary to roughly estimate the amount of compensation to have an idea of the total sum. Referring to the monthly sales volume of Bird's Nest products in the e-commerce store and the sales volume in the live broadcast room, it was estimated that the fake Bird's Nest products had been sold in tens of thousands of orders. Based on the lowest price of hundreds of yuan per box, the minimum compensation for 3 times the amount would be at least 15 million yuan. This estimate is still the lowest sales volume, because some people will buy several boxes in one order, so this figure is only high and not low, and even needs to be multiplied several times. So if all the compensation is to be paid this time, Zinkba will have to compensate tens of millions, which is definitely a major event. It is said that Zinkba's annual income is over 100 million, and he can afford this small amount of money, but he is unwilling to compensate proactively, which is too small-minded and even lacks the attitude of admitting mistakes. Then I'm sorry, Zhang Feng started to collect evidence and established a collective rights protection page facing the entire internet. In this sugar water swiftlet nest incident, he will file a civil lawsuit, and the principle of 1 fake, 3 compensation cannot be escaped. He appeals to consumers who have purchased fake swiftlet nests to join the rights protection. Soon, more than 5,000 people sign up to participate in the lawsuit on the website within 3 days, and these are just the people who saw the news. There are still many people who are too lazy to file a lawsuit or have not seen the news, so it is unimaginable how many potential deceived consumers there are. On the 7th day, when the collective rights protection page closed, there were a total of more than 10,000 people who left messages on the platform to apply for collective litigation. So the plaintiff in this case has tens of thousands of people, which is unprecedented. The next day, under the operation of Liang Xiying, Zhang Feng officially filed a consumer infringement lawsuit with the Intermediate People's Court of Zhengzhou City. This time, it did not go through the fast-track trial channel, but followed the normal litigation process, mainly because there were too many people involved in this case and the fast-track court did not support it, so it would take a little longer. After careful review, the Intermediate People's Court of Zhengzhou accepted the case and sent summonses to Zinkba, the live streaming platform, the e-commerce sales platform, and the manufacturer of the fake swiftlet nests. A week later, the court officially held a trial. Zhang Feng, as the representative of the collective lawsuit, and Liang Xiying, as the attorney, attended the trial. Zinkba did not attend the trial this time, but instead hired a lawyer to represent him. Even so, the courtroom was crowded with various media, and this lawsuit has attracted the attention of the entire nation. The facts of this case are clear, and the official handling notice has been issued by the Food and Drug Administration, so there is no suspense in winning the lawsuit. The only difference is how much compensation will be awarded. Zinkba's lawyer is also very clear about this, and his main focus is to clear Zinkba's name from the incident. In this case, the blame can only be shifted to the manufacturer. Since the relationship has been broken, the manufacturer is also not accommodating to him, and has produced the original contract, indicating that Zinkba was well aware of the quality of the swiftlet nest and their profit-sharing ratio is 3:7, meaning Zinkba takes 7 out of the selling price and the manufacturer takes 3. It can be seen that Zinkba is the biggest beneficiary of selling this sugar water swiftlet nest this time, and he cannot escape responsibility. The manufacturer also provided data, stating that they have sold more than 30,000 orders of this swiftlet nest product since its production began. There is no need to conceal these data, as the company has already been thoroughly investigated, and the relevant authorities have long been aware of the facts. This made Zinkba's lawyer's expression quite rich, and he also had a premonition that the outcome of this trial would be difficult. As for the live streaming platform and the e-commerce platform involved in the case, they did not shirk their responsibility either. Their representatives directly stated that they would bear as much responsibility as the court ruled. After a whole day of trial, the case was pronounced in the evening. All rise. According to the court review, the anchor Xin Han, also known as Zinkba, knowingly sold bird's nest flavored drinks with exaggerated advertising, but still promoted and sold them, engaging in intentional consumer fraud. In accordance with the consumer rights protection law and relevant provisions of the food safety law, it was ruled that all consumers who purchase this nourishing bird's nest flavored drink should be compensated 3 times the amount. This compensation must be paid within 15 days after the end of the trial, with an estimated total compensation of over 71 million yuan. Hearing this amount, the audience in the courtroom was shocked. They thought it was just an ordinary case, but it turned out to be a multi-million-dollar case. No wonder Zinkba was willing to take risks. The profit from selling fake bird's nests was so huge that if not seized, it could earn millions every year. As for the fines of hundreds of thousands imposed on other live streaming platforms and e-commerce platforms, they were considered light and negligible. At the end of the trial, there was a round of applause from the audience. Zhang Feng once again fought for justice for the consumers. Otherwise, Zinkba would never willingly compensate such a large amount of money. As soon as Zhang Feng stepped down from the plaintiff's seat, he was immediately surrounded. Zhang Feng, what drove you to go through all this trouble and fight this collective lawsuit? A reporter asked. Zhang Feng had only purchased 5 boxes of bird's nest in Zinkba's live broadcast room, and had only paid a few thousand yuan in compensation. However, this case had dragged on for so long, incurring legal fees and time costs. He had spent at least tens of thousands of yuan on this case. So, he had spent several times the material cost of compensation on this lawsuit. Taking the microphone, Zhang Feng said firmly, "I am fighting for the interests of the general consumers. My losses are insignificant. The key is to let deceived consumers get justice. It also sets an example for everyone. I hope the media will publicize this case and warn other celebrities or anchors that promoting products is not above the law. If the products you promote have quality issues, you will have to pay the price. Zinkba is a lesson for you all." After Zhang Feng finished speaking, others cheered. It was estimated that after this case, the big V influencers would have to be more cautious. They could not ignore ethical boundaries for the sake of profit. In short, this case had significant guiding significance. It showed consumers that they did not have to accept being cheated when buying fake goods. For individual cases, they could call 12315, and for group cases, they could organize collective lawsuits. The country and the law would stand up for them. And so, this case came to an end. Zinkba's lawyers stated that they would not appeal. After the trial, Zinkba finally succumbed to the pressure and issued a new apology statement. He was willing to compensate all consumers who had purchased Bird's Nest products, offering a threefold refund for the fake products. Consumers could apply for a refund through online platforms with their purchase order number or personal phone number. For purchases made through other channels, as long as there were receipts and proof, he would refund them. In the video, Zinkba appeared to have aged by 4 or 5 years, lacking vitality. This incident had clearly taken a toll on him. His reputation was completely tarnished, and many advertisers were seeking compensation from him. So, this time, he not only had to compensate consumers for tens of millions, but also incurred other corresponding losses, totaling up to over 100 million. However, this was a consequence of his own actions. He could not blame others for succumbing to the temptation of profit in selling counterfeit food products. Thus, the wave of claims against Zinkba spread rapidly across the land of China. Soon, there were continuous reports from netizens that they had received 3 times the compensation, and they were satisfied. However, Zhang Feng noticed that the system had not yet rewarded him, indicating that the issue had not been fully resolved. After careful consideration, he realized the reason was that Zinkba had not personally apologized to him. So, Zhang Feng continued to issue a statement, demanding a personal apology from Zinkba for inciting his family to cyberbully him. This matter was far from over. "Zinkba, what you did in the past must have consequences. It's not just about money. I'm waiting for your apology." Zhang Feng posted this video in the company and then uploaded it to his personal channel. "I estimate that Zinkba will be able to see it soon." At this moment, the company's contracted female anchor, Xiao Xingxin, is sitting next to Zhang Feng. She blinked her bright eyes and asked, "Zhang Feng, do you think Zinkba will apologize to you? It seems like his reputation has already been tarnished, and he probably can't be bothered with these things anymore." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Zinkba hasn't been banned from the entire internet. He just needs to pay a large amount of compensation. When the 60-day account ban is lifted, do you think he can resist the temptation of making money through live streaming? So, he will definitely pay up. As for the grudge between him and me, it's just a conflict among anchors. As long as he wants to return to the live streaming circle, he must apologize to me, and it must be sincere. Otherwise, do you think the live streaming community can tolerate someone who has tarnished the reputation of all the product-selling anchors?" "Oh, I see," Xiao Xingxin suddenly realized. She then glanced at Zhang Feng and couldn't help but feel a different emotion in her heart. Her heart started beating faster, and after taking a deep breath, she finally mustered the courage to take out a beautifully packaged cake. "Zhang Feng, this is a cake I made myself. I would like you to taste it and give me your feedback." It turns out that she has been learning baking recently, and this is her most satisfactory work, specially made for Zhang Feng to express her feelings. Zhang Feng opened it and saw a very exquisite small cake with a heart shape, but as a straight man, he didn't see the meaning behind it. He just smiled and said, "It's good, Xiao Xingxin, you are really skillful. It's delicious. As long as you like it," Xiao Xingxin said shyly. After praising her, Zhang Feng continued to work on the computer, somewhat neglecting the beauty beside him. Xiao Xingxin's smile gradually disappeared, and she pursed her lips in distress, feeling a pang of sadness that she was no longer pure. "I'm not worthy of Zhang Feng." Xiao Xingxin sighed in her heart and quietly left. Zhang Feng posted the video, and sure enough, Zinkba saw it and quickly responded. "Zhang Feng, I'm sorry, I was wrong before. Please forgive me." This apology video was only 10 seconds long. He was sitting in a car, holding a phone to record, and his posture was very casual. To be honest, Zhang Feng didn't feel any sincerity in it. The whole video seemed to be filled with the word perfunctory. Negative review, I don't accept it. Zhang Feng gave the apology video a negative review. How dare he show such a perfunctory attitude? Does he think Zhang Feng is as naive as an elementary school student? It seems a bit insulting to elementary school students. At least they understand sincerity and the ability to admit mistakes. After Zhang Feng's negative review, there was no response from Xinba's side, clearly indicating that he didn't take Zhang Feng seriously. Well, in the eyes of this big anchor with tens of millions of fans, a living camel is bigger than a dead horse. He didn't want to lower his status to apologize to Zhang Feng, even though he had already lost his reputation. Zhang Feng smiled with a hint of amusement. It seems that his reputation as a weirdo star is not loud enough, and there are still weirdos who dare to ignore him. Then don't blame him for being ruthless. Next, Zhang Feng edited the live streaming video in which Xinba incited fans to cyberbully him and sent it to the regulatory authorities, reporting it with his real name. Just like how Luluai incited fans and then enjoyed the full internet ban package, Xinba is following in Luluai's footsteps. If he is not brave enough to admit his mistakes, then let the iron fist of the law make him realize his mistakes. Xinba may not take Zhang Feng seriously, but the regulatory authorities take his complaint very seriously. As a focus of the judicial and food and drug supervision systems, they responded to the matter on the same day. A staff member called Zhang Feng inquired about some specific details and stated that they had received the complaint. After a detailed investigation, they would provide Zhang Feng with a satisfactory response. This responsible attitude made people feel very comfortable. This is what being serious is all about, something that certain anchors will never learn. 3 days later, a staff member called Zhang Feng and said that they had already clarified the matter. The investigation report had been posted on the official website, and a link to the report had been sent to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng clicked on the link and saw the penalty notice. It was found that during the live broadcast, the Slohan anchor Xan Han, online named Xingba, incited fans to maliciously attack another platform's anchor surnamed Zhang. On that day, tens of thousands of people entered the victim anchor's live broadcast room, engaging in personal attacks and insults. In addition, some fans attempted to enter the residential area where the anchor surnamed Zhang lived, which constituted provocation and troublemaking. This was entirely due to Xin Han's improper guidance. As a public figure with tens of millions of fans, he should not set a bad example, but instead, he behaved badly, causing a very negative impact on society. In response, the regulatory authorities decided to impose a full network ban on the anchor Xin Han. No internet culture company or unit shall provide live broadcast or video services for Xin Han, nor shall they hire him for commercial performances. After reading this penalty notice, Zhang Feng felt very satisfied. Xingba finally received retribution. With a full network ban, unless he goes abroad, he will have no chance to show his face in the country. For a while, there was a lot of excitement online. This scam anchor who cheated and sold fake birds' nests finally received retribution. Soon, Zhang Feng's phone rang. It was an unknown number. As expected, this call was from Xingba. When he answered, it was indeed the person he had guessed. Zhang Feng, don't overdo it. We just had a misunderstanding and conflict. Do you have to push me into a dead end? Judging from the tone of the other party, it seemed like he had been drinking and was a bit unclear. Zhang Feng coldly snorted, "You are an adult, you should take responsibility for your own actions. Why don't you reflect on yourself instead of blaming me? Did I incite you to cyberbully? Did I make you sell fake birds' nests? Didn't I apologize and compensate you? What else do you want? Compensating is required by law, and it's your responsibility. Moreover, is your perfunctory video considered an apology? Then I will also say, I'm sorry for getting you banned, goodbye." Zhang Feng used the tone of the other party's apology video to make a face-to-face apology. Unfortunately, he couldn't see Xingba's reaction in person, which was a bit regrettable. Then he heard the sound of beating and the sound of collapse coming from the other end of the phone. In the end, Xingba paid the price for his own actions. Zhang Feng hung up the phone and also blocked the other party's number. Now Xingba didn't need to apologize anymore. The two of them were even, because he had received the punishment he deserved. For a big anchor like him, not being able to broadcast was even more uncomfortable than being killed. Ding dong! Successfully rectified the 4-star weird anchor. Reward, 1/6 of a private jet fragment. The system gave a reward, a fragment of a private jet. He already had 2 out of 6 now. If he continued to receive 1/6 for each task in the future, then with 4 more tasks, he would be able to own his own private jet. Although this was great, the maintenance costs of a private jet were very expensive. He needed to make money quickly, otherwise, having a jet but not being able to fly it would be embarrassing. The next day, the company's accountant, Chris, reported some good news to Zhang Feng. Recently, more than a dozen large companies that they had been cooperating with had been attracted by the cases where Zhang Feng had fought for consumers' rights, and they were close to finalizing contracts. Their company would soon be profitable. Very good, discuss this with Gubai, Zhang Feng said, letting them handle it themselves. A good leader should learn to delegate authority, but the prerequisite is that subordinates must have sufficient ability. Obviously, the two recommended by the system to him are both business elites who can handle responsibilities on their own. As long as they are observed for a month or two to confirm their strength and loyalty, then the positions of financial director and CEO that they originally wanted can be fulfilled. Zhang Feng is not a stingy person, he can afford high salaries, and he understands that if you want the horse to run fast, you have to feed it wild grass. And this wild grass is the high salary and high-level executive positions. With these two, elites will be at ease working under him. The company's business is thriving, and Zhang Feng's memo reminds him that his old classmate Zhuang Jigua's wedding is approaching. He has prepared his 6,666 yuan red envelope, thinking of calling his old classmate the day before to greet him and confirm tomorrow's schedule. When he called, it took a long time for someone to answer. Zhuang Jigua, who should have been happy as the groom-to-be, sounded low and clearly something big had happened. The wedding is cancelled. I'm sorry, old friend, Zhuang Jigua said, revealing a shocking news. Cancelled? This. Obviously, Zhuang Jigua encountered something. As a good friend from school, Zhang Feng couldn't just stand by, so he immediately went to find him. Zhuang Jigua didn't go to work, he had already taken his wedding leave, but due to an unexpected event, he couldn't bear the blow and was drinking at home in a state of despair. When Zhang Feng arrived, Zhuang Jigua opened the door for him, and Zhang Feng saw empty bottles of alcohol all over the floor in his house, clearly indicating that the situation had hit him hard. So, it was time for Zhang Feng to comfort him. Men's comfort is always action-oriented, so Zhang Feng opened a can of beer, clinked glasses with his old classmate Zhuang Jigua, and then chugged the whole bottle in one go. Men's emotions are expressed through alcohol, so after finishing the bottle, Zhuang Jigua opened up. What's the matter? Tell me, there's no obstacle that can't be overcome. If it's really difficult, I can't help you alone, there are so many classmates who can help, Zhang Feng comforted him. With Zhang Feng's comfort, Zhuang Jigua sighed and said, it's about the dowry. Zhuang Jigua explained that it was all because of the high-priced dowry. Originally, Zhuang Jigua and the woman had agreed that the man would buy the house and put the woman's name on it, with a dowry of 100,000 yuan. But the woman said that in the neighborhood, dowries for daughters were usually 300,000 to 400,000, and their family asking for 300,000 was already the minimum, any less would be laughed at by others. After a few discussions, Zhuang Jigua explained that after buying the house, his parents' wallets were empty, and funds were tight, so he asked the woman's family to understand. The woman was understanding and proposed a dowry of 350,000 yuan, but it had to be paid in cash. After the wedding, the dowry would be brought to the man's house by the woman, essentially passing it back, but it would boost their reputation in the neighborhood. After considering, Zhuang Jigua agreed, so he borrowed some money and raised the 350,000 yuan in cash, and a month ago, he delivered it to the woman. 2 days before the wedding banquet, Zhuang Jigua planned to go get the marriage certificate first and return the dowry, as they were still waiting to pay the final installment for the renovation. When borrowing money from relatives, they had agreed to return it within a month, so it couldn't be delayed. But the woman kept making excuses and insisted on discussing the return of the dowry after the banquet. This made the man's parents feel something was wrong and suspected that there might be something fishy with the dowry the woman promised to bring back, as such incidents were not uncommon in society. So, prompted by his parents, Zhuang Jigua insisted on retrieving the dowry a day early, but the woman kept finding reasons to delay and refused to return the dowry. When the fiancé avoided eye contact while speaking, it was obvious that something was amiss. After repeated questioning by Zhuang Jigua, the woman finally told the truth. The dowry was all spent, her family had no money left, and they had to either get married or break off the engagement. The promised dowry of 350,000 suddenly disappeared, and Zhuang Jigua couldn't agree to it. These were hard-earned money from his parents and loans from relatives. With pending renovation payments and monthly mortgage, he couldn't bear the financial pressure. Seeing the difficulties faced by the man, the woman realized that her daughter would suffer if she married into such a situation. She didn't want to proceed with the marriage, but she also refused to return the dowry, claiming she had no money. However, the woman was also ruthless. She threatened that if she were sued and ended up in jail, she wouldn't return the 350,000 even if she could. She preferred to be labeled a defaulter. If she wasn't sued, she could gradually repay the money by working. As a result, Zhuang Jigua hesitated to take legal action, watching the 350,000 vanish. The wedding was called off, and the guests had already been informed. Zhuang Zhigua felt ashamed to cancel the wedding and even contemplated suicide. "Brother, I'm telling you, I'm prepared to jump off the building at this time tomorrow," Zhuang Zhigua said in agony. "Your fiancé is such a jerk." This angered Zhang Feng, who comforted Zhuang Zhigua, saying it wasn't worth it for a woman. "But that's 350,000, my parents' retirement money. If I lose it, how many years will it take to earn it back?" Zhuang Zhigua lamented. "Money can be recovered, don't worry. I'll take care of this for you," Zhang Feng assured, as he had just received a system prompt. Ding! Detected a 4-star bizarre dowry fraud woman, must be rectified. Requirement 1, recover the entire dowry. Requirement 2, partially recover the dowry, but help Zhuang Zhigua find a wife and fulfill his marriage wish. Completing either requirement is acceptable. The system assigned this new task, which Zhang Feng didn't find too difficult. It mainly involved collecting evidence for legal action. Even if the woman couldn't pay back immediately, the court could enforce a repayment plan. Zhang Feng immediately called Liang Xiying to come to Zhuang Zhigua's place for a discussion. "Are you calling your beautiful lawyer friend over?" Zhuang Zhigua suddenly asked. "Yes," Zhang Feng nodded. Zhuang Zhigua, who cared about his image, quickly tidied up, hiding the alcohol bottles and rushing to the bathroom to freshen up, afraid of appearing unkempt in front of the female lawyer. Seeing his old classmate in this state, Zhang Feng felt relieved, knowing that he hadn't given up hope on life, only trying to maintain his dignity in front of women. Liang Xiying soon arrived at the scene, still dressed in formal attire. After the preparations, Zhuang Zhigua, now looking energetic, and Zhang Feng welcomed her. "What case is this time?" Liang Xiying asked after sitting down. "It's a dowry recovery case," Zhang Feng explained briefly to Zhuang Zhigua. Liang Xiying listened and made notes, then said, "This is relatively simple. We need to find witnesses, written evidence, or video evidence from when the money was given." When asked about evidence, Zhuang Zhigua blinked and said he didn't have any. "Did the woman provide you with a receipt when she received the dowry?" Liang Xiying inquired. "No, do we need a receipt for the dowry?" Zhuang Zhigua was unsure. Liang Xiying explained, just like loans require promissory notes, dowries also need receipts. Otherwise, you won't be able to prove anything. If you ask for the dowry and they deny giving it, how will you sue without evidence? The court won't even accept the case without evidence. Ah! Zhuang Zhigua was suddenly flustered, realizing the situation was more complicated than he thought. "Who can serve as witnesses?" Zhang Feng asked. Zhuang Zhigua said, "As for my parents, her and her parents, at the time they received the betrothal gifts, they counted it and even used a UV lamp to check the authenticity of the money." Liang Xiying frowned and said, "This is difficult. Only direct relatives can serve as witnesses, and it's very difficult for the court to recognize them." Zhang Feng also understood that when the woman initially requested a betrothal gift of 350,000 renminbi and insisted on cash payment, it indicated the intention of an illicit betrothal gift, otherwise it wouldn't have been so secretive. "What should we do? Will we not be able to get the betrothal gifts back?" Zhuang Zhigua asked, feeling very hurt. Liang Xiying said, "If the other party admits to receiving the 350,000 renminbi betrothal gift, that's fine. Call your fiancé now and at the beginning of the call, state that it's being recorded. This way, it can be used as audio evidence for the lawsuit. As long as she still admits it, then we can sue." Zhuang Zhigua picked up the phone to make the call, but strangely, it kept saying it couldn't connect, not knowing if he was being blocked. Liang Xiying said, "Go to her house and have her write a note acknowledging the betrothal gift debt, that will work too." That's the only way, so the three of them went downstairs to find Zhuang Zhigua's fiancé. Because both Zhang Feng and Zhuang Zhigua had been drinking, Liang Xiying drove, heading towards Wuxing town where Zhuang Zhigua's fiancé lived. Zhuang Zhigua's fiancé, or rather his ex-girlfriend Xing Mei, lived in Wuxing town under the jurisdiction of Zhengzhou City. Zhuang Zhigua had come here countless times before to find his girlfriend, but this time, he had become a stranger. When they arrived at his ex-girlfriend's house, it was a courtyard-style bungalow with the gate tightly closed. Zhuang Zhigua went to knock on the door and called for a while, and someone inside responded. It was Xing Mei's mother. "Xing Mei isn't home, stop knocking." "Then why is her phone not connecting?" Zhuang Zhigua asked through the door. "How would I know? I can't reach her either." "That's it, don't bother us anymore. She received the betrothal gifts, go ask her for it." Xing Mei's mother was very impatient and went back inside, not even opening the door. No matter how much Zhuang Zhigua knocked, she wouldn't come out. "What should we do?" Zhuang Zhigua was at a loss and asked Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at Liang Xiying, relying on her as the experienced lawyer to come up with a solution. "It seems that Xing Mei's family acknowledges receiving the betrothal gifts, so it doesn't constitute fraud. We can't report it to the police." Unfortunately, there's no evidence left behind, and it's not suitable for a civil lawsuit. It seems like someone has guided them. After pondering for a while, Liang Xiying said, "We can't directly approach their parents, it's best to find the parties involved and have them write a note or something similar, then we can easily file a lawsuit." Finding her? She has already resigned from her original job, and I don't know where Xing Mei has gone, Zhuang Jigua said. "Leave finding her to me." Zhang Feng had a special skill for finding people. He was a hacker named Kulo Kulo. When they were driving back to the city, Zhang Feng called Kulo Kulo and asked him to help find Xing Mei. He briefly explained the betrothal gift incident and asked Kulo Kulo to investigate, wanting to know where the betrothal gift had been spent. "No problem, Mr. Gua, please wait a moment." After taking the job, Kulo Kulo immediately went to find the person. Hackers finding people was even more convenient than official channels, as they didn't need to go through various procedures and could use some unconventional methods. Now Zhang Feng was waiting for Kulo Kulo's feedback, so he escorted Zhuang Jigua home and let him rest assured for a few days, expecting results in the next few days. "Okay, I'm counting on you, old classmate." Zhuang Jigua placed all his hopes on Zhang Feng. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Zhang Feng was very confident. He liked to take on all kinds of challenges. That night, Kulo Kulo sent a message, a long one with many pages and some photos. "Boss, there are some things here that can't see the light of day, such as certain people's photos and phone locations, please don't spread them." Kulo Kulo cautioned. "Don't worry, the information you looked up, I definitely won't get it on the surface," Zhang Feng assured. Then he checked these materials, and it really opened Zhang Feng's eyes. First, Xing Mei found a temporary job in the neighboring city of Miqing, without registering her ID card, changed her phone number, and didn't know how Kirolo found her. Being so secretive, she must be deliberately avoiding Zhuang Jigua. After all, she did something wrong by embezzling the dowry money. Then there is the investigation about the dowry. This is easy to check. Xing Mei has a younger brother named Xingbao, who just got a girlfriend and is about to get married. Xingbao just gave the girlfriend's family a dowry of 300,000 yuan. The Xing family are all laborers with meager income. Previously, they only had a few tens of thousands of yuan in savings. Xing Mei's marriage was called off due to a 350,000 yuan dowry, while her brother used cash to give the girlfriend's family a 300,000 yuan dowry. It's obvious where the money came from. The Xing family must have diverted Zhuang Jigua's dowry to Xingbao, causing them to be unable to fulfill their promise and return the 350,000 yuan dowry. Xing Mei probably knew she was in the wrong, so she ran away, planning to hide outside for a while. She took the risk of becoming a defaulter and debtor for the benefit of her younger brother. Isn't this helping the brother demon? Zhang Feng looked at the information provided by Kirolo and finally understood the key point. So, to recover the dowry, they had to act quickly. If Xingbao gets married, it will be a mess. If Xingbao hasn't married yet, maybe they can persuade the girlfriend's family to return the dowry. But this is already a detour, making Zhang Feng a bit overwhelmed. He called Liang Xiying and told her about it. Liang Xiying was also silent for a while, probably feeling speechless about the situation. "We should go find Xing Mei first and get the evidence of the dowry," Liang Xiying said. "Okay, let's go now." Time was of the essence. Zhang Feng called Xiang Niu, and the two of them, disregarding the late hour, drove to Miqing, more than 100 kilometers away. By the time they arrived in Miqing, it was almost 10 o'clock at night. According to Kirolo's feedback, Xing Mei was not in the rental house but was out shopping at the night market. Zhang Feng decided to wait outside Xing Mei's rental house for her return. Around 10:30, they saw a figure carrying a heavy plastic bag walking towards the rental house. Zhang Feng looked at the photo of Xing Mei on his phone and confirmed it was her. He and Xiang Niu suddenly emerged from the darkness and intercepted Xing Mei. "Stop, are you Xing Mei?" In the dim light of the street lamp, Xiang Niu, tall and strong like a tower, with a shaved head, looked somewhat fierce, resembling a villain from legends. "Brother, I'm very poor, I have no money." Xing Mei was frightened, thinking she was being robbed. She was about to run when she realized there was someone behind her. Her legs went weak with fear, and she stammered in response. "We are not here to rob you," Xiang Niu said. "Not to rob, then are you here for something else?" Now Xing Mei was even more scared. Being pinned down by this tall man, she thought she might lose her life. With a trembling voice, she lied, "Brother, I have a dirty disease, I'm afraid I can't satisfy both of you." At this moment, Zhang Feng came out from behind and said, "Alright, this is getting out of hand. We are not bad people, we are here for Zhuang Jigua." When Xing Mei heard Zhuang Jigua's name, she froze. The bag she was holding slipped from her hand to the ground. She didn't expect to be found by Zhuang Jigua's people just after hiding and working here without even telling her family the address. Perhaps this was fate. Let's find a place to talk, or should we go to the car? Zhang Feng asked. No, no. Let's not go to the car, let's talk here. Xingmei was scared by Xiang Niu, fearing that the two of them had ulterior motives. Okay, let's get straight to the point, the 350,000 dowry, what are you thinking? Zhang Feng asked. The dowry has been spent, if he still wants to marry me, I will marry him, but I can't return the dowry to him. If he doesn't want me, I will work slowly to repay him. If he doesn't agree to either of these conditions, then call the police to arrest me, that's my fate, Xingmei said, crying. Hearing Xingmei's words, Zhang Feng felt she didn't seem like a scammer for the dowry, there seemed to be some reasons behind it. It looks like there is more to this story, and it must be clarified.